Chapter 1 The Expanding Zone 6 Contamination. Summer, 2446. Under the blazingsun, the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert shimmered, the ground radiating scorching heat that distorted every. Boom. From within a shroud of grey mist, a heavily moored off-road vehicle burst forth, racing fiercely and kicking up clouds of dust. Behind it, several grotesque creatures emerged, pursuing with terrifying speed. The semester stood to 3 meter tall, their bodies raw deadened vapor, corrosive slime dripping from them and dissing as it met the ground. Exposed to the searing sunlight, they became increasingly agitated, baring their teeth at the sitting vehicle, their entire being executing a potency of resentment. Water cans, rabbit, to get them out, a gruff voice shouted. Copy that. Inside at the vehicle, a woman with a short beaver cut rose from her seat, hefting a heavy sniper rifle and assuming a firing stance. There moored vehicle sudden liavist executing a sharp drift to turnaround. During this maneuver, the sunroof for both slid open. The sniper, code-named Rabbit, poked her head out of the sunroof, steadied her rifle, and quickly found her aim. Bang! Amidst the swirling yellow dust, one of the grotesque creatures showed and collapsed in response to the gunfire. The tremendous recoil caused her to lean back, but she quickly gained her balance, preparing to aim at the next target. The sentinels possessed stationed senses, easily tracking the movements of the creatures. Beautiful shot, finish move. The driver, a burlyman, whistled as she continued to maneuver their moored vehicle in circles, drawing the attentine of Hemonstra short. There were 5 people to talent the vehicle. The man in the passenger seat leaned out you and down, his hard features framed by deep setius that glinted with intensity. More Regan shots rang out. Siachuchinid Hishi Toglins outside, noting they told the grotesque creature had been eliminated. In the back seat, Eggman with a busker appeared somewhat composed, cradling an old boxing eye's arms. Captain, we have the goods, shall return to Basino. Siachu did not respond immediately, raising a swift tristo kick the terminal in formation. After a long pause, he suddenly narrowed eyes, head to the vicinity of Zone 6. Zone 6? A hush fell over the vehicle. Rabbit swiftly closed her sunroof and returned to a seat, saying, Captain, wear a low answer please. Right, what do we need to go to Zone 6 for? The driver grumbled. Could it be another new mission? Sieto shot Hemaglans, where are going to Pixami and Youp? The other sex changed per old looks. 200 years later. Darkness descended abruptly, plunging through old interchaos barrier systems collapsed, and mysterious contaminated zones and grotesque creatures emerged. Thus began an era of darkness that lasted 200 years. In a world where flight and electricity, monsters ravaged the land, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction, and countless underground shelters fell. In this dire time, a select few awakened extraordinary abilities. They were renowned as sentinels. Sentinels possessed superior physiques and acute senses. Yet, with a variety of their abilities, they drew closer to mutation, ultimately succumbing to the forces that would transform them into the very monsters they fought against. Once a sentinel mutated, they became even more loose their northern grotesque creatures. Perhaps these ways were another formidable class warriors merged. Those endowed with powerful mental acuity, capable of guiding the erratic minds of sentinels and soothing their bled spirits. Guides. As team in 4C during the decade, it was in a decade to the emergence of sentinels that heaviest guide was born. Guides were rare and precious. They were also vulnerable. These was the consensus and goal. So hence yet you inform media's teammates that they were reto piku po I level guide the tumor up in disbelief. I must they've misheard. Were getting a new guide? Did he captain's threats stop the base final liar in effect? Now, 19 years had passed since the theta cage began. Lisha return took you old. Yet, 2 centuries of darkness hurdled to the extinction of over 80% of a low-rand foreigner while a their main herd mutated. Food was scarce and civilization rust. The land was strewn with weathered, sand-like soil. The old had become a patchwork of devastation. The major resources left could not sustain every one main ordinary people struggled to secure even the basics of survival. The remaining large shelters, once communication was restored, finally made contact and initiated a salvation plan. They resolved to explore various contaminated zones in search of the truth behind the catastrophe. However, the concentration of dark matter within these contaminated zones was perillously high, sentinels faced a significant risk of mutation when of exerting the powers during missions. This resulted in a high casualty among sentinels. Sietu believed that since guides were also a special class warriors, they should be deployed to the front lines in combat, rather than being cuddled in the base like danged species. Are we Zori Thizes or level guide? The hangman with a buzz cute in the backseat, named Song Liang, glanced at the most animated member Sangtin at a certain someone who was asleep beside him. He couldn't help but pour cold water on the excitement. Were I just picking someone you parry owl reading to Magantothis? The driver, Dao Hao-hai, laughed heartily. You still don't understand, Captain. I feet worry just appy cup. How duraleth them runarans? Song Liang turned his head, gazing intently at their captain, hoping for an explanation. Sietu, legs crossed, leaned against the window, joining in the laughter. It's not a base mission, it's information relayed by contact. According to the intel, Zone 6 her suddenly expanded, and as mole base Nerbus migrating north. Sietu continued their ascent lie develop a guide, reported lie over high level. Rabbit was puzzled, what did that mean? What does their migration have to do this? Song Liang shot her look, the outside eye scrolling with grotesque creatures their migration must the purpose to find refuge in a larger base. The guide among them Mr. Ticketin. Moreover, this guide had not been registered with any of from major bases. Of course, whoever got at them first would claim them. I get it. The captain means are going to snatch some on. Rabbit attempted to save face, speaking with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Dao Hazel met the accelerator down, then we must seize the opportunity. At the same time. Inner border town outside Zone 6. Grey clouds row leader Minusly across Thesky, spreading outwards from the centre, them is undulating like countless writhing tentacles. Terrifying grotesque creatures show laid excitedly within the thick fog. Countless master shad breached he contaminated zone, advancing toward the town. Surrounded by high walls, the town was eerie liquid, resembling a host town. A lit's inhabitant shade evacuated to us prior. 20 years ago, Zone 6 was still 100 kilometers away from us. Amid a leged mananthibus gazed out through and dirty distant rolling fog, murmuring despairingly. The Rashif expansion weighs alarmingly rapid. At this rate, would you marnity Hervini were to live in the future? Having lost higher on the home, the pate had seemed bleak uncertain. The passengers aboard abuse were realness, filled with anxious and uncertainty. Beside Theman, Acervi Nori rolled Jill stood upon her seat, wrapping her arms around his neck. Daddy, Dumpasard. Sister Yunjai will find her way. Chapter 2: The Migration of the Entire Town. 5 buses were flung Kibi Twoof Road v Cleesized Hispid northward, carrying Gotha town's people with urgency. On top her feet v Clory towering stacks of luggage. The girl referred to his sister Yunjai seated in the back of the lead off-road vehicle. She padford Variung, her small face partially hidden beneath the Bromofe cap, clad in oversized, ill-fitting camouflagey tie that accentuated her slender frame. At that moment, Yunjai was also gazing at the distant rolling fog. The ski was a murky grey, with sunlight and filtering through narrow beams. Inner time. Fogade encroached upon the small town where he had lived for 12 years. 12 years ago. Yunjai was just Arnanas and child discovered at the of the contaminated Zumbusur team from the town. The Sentinel term that rescued her comprised 8 members, all natives of Jingshan town. From that day on, Shemada her remained Jingshan town. The mountains behind their town house seed clear, uncontaminated underground water, along with as malplotter farabeland. However, other resources were severely lacking. To survive, the Sentinels formed their teams, venturing into the fringes of the contaminated zone to scavenge forcible supplies. At the time, the search team had 5 B-class sentinels, Harry reason applicable, and Theddy Stan Cito Zone 6 were still considerable, allowing every one a to Livia li fethe twas neither too good nor too bad. But then, Zone 6 began to expand uncontrollably, and the members of the team perished. Some fall to the grotesque creatures, while of the shall come to mutation, becoming part of those severe monsters. In that shrouded, Fogga Zone 6. Yunjeo gently closed her iris, her heart stirred deepissimi emotion. Her spirit entity seemed to respond, slowly emerging and flutter around its wings above her head. It was a small bluebird, palm-sized. With its blueies, its long, flowing tail feather shimmered, the silverbia glinted sharply in the sunlight, and its plumage radiated had a jewel-like azuri glow. Yunjari achudata tuchit. This mal bluebird proudly raised its sheet, accepting her caress. The bird driving, holokid Tobian Ly 16 of Entine named Heeseong kept her watchfully on the movements behind the vehicle. Once the spirit entity materializes, only sentinels and guides can perceive. From hot high understored, guides typically hagently spirit entities resembling duckily herbivores, their benign forms better suited to coming sentinels. But Yunjeo spirit entity. The bluebirds and seedsmithing suddenly left tinted sheet and casting a regal, disdainful glance at Heeseong. That gaze seemed to say what Areo looking at. Heeseong's wallow wet hard, quickly turning his gaze back to the road ahead. Seeped in the passenger seat, Cheng Dongshu, vigilant and damned, tenset them Minchin Jaya spirit entity materialized. He remained motionless, not daring to glance back. Heeseong cleared his throat. Sister Yunjao, the news has spread. Aruriel going to Dawn base. Yes, Yunjao replied softly. Heeseong hesitated. But were we close to Dawn base. We must haven't far to the southwesterly at Dawn base. Because the Dawn base is built above the ground. Yunjao patiently explained, the west region is a sorceric, and with the backing of a larger base, Savatai assured, in the future, everyone will be but of better. If they were to relocate, they naturally had to recuse at the best possible location. One theatre caper calypso struck, the government gently established hundreds of underground shelters. 2 centuries later, only 4 shelters remained. Originally designated by numbers, the shelters were officially renamed Dawn Base, Morning Base, Hope Base, and Horizon Base. 3 of these shelters were reconstructed deep underground. Only Dawn Base, located deep in the mountain southwest, stood above the ground. The older generations have engendered headcage, yearned intensive for sunlight, with the option of surface structures, most people are unwilling to find the oppressive darkness below. In truth, Yunjer had reasons beyond this for choosing Dawn Base. Yet she did not intend to elaborate. But the journey is too long, and will leave it to traverse multiple contaminated zones, Heeseong expressed his concerns. Yunjeo acknowledged with a soft hum, unfolding the map shard acquired from Dawn Base last November. This map was updated last November. Wedges need to avoid contamination zones rated 4-star and above. 4-star contamination zones occasionally expanded and altered terrain, necessitating day tours. As for the Vesta zones, they had 4 me during their light package. They were exceeding light dangerous. All right, I understand, Heeseong the dead in agreement. Zone 6 had begun to expand from the southeast. They were currently heading north, planning to divert westward at route 1022 at the southwest. The journey would involve numerous perilous mutated creatures. However, with Sister Yunjeo present, as long as Tjerverdert for Gladeneries, they would be fine. We might not treat Thenrist Sentinel outpost a night. Heeseong heard not finely shed speaking when Chengdongshu, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly sprang into action, followed by the Zander Fabulet being chambered. Chengdongshu grabbed Thua Kyer Torquay, attention rear vehicles. Level 2 grotesque creatures detected, prepare for battle. Copy that. Kamet swift response over the radio. Yunjeo look do pother sound. Not far to the left, our horde of grotesque creatures was rapidly approaching. These semesters bore a terrifying visage their lower jaws portrayed sharp mandibles, and their ringletskin clung to their skeletal frames. Their skeletons appear naturally elongated taut with remators, with writhing, fleshy wings and box and a viscous, corrosive air black liquid dripped continuously from their bodies. They were rebirth repulsive and terrifying. Cheng Dongshu counted through it Taftem na too many. With Yunjao present, they called handlight. The sentinels in 3 vehicles received her signal, opened the windows and climbed onto the roofs reading tire weapons. The grotesque creatures drew closer. Their expressions twisted with greed as they fixed head on the vehicle, roaring excitedly, eager to pounce into the May part. No one panicked. Alice were fixed on the moving monsters, waiting for the right moment. Yunjao pressed a button, and the window slowly descended. The small bluebird perched over headless eliglancy at the approaching monsters before returning its gaze sour, seeming lilacking Pinagito engage. Yunjao subtly raised her hand. A flickering greenish glow appeared around her, scattering like stars before dissipating. Nuni could discern what shadden. Suddenly, the grotesque creature rang in mid-air froze, their expressions turning bewildered, as if they had become stationary targets. Cheng Dongshu no longer hesitated, firing at the grotesque creatures, and a repeat volley of gunfire erupted. The true power over guide lay in the mental realm. And a powerful guide called notion the sooth sentinels but called of an influence grotesque creatures. These ways a discover made of the Yunjao's awakening. The it leveled where grotesque creatures were swiftly eliminated, allowing the very clister pass safely through area. Evening, the dear mar of der Talong Gabando need factory. Factory was surrounded by yellows and with rusted usang shattered windows, glass shards littering the ground as moonlight filtered through the imaged roof, casting mottled shadows. The atmosphere recouped des sensi of decay and desolation. 5 buses and 2 road vehicles drove into the factory grounds, and every one of these embarked in a days. Though Soho need to Setherstrom go in pairs. Don't wander too far, just stay within the factory, the sentinels advised. Yunjao said her mental power stir scan theory app for jetting out of the vehicle, intending Tasha can the kill dren the back. As Huel Kedderway. Cheng Dongshu immediately pulled his engine towards a secluded corner. With a complex expression, Hebigan, Xiangzi, Uni Tolet Mano what exactly is Yunjiao's spirit entity? Chapter 3, The spiritual entity of Yunjiao Cheng Dongshu is currently the only B-level sentinel in Qingshan town. While he may seem inconspicuous in the large base, he possesses the highest combat capability in the small town. Ever since Yunjiao awakened to become a guide, he has been the most delighted of all. With a guide present, he no longer fears his mental power spiraling out of control. Regular sessions of mental guidance ensure his abilities remain at their peak, keeping his mind clear and his senses sharp. Thus, Cheng Dongshu was the first to seek out Yunjiao, requesting mental power guidance. The process of guidance was swift, yet Cheng Dongshu did not experience comfort during it. Instead, he was engulfed by fear the moment the azure bird manifested in his mental landscape. It was far from the diminutive form one might expect. It was a magnificent, luminous behemoth, its azure feathers resembling jewels, each shimmering with brilliance, noble and aloof. It regarded all with disdain, like an invader. It entered his mental domain, disdainfully flapping its wings to sweep away the dark matter, as if clearing away refuse. Under its imposing presence, Cheng Dongshu's spiritual entity trembled in terror, retreating to the deepest recesses, too frightened to reveal itself. After the session, Cheng Dongshu's senses and abilities underwent a qualitative leap. However, the fear etched into his very bones took root deep within his heart. Never had he heard of a sentinel being intimidated by a guide's spiritual entity. It was utterly absurd. Each time he approached Yunjiao for guidance, he had to mentally prepare himself for an extended period, only to leave pale-faced and trembling. He was not alone in this. All sentinels in the town shared his sentiments. They had privately investigated the bird's true form, yet no avian creature in the animal compendium matched its description. He Xiang, the younger brother of He Jun, one of the 8 sentinels who rescued Yunjiao, had always been close to her. He surely understood the situation. The sentinels in the large base claim that guide spiritual entities are gentle, often cute and non-aggressive, Cheng Dongshu exclaimed, his voice rising in agitation. But look at that azure bird. Does it seem gentle to you? It gazes at me as if I were refuse. The heightened senses of the sentinels allowed many to overhear his words, and they nodded in agreement. Seeking mental guidance from Yun Zhao had left a psychological shadow on numerous individuals, yet she was undeniably powerful. Otherwise, no one would unanimously agree to follow her without question. Yun Zhao resembled a mage endowed with healing skills. Aside from being unable to serve as a meat shield, she possessed two other skills that were fully developed. The sentinels speculated that she must be an A-level guide. After all, there were no more than 5 such guides in the large base, and yet their small town had produced such an extraordinary guide. He Xiang scratched his head. Brother Dongshu, I truly don't know. Did you see me daring to make eye contact with that bird? Moreover, he puzzled, how can someone as gentle as Sister Yun Zhao have such a fierce spiritual entity? Cheng Dongshu remained silent. Gentle young man, have your eyes been obscured by layers of filters? Just as they were conversing, the sentinels spied Yun Zhao returning with a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Cheng Dongshu quickly changed the subject. The twins, merely 6 years old, were slender and small, descendants of one of Yun Zhao's saviors. The boy was the elder brother, named He Pingping, while the girl was the younger sister, named Hienan. After their father's passing, their mother raised them alone, with the help of the townsfolk. As Yun Zhao approached, the azure bird perched on her shoulder returned to the spiritual realm. Noticing everyone standing there, she casually inquired, What are you discussing? All the sentinels stood at attention, shaking their heads in unison, responding loudly, and nothing. Puzzled, Yun Zhao brushed it off. Those who need rest should take a break. We have to set off early tomorrow. Understood. The following day, the convoy resumed its journey, entering Section 102 and turning southwest. The polluted area lacked a magnetic field, and the flow of time differed from the outside world. The ever-changing landscape within the diffusion zone could only be navigated using the numbering system established by the 4 major bases. The vehicles sped along, crushing the desolation and stirring up clouds of dust. Occasionally, remnants of the past could be faintly seen along the way, the ruins of old cities, skyscrapers leaning precariously, and rusted rebar exposed to the elements. They resembled giants forgotten by time, lying silently in the barren wasteland. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers on the road, maintaining their formation throughout. Yun Zhao rubbed her temples wearily. During the day, she had to assist in scouting and clearing mutated creatures. The perilous nights made it impossible for her to sleep soundly, especially with so many ordinary people around. I'll take a quick nap. Wake me immediately if anything happens. He Xiang quickly replied, All right, Sister Yun Zhao, please rest. Your eyes are bloodshot. Him. The back seat was piled high with luggage, leaving only a small space for her to move. Yun Zhao curled up, pulling her hat down to shield her eyes from the sunlight, and closed her eyes to drift into sleep. However, her slumber was anything but peaceful. Strangely, she dreamt of the scene from when she first arrived in Qingshan town. At 6 or 7 years old, she appeared lost and bewildered, being led by a sentinel. The sentinel's hand was broad, rough, and warm, guiding her slowly into the town. She had no prior memories, unaware of how she ended up in the polluted area, nor did she know her parents, only vaguely recalling her name. Little sister, what is your name? Yun Zhao. Zhao Zhao, it's all right if you can't remember. You can stay in the town, and we 8 uncles will take care of you. The sentinel's hearty laughter soothed her inner turmoil. From that moment, Yun Zhao made her home in Qingshan town. Whenever the 8 uncles returned from their missions, they often brought her gifts. Sometimes it was a lovely dress, other times old books from a bygone era, or dolls that little girls adored. Such days continued for 5 or 6 years, until one day, 8 of them set out again, but only 5 returned. After that none ever came back. On that day, she climbed the high walls of the town, staring blankly towards the direction of the 6th pollution zone, sitting there for a long, long time. In her dream, they appeared just as they once did, vividly standing before her. They laughed and joked, discussing their harvests for the day, sharing news from the outside world, and occasionally cracking a risk joke, quickly silencing themselves upon noticing her presence. Yun Zhao smiled, yet, as she smiled, a profound sadness enveloped her. It felt as if her heart had been cleaved open, exposing a gaping, bloody wound. She knew they were all gone. Why couldn't she have awakened her power sooner? Why? Subtly, A grey mist began to rise around her, gradually obscuring the figures of the 8 sentinels. Their faces grew indistinct, their flesh visibly withering. She watched helplessly as they transformed into monstrous, flesh-eating creatures. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. The massive azure bird appeared, circling above her, flapping its wings to disperse the encroaching grey fog. Stop the vehicle. Yun Zhao abruptly opened her eyes. Outside the window, the sunlight had vanished, and the sky appeared ominously overcast. It was only 2 in the afternoon. He Xiang, sensing her distress, asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" As the vehicle continued, a mist began to envelop them. Cheng Dongshu also sensed something amiss and quickly grabbed the radio. "Stop the vehicle, stop." All 7 vehicles came to a halt. Cheng Dongshu and He Xiang instinctively turned to look at her. With clarity in her gaze, Yun Zhao declared, "It seems we have inadvertently entered the polluted zone." Chapter 4: Breaching the Contaminated Zone. Impossible. He Xiang and Cheng Dongshu exclaimed in unison. Cheng Dongshu spoke rapidly. "We have remained vigilant, our eyes unwaveringly fixed on the outside. I have traversed the periphery of the contaminated zone numerous times. Those grey mists serve as unmistakable warnings. There is no way that He Xiang and I would be foolish enough to see the grey fog and not flee, but rather charge in." He Xiang nodded emphatically. "Exactly. With so many sentinels in the vehicle, it was inconceivable that none would notice if we actually entered the contaminated zone." Yun Zhao, leaning to the side, remained silent, her gaze intently focused on the view outside. The fog beyond was faint. If it were not slowly coalescing, it would be nearly imperceptible. The scenery flanking the road was rife with desolation and decay. The abandoned soil had weathered into sand, and the mountains on either side, devoid of vegetation, bore the scars of erosion, etched with deep ravines and fissures. One could glimpse the remnants of a bygone city in the distance. The precarious skeletal frameworks of steel and concrete seemed to narrate tales of past prosperity. Cheng Dongshu and He Xiang intended to say something further, yet they fell silent, their expressions paling as they caught sight of the gathering fog outside the window. The scene before them began to shift. Grey mist swirled in the distance, the road twisted unnaturally, and what had been an open expanse was now obscured by buildings, appearing like a mirage. What else could this be but the sinister realm of contamination? Cheng Dongshu tightened his grip on the gun, veins protruding. The entire town's populace was present. No matter how skilled Yun Zhao was, she was merely a guide with little combat prowess. As a sentinel with slightly greater capabilities, how could he lead so many to safety? Dawn base, the monitoring personnel detected anomalies, abruptly rising from their seats, their expressions turning grave. "This is bad. A new contaminated zone has emerged on Route 102. Dispatch sentinels immediately to investigate. Is Jiangmu present?" "Report, sir. Jiangmu squad has gone northwest and has yet to return. Notify the nearby outposts to immediately send in 5 squads of elite sentinels to eradicate it before the contaminated zone stabilizes." The newly formed contaminated zone was highly unstable and prone to collapse. It was uncertain whether it would spread. It was imperative to eliminate it before it solidified. There is but one explanation. The fog in the center coalesced and dispersed, and the outside world underwent a dramatic transformation. Dilapidated shops emerged along the roadside. They seemed to find themselves on a decrepit street. The buildings were of an older style, only 5 stories high, with rows of shuttered storefronts, their doors bearing faded imprints, cloaked in dust and grime. Yun Zhao spoke with remarkable calmness. "This contaminated zone only formed after our entry. How unfortunate could one be?" He Xiang felt a wave of anxiety. His mother and sister were in the vehicle behind. He had promised his elder brother to protect everyone. Cheng Dongshu swallowed hard, glancing at Yun Zhao. "Should we hasten to find the key?" This was no secret. The contaminated realm was a distinct domain. Once one entered this bizarre realm, obtaining a key was the only means to unlock the path out. The expanding Zone 6 was the only domain the residents of Qingshan Town had ever encountered. It ranked among the foremost and spanned a vast area, having formed in the early Dark Era. For many years, the sentinels of Qingshan Town had only dared to operate at the edges. None had ventured inside. Those who had entered the contaminated zone never returned. Yun Zhao unfolded a map to ascertain their location, stating, "We are currently at the center of Zone 102, not far from the outpost." Each of the 4 major bases had established outposts for monitoring the conditions of various contaminated zones and for eliminating the aberrant creatures that roamed outside. Zone 102 fell within the monitoring purview of Dawn Base, and external assistance would likely arrive swiftly, Cheng Dongshu remarked. Then wait a moment, Yun Zhao interrupted him. Her time as a guide had been too brief. Her understanding of the contaminated zones was derived solely from hearsay and scant information. The 200 years of darkness had led to a depletion of scientific talent, a scarcity of resources, and a regression of civilization. The 4 major bases had long been exploring various contaminated zones in an attempt to unravel the mysteries behind the calamities. Surely, Dawn Base would soon formulate a response to this new contaminated zone. She had to ensure everyone's safety first. What is happening? It's the contaminated zone. How could we have entered it? Oh my God, what do we do? The vehicles behind sensed something amiss, instantly igniting a wave of panic. Yun Zhao gestured for Cheng Dongshu to pass her the walkie-talkie. She pressed the button and addressed the walkie-talkie. Everyone, remain calm. The vehicles behind should move forward a bit. All personnel, including sentinels, must stay inside the vehicles. Her voice was calm and rational, her gentle tone soothing the rising tide of fear. The drivers heeded her instructions, moving their vehicles forward. 5 buses encircled one another, allowing them to see each other through the windows. The off-road vehicle was brought to the front, aligning alongside Yun Zhao's vehicle, with occupants nodding at one another through the glass. No one exited their vehicles, ensuring all windows were tightly shut. Yun Zhao slightly focused her mind, an array of green luminescence materializing. She was attempting to shield all vehicles. Since awakening as a guide, she had never attempted to establish such an extensive mental barrier. The result was effortless. The green-hued strands of mental energy formed a net above, dissipating in an instant, enveloping the 7 vehicles. Yun Zhao was acutely aware of her own abilities. In the small town, there were no instruments or other guides, and she had never tested her level. Yet, she knew her guiding abilities must be exceptionally high. In fact, exceedingly so. A black armored vehicle sped down Route 102. The driver was a fashionable young man with flaxen hair and earrings, named Duanxi. Duanxi removed the guide essence from his mouth, saying, even if it's an A-level guide, is it worth our while to trek this far to fetch someone? Duanxi had sustained some mental strain when exiting the contaminated zone and had slept for a day and night in the vehicle. Upon waking, he discovered that the captain had not returned to the base but had instead gone to find a guide. If we go any further, we'll be almost at Dawn Base. They might already be in the city. Duanxi asked nonchalantly, and are you sure it's an A-level? Most of the occupants in the vehicle were asleep, offering no reply. The only one awake, dubbed Rabbit, straightened up, slapping Duanxi on the back of their head. Just drive. Stop talking so much. Duanxi winced in pain, nearly hitting his head on the steering wheel. He inhaled sharply, fuming. Wen Jiayu, you try that again, and I swear I won't hold back just because you're a girl. Before he could finish, he received another smack to the head. Rabbit retracted her hand, smirking. Come on, if you're so confident, don't team up with me in the next simulation training. You, Duanxi was infuriated. Enough already. Song Liang, who had been stirred from sleep, interjected. Duanxi, a gentleman, refrained from squabbling with the girl, pointing at the fuel gauge. We're almost out of gas. I'm just worried we'll waste our trip. Song Liang replied, it's fine. Once we find the person, we'll head to Dawn Base to restock. Xie Tu opened his eyes, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. He shifted positions, pulling a guide essence from his bag to chew on. Just as he was about to speak, Xie Tu's ears perked up, detecting commotion from all around. He listened intently for a moment, his gaze darkening. There are numerous aberrant creatures converging towards us. Has a new contaminated zone emerged nearby? Chapter 5, The Aberrant Beings That Speak Amongst Us. Within the contaminated zone, the streets are engulfed in an ominous gloom that seems to stretch into infinity. It is unclear when the sky began to weep with a fine mist resembling fog, and the rain now patters against the car windows, rendering the outside world a mere blur. The raindrops crash upon the roof, creating a cacophony that fills the stifling atmosphere inside the vehicle, oppressive enough to render one breathless. Yun Zhao glances at the clock. Time flows unaltered, the hands of the clock moving steadily. It is 4:46 in the afternoon. 2.5 hours have elapsed since they inadvertently wandered into the polluted area. The sentinels of Dorn Base could not have been this slow. They ought to have arrived by now. Hee-seong shares this sentiment, muttering, each contaminated zone is unique. I wonder how extensive this newly formed area is. Perhaps the people from Dawn Base have already entered. As for why they have not located them, who can tell? The nights in contaminated zones are perilous. Cheng Dong-shu tightens his lips, his gaze fixated on the relentless passage of time, his body taut with tension. We cannot remain here overnight. Instinctively, Cheng Dong-shu turns to Yun Zhao, seemingly seeking her counsel. Yun Zhao has remained silent, her eyes fixed on the scenery beyond. Her mental barriers amplify her perceptions manifold, allowing her to occasionally capture the emotions of everyone in the vehicle. Fear, anxiety, panic, and trust. Yun Zhao. Cheng Dong-shu calls out upon noticing her lack of response. Yun Zhao gently acknowledges him with a soft hum, her hands rummaging through the towering pile of luggage beside her. After a moment, she retrieves a black umbrella and a backpack. The backpack contains a compass, useless in the contaminated zone, a flashlight, a map, a journal, a sharp dagger, and a modest supply of rations. Placing the backpack on her lap, she unzips it for inspection and replies, "You are right. We cannot stay in the contaminated zone overnight. I will venture out and see if I can find the key." Her uncles often frequented the large base for supplies and had dealings with the sentinels there. An A-class sentinel once informed them that as night falls, the entire contaminated zone comes alive. How it comes alive, Yun Zhao does not know. Initially, she believed the forces from Dawn Base would soon arrive, but if they do not devise a means of self-rescue, they may very well be forced to spend the night here. Relying on others is far less reliable than depending on oneself. She cannot gamble with the lives of the entire town. Hee-seong is taken aback by her words and hastily interjects, "No, it's too dangerous outside." "You cannot go out, Sister Yun Zhao." Cheng Dong-shu grits his teeth, "You lack combat ability, I will accompany you." "Dong-shu, you can't just act recklessly," Hee-seong exclaims in distress. None of them are familiar with the contaminated zone, and with the rain pouring outside, who knows what dangers they might face. Yun Zhao shakes her head and tells Cheng Dong-shu, "You are a B-class sentinel. You must stay here and keep watch over everyone." She then turns to Hee-seong, signaling him not to worry. The newly formed contaminated zone poses relatively minimal danger. "I can handle it." Hee-seong remains unconvinced. The strength of a guide lies in the mental realm, and Sister Yun Zhao appears delicate and frail. What if she encounters peril? How about Dong-shu stays here to guard everyone while I accompany Sister Yun Zhao? After a moment of contemplation, Yun Zhao nods in agreement. Very well. The small, palm-sized green bird gradually materializes, resting on her right shoulder, seemingly fascinated by the situation outside, fluttering its wings with rare enthusiasm. Its gaze is piercing, its noble head turned towards Cheng Dong-shu. Waste. Cheng Dong-shu feels a pang of discomfort, the bird's disdainful look akin to that of someone regarding refuse. Is this little creature berating him? It certainly seems so. Yun Zhao, however, pays no heed to this minor incident. She slings the backpack onto her back, raises the umbrella, and opens the car door to step outside. The rain falls thick and heavy, the sound of it drumming upon the umbrella. The air is saturated with a damp, acrid scent, mingling with the essence of rain and dust. Peering through the curtain of rain, a thin veil of fog envelops the entire street, the confluence of rain and mist rendering the world indistinct. The street lies deserted, steeped in an eerie silence. It is strange, sinister, and lifeless, imbued with an ineffable sense of the uncanny. Hee-seong quickly dons a raincoat and follows suit. The 5 individuals in the adjacent SUV, alerted by the movement, stare at Yun Zhao in shock, gesturing towards her through the glass. Yun Zhao points ahead, indicating that she will only be nearby once she ventures too far. The protective barrier hovering above the vehicle will dissipate. It is an opportune moment to test her limits. Reassuring them, she strides forward under the umbrella. The little green bird flaps its wings, and a green luminescence appears, transforming into a sprinkle of starlight that does not vanish as it usually would, but instead swirls around her. Her mental threads begin to spread wildly. Is she afraid? In a place that others would avoid at all costs, she feels her blood coursing with heat, a hint of exhilaration coursing through her veins. Behind her, Hee-seong hastily jogs to catch up, walking alongside her down the street. The yellow dirt path has inexplicably transformed into a concrete road. Rainwater pools gather, flowing along the ground, murky with diluted strands of black slime. It's an aberrant being. Hee-seong states nervously, reciting from memory, "My brother's journal mentioned that contaminated zones exert a lethal allure on aberrant beings. Once a contaminated area forms, all nearby aberrant beings will flock to it." Hee-seong reveres that journal as a sacred text, reciting its contents with ease. His heart races, and he instinctively tightens his grip on the gun concealed beneath his raincoat. "Do not be alarmed," Yoon-jae reassures him, her tone soothing. "The large base surely has methods to deal with contaminated zones. We simply need to locate the key to escape." Whether it is her words of comfort that have an effect, Hee-seong calms down slightly, yet he remains vigilant, cautiously shifting his feet. The two advance approximately 50 meters, and the scene behind them becomes obscured. The thick fog has erased any trace of the vehicles. After walking for a while longer, they arrive at an intersection. Yoon-jae halts abruptly, her black umbrella raised, as her mental threads seem to detect something different. Emotions. She gazes intently in that direction. Before long, through the fog ahead, a figure gradually materializes. Hee-seong swiftly raises his gun, his body stiffening, fixated on the indistinct silhouette. The figure draws closer, slowly revealing its true form. It is a middle-aged man with a square face, clad in a cheap t-shirt and oversized, tattered jeans, a black waist pouch strapped around his waist. Seemingly oblivious to their presence, he mutters to himself while ambling across the street. "I need to get paid. Xiaoming is sick. I must collect my wages today. Where's the boss? Why isn't he the foreman answering the phone? Oh, the boss is surely seated in a warm office, sipping tea beneath the air conditioning." Yoon-jae's gaze shifts downward, observing black liquid seeping from the square-faced man's body, continuously oozing from his pant legs, mingling with the rainwater as it drips onto the ground, forming shallow puddles. This is an aberrant being. Can aberrant beings, within the contaminated zone, assume the guise of humans? Chapter 6, Seeking Wages. The man with a square face, a distorted visage, appeared oblivious to his surroundings as he trudged through the rain towards the opposite street. His posture was rigid, his movements slow. He had barely reached the midpoint of the road when, bang, observing intently, Ming watched as the man was seemingly struck by a vehicle, his body flung several meters away, collapsing motionless, gradually transforming into a pool of black liquid. It was utterly bizarre. Hee-seong fixated on the puddle of black liquid, turning his head to speak, when the next moment, sounds emerged from the hazy fog. "Seeking wages. Xiaoming is ill. We must secure the money today. Where is the boss? Why isn't he the foreman answering his phone? Oh, the boss is likely seated in a warm office, sipping tea beneath the air conditioning." Hee-seong, hearing the murmurs from the mist, instinctively raised his gun, aiming towards the source of the sound. The scene before him sent chills down his spine, goosebumps creeping up his arms. To his astonishment, the square-faced distortion emerged once more from the fog, identical in appearance, attire, and words. He once again dashed into the rain towards the street. Bang! Following the sound, two more puddles of black liquid materialized in the center of the road. Hee-seong, as the same phrases echoed through the fog for the third time, a sense of dread enveloped him. He was utterly bewildered by this eerie spectacle, his breath instinctively becoming shallower. Yoon-jae, holding an umbrella, observed with a tilted head, her azure bird mirroring her confusion as they watched the man charge into the street for the third time. "Is this a loop?" Yoon-jae pondered. "Why? Is it due to obsession? To drive them to the brink of madness?" Yoon-jae found it incomprehensible to witness the square-faced man repeatedly dissolve into black liquid. Should she intervene, the liquid spread with the rain, inching closer to her feet. It seemed relentless, impervious to pain. When the square-faced figure emerged from the fog again, Yoon-jae did not hesitate and called out to him. "Are you seeking wages?" Hee-seong was startled by her voice. How could Sister Yoon-jae dare to speak to a distorted being? What if he turned and attacked them? The square-faced figure showed no reaction, stiffly preparing to cross the road. Yoon-jae cautiously inquired, "I know where your boss is. Are you seeking wages?" The distorted man paused, slowly turning around with a bewildered expression, seemingly unable to comprehend why someone was present. Where is he? Xiaoming is ill. I need to seek wages for treatment. A Yun Zhao casually pointed in a direction, saying, if you follow that road and keep walking, you will find him. The square-faced distortion hesitated for a moment, mechanically nodding. All right, find him. Xiao Ming is ill. I need to seek wages for treatment. Irremarkably, he turned and headed in the direction Yun Zhao indicated. Wait! Yun Zhao called after him. He Jiang, who had just relaxed, instantly felt his heart leap into his throat. The square-faced distortion gazed at her vacantly as black liquid seeped from his neck, increasing in volume. Yun Zhao appeared oblivious to it and asked, do you know where the key is? The square-faced man maintained his dazed expression, murmuring, I'm looking for the boss, looking for the boss. What do I need to find the boss for? I'm about to forget. Yun Zhao realized this approach was futile and pointed towards the intersection ahead, then hurry along. If you delay, the boss will be gone. The square-faced figure departed in the direction she indicated, gradually disappearing into the faint mist. Only when he was no longer visible did He Jiang exhale deeply. Sister Yun Zhao, that was far too risky. Who knows if the distorted being would suddenly turn on us? You could have at least warned me. Yun Zhao disregarded his concern, her gaze fixed thoughtfully on the direction the square-faced man had vanished. The rain seemed to lighten slightly, a gentle patter, and the surrounding fog dissipated enough to reveal nearby roll-up shop doors. Is it obsession? Thus, in the polluted zone, these distortions revert to their former selves, retaining a semblance of consciousness. Earlier, when vehicles approached nearby, no distortions were in sight. Those creatures remained within the polluted zone, emerging only occasionally to hunt humans for sustenance. Now that distortions had appeared on the street, it indicated that they had sensed the existence of this new polluted zone, and a larger force would soon arrive. Let us go. We must swiftly find the key and leave this place. Yun Zhao organized her thoughts and stated, certain ideas require validation, but regrettably, time is limited. I believe I have a clearer understanding of what it means for the polluted zone to come alive at night. Assimilation. The polluted zone at night is likely to transform into a world familiar to humanity. Once assimilated, one might never escape. The two had lingered here for a while, and with dusk approaching, they quickened their pace. Outside the polluted zone, 5 elite sentinel teams from the Dawn base had already arrived nearby. The number of distortions along the way was steadily increasing. They had spent some time on the perimeter, eliminating wave after wave of incoming distortions, attempting to prevent them from breaching the polluted zone. Each time a new polluted zone emerged, these monsters would go wild. Desperate to enter, the sentinels preferred to eliminate the threat outside rather than confront humanoid distortions capable of speech within the polluted zone. As twilight deepened, considering the dangers of the night, the sentinel captain holstered his weapon and declared, "There's no end to this, let us not waste any more time." The vehicle entered the swirling grey fog. The scenery abruptly shifted, fine strands of rain fell incessantly, entwined with the grey mist, obscuring some of the sentinels' senses and making it hard to discern direction. The 5 sentinel teams dispersed, conducting a thorough search. Along the way, they encountered oddly behaving distortions, which the sentinels promptly dealt with. Quickly locate the gatekeeper of the domain and dismantle the entire polluted zone. The key could only unlock an exit. Only by eliminating the gatekeeper could the entire polluted zone collapse. The term gatekeeper was merely a phrase. It could refer to a distortion, an object, a blade of grass, a piece of furniture, or even an unassuming stone by the roadside. The range was too broad, which is why many polluted zones remained uncontainable to this day. Newly formed polluted zones were still unstable, with many items not yet fully manifested. The gatekeeper had distinct characteristics upon its emergence. While no one could precisely define those characteristics, sentinels would instinctively recognize it upon sight. More accurately, it was a certain aura, an essence perceptible only to sentinels endowed with heightened senses. Meanwhile, a black armored vehicle breached the perimeter, entering the polluted zone and halting beside a desolate street. Xia donned a raincoat and exited the vehicle. He was tall, clad in the black combat attire of the Dawn base, which accentuated his elongated figure. His long legs exuded an undeniable sense of pressure. Xia shed his usual laid-back demeanor, his gaze sharpening like a blade honed on ice. The weathered ground bore the tire tracks of the vehicle, which vanished without a trace at the edge of the polluted zone. According to informants within the Dawn base, there were no guides entering the city, and the traces along the way indicated that a person had likely strayed into this polluted zone. Sia2 glanced at the time and issued orders. It is now 5:15, split into pairs and proceed separately, while the Dawn base seeks the gatekeeper. Search for the traces of that senior guide. Understood. Sia2 added, regardless of whether we find the person or not, regroup here by 6:30. Acknowledged. Song Liang and Duanqi paired up, equipping their gear before vanishing into the rain. The rabbit carried a sniper rifle on his shoulder as he and Dao Hao were headed in another direction. As for their captain, Sia2, as an S-class sentinel, required no concern from them. Chapter 7. The street before them seemed to stretch endlessly, the dilapidated buildings and roll-up shutter shops on either side, even the black grime on the doors, bore an uncanny resemblance to the two streets they had traversed earlier. I am searching for my daughter, a rather plump woman. The second aberration encountered by Yun Zhao and He Xiong appeared. She appeared to be in her 40s, clutching an old-fashioned canvas bag, meandering through the nearby streets while incessantly murmuring, I am searching for my daughter. Yun Zhao replied, I am looking for a key. Have you seen my daughter? She inquired. Yun Zhao asked, have you seen a key? He Xiong remained silent. The woman, now agitated, began to ooze a dark, viscous slime from her body, with a furious glare directed at Yun Zhao. Her mouth suddenly split grotesquely to the roots of her ears, revealing sharp mandibles, transforming her into a horrifying half-human, half-monster figure. Yun Zhao calmly held her umbrella with one hand, raising the other as strands of green luminescence danced and swiftly merged into the creature's form. Her mental energy began to influence the creature's thoughts, as if she possessed an innate understanding of how to wield her abilities. The aberration quickly reverted to her former self, displaying a bewildered expression while continuing to mutter, I am searching for my daughter. Glancing at the sky, Yun Zhao nodded as if engaging in casual conversation, then you may continue your search. I too must persist in my quest for the key. The two bid farewell to the woman. Along the way, several other aberrations appeared, some howling and charging towards them, only to be immobilized by Yun Zhao, while He Xiong stepped forward to eliminate them with his blade. As dusk descended, they found themselves still at a loss, unaware of what the key even resembled. Fearing to stray too far, they circled around the 7 vehicles, searching in vain. Continuing in this manner would only squander precious time. After He Xiong had dispatched another aberration, he turned and returned. It's nearly dark. What should we do, Sister Yun Zhao? The sharp gaze of the little bluebird fell upon He Xiong. Even more useless than the one in the car. Yun Zhao gently patted it, halting her steps to ponder for a moment before asking He Xiong, what do you think a key is? Or rather, what does a key represent? Could it be a kind of obsession? He Xiong, too intimidated to look at her shoulder, missed the little bluebird's disdainful and contemptuous glare. Realizing her question, he shook his head, I don't know. The townspeople have never ventured into the depths of the contaminated zone, and my brother's diary doesn't describe what the key looks like. Yun Zhao had perused that diary as well. It was customary for the sentinels returning from missions to document the information they gathered on paper. The sources of information were often untraceable, making it difficult to discern the truth. Lowering her gaze, her face concealed beneath the umbrella, she turned and began retracing her steps. Then let us go back and try again. Try what? He Xiong asked, bewildered, instinctively following her. To find that man who was demanding his wages earlier, to fulfill his obsession. Yun Zhao articulated her thoughts. The woman was searching for her daughter, an impossible task. However, the man with the square face desired his salary, which seemed more manageable. He Xiong grasped her intent, but where will we find the money? After the era of darkness ended, paper currency had long become obsolete. Transactions between large bases relied on points, while within their town of Qingshan, bartering was the norm. To procure supplies externally, one first needed to sell goods to acquire points for purchasing. Yun Zhao smiled, I have a plan, let us hurry. The two quickened their pace towards the direction the square-faced aberration had departed. Along the way, the strands of mental energy began to capture the traces of other aberrations. It was evident that the monsters within this contaminated zone were proliferating. As they turned into another street, the surroundings mirrored their previous encounters, all appearing as if copied and pasted from the same template. In the misty drizzle, a stooped figure soon emerged ahead. Yun Zhao swiftly opened her backpack, retrieved the diary, and tore out 2 pages, crumpling them in her hand. Prepared, she called out, "Wait." The square-faced aberration ambled slowly, turning its head at the sound of the familiar voice. The lower half of its face was dominated by sharp mandibles, its lower body enveloped in a black liquid, exuding an ominous aura, rendering it a terrifying half-human, half-monster visage. With great difficulty, it managed to produce a sound, as if it were forcing words from its throat. "Demanding wages. Xiaoming is ill, I must receive the money today." The little bluebird on her shoulder gently flapped its wings, releasing green luminescence that swirled towards the aberration. Yun Zhao, umbrella in hand, attempted to approach. "I just spoke with your employer. He instructed me to deliver your wages to you." As she walked, she raised the crumpled pages, signaling for it to see. "Here, your employer's payment. This is money. 800 yuan bill. It is your salary." Her mental energy soared to hypnotize the aberration. Wages. The square-faced aberration's gaze fell upon the paper. Xiong felt a surge of anxiety, his eyes fixated on the creature's every movement, fearing an abrupt attack. He instinctively reached for his gun but hesitated, worried it might provoke the monster. Remaining frozen in place, the tension in the air thickened. And the next moment, relief washed over the square-faced man's expression as he labored to utter, "Xiaoming needs treatment." It seemed to accept the crumpled papers. "Yes, take it to Xiaoming for treatment," Yun Zhao said, her face unwavering as she extended the paper. The square-faced aberration instinctively reached out, its arms were devoid of flesh, the loose skin draping over dark bones, slowly grasping the sheets of paper. Living in the wasteland era, Yun Zhao could not comprehend the significance of wages to this aberration. Deceiving it with mere pieces of paper was a last resort. "If one day I encounter your employer's aberration, I will seek justice for you." The square-faced man seemed to sense something, raising his gaze to meet hers, his mandibles slowly parting, splitting back to the roots of his ears. Although it appeared grotesque and repulsive, Yun Zhao understood that he was smiling, a smile of contentment. Xiong had anticipated a sudden assault from the aberration, but instead, it embraced the crumpled paper, transforming into a puddle of black liquid. From the foul-smelling liquid, an unremarkable copper key emerged. "It's a key!" Xiong exclaimed, excitement illuminating his expression as he looked at Yun Zhao in admiration. "Sister Yun Zhao, you were indeed correct. So that was how keys were obtained in the contaminated zone." The black slime was corrosive, but fortunately, the rain continued to fall, washing it away. Xiong hurriedly approached, using his gun to nudge the key into a shallow puddle. "Let us hurry back and inform everyone." At that moment, the little bluebird suddenly turned its head, its eyes fixated on the street behind them. The swirling fog began to thicken once more, obscuring the view behind. I have detected it, the scent of the sentinels. A group of useless ones, arriving so slowly. From the mist not far off, the rustling of movement could be heard, as a 7-member sentinel team emerged. Clad in transparent raincoats and wearing standardized black combat uniforms, the distinctive unicorn insignia on their shoulders was strikingly apparent. They hailed from the Dawn base, all 4 major bases donned black uniforms, their styles nearly indistinguishable. The only means of differentiation lay in the emblem patterns on their shoulders. It was said that these insignia represented the spiritual forms of the base's founders. The team seemed to have anticipated their presence, their steps unceasing as they approached. As they drew nearer, the 7 exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes, seemingly not expecting to encounter a guide and a low-level sentinel. The leading captain signaled discreetly. A sentinel wielding a curved blade understood the cue, suddenly springing into action, his figure blurring as he sprinted toward the 2. Xiong's heart raced, instinctively reaching for the key. The sentinel's expression shifted, shouting, "Do not touch the key." It was too late. Xiong had already grasped the key in his hand. Almost instantaneously, the contaminated zone began to shift. Chapter 8, The Uprising in the Contaminated Zone. The rain had ceased. The swirling grey mist began to dissipate. Suddenly, terrifying howls echoed from all directions. Before Heseong, a white halo materialized out of thin air. The halo gradually expanded, forming a vertically oriented rectangular door. A hoarse roar approached, deafening and reverberating through the streets. The aberrant creatures, previously frozen in place, surged forward in a frenzied collective riot. Upon hearing the commotion, the sentinels' expressions changed dramatically. "The door has opened. Quickly, get out." Seeing that the two remained unmoved, the sentinel captain hastily urged, "The door has a time limit. It will open immediately upon contact with the key, attracting all the monsters." As his words fell, a group of aberrant figures emerged from around the street corner. The creatures, dripping with black viscous fluid, became increasingly agitated, their elongated mouthparts extending as they charged towards them with deafening cries. Heseong, pale-faced, turned to Yunjiao, his lips trembling. "Sister Yunjiao, they could not leave. Everyone else was still inside. This is not your concern." Yunjiao had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. To prevent anyone from inadvertently entering the contaminated zone and becoming trapped, all major bases had disseminated information about the key, yet no one had informed them that acquiring the key would instantly open the door, inciting chaos within the contaminated area. Yunjiao swiftly unzipped her backpack and stuffed the umbrella inside. Gunfire erupted around her. She looked up to see the sentinels already engaged in combat with the aberrant creatures. All 7 were Class A sentinels, formidable in strength and working in perfect harmony, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with pools of black liquid. The sentinels formed a barricade, preventing the aberrant creatures from advancing. After ensuring her backpack was secure, Yunjiao pulled Heseong back. Behind them, another group of aberrant creatures appeared on the street, blocking their escape route. The sounds of the relentless onslaught of monsters continued to surge. To their right, 2 aberrant creatures clung to the shop's rolling shutter, defying gravity as they crawled swiftly towards the crowd. These were high-level aberrant beings. Heseong, no longer hesitating, positioned himself in front of Yunjiao and began firing at the aberrant creatures. As the sentinels fought vigorously, a sudden gunshot rang out from behind them. The curved blade sentinel glanced back. Dozens of aberrant creatures were rapidly closing in, 2 high-level ones moving so swiftly that only a blur was visible. Bullets whizzed past, failing to impede their speed. The guide was in a perilous situation. "Come on," the curved blade sentinel called urgently. There was no time to lose. He and another sentinel dashed over, grabbing Yunjiao by the backpack straps and pulling her backward. The guide was exceedingly rare. Protecting the guide had become instinctual for the sentinels. In a flash, a blade gleamed, and black viscous fluid splattered as the aberrant creature that lunged forward let out a wail and collapsed. The combat gear of the major base was designed to resist corrosion. The curved blade sentinel stood protectively in front of the two, but his movements suddenly faltered, sensing something amiss with the creature he had just slain. Its movements, had they suddenly slowed down, Yunjiao stumbled slightly from the sudden force behind her, nearly losing her balance. The curved blade sentinel quickly steadied her. The youth grimaced. "Guides are truly weak." With a mere flick of his hand, he demonstrated her frailty. Yunjiao did not retort but looked up and asked, "Were you trying to seize the key just now?" She did not expect to be so direct. The curved blade sentinel resumed his assault, severing the head of another aberrant creature, and with a peculiar expression, he managed to utter, Yunjiao pressed further. "Why?" After a brief silence, he muttered, "The gatekeeper only possesses a strong initial aura. Once the outer door is opened and the domain interacts with the outside world, the aura merges and becomes increasingly inconspicuous, making it exponentially harder to locate." He spoke at length, but Yunjiao comprehended little. "So," she inquired again, "what is a gatekeeper?" "You don't even know what a gatekeeper is." The curved blade sentinel found it hard to believe. "What on earth are you doing in the contaminated zone?" He stared at her with wide eyes, convinced she was courting death. Before Yunjiao could respond, another sentinel kindly explained, "The gatekeeper is the spiritual pillar of the entire domain. If killed, the contaminated zone will collapse." Seizing the opportunity as the pressure eased, Heseong hastily reloaded his weapon. Upon hearing this, he became enraged. "Then why didn't you just say so? If someone rushes in to seize the key, anyone would hastily grab it." The 2 sentinels exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with helplessness. The current situation was dire. the curved blade sentinel switched to a firearm and began to spray bullets at the relentlessly advancing aberrant creatures. The mission's rewards were as high as 2,000 points. The team that eliminated the gatekeeper would receive an additional 5,000 points. Points were not a trifling matter. The sentinels needed to support their families, risking their lives to improve their loved ones' lives. Everyone harbored self-interest, eager to be the first to find the gatekeeper. When the sentinels discovered that someone ahead had already acquired the key, they assumed the two were merely opportunists attempting to leverage the key for points. Points were universally accepted across the 4 major bases, allowing an ordinary person to survive on 200 to 300 points a month. However, the reward points from their mission had to be divided among 7 people. If they failed to locate the gatekeeper, the points per individual would be insignificant. The sentinels were unwilling to relinquish their points. The opportunists understood the importance of the gatekeeper and dared not offend the Dawn base, lest they jeopardize their mission. Thus, they aimed to seize the key first. Who would have thought that this low-level sentinel, utterly clueless, would grab the key outright? Now that the door had opened, it was too late for regrets. The howls were deafening, echoing throughout the street. As more and more aberrant creatures surged forth, the street was completely blocked at both ends, ammunition was dwindling rapidly, and the group was forced to fight while retreating. The sentinel captain immediately commanded, "We can't hold out any longer, retreat through the door first, and we will re-enter once the turmoil subsides." The riot would last only an hour. Once the door vanished, peace would gradually return. The difficulty of the search would increase, and they did not believe the other 4 teams could locate the gatekeeper immediately. Understood. The entire team complied, killing aberrant creatures while retreating towards the halo-emitting door. 2 supporting sentinels attempted to grab the 2 and retreat into the door with them. However, Yun Zhao and Heseong instinctively dodged their grasp. "We appreciate your kindness, but we cannot leave." Heseong glanced at Yun Zhao. Seeing her unresponsive, he stated plainly, "The townsfolk are all inside. If Sister Yun Zhao goes out, the barrier will break, and they won't have the means to protect themselves." All the townspeople. The curved blade sentinel asked in astonishment, "What are so many people doing in the contaminated zone?" Heseong explained, "We did not enter voluntarily. We just arrived here when the contaminated zone suddenly formed." The sentinels, what terrible luck. The conversation diminished the sense of urgency. A sentinel dispatched an aberrant creature lunging at them and took a moment to look ahead. Countless monsters, exuding black mist, continued to pour toward them. A glance revealed a sea of creatures dripping with viscous fluid. "But we can't get through." Before he could finish, the guide suddenly moved, charging directly into their horde of aberrant creatures. The sentinels gasped, "Don't go over there and seek death." They intended to rush over and pull the 2 back. In the next instant, a small green bird flapped its wings, and countless shimmering strands of glowing silk appeared, resembling summer fireflies dancing through the air, swiftly merging into the bodies of the aberrant creatures. The aberrant beings, previously baring their teeth and preparing to pounce, suddenly became dazed, frozen in place. Yun Zhao led Heseong through the gap. Her voice echoed, "Thank you for the information. I wish you success in finding the gatekeeper." The sentinel captain gasped. What were those glowing strands swirling in the air? The guide's formidable mental power had always been directed at the sentinels. He had never heard of a guide being able to influence aberrant creatures. This guide was astonishingly powerful. Chapter 9, The Emergence of the S-Class Guide. The key, upon the door's opening, had already dissipated into a formless void. A cacophony of howls reverberated through the polluted zone. After parting ways with the sentinels of Dawn Base, Yun Zhao and Heseong hastened around a street corner, veering into another alley. This area was infested with an even greater number of aberrations, emerging from unknown depths, densely occupying the majority of the thoroughfare. Puddles on the ground coalesced into a viscous black sludge, hissing as it emitted white smoke. The lower half of an aberration's face was grotesquely distorted, its sharp mandibles writhing in the air, enshrouded from head to toe in the inky substance, rendering it unrecognizable and all the more terrifying. The sludge bore an inscrutable dark matter, capable of invading the sentinels' mental realms. Should this dark matter become overly burdensome, it would consume their mental domains, leading the sentinels to gradually lose their sanity. Guides possessed the ability to provide mental guidance to sentinels, utilizing their mental threads to cleanse these substances and avert their aberration. Yun Zhao and Heseong struggled onward, the street, teeming with He Xiang had exhausted his ammunition, wielding his gun as a makeshift club to push aside the obstructing aberrations, the gun's barrel slowly warping under the corrosive influence of the sludge. Resources were scarce in Qingshan town, and this weapon had been left behind by his elder brother. He could not afford to lament its deterioration, striving to clear a passageway through the throng of aberrations. Yet, their progress was painfully slow. After more than 10 minutes, they had scarcely traversed a few meters. The sky above was shrouded in a gloomy haze. The night drawing near, the agitated aberrations exhibited horrific visages that some howled numbly, while others wept mournfully. The sounds oscillated between deep, oppressive moans and sharp, piercing shrieks, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits. He Xiang's mental state began to wane. Suddenly, a small blue bird let out a dismissive chirp, flapping its wings disdainfully, casting off the dark matter clinging to him with a myriad of glowing particles. "Don't go any further. It's impossible," Yun Zhao called out to him. He Xiang's clarity returned as he turned to see Yun Zhao retreating to a step, standing before a shop with a roll-up door, surveying the seemingly endless horde of aberrations. This polluted area, born less than a day ago, had already attracted such a multitude of aberrations. One could only imagine the number of monsters that thrived in the polluted zones formed during the early days of the Dark Era. As long as these strange polluted zones persisted, aberrations would never be eradicated. Yun Zhao lifted her gaze to the sky. The overcast heavens was stifling, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Her expression remained calm as she slowly raised her right hand. In an instant, a powerful surge of mental energy erupted from her being. Green luminescence surged forth, rapidly spreading in all directions. The small blue bird took to the air, flapping its wings. He Xiang stood transfixed, instinctively looking skyward. The blue bird ascended higher and higher, its form vanishing into the grey mist above, subtly shifting and becoming increasingly translucent, its eyes fluctuating. He Xiang's realization struck him like a bolt. His face paled. Yun Zhao was attempting to purify the entire polluted zone. Madness incarnate. A deafening roar echoed from the sky. Suddenly, an enormous azure bird revealed itself to the world. It unfurled its vast wings and let out a cry, radiating a cerulean glow, each feather adorned with luminous mental threads. Its icy, disdainful blue eyes surveyed the world below as if gazing upon mere insects. He Xiang stood frozen in place. Many people within the polluted zone beheld this magnificent spectacle. In midair, the glowing behemoth was strikingly conspicuous. Cheng Dongshu gaped in astonishment, while commotion erupted in the vehicles behind him. "It's Yun Zhao. Has Yun Zhao encountered danger? Why has the great blue bird manifested?" The aberration surged forward, drawn toward a specific direction. Strangely, they seemed oblivious to the presence of the vehicles, skirting past them. The people of Qingshan town understood that the barrier. No one dared to act rashly, until they witnessed the great blue bird's emergence. The sentinels in town pressed their foreheads against the glass of their vehicles, their gazes filled with concern for the great blue bird. The azure avian, now fully spread its wings, appeared even more colossal than when it had manifested in their mental realms. A collective question lingered. Could such a grand creature still be called up? To this day, they remained oblivious to the true form of Yun Zhao's mental entity. The members of the Xie team, diligently searching along the street, naturally took note of the extraordinary sight above. Not long ago, chaos had erupted among the aberrations within the polluted zone, and the seasoned sentinels immediately sensed that someone had found the key. Everyone shifted direction, sprinting toward their door. However, just as they were midway, they stumbled upon this astonishing scene. Rabbit pointed at the luminous blue bird in the sky, exclaiming, "What is that? Goodness, goodness, quick, help me think of something to say other than goodness." Dao Hao shouted, "It's so beautiful, it's glowing. How could there be such a stunning mental entity?" The towering figure of a man, at nearly 2 meters, flailed with excitement, eager to capture this moment. This polluted zone was exceptionally vast. The grey mist obscured some of the sentinel's sensory perceptions, and with every street resembling the last, those lacking in directional sense easily found themselves going in circles nearby. The search was proving to be quite challenging. At that moment, Xie had just exited one of the shops, a faded business license crumpled in his hand. The chaos erupted. An unfamiliar aura of mental energy suddenly filled the air. He raised his gaze. In the distance, the resplendent, glowing blue bird was slowly ascending, its massive wings unfurling. Sia2's expression momentarily froze. A phoenix, the guide's mental entity was, in fact, a phoenix. A few streets away, two familiar figures raced toward the phoenix. "Aren't phoenixes supposed to be red?" Duan Shi inquired, puzzled, glancing at Song Liang. Song Liang, filled with trepidation, replied, "This is one of the 5 phoenixes, the Qing Wan." It was common knowledge that Sia2's mental entity was a fire phoenix. This guide was also a phoenix, indicating a remarkably high compatibility with their captain. They needed to act swiftly to bring their captain the assistance he required. Although Sia2 did not voice it, his teammates could sense that he was but a step away from aberration. In fact, just last year, the Dawn base had sought to borrow a high-level guide for Sia2 from other bases, yet after compatibility testing, none exceeded a score of 30. Effective guidance required a compatibility score of 60 or higher. The higher the score, the greater the synergy between the two individuals. As for guides, their influence over a sentinel's mental realm that was not bonded with them was limited to. Sia2 was also a person with a strong territorial instinct, disinclined to allow guides to intrude upon his mental domain, directly refusing any attempts at external guidance. His teammates understood the rationale behind this. In the guidance rooms where guides were stationed, encounters with low compatibility guides were not uncommon. The process of guidance could be likened to torture, yielding minimal results and causing immense suffering. Unless a mental breakdown occurred, everyone preferred to use suppressants. However, suppression did not equate to cleansing. The dark matter in the mental realm would continue to accumulate. Sooner or later, they would all transform into monsters, becoming part of the aberrations. This was precisely why Sia2 sought a guide for the team. "Wait!" Duan Shi suddenly halted, exclaiming. Song Liang was startled. "What is it?" Duan Shi's gaze was piercing as he regarded him. "Our captain, who possesses a fire phoenix mental entity, is an S-class sentinel. Could that blue one guide also be an S-class?" Since the onset of the Dark Era, no S-class guide had ever emerged. It was widely accepted that the highest level for guides was A-class. If that guide were indeed S-class, they exchanged a knowing glance and sprinted forward. "We must do everything in our power to secure that person." Chapter 10:2 S-class spirits. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed across the sky. "It's the captain's spirit." The 4 team members, positioned in different directions, exclaimed in unison upon hearing the sound. Without heeding its host's will, Sia2's spirit emerged, unfurling its wings and soaring towards the heavens. Its form morphed in the air, flames dancing in the wind, revealing countless black tendrils entwined around its wings, cloaking its feathers, and emanating an aura of darkness. The once ferocious fire phoenix suddenly exhibited a rare clarity of consciousness, accurately transmitting thoughts to its host's mind, as if it had fallen into the throes of love. "It's so beautiful. I want to pluck its feathers and present them to it." Sia2's body stiffened, his expression flat as he retorted, "If you dare act foolishly, I shall serve you up as a roasted turkey. But it's so beautiful. Why am I not a peacock? I want to spread my tail." Sia2 snapped. A silence. A fire phoenix once again defied its host's wishes, fluttering towards the radiant, luminescent azure phoenix, circling. Its obsequious demeanor was almost unbearable to witness. Meanwhile, the azure phoenix had taken notice of the fire phoenix's approach, issuing a warning cry, its gaze now transformed from disdain to that of a foe. Unperturbed, the fire phoenix continued to whirl in the air, its crimson gaze filled with longing. A greenish luminescence swiftly spread across the contaminated area, descending upon the streets and enveloping the aberrant beings. Countless stars adorned the dim sky, scattered throughout the surroundings. The glowing essence danced, with many particles landing upon the fire phoenix closest to the azure phoenix, gradually merging with its form. The black mist that surrounded it began to dissipate at a visibly slow pace. The fire phoenix tilted its head in comfort, emitting a soft, melodic hum. Such waves of mental serenity and joy coursed through Sia2, a warm, gentle force slowly infiltrating his mind. This force felt akin to a tender spring breeze, gently caressing his mental expanse, as if he were adrift in an endless ocean, submerged in warm and tranquil waters. Sia2's hands, which had been hanging limply, slowly clenched into fists, desperately suppressing the earth. The green luminescence gradually expanded, casting a shroud of mystique across the entire sky, reminiscent of the soft glow at dawn, quietly unfurling into brilliance. Wherever it spread, the chaos in the streets began to subside, and the forms of the aberrant beings shifted, revealing expressions of confusion. The threads of consciousness continued to proliferate, consuming the dark matter. At that moment, the scene before them abruptly warped, the concrete and dirt roads intertwined, rising and falling like waves, while the surrounding vertical structures twisted, swaying like ripples in water. Signs of collapse began to emerge within the contaminated zone. "Is it successful?" Hee-seong exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Yun Zhao. She appeared somewhat exhausted, slowly retracting her hand, and softly replied, "Someone must have found the gatekeeper." She merely intended to conduct an experiment. If the contaminated zone were truly so easily eradicated, humanity would not find itself cornered time and the spirit could not stray too far from its host, and that S-class sentinel must be nearby. Why was he evading her threads of consciousness? A street apart, Sia2 clutched a yellowing business license. This thin piece of paper appeared inconspicuous, bearing the name of a certain catering company, with the legal representative's name barely legible. His fingertips twitched as flames gradually surged, spreading from one corner of the paper. Strangely, the rate of combustion was exceedingly slow, as if the paper possessed a will of its own. Desperately struggling against the fire, dark matter began to materialize with the flames, billowing forth in thick clouds, seemingly attempting to drag the sentinel who sought to incinerate it into the abyss. Unmoved, Sia2 maintained a stoic expression, clutching the paper without a hint of emotion. The scene before him warped further. The aberrant beings were suppressed by the guiding spirit's formidable mental force, oscillating between human and monster. Their grotesque forms, half human and half monster, were distorted further, taking on bizarre shapes that appeared increasingly uncanny. The ferocious fire phoenix exhibited unusual behavior, having failed to respond after 2 summoning attempts. An inexplicable sense of irritation welled up within Sia2, who had no desire to glance at the obsequious spirit hovering above. At that moment, the 4 team members arrived. Sia2 remained unperturbed, but upon consideration, with the imminent collapse of the contaminated zone and the persistence of the aberrant beings, it was likely they would soon face another fierce battle. After all, there was no escape for anyone. Daohao and Duanxi nodded in agreement and hurried back to retrieve the car. Nightfall quietly descended, the street signs suddenly illuminated, and the rhythmic sound of rolling shutters echoed, shattering the tranquility of the entire street. The atmosphere grew raucous, the neon lights of various shops flashed vibrantly, almost dazzling to the eyes. If not for the distorted buildings, one might easily mistake the scene for a bustling night market. Yun Zhao stood beneath an awning, with a nameless barbecue shop behind her. With a clatter, a young server clad in a brown apron pulled open the rolling shutter, nonchalantly arranging tables and chairs under the... He appeared clean, albeit with a slightly sallow complexion and a frail figure, resembling an ordinary human, yet his form twisted grotesquely, contorted into impossible angles. "Dear customer, would you like to dine in our establishment?" The young server, noticing the two, approached with a broad smile, seemingly oblivious to the oddity of the situation. Hee-seong felt a surge of wariness. "No, we have matters to attend to." Yun Zhao silently stepped back until she had descended the steps, distancing herself from the barbecue shop. The young server remained stationary, his smile unwavering as he watched them. His distorted form and uneven features rendered his grin eerily unsettling. Hee-seong shivered, closely trailing behind Yun Zhao as they departed. On the street, people came and went with rigid postures, moving back and forth, each immersed in their own world, uttering nonsensical phrases repetitively, mechanically enacting simple motions. Yun Zhao grasped Hee-seong's hand, opting for the sidewalk to avoid contact with the people on the street. She noticed that the convenience store adjacent to the barbecue shop had also opened. A girl sat at the counter, engrossed in a game. The scene became increasingly warped. The entire shop appeared stretched and distorted, with individuals towering or shrinking unnaturally. The distance of 2 streets was neither particularly far nor close. They turned down another street, encountering the same scene, a nameless barbecue shop, the same young server, clad in a brown apron, stood outside. He Xiang's house stood on end. They had parted just a minute ago, yet here they were again. How many identical servers had been replicated throughout these streets? No, thank you, He Xiang replied cautiously, fearing to provoke him. Yun Zhao, however, paid him no mind, focusing solely on reaching the vehicle. They were now very close. Midway down the street, 7 vehicles stood still, just as they had been when she left. Upon seeing the 2 return safely, Zheng Dongqiu let out a sigh of relief. Still yet to speak, thud, a strange sound emerged. It was as though something had shattered, and the entire world was collapsing at an alarming rate. Without lifting her head, Yun Zhao swiftly climbed into the vehicle. Let's leave this place at once. Chapter 11, Escape from the Contaminated Zone. As the collapse accelerated, the Sentinels' keen senses were restored. In the next moment, crack, the entire contaminated area shattered like a mirror. It was as if a membrane had ruptured, and everything vanished completely. The yellow sands lining the road came into view, and desolation surrounded them. Not a trace of any buildings remained. Ahead, a warning line appeared, signaling the arrival of reinforcements from Dawn Base. Stay close, whatever you do not let the aberrant creatures encircle you. Zheng Dongqiu shouted into the intercom. He slammed down on the accelerator, surging forward. In the instant the domain vanished, the aberrant creatures morphed into monstrous forms, lunging ferociously at the nearest individuals. Immediately, gunfire erupted from all directions. Zheng Dongqiu dared not look back. He pressed on the gas, recklessly fleeing for his life. The drivers of the vehicles behind him fixated on the lead off-road vehicle, and in an instant, they charged out of the contaminated zone like arrows released from bows, rumbling forth in a cacophony of noise. Unbeknownst to them, the great bluebird had transformed back into a small one, perching on Yun Zhao's shoulder, flitting about restlessly, seemingly agitated by the fiery phoenix. Yun Zhao, however, paid it no mind, leaning sideways to peer through the car window behind. The reinforcements from Dawn Base had joined the fray. The sounds of artillery fire echoed in the rear, as the grey mist dissipated, leaving the dark matter still present, intertwining with the silhouettes of the sentinels. The advanced aberrant creatures moved with astonishing speed, only shadows discernible as their sharp appendages lunged forward, entangling themselves with the weapons. The monsters relentlessly battered the defensive line. Various animal-like spiritual entities materialized from thin air, roaring as they charged forth, engaging the aberrants in fierce combat. Once the spiritual entities were tainted by the dark matter, they would incessantly erode the mental domain of the sentinels. Yun Zhao rolled down the window, gently waving her hand as countless green luminescent lights surged toward the battling spiritual entities. Most of the occupants in the vehicle were ordinary people, including numerous children. She had to ensure their safety and keep them away from the battlefield. She hoped that those fighting on the front lines would be unharmed. Duanxi and Dao Haohai's vehicle had yet to arrive. As the contaminated zone collapsed, the group was instantly surrounded by aberrant creatures. The monsters, devoid of reason, writhed with ravenous appendages, desperately seeking living prey, surging forth in an unending tide. The Zero Squad from Dawn Base joined the efforts to eradicate the aberrants. They watched helplessly as 7 vehicles burst forth from the contaminated zone, gradually fading from sight. "Captain, that guide has escaped," Rabbit exclaimed, shouldering her sniper rifle, as the 3 of them stood back to back, relentlessly dispatching the approaching aberrants. Their supply of suppressants had run dry. If it weren't a matter of life and death, none would wish to unleash their spiritual entities, risking further aberration. Xia Tu drew his tang knife and swung it down, black goo splattering as an aberrant let out a wail and collapsed. The corrosive slime splashed onto his combat suit, dripping off without damaging it. He did not glance back, merely responding with a nonchalant "HM." The rumble of vehicles grew louder as they approached. Dao Haohai shouted at Duanxi, "Charge, can you drive or not? Step on the gas, why are we going so slow?" Duanxi, exasperated, gripped the steering wheel with one hand, firing his weapon with the other, effectively crushing his way through. "If you're so capable, you drive. I'm the heavy fire support of the squad. If you're so capable, come up here and do it." Dao Haohai stood atop the vehicle, suppressing the aberrants surrounding them. Spotting the captain and the others, he hurriedly waved, "Get in the car." Bang, 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 the incessant sounds of gunfire echoed around them. Not far from where they stood, the Sentinel team from Dawn Base was locked in fierce combat, as the aberrants nearby surged in greater numbers due to the previous turmoil within the contaminated zone. Xie provided cover for two teammates to board the vehicle, then agilely climbed atop. The unspoken camaraderie among teammates needed no words. Dao Haohai promptly tossed him a gun, and the two of them worked in tandem, one clearing the path while the other dealt with the aberrants near the Sentinel team. Their pressure alleviated, the group called out to them, "Thanks." Xie merely nodded. Duan she sighed, "Looks like we made a wasted trip. How could that guide move so swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye?" "Captain, should we pursue?" Rabbit inquired, peeking out. Xie shot her a glance. "The vehicle is out of fuel, and besides, we need to head to Dawn Base for our rewards." He had located the gatekeeper, and 5,000 points was no small sum. It was an opportunity not to be squandered. As for that guide, Dawn Base loomed just ahead, yet the vehicles veered southwest. If he was not mistaken, this group of migrants was headed toward their own base, Shuguang Base. Another group of survivors yearning for the sun. The 7 vehicles sped along without pause, leaving the battlefield far behind. With the emergence of the new contaminated zone, all aberrants had fled to Zone 102. The route became remarkably safe, with not a single shadow of a monster in sight. The desolate yellow sand stirred up waves of heat. After some distance, Cheng Dongshu gradually slowed down, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close. The contaminated zone was terrifying. Just now, the shop next to the car suddenly opened, and a bunch of twisted figures came out, scaring the children in the vehicle. "What is that compared to what you didn't see?" He Xiang eagerly shared with Cheng Dongshu. "Sister Yun Zhao is incredibly powerful. We got the key in no time." Yun Zhao found it amusing, helplessly watching He Xiang animatedly recount the tale. She rested her backpack on her lap, leaning against the car seat, closing her eyes in feigned slumber. Unbeknownst to her, a vision of the fiery phoenix from the contaminated zone flashed through her mind. Among the 4 major bases, there were only 3 S-class sentinels, their names resounding like thunder. The spiritual entities of these S-class sentinels were legendary forms. The fiery phoenix. At Shuguang Base, S-class sentinel, Xie she had sent out word to He Xiang in advance, drawing him in. Now that Xie and his team were still engaged in clearing the aberrants, they would likely catch up soon. Yun Zhao was acutely aware that the ability of the people of Qingshan Town to settle down in the major base depended on her level as a guide. She was the only bargaining chip the entire town possessed. In the major base, every aspect of life required points. There were 188 people in Qingshan Town, with only 1 B-class sentinel. The rest were merely C-class or D-class sentinels, rendering them insignificant within the major base. The remaining unawakened ordinary folk comprised half of the population, including the elderly, the sick, and children. While the sentinels might still find a way out, the ordinary individuals would likely face immense hardship within the major base. To secure benefits for everyone, her strength was crucial. Yun Zhao could not help but recall the day she awakened as a guide, remembering the words of the town elder. "I've heard that guides in the major bases are quite precious, living lives of luxury beyond the imagination of ordinary folks. Zhao Zhao, your spiritual entity is formidable. Those in the major bases will welcome you with open arms. Go, and live a good life. You must consider well, the people in the town will not be your support, they will only weigh you down, becoming a burden. If you do not leave, then you cannot leave." But where could she go? After her uncles passed, neighbors frequently visited, secretly bringing her food. He Pingping and He Ainan's mother, despite struggling herself after her husband's death, still took on the responsibility of caring for her. She grew up in Qingshan Town. Now, with everyone having lost their homes and an unknown future ahead, Qingshan Town could only rely on her. Chapter 12, Dawn Base. The group had barely escaped from peril, their hearts still trembling with trepidation. The sentinels were particularly on high alert, intently observing the slightest rustle beyond the vehicle's windows. The convoy navigated around treacherous contaminated zones, striving to reach a nearby outpost for respite before nightfall. The outpost offered refuge, accommodation, and sustenance to the traveling parties, albeit in exchange for a certain number of points. In Qingshan Town, a few point cards from the Dawn Base existed, yet the hard-earned points had all been spent on purchasing a vehicle, fuel, and ammunition. Now, with their pockets empty, they found themselves unable to gain entry into the outpost, opting instead to park nearby and sleep in their vehicle. Whenever hunger struck, they relied on the provisions brought from the town. The conditions were harsh, yet safety was paramount. Sia had not pursued them. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Zhao quickly pieced together the situation. Etc. The gatekeeper must have been discovered by Sia. Points were universally applicable across the 4 major bases. Thus, redeeming points was of greater urgency than pursuing them. Once sufficiently rested, the convoy resumed its journey. Days of arduous travel later, the convoy entered the southwestern region, having navigated through numerous challenges. In the distance, undulating mountain peaks came into view, with stones and rubble scattered along the roadside, forming a passable mountain path. They were nearing the Dawn base, and along the way, they began to encounter vehicles and pedestrians. Through the car window, Yun Zhao observed a middle-aged man walking along the roadside, bearing a burdensome basket on his back. His stooped posture indicated the weight of the load, though it was concealed beneath a black cloth, leaving its contents a mystery. It appeared he was transporting goods to sell at the base. Yun Zhao recalled the sentinels from the town, who often carried supplies to the Dawn base for trade, albeit only the sentinels dared venture out. Ordinary folk stood little chance against the mutated creatures. Qingshan town was blessed with land and water sources, and most residents remained safely indoors, seldom venturing outside. The middle-aged man was evidently an ordinary citizen. He Xiang expressed his surprise. What could be in that basket? Isn't he afraid of encountering the mutated creatures alone? Yun Zhao focused on the man's dark hands and clothing, slowly replying, "It's coal." Such resources were essential. Ordinary people seeking sustenance likely needed to forage for supplies. The mountain path was arduous, and the vehicle slowed to a crawl as they passed the remnants of a desolate urban area. It was said that before the Dark Age, this place was renowned as a thriving metropolis. Just how prosperous was it? Yun Zhao had seen images in old books but could hardly envision the vibrant life that once flourished there. After traversing further, the vehicle turned around the mountain road, revealing colossal structures majestically rising before them. They had arrived at the Dawn base. It stood like a solitary iron leviathan, defiantly towering over the ruins of the apocalypse. The soaring walls were a magnificent sight, as the base cleverly utilized the treacherous and concealed natural terrain to maintain a relative isolation from the outside world, thus warding off mutated creatures and the onslaught of harsh weather. The outer walls were fortified with immense, heavy metal gates. Sentinels patrolled the entrance, each tall and muscular, clad in deep blue guard uniforms. The townsfolk were unfamiliar with the Dawn base, and even the sentinels had never set foot here. Many pressed their faces against the windows, curiously observing everything around them. Yun Zhao, too, was intrigued. She had never left her small town, and now she realized this was the appearance of a grand base. It was undeniably reassuring. The sentinels stationed at the entrance soon took notice of the unfamiliar convoy approaching from afar. 2 sentinels strode towards the vehicle, calling out loudly, "What brings you here?" The vehicle came to a halt. Yun Zhao lowered the window, revealing a benign visage. Before she could speak, the sentinel's gaze fell upon the small bluebird perched on her shoulder, and his demeanor softened. "Are you the guide?" Feeling a sense of relief upon reaching their destination, Yun Zhao nodded amicably at the sentinel, explaining their circumstances. "Our town has been encroached upon by contaminated zones, and we seek to settle at the Dawn base. May I inquire about any requirements?" Upon hearing this, the sentinel directed the vehicle to pull over. "Please wait a moment, I will notify the staff to assist with your registration." Typically, newcomers seeking refuge were required to register at the opposite gate and undergo inspection. However, as they were led by a precious guide, the sentinel hurried back to relay the information. The little bluebird emitted a soft puff at this, and Yun Zhao gently patted it, signaling it not to incite any hostility at this moment. As they awaited, the others in the vehicle grew increasingly anxious, exchanging tense glances, their fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of their seats. An atmosphere of uneasy anticipation permeated the air. The children inside clung tightly to their parents, their curious yet fearful eyes peering out at the unfamiliar and imposing base. Hyenan grasped her brother's clothing, looking up with unease. "Mom, will we live inside?" Zhao Yang tenderly stroked her daughter's head, suppressing her own uncertainty, and smiled. "Yes, the large base is very safe. It will be our home from now on." Soon, 3 staff members clad in matching uniforms emerged, accompanied by a squad of 10 sentinels, making their way directly to Yun Zhao's vehicle. The leader was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a sharp black work outfit, her crane insignia prominently displayed on her shoulder. "Greetings, I am Liu Li, the reception officer for Dawn Base." She greeted Yun Zhao with a polite smile. "Welcome to Dawn Base. This will be your new home. Please inform everyone to disembark, as we need to conduct registration and inspection." "Of course, I apologize for the inconvenience," Yun Zhao replied, cooperating as she gestured for those in the vehicle to exit. The doors of the 5 buses swung open, and the residents of Qingshan Town formed a line to disembark. The majority were women, with a notable number of elderly individuals and several children under 10. The sentinels present were few in number and of lower rank. The sentinels of Dawn Base scrutinized each newcomer with piercing gazes, quickly concluding that this group was quite weak. One sentinel, Liu Li, nodded slightly, maintaining her composed smile as she addressed Yun Zhao. "Please follow me for registration and inspection." For those seeking refuge, Dawn Base offers housing incentives and exemptions, along with a month-long temporary residence permit. As Liu Li led the way, she elaborated, "After the temporary permit expires, you must visit the administrative hall to apply for a permanent resident certificate and find your own accommodations." She paused briefly before adding, "Of course, as a distinguished guide, we have already reported your information, and upon entering the city, a specialist will assist you with arrangements." It was evident that the rare guides enjoyed a treatment distinct from the others. Yun Zhao listened attentively, and after Liu Li finished speaking, she inquired, "May I first apply for a guide-level assessment?" "Certainly, according to protocol, guides who agree to join the base will receive corresponding benefits. The stronger the ability, the greater the rewards." Even the lowest-ranked C-level guide would be allocated a residence within the inner city. As their conversation progressed, Liu Li and 2 staff members led the group towards the registration passage of the base. The towering walls, standing over 10 meters high, flanked a lengthy corridor, where small windows were designated for registration and inspection. Upon approaching window number 2, Yun Zhao noticed another staff member, an unassuming young man in glasses. His deep blue work attire appeared more refined than that of Liu Li and her colleagues, the only commonality being the crane insignia on his shoulder. As soon as he spotted Yun Zhao, his gaze instinctively shifted to her left shoulder. The little blue bird, sensing the unwelcome attention, turned its head away disdainfully, as if to say, "Fool, what are you staring at?" The bespectacled youth fidgeted, scratching his nose. "What an intimidating spirit. However, what kind of bird is that?" The young man regarded Yun Zhao with a perplexed expression. As she approached, he averted his gaze, taking a couple of steps forward with a smile. "Hello, I am a reception officer from the Special Abilities Management Department. You may call me Xiao Xiang." Yun Zhao nodded. "Hello, I would like to undergo the assessment first." Chapter 13, Entering the City. Xiang Mingjie's subsequent words were lodged firmly in her throat. According to protocol, one should first familiarize oneself with the guide's situation and elucidate the benefits and welfare provisions for personnel with special abilities at the base. The testing phase would come last. However, since the other party had broached the subject, it was equally acceptable to conduct the tests first and then proceed with the arrangements. Xiang Mingjie stated, "All right, I shall take you there at once." Meanwhile, the residents of Qingshan Town had begun their registration checks. Over 100 individuals lined up in 3 rows, approaching the window one by one to register their personal information, undergo pollution concentration testing, and receive temporary residence permits. As ordinary citizens, they were assigned temporary accommodations in the dilapidated outskirts of the city. The scattered housing numbers indicated that the people from Qingshan Town had been thoroughly dispersed, leaving only families with elderly members and children, who grew increasingly anxious upon receiving their housing numbers. "What will we do now that we are separated?" Someone turned to Liu Li and asked, "Must we really be divided? Is there no way for us to stay together and look after one another?" Liu Li maintained a smile on her face, adopting a tone of official business. "This is the free temporary accommodation provided by the base. If you are dissatisfied, you may seek alternative lodging on your own. Of course, that would require points," she added deliberately. This group of individuals were merely ordinary citizens, lacking any significant power, and it was evident that they were not in possession of any points. Indeed, her assumption was correct, they were utterly destitute, the food supplies brought from the town could not be sold, for what would they eat afterward? Although the base was secure, the cost of living was exorbitant. Many wore expressions of confusion and helplessness. The sentinels from the town were scanning the crowd for the elderly town mayor, who was over 60 and had only one small grandson remaining at home. Someone voiced their concern, separated from familiar faces and stripped of our land for survival, how will the elderly and children manage basic life? The faces of many were etched with worry. A portion of the townsfolk instinctively glanced towards Yunzhao. Hexian and Cheng Dongshu, positioned at the front of the line, frequently looked up to gauge the situation around Yunzhao. They understood that Yunzhao was always thorough in her considerations and likely had foreseen the circumstances. Not far away, beneath the city wall, Yunzhao was conversing with Xiang Mingjie. After a moment of discussion, she suddenly turned around and waved to them. Hexian and Cheng Dongshu recognized her and promptly left the line to approach. Hexian scrutinized her expression and cautiously inquired, "Sister Yunzhao, are we to be separated?" "What do you think?" Yunzhao replied gently. Hexian's demeanor shifted to one of apprehension, uncertain of her meaning. Yunzhao's gaze swept over the anxious crowd, soothingly assuring them, "I will negotiate terms with the base leadership. You two take charge of settling everyone in for now, do not touch the luggage on the vehicle, rest assured, the issue will be resolved shortly." She spoke without lowering her voice, allowing Yuli and the soldiers accompanying her to overhear her words clearly. Everyone looked up at her. Negotiating terms, guides were a rare and precious resource, and their welfare was the best at the base, but this privilege applied only to the guides themselves, with direct relatives following standard procedures. Moreover, the base leadership was not someone one could meet at will. Did they think that by relying on their status as guides, they could act with impunity within the great base? Indeed, they were mere folk from a small place, unaccustomed to the wider world. Though they harbored such thoughts, no one voiced them, especially the sentinels. Under normal circumstances, none would dare offend a guide who might one day save their lives. After calming everyone, Yunzhao boarded the vehicle headed for the inner city with Xiang Mingjie. As the sole major base in the southwestern region, the Dawn base was home to nearly 300,000 residents. The urban landscape was complex and varied, featuring both flat plazas and streets as well as rugged hills and tunnels, alongside many remnants of former air raid shelters. The vehicle first entered the outer city. Even in the outer city, the bustling atmosphere left Yunzhao awestruck. Having grown up in a remote border town, she had never before visited such a vast base or witnessed so many people. Yunzhao leaned against the car window, observing everything about Dawn Base. The main thoroughfare was straight and lined with uniquely styled buildings, their windows reinforced with steel frames, arranged in a pleasing disorder. The streets were crowded with a throng of people, who moved aside upon seeing the vehicles. Most wore expressions of indifference, scarcely bothering to glance at the vehicles entering the city. At the very edge of the outer city, near the city wall, there existed a sprawling area of shanty towns. The shanties were constructed along designated zones, with heaps of discarded materials piled at the doorsteps of each unit, chaotic yet not filthy. The roads were clean and free of obstructions, indicating that someone was managing the area. At the intersection of the main road stood a signpost. Yunzhao noted the names of various establishments. Service halls, trading posts, public guidance offices, and farmers' markets. She pondered whether the man carrying coal would be able to sell it smoothly and acquire sufficient food in exchange. As they passed through the outer city, the vehicle continued along the main axis toward the innermost part of the city. The sentinel stationed at the entrance glanced at the vehicle and promptly allowed them passage. The inner city was expansive, with neatly constructed and aesthetically pleasing buildings lining the route, shops with open doors, and a massive shopping center at the central square. It bore a resemblance to the bustling urban scenes depicted in images, albeit with fewer people on the streets. As the vehicle traversed the central square, they came upon a towering statue at its heart, depicting a serene young girl clad in a white robe, standing beside a red-crowned crane, gazing into the distance. Yunzhao stared at the statue, captivated. Xiang Mingjie introduced, "This is the founder of the base, surnamed Shen, who was a senior guide during the Dark Ages." Yunzhao expressed her surprise. "The founder? Wasn't Dawn Base originally a national sanctuary? Xiongmingjie clarified, the Southwest Sanctuary perished in the 68th year of the Dark Ages. A group of guides and sentinels eradicated the polluted zones and rebuilt it, retaining the original sanctuary's designation. Many believed that the Southwest Sanctuary had persisted until today. However, in reality, this place had also experienced outbreaks of polluted zones and attacks from mutated creatures. One can only imagine the valiant youth striving to save the world during those dark, sunless times. Together, they rebuilt Dawn Base, hoping for a day when peace would reign and prosperity would return. The tales of old are now but memories, yet they remain etched in the hearts of future generations. Deeply moved, Yun Zhao gazed once more at the tranquil statue of the girl, her expression shifting to one of admiration and reverence. The red-crowned crane, was that her spiritual entity? The emblem of the red-crowned crane associated with Dawn Base might hold a different significance for the descendants who persevered. Shortly after Yun Zhao entered the inner city, a heavy armored off-road vehicle approached along the mountain road. The sentinel at the entrance recognized that Team Zero had finally returned and quickly opened the gate. The armored vehicle traversed a special task route, bypassing the urban area. Xia Tu rolled down the window, greeting the sentinel on duty and inquiring, "Is there a guide who arrived with a group of ordinary people seeking refuge?" "Yes, they just arrived not long ago and have already settled in the city," the sentinel replied. The individuals in the vehicle let out a collective sigh of relief. Duan Shi quipped nonchalantly, "Fortunately, it wasn't a wasted trip. We earned 5,000 points, and they delivered themselves right to us." Rabbit slapped him on the back, having anticipated his remark, and ducked to avoid it. "Wang Jiayu, are you addicted to hitting?" Rabbit retorted, "That 5,000 points belong to the captain, you have no share in it." "Stop trying to take advantage of the captain," Duan Shi protested. "I'm not. The captain said he'd treat us to a feast when we returned." Dao Hao chimed in loudly, "That's right, a feast tonight, let us eat the captain bankrupt." The price of meat at the base was exorbitant, with a pound of mutated creature meat costing 60 points, and better quality meat reaching as high as 100 points per pound. Ordinary citizens, let alone sentinels, were reluctant to indulge frequently. Sometimes, when cravings became unbearable, they would invite companions into the deep mountains to hunt for themselves. Having been out for nearly 2 months, they had mostly subsisted on compressed biscuits. The captain had indeed promised to treat them upon their return. The vehicle was filled with playful banter. Xia Tu remained unfazed by the commotion. Upon learning that the guide had entered the inner city for testing, he instructed Dao Hao to drive the vehicle to the operations department first, as they needed to report to Minister Duan. "Captain, when shall we seek out that guide?" Rabbit asked, somewhat impatiently, now that the individual had entered the base and joined the Special Abilities Department. What if they were unwilling to accompany them on missions? After all, the guide had already witnessed the dangers and peculiarities within the polluted zones. Who would willingly risk their life when they had a stable existence? Xia Tu raised the window, his expression nonchalant. "Let us head back to the operations department first." Chapter 14, Level Assessment. As they journeyed onward, Yun Zhao found herself captivated by the wonders of the vast base around her, stifling her curiosity to observe silently. Xiongmingjie did not rush her but patiently elucidated the details. After all, she was a guide. Before long, they arrived at the Special Abilities Testing Chamber, a room exclusively designated for guides. The pristine white chamber was divided by glass partitions, showcasing an array of incomprehensible instruments. In the outer section, where several researchers were diligently operating at the front. Upon noticing their entrance, one of the researchers picked up a registration book and waved towards Yun Zhao. With a gentle demeanor, the researcher said, "Please allow your spiritual entity to enter the room. We will conduct separate tests on your mental strength." Yun Zhao felt quite unfamiliar with the testing procedure. She was eager to comply, yet, upon glancing at the diminutive room behind the glass, she could only truthfully respond, "It may not fit." Not fit. The researchers cast skeptical glances at the little blue bird. Typically, guide spiritual entities were gentle in nature, often resembling small herbivorous creatures. Her spiritual entity was merely the size of a palm. The room itself was 100 square meters, ample enough to accommodate hundreds. The little blue bird, for the first time belittled, glared at them with indignation. Trash, who do you look down upon? Yun Zhao soothingly petted it. It can grow larger. Her strength represented the Dawn Base's attitude toward her. She must secure stable housing for the people of Qingshan Town. Moreover, she was not one to shy away from high welfare benefits. Grow larger. Upon hearing this, the researchers' expressions transformed instantaneously. A spiritual entity that could possess different forms, they had never encountered such a peculiar occurrence before. Their gazes ignited with fervor, fixated on the little blue bird as they enthusiastically exclaimed, "Then let us change the experimental site. There is a large laboratory behind that can certainly accommodate it." This large laboratory, to date, served but one individual, the only S-class sentinel of the Dawn Base, Xie. Fearing any mishaps with Xie, the base conducted monthly examinations on the Fire Phoenix, testing the concentration of dark matter within him, hoping to discover alternative methods to prevent future aberrations in the S-class sentinel. The large laboratory is at the back. Please follow me. Yun Zhao trailed behind two eager researchers as they descended to the heavily guarded large laboratory. The remaining researchers, abandoning their tasks, followed suit, equally curious to witness just how large the palm-sized bird could become. On the way to the large laboratory, the researchers' eyes glimmered with excitement as they gazed at the little blue bird, their expressions akin to that of doting grandparents. The little blue bird, growing impatient, turned its back on them, presenting its rear. The large laboratory at the back resembled an expansive plaza. Yun Zhao followed their instructions, stepping inside alone to stand solitary in the center of the plaza. "All right, please release your mental energy," the researchers instructed from the operations room through the intercom. Yun Zhao turned her gaze towards the individuals behind the glass, her expression remarkably calm. From the moment she laid eyes on the Fire Phoenix, she had already discerned her level. Now, let her provide them. With a slight shock, Yun Zhao slowly closed her eyes. A surge of powerful mental energy erupted forth. The grand blue bird manifested behind her with an ethereal grace, its immense wings enveloping the young girl, each feather brimming with countless strands of mental essence, cascading like a galaxy and radiating a dazzling azure light. As its true form revealed itself, the surrounding air seemed to tremble in response. All instruments emitted a simultaneous cacophony. The researchers momentarily froze, then abruptly leapt to their feet, flinging open the door to the operations room, rushing into the arena like madmen. It truly possesses two forms. It's a phoenix. One of the 5 phoenixes, the Qingyuan. My goodness, an S-class. Finally, an S-class guide has appeared. The researchers were animated, their gazes fervently directed at the grand blue bird. So beautiful, a luminous spiritual entity. Its frigid blue beastly eyes regarded the onlookers as if they were mere ants. Nonetheless, their enthusiasm remained unscathed. At the entrance, Xiang Mingjie stood frozen, his expression a mix of astonishment. An S-class guide. He could hardly believe that this young girl had been detected as S-class. This event quickly reverberated through the higher echelons. For 2 centuries in the apocalypse, human society had trudged through ruins and reconstruction. The legend of the S-class guide, akin to distant stars, had been unattainable, never witnessed in its brilliance. On this day, a young girl was confirmed to possess an S-class spiritual entity. The reactions of those who learned the news were a tumultuous blend of joy and incredulity, emotions too complex to articulate. The base swiftly made arrangements. Minutes later, a squad of sentinels arrived to extricate Yun Zhao from the clutches of the frenzied researchers. She exhaled in relief. She had not anticipated their fervor. They seemed utterly unconcerned with her spiritual entity, bombarding her with questions that left her ears ringing. Yun Zhao was escorted to a spacious conference room, where she finally met the higher-ups of the Dawn Base. The portly base director Shin, appearing to be in his 40s and somewhat rotund, greeted her with a beaming smile. Welcome to join the Dawn Base. An S-class guide. It had been years since an S-class guide had graced their presence. Director Shin's eyes sparkled as he regarded her, akin to a prized delicacy. Yun Zhao felt somewhat uncomfortable as he cornered her at the entrance, softly nodding in acknowledgement. Although she had anticipated the situation, the director's cheerful demeanor starkly contrasted with the stern and imposing figure she had imagined. Our base is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, sprawling over extensive grounds, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The resources nearby are abundant, and the climate is temperate, far superior to other bases. After a lengthy self-promotion, Director Shin proceeded to elaborate on the internal situation. You noticed the facilities when you entered, right? The base is divided into inner and outer districts, equipped with comprehensive city amenities, hospitals, schools, cafeterias, training grounds, and more. You will show. One might think she had come for an inspection. Seated in the conference room were 4 others, witnessing this with a mix of discomfort. The head of the Special Abilities Department, Minister Bai, a refined middle-aged man, interrupted Director Shin's incessant chatter with a light cough. Let us sit down and converse. Director Shin snapped back to attention. Oh, right, let us sit down and talk. Yun Zhao finally entered the conference room, taking a seat at the 3rd position on the right side of the long conference table. As she discreetly assessed the 4 individuals across from her, they too scrutinized her. An 18 or 19-year-old girl, exuding a calmness and composure that belied her age, clad in oversized, worn camouflage attire, her slender frame appeared almost fragile, as if a gust of wind could topple her. She seemed delicate and somewhat reticent, judging solely by her appearance. None would dare believe she was an S-class guide. Welcome to the Dawn Base. I am Bai Mo, the head of the Special Abilities Department. Minister Bai appeared quite amiable, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As an S-class guide, your abilities will be our most precious resource, and we hope you will join the Special Abilities Department of the base. As for welfare and benefits, there is no need for concern. Feel free to express any requests, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you. Previously, due to the absence of an S-class guide, the group had convened to formulate new welfare policies. They had elevated the standards based on A-class guide benefits. After all, guides were not the same as sentinels. The base's S-class sentinel earned points through mission assignments that he could scarcely spend. To her left, another gentleman seated beside her offered a warm smile, handing her a document. I'm Xiao Qiancheng, the head of the Logistics Department. Please take a look at this form. If there is anything that does not meet your satisfaction, feel free to voice it. Yun Zhao politely replied, accepting the form. It meticulously outlined each benefit. The housing arranged for her was in the inner district. Additionally, housing was complimentary, utilities were free, and medical care was free. Furthermore, she would receive a monthly living allowance of 3,000 points, with additional bonuses during holidays. What does 3,000 points signify? The A-class Sentinel team from the Dawn base risked entering hazardous contaminated zones for a mere 2,000 points, necessitating the division of points among 7 individuals. Although they might have salaries or other means of earning points, when compared, she faced no housing concerns, receiving 3,000 points monthly. The delicate guide enjoyed the protection of the base, with no obligation to venture beyond the city for missions. She merely needed to respond to the dispatches from the Special Abilities Department, occasionally attending the counseling room to provide mental guidance for the sentinels. The counseling rooms were divided into inner and outer districts. The outer district's counseling room had no requirements. Any sentinel, including outsiders, could enter by paying points. In contrast, the primary clients of the inner district were the base's high-ranking sentinels. A-class sentinels received 2 free counseling sessions each month. This was referred to as a consultation. Consultations were scheduled, alternating between the inner and outer districts. Thus, if those from the outer district were fortunate, they might encounter a high-ranking guide. Yun Zhao swiftly read through the document. For her personally, she could discern no faults in such arrangements. However, she bore the responsibility of an entire town behind her. Moreover, this stood in stark contradiction to her original intention of coming to the Dawn base. She was unwilling to be a canary trapped in a gilded cage. Sooner or later, she would have to step into the contaminated zone number 6. Chapter 15. In the conference room, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere as everyone awaited Yun Zhao's response. He set down the document, refraining from immediately acquiescing to the proposal of joining the Special Abilities Department, and instead articulated his conditions. The villa is unnecessary. I did not come alone. Our town has been consumed by pollution zone 6, and all personnel have been compelled to seek refuge at the Dawn base. I wish to request that the base allocate a designated area for us to reside collectively. Yun Zhao paused momentarily. The accommodation need not be situated in the inner city. The outer district will suffice. Furthermore, we require 2 plots of land. Matters must be addressed one at a time. The immediate priority is to ensure the well-being of everyone. It would not be beneficial for ordinary individuals lacking abilities to reside in the affluent inner city. Rather, it would be detrimental to their welfare. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is a formidable challenge, particularly for the children who are in the formative stage of establishing their values. Having grown accustomed to a comfortable life, should they remain devoid of awakening abilities, they may find themselves unable to lead the lives they desire, easily straying onto a misguided path. Moreover, the town's demographic is predominantly comprised of the elderly, infirm, and children, who cannot accrue points within the base point. 2 cultivable plots would ensure their sustenance in the future. 2 cultivable plots. Ministers shout. The accommodation could be arranged promptly, yet the base's land is meticulously cultivated and has never been allocated to private individuals before. Would breaking this precedent incite discontent among other guides? They must first consider the internal stability of the base. Base chieftain surveyed the room, noting the minister's silence, and was about to concede. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the conference room door. Upon entering, a woman of commanding presence strode in. She appeared to be in her 40s, attired in a well-fitted dark military uniform, her short hair neatly styled, adding an aura of unyielding authority to her demeanor. Apologies for the delay. I was held up by other matters. The woman approached Yin Zhao directly and nodded. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Duan Qiangying, the Minister of the Operations Department at Dawn. Minister Duan was engaged in discussions with Xie Tu when she received word that a guide had been detected as S-level. With little time to address subsequent matters, she hurried over. From her team, she had learned that this S-level guide's spiritual entity was also a phoenix. As they belonged to the same species, the compatibility with Xie Tu would likely be remarkably high. Xie Tu represents the pinnacle of combat prowess at Dawn Base, a vital asset in executing missions within the polluted zones. In Duan Minister's view, trading 2 plots of land for the stability of an S-level Sentinel's spiritual domain was an exceptionally Their salvation plan had already been initiated. Xie Tu's combat capabilities are of utmost importance, and the emergence of an S-level guide may alleviate the base's concerns regarding potential anomalies. She had eavesdropped for a moment at the door, perplexed as to why others hesitated. Strength is paramount. If other guides dare to express dissatisfaction, they should first awaken to S-level themselves before engaging in discussions. Base Chief Shen exhaled in relief. The Zero team has returned safely. Minister Duan confirmed. Indeed, the mission was successfully completed. She had intended to summon Xie Tu to join her, but was uncertain of his whereabouts. Upon hearing the news, he displayed little reaction, seemingly avoiding the matter altogether. Minister Duan, disinterested in delving deeper, turned her attention back to Yin Zhao. What do you think? Upon hearing of this, since she had arrived, enjoying the benefits provided by the base, it was her duty to assist in stabilizing the Sentinel's spiritual domain. She had no grounds to refuse. Base Chief Shen nodded repeatedly. Then it is settled. We will promptly arrange accommodations for you, and the 2 cultivable plots will be allocated to your name without delay. Minister Zhao from the Logistics Department would oversee this matter. He spoke kindly. I will ensure everything is arranged swiftly. You should accompany Minister Duan for the test, and shortly, a designated individual will escort you to collect your living supplies. Until the end, Yin Zhao did not declare her intention to join the Special Abilities Department. Minister Bai, seated nearby, was not at all anxious. Now that she was within the base, if there was a need for an S-level guide, she could be notified at that time. Yin Zhao stood and expressed her gratitude to the leaders. The little bluebird, weary of the monotonous meeting, had long returned to its spiritual domain. Minister Duan, with her decisive demeanor, immediately led her to the operations department. The office buildings in the inner city were clustered closely together. After descending, it took merely a few minutes to walk there. However, upon entering the operations department with Minister Duan, they found the place deserted. The Zero team was nowhere to be seen. Minister Duan, exasperated, inquired, where have they gone? Minister, Captain Xie said he was treating everyone to a meat feast. They went to buy meat. A clerk cautiously raised a hand and replied softly. Minister Duan's frustration flared. Is meat more important than their lives? Bring them back immediately. Understood. The clerk promptly dashed out of the office building. The remaining staff, wary of incurring her wrath, sought excuses to leave the office one after the other. Yun Zhao, now alone and motionless, remarked, "Minister Duan, time is of the essence. If Captain Xie is not in a hurry, we might as well postpone this." Having journeyed to Dawn Base without respite, engaging in tests and meetings, Minister Duan took a deep breath. "I apologize for the lack of coordination on my part, resulting in your wasted trip." "It is of no consequence," Yun Zhao replied courteously. Minister Duan softened her tone. "You must be fatigued. Please take some rest. We can conduct the test whenever you are available." Yun Zhao nodded. "Very well." Seemingly feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Minister Duan personally escorted her out of the operations department building. She offered to arrange a vehicle for her, but Yun Zhao politely declined. At the entrance of the building, Xiang Mingjie was still waiting. Upon seeing Yun Zhao emerge, he hurried forward. "Guide Yun, Minister Bai personally instructed me to escort you to collect your living supplies and points card." Compared to the initial formalities, his demeanor now bore a hint of eagerness, his attitude markedly more accommodating. Yun Zhao accepted without refusal, nodding, "Thank you for your assistance." "Not a problem at all." Xiang Mingjie waved his hands repeatedly, leading the way. The efficiency of the logistics department was commendable. Yun Zhao obtained the ownership of the 2 plots of land, a supply of living essentials for the month, as well as communication devices and a points card issued by the base. The card contained 5,000 points, a settlement allowance from the base. After signing and completing the registration, she officially became a member of Dawn Base. A female clerk informed her, "The inner city has a shopping center that sells fresh fruits, vegetables, eggs, and meat daily, all in limited supply. You have priority purchasing rights." "Thank you, I appreciate it," Yun Zhao replied, her head lowered as she organized the living supplies. There was an abundance of items, including brand new bedding, which she could hardly carry alone. Xiang Mingjie stepped forward to assist her with the load. Among the supplies were 2 boxes of eggs, a luxury item. During the times of crisis, the government established a biological egg bank, preserving numerous animal oocytes through ultra-low temperature freezing. More than a decade ago, shortly after the Dark Era had ended, the Hope Base acquired a batch of oocytes, plant seeds, and several well-preserved fertilized eggs from a certain polluted zone. After 6 months of research, scientists successfully hatched chicks. The other 3 bases exchanged resources to procure a batch as well. The flow of time within the polluted zone differed from the outside world. In that peculiar domain, items could be brought out sealed and untouched. This explains why many search teams opted to risk venturing to the periphery of polluted zones in search of resources. Chapter 16, A New Home. Yun Zhao and Xiang Mingjie boarded a bus to the outer district, burdened with numerous bags and supplies. She had specifically requested to take the bus, having noticed earlier that public transportation was operational within the Dawn Base. Xiang Mingjie patiently explained, "The bus runs every half hour, and you can board by swiping a card, which deducts 1 point. It is quite convenient for those commuting to work in the outer district." As he spoke, he raised his wrist, showcasing he tapped the device against the card reading area, and a mechanical female voice announced, "Card swipe successful." The point card can also be used for online payments, he informed Yun Zhao. Simply follow the instructions to bind the point card number for usage. At that moment, the bus was relatively empty. As it was midday, the vehicle passed by the central square once more. The statue of the proud maiden stood silently, as if recounting the immortal legend of the Dawn Base. Suddenly, Xiang Mingjie's communication device vibrated, prompting him to glance at the message. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, "Yun Guide, the base has arranged a communal residence for you in East 3rd Street of the outer district. However, the leaders hope you will consider residing in the inner city." Base Director Shin had already issued orders to keep the news about the detection of an S-class guide confidential for the time being. The outer district was rife with a mix of people, often witnessing incidents of theft. It was nearly impossible to eliminate such occurrences. With so many supplies in her possession, she would easily become a target. "Thank you, but I will take a look first before making a decision," Yun Zhao replied, not outright declining. Having grown up in Qingshan Town, where outsiders were rare and the community was simple and direct, she found little need for formalities. Aside from expressing gratitude, there seemed little else to say. Xiang Mingjie, feeling somewhat awkward, continued, the residences in East 3rd Street were constructed in recent years, comprising 4 small buildings. The base has vacated one entire building to accommodate your group. According to registration data, there were a total of 188 residents in Qingshan town, comprising 71 households. The building in question was 12 stories high, with 6 units on each floor, perfectly sufficient to house all the residents with an extra unit to spare. Vacating an entire building for a single guide was unprecedented. Minister Bai and Minister Xiao intended for her to be aware of all their actions. What happened to the previous residents? Yun Zhao inquired. Xiang Mingjie reassured her, you need not worry about that. The property rights belong to the base, the previous residents were few, and the base will refund their rent while providing them with a relocation allowance. Nowadays, few would spend substantial points on purchasing a home, as most opted for rentals. In the post-apocalyptic environment, life was arduous, and the uncertainty of survival led many to prioritize spending their resources on more immediate needs. Thus, the new community remained largely unoccupied, with its residents enjoying relatively good living conditions. Many held stable jobs within the base or were public servants, swiftly relocating upon receiving orders from the base. Yun Zhao remained silent for a moment before expressing her gratitude once more. The benefits provided by the base were predicated on her status as an S-class guide. Perhaps she should report to the Special Abilities Department tomorrow. It might offer her a chance to meet other guides within the base. Having never provided mental guidance to a high-ranking sentinel before, she had much to learn. The bus arrived at the East 3rd Street station, an area predominantly composed of residential blocks. The terrain was elevated, and a long stone staircase led up to the station. Their intended community was situated on the right side of the staircase's midpoint. The community bore no name, merely displaying the address, 128 Dongshan Street. An iron gate enclosed the entrance, surrounded by a modest wall. At that moment, the gate stood wide open. Townspeople were bustling about, carrying their belongings. Upon seeing Yun Zhao return, a group rushed to set down their luggage and descended to assist her. Zhao Zhao. You are amazing, we've really been allocated housing, one exclaimed. Indeed, thanks to you, Zhao Zhao, we all remember your contributions, another chimed in. You should have seen how quickly that attendant, Liu, changed her demeanor. She was all business when leading us here, but suddenly became incredibly amiable. Yun Zhao was surrounded by the townsfolk, each eager to help her carry her belongings. Noticing the pile of luggage atop the staircase, she waved her hand. Aunties, please settle in first. Moving is of utmost importance, and I can manage. Having endured a long and treacherous journey, everyone was understandably exhausted. The sooner they finished moving, the sooner they could rest. Very well, once we're done, we will come to your place for a meal, they responded before returning to their tasks. Sister Yun Zhao. Xiang hurried over upon hearing the commotion outside, eager to share what had transpired during her absence. Dongshu and I followed your advice and took everyone to the shanty town for housing. We didn't even touch the luggage on the bus, just waiting for your return. Xiang continued. Before long, a team of staff arrived, gathered us, and took us to this community. That attendant Liu's attitude changed remarkably, he added, excitement evident on his face. She pointed to building number 1 and informed us that this would be our new home. We've already gone inside to take a look. The apartments are brand new, each with 2 bedrooms and a living room, and there's even an elevator. The children were thrilled to ride it for the first time. Not just the children, but everyone in the town was experiencing an elevator for the first time, though the adults maintained a more composed demeanor. Yun Zhao found this amusing and handed him one of her heavier bags. Then let us quickly allocate the apartments. Everyone has endured such hardship on the road, and they deserve a good rest today. Understood, Xiang replied, taking the bag, only to notice that another figure stood silently behind Yun Zhao. Xiang Mingjie had quietly lingered back, offering a polite smile as he observed the scene before him. Having ensured her safe arrival, he handed his belongings to Xiang. Yun Guide, I shall take my leave now. Here is my contact number, feel free to reach out if you decide on the inner city accommodation. This referred to his hope that she would choose to reside in the inner city. Originally, these arrangements were to be managed by the logistics department, but since he was responsible for her initial reception, Minister Bai had not transferred the responsibility. Yun Zhao nodded slightly, politely responding, "Thank you for your efforts." With that, Xiang Mingjie departed. As he descended the steps, he glanced back curiously, observing the two of them carrying their bags and chatting amiably as they entered the community gate. Yun Guide appeared reserved and reticent, seeming somewhat difficult to approach. Yet, it seemed she relaxed and smiled in the company of familiar faces. Yun Zhao followed He Xiang into the community. The complex consisted of merely 4 buildings, each unit equipped with an iron gate at the entrance. Upon seeing the unit door, Yun Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing that she would not need to move again. The entire building was inhabited by the townsfolk, all familiar with one another, ensuring that any outsiders would be easily spotted. As long as the sentinels from the town guarded the ground floor entrance, safety would not be a concern. The townspeople were bustling about, moving their belongings. Since the allocation of apartments had yet to occur, luggage from various households was piled in the ground floor corridor, creating a lively and chaotic scene. Children raced excitedly through the hallway, calling out, "Sister Yun Zhao." Yun Zhao smiled and responded warmly as she followed He Xiang to the elevator. He Xiang, laden with bags, remarked while waiting for the elevator, "The town had decided to avoid disputes over room allocation by using a lottery system. It's all about luck." Yun Zhao agreed, "That sounds fair. However, your apartment is already determined. The town had said the top floor has the best view, allowing you to choose a unit on the 12th. We've all looked, and 1202 has the best lighting. You should take that one." Before Yun Zhao could respond, He Xiang added, "As for Dong Zhu, he said he wouldn't participate in the lottery and would stay on the first floor." Cheng Dongzhu had a younger brother who was also a sentinel. As a B-class sentinel residing on the first floor, his presence ensured everyone's safety. As for Yun Zhao, she had no strong preference regarding where she lived. Since they had already picked a place for her, she decided on apartment 1202. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the two entered the small, enclosed space, He Xiang freeing a hand to press the button for the 12th floor. It was Yun Zhao's first time in an elevator. She focused intently on the buttons, where numbers indicated the floors, and the arrows signified the opening and closing of doors. Simple and intuitive. A small bluebird curiously peeked out, tilting its head to explore, using its sharp beak to poke at the numbers on the panel. Concerned it might damage the elevator, Yun Zhao quickly restrained it. The elevator swiftly reached the 12th floor. The corridor branched into 2 sides, each housing 3 families. He Xiang led her out of the elevator, taking a left to the end of the hall, arriving at the door of 1202. He retrieved a key, opened the door, and carried her belongings into the living room, handing the key to her. "Sister Yun Zhao, your luggage is already inside. I'll head down to help out now." He had his mother and younger sister to attend to, and the allocation of apartments was a significant matter. He needed to check on them. "Go ahead," Yun Zhao replied, watching him leave before closing the door and surveying the layout of her new home. The apartment had been cleaned thoroughly, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The living room held an old wooden sofa and table, but otherwise, it was empty. As she turned around, she opened the bedroom door, only to be momentarily taken aback. The bedroom contained merely a single bed, with her luggage neatly placed beside it. The bed had already been made, with her own sky blue sheets and comforter folded neatly. Though it was uncertain whether she would actually reside here, someone had prepared the room for her possible occupancy. Aside from Aunt Zhao, no one else would have taken such care. She truly had a knack for worrying. Chapter 17. The guide is the sentinel's refuge amidst the training grounds nestled on the hillside. A spacious area is bordered by rows of lush, verdant trees. Rabbit stands beneath the trees, kindling a fire at the makeshift barbecue. Sia2 emerges from the training room, lugging tables and chairs, while holding a pair of fire tongs, and takes a seat nearby to boil water. Before long, Du and Shi, Dao Haohai, and Song Liang return, shouldering over 10 pounds of meat along with an assortment of vegetables and fruits. From a distance, Du and Shi calls out loudly, "Captain, you're in trouble. My aunt is searching for you everywhere." Sia2 lifts his gaze. "What does she want with me?" Minister Duan went to the conference room and brought back that S-class guide. She says she wants to conduct a compatibility test for the 2 of you. Dao Haohai chuckles mischievously, a gleam of schadenfreude in his expression, and now you've run off, leaving Minister Duan furious. The appearance of the S-Class guide sends ripples of excitement throughout the base. Their higher-ups unanimously decide to keep it under wraps, refraining from public disclosure. However, the researchers are in a frenzy, almost begging Base Commander Shin to allow them immediate access to the guide for comprehensive testing of her metrics. It was you all who insisted on having meat, constantly urging me to leave, Sia-Tu replies nonchalantly. Moreover, Minister Duan didn't he instruct me to stay and wait for her? Duan Shi is momentarily at a loss for words. It seems he was the one who pulled the captain away. Is it his fault? Will his aunt scold him when they return home? Never mind, let us eat meat first. Dao Haohai places the purchased meat on the table and turns to shout, Rabbit, is the fire ready? Rabbit rolls his eyes, it's been ready for ages, just waiting for you all to return. Hurry up and wash the meat twice before bringing it over to grill. A group of rugged men, do they intend to eat it raw? Dao Haohai hesitates for a moment, sighing as he hoists the meat again, dragging Duan Shi along to assist. Song Liang sets down his belongings, goes inside to pour a cup of water, and returns to sit beside Sia-Tu, his gaze occasionally drifting towards his captain. He senses something amiss with Sia-Tu. Previously, it was he who intended to seek out the guide, yet during the pollution zone incident, despite the guide being just across the street, he avoided her. Upon returning, he deliberately distanced himself. What is going on? Sia-Tu bends down, tossing a piece of wood into the fire, and inquires, how many points did it cost? Over 1800, Song Liang replies, pulling out the points card to return it to him. It was under my watch. Otherwise, those two bandits would have tried to take everything back. Rabbit huffs, the captain is so affluent, he won't go bankrupt. Among the entire base, the captain possesses the most wealth, his points balance boasting 6 figures. Earning such a sum alone, he cannot possibly spend it all. Song Liang disregards Rabbit's comment and thoughtfully suggests, Captain, why not give Minister Duan a call? It's better to conduct the compatibility test sooner rather than. The teammates remain unaware that the S-Class guide could influence his spiritual entity, and even impact him personally. Song Liang shrugs, I just fear that before we finish eating, Minister Duan might come storming in. Sia-Tu pauses, sensing the likelihood of this, and tosses the fire tongs to Song Liang, keep an eye on the fire. As Rabbit notices him rising to head towards the back mountain, adopting an air of departure, he quickly exclaims, Captain, where are you going? We're about to start grilling. You all eat first, I need to call Minister Duan and discuss having that guide join Team Zero. Sia-Tu replies without looking back, avoidance is futile, their salvation plan is of utmost importance. With the addition of an S-Class guide, the team members will no longer have to tread cautiously during missions, fearing transformations in the pollution zone. The lives of his comrades take precedence over the influence the guide has on him. Times have changed, guides during the Dark Ages were exceedingly rare. For the Sentinel's sake, guides must voluntarily remain within the base to provide guidance for Sentinels experiencing mental turmoil, yet, such traditions have gradually warped into shackles that confine the guides. Guides should inherently be akin to Sentinels, their battlefield lies within the obscured pollution zones shrouded in grey mist. Sia-Tu's gaze deepens, pondering how to persuade Minister Duan, as he walks towards the back mountain. His home resides just beyond the training grounds. The heightened senses of an S-Class Sentinel are extraordinarily acute, even the slightest rustle in the wind could provoke a violent outburst within the spiritual realm. Sia-Tu cannot even reside in the inner city, he must dwell on the hillside outside the base, requiring white noise to sleep each night. Should it cease, a torrent of chaotic sounds, laden with wrathful emotions, would assail him. He must take suppressants to temporarily quell the surging force within him. Sia-Tu recalls the abnormal behavior of the fire phoenix, transmitting a fleeting moment of serenity akin to being enveloped in warm waters. Their guide is the Sentinel's home. What a twisted and grotesque relationship. They resemble a patient and a psychiatrist, and he is that very patient. 18 number 128, East 3rd Street. The atmosphere is lively. The residents of Qingshan Town are engaged in a housing allocation event. All housing numbers are inscribed on paper slips and placed into a basin. Each household sends a representative to draw their lot. The He family draws room 803. He drags their belongings upstairs, leading his mother and 10-year-old sister to settle in. The former town elder mentions that it is preferable for the 6 families on the ground floor to have a sentinel residing within. Those who voluntarily choose to live on the first floor will receive contributions from every household in the town, providing monthly support to the 6 families, akin to a neighborhood watch, ensuring everyone's safety. The community expresses unanimous agreement, except for Cheng Dongshu's family. 5 sentinels quickly step forward, volunteering to reside on the first floor. They are low-ranking sentinels, and their presence in a communal living arrangement has minimal impact. The residents have yet to fully comprehend the dynamics within the large base. They are uncertain if they will find employment to support their families in the future. Being community guards seems satisfactory. At least it offers some stipends. Zhao Yang, accompanied by her 2 children, hesitates briefly before approaching the former town elder. Elder, I wish to reside in 1201. Zhao can't cook and needs someone to take care of her. The elder, recalling Yun Zhao's poor self-care abilities, readily agrees. Everyone's ability to settle in the Dawn base and move into such fine new homes is thanks to Yun Zhao. To the older generation, she has always been the child they watched grow up. She truly requires assistance. Zhao Yang breathes a sigh of relief, gratefully receiving the key to 1201, and hastily begins moving in with her 2 children. He Pingping helps her mother carry items while Hienan takes charge of some lighter bags. The 2 elevators are bustling with activity, and everyone patiently queues at the elevator entrance. Yun Zhao wanders through the empty room, organizing the life supplies she has received, and begins to study the manual for base life contained within her bag. It primarily outlines methods for earning points. Although housing is free, residents must pay for utilities and management fees each month. Everyone is currently devoid of funds. Once settled, they must swiftly find ways to earn points. Sentinels are better off, but ordinary folks face a daunting challenge. Without specialized skills or social connections, securing a livelihood becomes exceedingly difficult. Basic labor jobs such as street sweeping, garbage collection, and waiting tables are all highly sought after, as they are accessible to everyone. Furthermore, she has yet to inspect the 2 plots of land allocated for cultivation. Crops take time to mature. In the interim, they must rely on the supplies brought from the town. As Yun Zhao ponders, she flips through the manual. Just as the elevator doors open in the hallway outside, she sets down the manual and approaches the door. Upon opening it, she instantly spots Aunt Zhao and the 2 children, dragging an assortment of belongings from the elevator. Sister Yun Zhao. He Pingping and Hienan call out obediently. Zhao Yang turns upon hearing them, promptly saying, Zhao, are you hungry? I'm going to cook right away. Chapter 18, settling in. By this time, lunch had already passed. The 2 children, caught up in the excitement of moving, only remembered their hunger when they heard their mother mention cooking. Yun Zhao paused for a moment before stepping out to assist her in lifting the luggage. Let's have fried eggs for lunch. The base provided me with 2 boxes of eggs. The long-standing custom in Qingshan town dictated that food was allocated according to labor contributions. Each small parcel of land was managed by a group of families. At harvest time, a portion was stored as emergency rations in the warehouse, another set aside for the sentinels guarding the residence, and the remainder was distributed among the families based on their labor value. The amount of food received was meager, necessitating reliance on supply teams to scavenge for resources, which could then be sold at the larger base for points to purchase food. In the past, when her uncles were still alive, Zhao Yang's household often had a reserve of food, frequently providing for others. Yun Zhao, supported by her 8 uncles, had never known hunger. However, after their passing, the situation reversed. The food allocated to Zhao Yang's family dwindled sharply, and they depended entirely on the charity of neighbors to survive. At that time, Zhao Yang was pregnant and unable to perform heavy labor. Although Yun Zhao wished to help, the crops she tended suffered and the meals she prepared were barely palatable. Life became even more challenging after the births of Pingping and Anan. It was only when Yun Zhao awakened as a guide that their circumstances began to improve, as the food allocation increased significantly. When Zhao Yang heard about the eggs, she was quite astonished. All right, I'll go take a look in the kitchen. With that, she set down her belongings and entered room 1201 to check the kitchen. Hienan, noticing her mother was busy cooking, hurried to move her books. The child was small and slender, her strength limited, yet she strained to drag the heavy bag, her little face turning crimson. Those books were all left by the children's father. Many had originally been gifts to Yun Zhao, which she later passed on to the children. Hien treasured them dearly and insisted on bringing them all when they evacuated the town. The sudden expansion of the number 6 contaminated zone, however, had given everyone ample time to prepare. Thanks to Yun Zhao's early warning, the books took up space, so they were placed atop the bus alongside quilts and furniture. Seeing her struggle, Yun Zhao went over to assist, only to find she was unable to lift it either. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator doors opened again, and the new occupants of room 1205 noticed Yun Zhao and the 2 children moving their belongings, prompting several adults to rush over and lend a hand. Before long, everything had been moved into the house. Yun Zhao shook her sore arms and returned to fetch a box of eggs. Each box contained 24 eggs. The base had been generous in providing her with 2 boxes. At her request, Zhao Yang fried 4 eggs, steamed some rice, and prepared a small dish of pickles. The rice in the bowl shimmered with a hint of yellow, fine and hard, grown right in Qingshan town. Yun Zhao, accustomed to it, finished the rice completely, savoring it with the pickles. After the meal, she produced her points card and handed it to Zhao Yang. "I would like to buy some meat and vegetables. Zhao auntie, could you please get them for me tomorrow in the inner city?" Zhao Yang wiped her hands dry, glanced at her, and silently accepted the card. Yun Zhao added, "Buy plenty, and see if there's any milk or fruit available. With my card, I should be able to purchase anything. They say I have priority." The 2 children, now 6 years old, appeared particularly frail due to long-term malnutrition. With newfound resources, Zhao Yang understood her intentions and, after a long silence, asked, "If I take the card, how will you manage?" Yun Zhao smiled and revealed the terminal device on her left wrist. "It's bound to me. I can make online payments." She continued, "You needn't to be frugal. Buy more, and please bring some for the town head and He Seong, a little something for their family as well. I receive a base salary of 3,000 points each month." Yun Zhao refrained from disclosing everything, but Zhao Yang understood precisely which 8 families she was referring to. Without uttering a word, Zhao Yang nodded and began to clear the dishes. Yun Zhao assisted with tidying the table before returning to her own home next door. The 2-bedroom apartment felt empty, devoid of anything but a wooden table and chairs. A small bluebird appeared lazily, wandering about the living room. It seemed to disdain the simplicity of its surroundings, feeling there was nowhere to perch, before finally fluttering up to settle on her head. "Let me make you a stand," Yun Zhao sighed as she sat on the stiff wooden sofa. "Please don't keep using my head as a nest." The bluebird chirped disdainfully, mocking her for attempting to craft one herself. Yun Zhao, unfazed, acknowledged her limitations aside from her strong mental abilities. "Do you think the base sells bird stands?" she prodded. "You don't even like staying in the mental realm. I'll make you a stand so you can rest indoors." "Who would you ask to make it?" "The sentinels in town have all been scolded by you. They avoid you at all costs." Yun Zhao spoke candidly. "If the stand I make does not meet your standards, wouldn't that lead to another round of reprimands?" The bluebird perched on her head, leisurely grooming its feathers. After a moment, it said, "Draw a design." Yun Zhao scoffed, "Har." She retrieved her backpack and pulled out a hand-drawn map she had sketched during her travels. "Look, this is what I drew. No one else can understand it besides me." It hardly resembled a map. The awkward lines resembled a child's scribbles, and one might mistake it for a page of ciphers. The bluebird fell silent, refusing to admit its own shortcomings. Exhausted from her lengthy journey, Yun Zhao had not had a proper rest in over 10 days. She had no desire to do anything that afternoon, merely wishing for a good sleep. As for the 2 plots of land, she would initially apply some pressure on the townsfolk to encourage them to become self-sufficient and seek work. She would present them to the town head in a few days. Furthermore, she needed to visit the Special Abilities Department tomorrow to learn more about the capabilities of other guides. There was much to be done concerning the base's prices and the school. So many tasks awaited her. Tomorrow would suffice. Dawn base, Operations Department conference room. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The 5 members of Team Zero sat at the lower end, not daring to draw a breath. It was unclear what the captain and Minister Dewan had discussed, but they had been summoned before finishing their meals. Now, they were left unattended, left to wait in silence. At that moment, Minister Dewan stood by the window, his back to them, engaged in a phone call. The heightened senses of the senior sentinels allowed them to overhear the conversation quite clearly. Since Ching-Wan had appeared in the number 102 contaminated zone, the Dawn base had learned about the guide and was now confirming details with Minister Dewan. Their salvation plan was a joint initiative of the 4 major bases. Minister Dewan did not withhold information from the Dawn base, truthfully informing them that the guide had been detected with an S-grade spiritual entity. The decision not to disclose this to the public was made to protect the guide. Being too conspicuous was not advantageous. Yes, we will convene a meeting to discuss this. Currently, we are unaware of the S-grade guide's capabilities. To ensure her safety, we will conduct a comprehensive assessment of her abilities before she officially participates in any actions. The primary concern is to inquire about her personal wishes. If she disagrees, Dawn Base will respect her decision and will not impose. She perked up his ears, listening intently, and gasped in disbelief, turning to glance at his calm captain. Could it be that he had truly persuaded his aunt? Chapter 19, The Joining of the S-Class Guide. Sia-Tu leisurely leaned back in his seat, indifferent to the eager, inquisitive gazes of his teammates. Minister Dewan was a remarkably capable and shrewd leader. Deep down, she understood that an S-Class guide could elevate the overall combat proficiency of Team Zero manifold. To confine such a guide to the base merely for psychological counseling would be an egregious waste of talent. As for whether the other leaders at the base would acquiesce, once she persuaded Minister Dewan, she would certainly contend with them. However, the pivotal question remained, would the guide be willing to forsake a stable existence and venture into perilous territory beyond the base? After a moment of contemplation, Sia-Tu drew his chair closer and began operating Minister Dewan's computer, swiftly retrieving Yun Zhao's identity information and residential address. He felt the necessity to visit in person. Unexpectedly, Minister Dewan was even quicker in her actions. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Yun Zhao had barely risen when a vehicle was sent by Minister Dewan to collect her. Assuming there was an urgent matter at hand, she found herself once again at the Operations Department building in the inner city. However, this time was different. They did not ascend to the office area above but took the elevator directly to the depths below. Upon exiting the elevator, they passed through 2 metal doors that required password entry. Following the staff member leading her, Yun Zhao arrived at an expansive underground chamber. Dim lights flickered above, illuminating rows of colossal metal control consoles. Various intricate instruments and screens glimmered, some displaying real-time surveillance footage of the outside world, while others showcased an array of densely packed data and fluctuating graphs. Minister Dewan stood upright, clad in a sharp navy military uniform, before a massive screen, scrutinizing the data displayed. Upon noticing Yun Zhao's entrance, she turned and beckoned her over. "Come take a look." Yun Zhao nodded slightly and approached her. Several staff members were stationed at computers, their fingers flying over the keyboards as their eyes remained glued to the screens, engrossed in their tasks. The air was filled with the sounds of clattering keys and various instruments at work. Minister Dewan spoke to her in a steady tone. "This is the base's operations command center, encompassing intelligence processing and pollution zone analysis teams. In this post-apocalyptic world, danger lurks at every corner," Minister Dewan continued. "The base can provide temporary refuge, but to truly alter the situation and achieve stability, we must eradicate the pollution zones." Yun Zhao raised her gaze to Minister Dewan, seemingly grasping the implications of her words. Rather than hastily delving into the core of the discussion, Minister Dewan pointed at the enormous display screen, explaining, "The red dots represent pollution zones within our monitoring range. The shaded areas indicate regions that have expanded over the last 3 months, while the small green dots signify the monitoring towers established by the 4 major bases, commonly referred to as outposts." Minister Dewan added, "These data can also be observed at the command centers of the other 3 major bases." The signal monitoring system was collaboratively established by the 4 major bases, allowing for information sharing and synchronized updates for their respective areas. Yun Zhao listened intently and posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind: how many pollution zones are there currently? Minister Duan did not withhold the truth. The numbers fluctuate daily. Some pollution zones are eradicated or merged, while new ones emerge. Currently, there are over 300 within our monitoring range. Merged? Yun Zhao inquired, intrigued. Minister Duan explained, yes, 2 adjacent pollution zones will eventually intersect and gradually merge into a larger one after a period of expansion. Such merged zones are exceedingly hazardous, as the lack of magnetic fields nearby prevents us from ascertaining the conditions within, nor can we dare to send personnel to investigate. Within the danger level classification of the 4 major bases, zones are rated from 1 to 5 stars, with merged areas consistently marked as 5-star dangers. Yun Zhao understood. There are 2 gatekeepers within. The dynamics had shifted, leading to an unstable internal world. Precisely, Minister Duan's gaze deepened. At the Dawn Base's operations department, there are currently 13 elite Sentinel teams executing missions. No one has ever ventured into a 5-star pollution zone, and over the past decade since the end of the Dark Ages, only 3 4-star zones have been eliminated. The successful eradication of these 3 4-star pollution zones was accomplished by 3 S-class Sentinels leading their teams. Xie Tu from the Dawn Base, Jiang Mu from the Dawn Base, and Fu Shan from the Morning Base. Minister Duan's tone turned grave. Initially, the casualty rate among Sentinels was alarmingly high, reaching 60. Presently, apart from Team 0, all other teams operate in pairs. Cultivating a single excellent A-class Sentinel is no easy feat. Each time a soldier falls in battle, it is a pain the base cannot bear. Yet, we must confront the pollution zones. In the 2 years following the end of the Dark Ages, we were utterly ignorant of the outside world. Minister Duan continued, during that time, we had to scour for information on how to generate power. Scientific talent was scarce, resources were limited, and civilization regressed. Everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. The facilities and equipment currently at the base were largely obtained from within the pollution zones, such as the eggs and plant seeds brought back from the Hope Base, the satellite launch devices for monitoring pollution zones, and the materials used for the combat suits worn by Sentinels, as well as the genetically modified sweet potatoes cultivated at their base. Without Sentinels risking their lives to enter the pollution zones and retrieve such technologies, the 4 major bases would not have developed to their present scale in merely a decade and a half. Everyone harbors with an S-class guide. There might be a possibility of integrating 3 S-class Sentinel teams in the future to attempt entry into 5-star pollution zones, unveiling the truth behind the calamity that had befallen them. Yun Zhao stood momentarily stunned, joined the operations department. The sudden revelation stirred her deeply, as though a massive stone had been cast into her heart, creating ripples of emotion. In this world, there are always those who bear burdens in silence, fearless of death, bravely charging into the unknown and perilous pollution zones. Each era has its heroes, whether it be the statue of a girl symbolizing hope and courage in the square or the valiant sentinels of the major bases. Today, the pollution zones loomed like a colossal shadow, shrouding humanity's future. Until they vanish, humanity shall never know peace. No one can stand apart from this struggle. Observing her prolonged silence, Minister Duan feared she was contemplating a refusal. Joining the operations department means facing life-threatening dangers at any moment. Rest assured, we will not pressure you, we will respect your personal wishes. The feeble guide lacked the means for self-preservation. Guides enjoyed generous benefits, allowing them to remain safely within the confines of the base. Thus, it was hard to fathom why one would willingly venture into danger. Minister Duan had her suspicions, yet Yun Zhao shook her head, signaling that was not her intent. After a long silence, she finally spoke. May I first inquire about Pollution Zone 6? What's the verdict? Has she come out yet? Will she agree? The first floor was abuzz with heads craning towards the elevator leading to the command center. Dao Hao remarked, I wagered 300 points with the captain that the guide would undoubtedly refuse. The rabbit blinked. I placed a bet of 300 points as well. Duanji boasted, I bet 500. Song Liang seemed uncertain, but judging by the captain's demeanor, he appears quite certain that the guide will accept. Chapter 20. The stakes before long, the metallic elevator doors slid open. A slender young girl emerged, clad in ill-fitting attire. Someone's coming out, quick, retreat. The 4 members of Team Zero had no time to scrutinize her and hurriedly concealed themselves. Dao Hao were crouched behind the stairwell door, vigorously shaking Duan Shi. You must ask Minister Duan if she agreed. This was concerning a significant 300 points. Duan Shi shot him a glare. Why don't you inquire yourself? The rabbit, in bewilderment, remarked, why are we hiding? Why not just approach and greet the guide? The two exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, why are we furtively avoiding her? Song Liang shook his head in exasperation, leading the way out from the stairwell. There was no sign of the guide on the first floor. She had already departed. Minister Duan had acted unilaterally. The news of an S-class guide joining Team Zero stirred a considerable uproar among the high-ranking officials at the base. I disagree, stated Minister Bai of the Special Abilities Department with remarkable composure within the conference room. It has been 200 years since the apocalypse, and only one S-class guide has emerged. An S-class guide is exceedingly precious. Should they perish in the contaminated zone, it would constitute an immense loss for us, and indeed for all of humanity. Minister Duan sat upright, her brows slightly raised. Are you questioning Xie Tu's capabilities, suggesting that the team he leads cannot protect a single guide? Nothing is absolute. Minister Bai adjusted his glasses. Minister Zhao from the Logistics Department nodded in agreement. Guides are inherently scarce. Our base has a population of nearly 300,000, over 10,000 sentinels, yet there are fewer than 200 guides. Have you? The founder of our Dawn base was, in fact, a guide. Minister Duan lightly tapped the table. Guides were even rarer during the Dark Ages. Those guides were able to engage in frontline combat. What is this? Are we regressing as time progresses? Minister Duan's gaze turned icy. To confine guides within the base, stripping them of their valor, is a grievous error. Minister Bai preferred not to engage in a quarrel. Then let us vote. Let us put it to a vote. The operations department has already agreed, and Yun Zhao himself is in favor. What more is there to vote on? Minister Duan's eloquence was formidable, leaving the group of men at a loss for retort. Base Director Shin sat at the head of the table, glancing left and right, his expression conflicted as he pondered which side to take. It was Director Jiang from the Research Institute who spoke up to mediate. How about this? Let us first conduct an ability assessment for Yun Zhao. Understanding the capabilities of an S-class guide is essential. Otherwise, all this bickering is fruitless. Researchers had been incessantly visiting his office, clamoring for comparative tests between 2 S-class spiritual entities. 2 phoenixes, 1 sentinel, 1 guide. The researchers were insatiably curious, eager to discern the distinctions, and would wait diligently outside his office each day. Director Jiang was now hesitant to return to his office. Minister Duan remarked, Yun Zhao has just arrived at the base. Her home lacks even a semblance of proper furnishings. Let us wait until she is settled before proceeding. Minister Bai felt a headache coming on. A perfectly good guide had inexplicably been intercepted by the operations department mid-journey. Upon learning that Yun Zhao had consented to join Team Zero, the team members collectively gasped. It's over, my 300 points, Dao Hao sighed dramatically. Duan Shi scoffed, Har, I have 500. The captain had effortlessly acquired 1,400 from them. The expenses from their previous day's meat feast had been nearly recouped. The 4, reluctant, hurriedly drove back to the training ground outside the base. At the shooting range halfway up the mountain, Xie Tu stood alone, seemingly casually firing his weapon, each shot striking the bullseye. Captain, how did you know that guide would agree? The rabbit was bursting with curiosity, unable to contain himself even from a distance. Dao Hao were, reluctant to part with his points, muttered, right, you 2 haven't even met. Why did I let you all convince me to place a bet? Duan Shi lamented regretfully. Song Liang replied irritably, that should be my line, I lost 300 points for no reason. He had merely been passing by, yet the 3 had insisted he join in the wager. Song Liang, no longer standing with them, turned to Xie Tu, Captain, quickly explain, let them lose gracefully and willingly relinquish their points. Xie Tu, irritated by their chatter, set down his gun and retreated into the indoor training room. The 4 promptly followed, clearly displaying their determination not to relent. Sietu bent down to pour himself a glass of water, languidly taking a seat, and upon noticing the four encircling him, "What does that mean?" Song Liang kindly translated, "He is saying you lack intelligence." The rabbit, quick to respond, looked at Song Liang. "The you in the captain's words clearly includes you too." The conversation veered. Song Liang was increasingly disinclined to engage with them. The captain had never laid eyes on that S-class guide. He had intended to persuade her to join Team Zero this morning, but had found himself thwarted by Minister Duan, who had swiftly secured her presence. Song Liang directly inquired, "Captain, why were you so certain she would agree?" Sietu felt his team was beyond saving. He decided to be frank with them. "I received news of a high-level guide in a remote town through our informants at the Dawn base. Near the number 6 contaminated zone, there is but one signal monitoring tower." The rabbit nodded vigorously, hastily asking, "And then?" Sietu replied with exasperation, "And then, the Dawn base received no information. Why would it miraculously reach us?" He had been pondering this question on the way back. The closest Dawn base was oblivious, while he, hundreds of miles away, was informed. It felt as though the information had been deliberately released to them. Among the remaining 3 S-class sentinels, all had their spiritual entities in public view. The world knew his spiritual entity was a fire phoenix, and coincidentally, this guide's spiritual entity was also a phoenix. What a remarkable coincidence, Song Liang understood, so the information was released by the guide herself, specifically to draw us in. But why? "I have no idea," Sietu replied bluntly. He was not a deity, having never met the guide. How could he possibly know her thoughts? She leaned in. "Then why is the captain so sure she will join Team Zero?" Sietu regarded him with a half-smile. "Would you like to know?" The group nodded eagerly. Sietu leisurely retrieved his points card. "First, let us settle the wager." Shi Dao Haower, the rabbit, Song Liang sighed, being the first to initiate an online transfer. Sietu promptly received 1,400 points. Satisfied, he tucked away his points card, rose, and headed for the door, casually remarking, "When the guide reports to Team Zero in a couple of days, you can ask her yourselves." The 4 they had been duped. Chapter 21, Eradicate Those Polluted Areas. Yunzhao strolled alone through the streets of the inner city. The inner city appeared vast, yet most of it comprised office spaces, various research institutes, and residential districts. The elite sentinels resided within the inner city, endowed with heightened senses, sight, hearing, and smell, which were significantly sharper than those of ordinary individuals, rendering them susceptible to external disturbances. Consequently, the dwellings of sentinels were constructed with specialized soundproof materials, and the density of surrounding buildings had to remain relatively low. During the day, the residents of the inner city were either working or engaged in missions, leaving the streets eerily deserted, with scarcely any figures inside. As Yunzhao continued her walk, she arrived at the central square. She seated herself on a bench beside the square, gazing vacantly at the statue of a young girl perched upon a pedestal. Fragmented thoughts of Minister Duan echoed in her mind. People outside harbor a misconception, believing that the numbering of polluted areas corresponds to the order of their formation. In reality, we lack the capacity to ascertain conditions from 2 centuries ago. When the 4 major bases established communication, we delineated various regions for the purpose of setting up sentinel outposts for monitoring and aiding navigation, assigning numbers to each segment. Just as the segment you traversed, the 102nd, corresponds to the 102nd polluted area, similarly, the area along the 6th segment is designated as the 6th polluted area. If multiple polluted zones exist within that region, they will be named 6-1, 6-2. Its expanse is exceedingly vast, and it continues to spread relentlessly, devouring land and the aberrant creatures along its path. Yunzhao gazed up at the statue of the young girl, her long eyelashes fluttering. Regardless of whether Minister Duan and his associates would come for her, she would inevitably find a way to join Team Zero. Her arduous journey to the Dawn base was not solely for basking in sunlight. As a guide, she lacked a robust physique and extraordinary combat prowess. Her knowledge of the polluted areas was minimal, and she had only recently learned about the gatekeeper from a sentinel at the Dawn base. Years ago, she had been discovered at the fringes of the 6th polluted area. The townsfolk often remarked that aside from the sentinels of the search team, no one dared to venture there. People would flee at the mere sight of a polluted area. Yunjiao harbored a vague feeling that she had emerged from the polluted zone herself. She yearned to enter the 6th polluted area to uncover her origins, seeking a team of elite sentinels to guide her. From the very beginning, she had chosen Xie Tu, and now her wish was fulfilled, yet Yunjiao found no joy in this realization. Gradually, she became aware that the efforts made by each generation over the past 200 years during this dark apocalypse, driven by their unwavering beliefs, deeply moved her. It seemed that her origins had become inconsequential. Let us eradicate those polluted areas, Yunjiao contemplated as she stared at the statue of the young girl. Was the distance the girl gazed into a reflection of the once vibrant and bustling era that existed in her heart. What was that era truly like? Did people have enough to eat? Were they free from the fear of being devoured by aberrant creatures? Did all children have access to education? The little bluebird sensed its host's emotional turmoil and hopped onto her lap, raising its head to meet her gaze. Are you sad? Yunjiao corrected it. It is not sadness, but rather a sense of bewilderment. What is the difference? It inquired. It is a feeling of loss in my heart. You wouldn't understand. Indeed, it did not comprehend, proudly lifting its head and asserting, bird rack. Yunjiao sighed. I know. It is time for us to familiarize ourselves with the basis prices. Let us visit the shopping center. Minister Duan had suggested that she report in after settling down. Since she had agreed to join the combat department, it was only fitting that she acquire at least 2 new outfits. She would likely encounter many individuals, members of Team Zero and other guides from the base. It would not do to appear too shabby, however. Those 4 individuals who had peered inquisitively from the first floor of the combat department, could they possibly be her future teammates? She felt a lingering sense of unreliability about them. The shopping center was conveniently located just across from the square. Yunjiao quelled her thoughts and, accompanied by the little bluebird, made her way to the shopping venue. The center boasted 3 floors. The first floor was dedicated to various food items and an array of goods, with sections for vegetables, meats, fruits, pastries, and more. Intent on familiarizing herself with the basis pricing, she began her exploration on the first floor. The prices displayed on the shelves were astonishing. The cheapest meat was priced at 60 points per pound, while a bundle of vegetables was marked at 20 points. Fruits were even pricier, with apples sold individually at 5 points each. The exorbitant costs made her wince. She had given her points card to Aunt Zhao, as the townsfolk were unlikely to have encountered such outrageous prices and would probably be unwilling to spend. Dressed in ill-fitting, worn clothing, Yunjiao's expression shifted with every price she encountered. The sales clerks, upon noticing her, merely scoffed and made no effort to assist. She remained unfazed by their disdainful gazes, for she encountered similar looks daily from her own spiritual entity. Ordinary individuals could not perceive the spiritual entity. At that moment, the little bluebird mirrored her disdain, casting a similarly contemptuous and critical glare at the sales clerks. Useless, garbage. Yunjiao wandered aimlessly on the first floor, merely observing without purchasing anything. After completing a circuit, she ascended the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was home to clothing and outdoor gear shops, divided into sections for men's, women's, and children's apparel. Compared to the food prices, some clothing items were relatively affordable, with a discount section where prices ranged from 10 to 50 points. The women's section was expansive, becoming increasingly luxurious the deeper she ventured. At the innermost shop, mannequins adorned in exquisite gowns displayed their long flowing skirts. Yunjiao had little interest in ostentatious items. After perusing the aisles, she returned to the discount section and selected 2 dresses, holding them up to herself for comparison. These garments were far more attractive than the faded clothes she wore. The fabric felt particularly pleasant to the touch. She chose 2 affordable outfits and a set of pajamas, then proceeded to the children's section, purchasing 2 new outfits for Ping Ping and Anan. She believed in fairness, ensuring that she did not favor one over the other. For Hexiang's younger sister and the children of her uncles, she simply selected 1 item each. Opting for the least expensive choices, she still spent over 100 points. Yunjiao calculated the total and approached a female cashier, stating, I am not very adept at online payments. Could you please advise me on how to proceed with the checkout? The cashier, engrossed in conversation with a colleague, impatiently gestured toward the equipment next to the computer. over there, without offering any further guidance. The sales clerks, seeing her shabby attire and recognizing her as someone from the outer district, paid her no mind. Returning to their chatter, Yun Zhao remained still, her gaze steady as she addressed them. At the service personnel in the base, all as dismissive as you. In the inner city's shopping center, where products were exquisite and prices steep, her plain appearance rendered her a target for scorn. While she had not minded being overlooked when she was merely browsing, it seemed unjust to be treated with disdain after having spent her points. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the cashiers, Yun Zhao continued, "If I wish to lodge a complaint, who should I approach?" The nearby sales clerks erupted in laughter at her words. The female cashier, finally registering the situation, rolled her eyes and retorted, "Then go ahead and complain, country bumpkin." Her father was an A-grade sentinel, and her mother worked in the base's logistics department, having used connections to secure her position at the shopping center. She was utterly unconcerned about any complaints. The little bluebird instantly flared up, "You vile garbage, who are you insulting?" In an instant, countless emerald green glimmers materialized, hurtling toward the female cashier. Just then, Bai Yu, who had emerged from the gown shop, chanced upon this scene. The emerald glimmers transformed into tiny specks, racing toward the cashier, but before they could make contact, Yun Zhao raised her hand to stop them, causing the glimmers to dissipate swiftly. Ordinary individuals could not withstand the threads of her spirit. The offense did not warrant such a severe punishment. Lodging a complaint would suffice. Unaware of her narrow escape, the female cashier was about to utter with a fair complexion and a pair of sparkling, clear eyes. She wore an exquisite white knee-length dress. Bai Yu did not acknowledge the cashier, instead curiously observing Yun Zhao, kindly suggesting, "If the service personnel are rude, you can directly file a complaint with the base's Commercial Management Bureau. Their highest authority is Minister Xiao from the Logistics Department." Bai Yu's father was none other than Minister Bai, head of the Special Abilities Department. She had recently differentiated into an A-grade guide. The later one awakened their abilities. The higher their rank, Bai Yu frequently visited the shopping center, and prior to her transformation into a guide, the sales clerks had always treated her with utmost respect due to her father's influence. This was her first encounter witnessing the clerks' condescending behavior. Unfortunately, the clerks had misjudged this time. Bai Yu discreetly assessed Yun Zhao's spiritual entity. The palm-sized bluebird gazed coldly at the clerks, its eyes reflecting a look akin to that of a corpse. News of an S-grade guide's detection had circulated within the base, and she had gleaned this information from eavesdropping on her father's phone conversations. If her suspicions were correct, it must be the young woman before her. Chapter 22, The White Guide. Thank you for the information. Yun Zhao expressed her gratitude. The equipment had been calibrated by the logistics personnel, and the phone numbers of the base leaders were all stored within. She was still unfamiliar with the communication watch. After some time, she finally located Minister Xiao's number and dialed it. Once the call connected, she said, "I apologize for bothering you over a minor issue." Yun Zhao briefly explained the situation. After listening, Minister Xiao's tone turned somber. "It is a lapse in our duties that has caused you inconvenience. The logistics department will send someone to address this promptly, and you will receive a response shortly." Yun Zhao, having lost interest in her, hung up the phone and began to leave. "I don't know how to make a payment. When will you finish training? Come find me to settle the bill." Bai Yu hurriedly followed her. Noticing she was not heading downstairs but instead climbing to the third floor, she kindly reminded, "There's an elevator right next to us." Yun Zhao replied, "No need, it's just a few steps." Bai Yu countered, "The third floor is a furniture store. There's nothing of interest." Yun Zhao silently thought, "I happen to need furniture and want to see if there are any bird stands for sale." Spotting the little green bird perched atop her head, Bai Yu eagerly volunteered, "Let me." The sales staff warmly explained and inquired about her needs. Bai Yu chimed in with random suggestions. She pointed at a European-style large bed displayed prominently. "This princess bed is wonderful. It's particularly comfortable, perfect for you." The little green. Upon seeing the price of 800 points, Yun Zhao turned on her heel and left without a second thought. "The blanket is nice too. It can be laid in the study. You must have a wardrobe, right? Over there, they have customized options for the whole house." The young lady, oblivious to the hardships of the world, was selecting the most expensive furnishings. Yun Zhao, feeling helpless, noted, "I don't have that many points." Bai dismissed her concern. You don't have them now, but you will in the future. You can even take it on credit. I doubt they would refuse. The sales clerk smiled. That's possible. Although unaware of Yun Zhao's identity, the presence of the white guide provided assurance. Yun Zhao shook her head. No, I just want to buy a desk and a wardrobe. I'll gradually acquire the rest later. The base had a school, and she intended to send the children there for their studies. If the children did not awaken their abilities in the future, they could remain at the base as researchers or civil servants, avoiding the dangers of the outside world while enjoying a stable income, perhaps even better than that of a sentinel. She had to take good care of the children for her uncles. Ultimately, Yun Zhao chose an inexpensive desk and then purchased the wardrobe that the sales clerk had mentioned, which had minor defects. The wardrobe was brand new, with only a bit of paint chipped off, not affecting its functionality, yet priced significantly lower. Observing this, Bai Yu helped her select a matching chair, insisting, I'll pay for this chair. Don't refuse, consider it a gesture of friendship. Before Yun Zhao could respond, Bai Yu turned to the sales clerk and, with an air of entitlement, declared, it's her first time shopping. No need for a discount, let the carpet be a gift. The sales clerk smiled wryly, realizing Bai Yu's boldness, the carpet was more expensive than the wardrobe and desk combined. I haven't bought much, so there's no need for a gift. Yun Zhao didn't wish to put the sales clerk in a difficult position and turned to ask, do you sell bird stands? The sales clerk promptly replied, no, but we accept custom orders. You can draw a design or describe your requirements. Hearing this, a weight lifted from Yun Zhao's heart. She wouldn't have to make it herself, the little green bird would surely be satisfied. She conveyed her specifications to the sales clerk, ordering a suspended bird stand and a 3-tiered climbing frame shaped like a tree hollow, complete with a birdhouse. After a brief moment of contemplation, she added, please use better materials. The proud little green bird, unusually delighted, flapped its wings and leaped into her embrace. Bai Yu watched this scene with curiosity. Typically, spiritual entities reside within the mental realm, as their manifestation consumes the guide's mental energy. However, the spiritual entity of an S-class guide seemed distinct, showing a particular fondness for being outside. Bai Yu pondered whether she should also procure a few pieces of furniture for her own spiritual entity or perhaps construct a miniature villa for it to play in. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao, with the sales clerk's assistance, completed her purchase, leaving her address for delivery. Having finished shopping, she intended to explore the outer district. The two exited the shopping center together. Thank you for today, I'll treat you to a meal next time, Yun Zhao said to Bai Yu. The latter was evidently also a guide and the first one she had interacted with. Setting aside their identities, Yun Zhao had many questions about guides and wished to befriend Bai Yu. However, she was currently preoccupied with settling matters before reporting to the combat department. All right then, you focus on your tasks. I'll find you to hang out next time, Bai Yu replied regretfully as they parted ways. They exchanged contact information at the entrance of the shopping center and went their separate ways. Yun Zhao boarded a bus back to the outer district, visiting places such as the trading center and the farmers' market. Compared to the desolate inner district, the outer area was bustling with activity. Most people wore old clothing, their skin tanned from exposure to the sun. Some were carrying goods to sell, covered in dirt and grime. In the farmers' market, Yun Zhao navigated through the throngs of people, the air thick with a medley of scents. Stalls were lined up next to each other, vendors shouting to attract customers' attention. Food, spices, wild ingredients, grains, and various items were sold here at remarkably lower prices. It was evident that the outer district was the realm of ordinary people. Here, self-organized search teams. However, unlike the processed and marinated meat available in the shopping center, this required one to prepare it at home. Additionally, wild vegetables were abundant and very affordable, at just 3 points per bunch. The residents of the outer district almost exclusively shopped here. The demand was substantial. However, eggs, milk, and fruits were conspicuously absent. As for grains, the nearby agricultural plots belonged to the base's Agricultural Research Institute, which set unified pricing for sales. Prices ranged from affordable to expensive, with the cheapest being 5 points per pound, while higher quality polished rice could cost between 10 to 20 points. After a thorough exploration, Yun Zhao gained a general understanding of the base's prices and inquired with a nearby shopkeeper. "I am not applying." The shopkeeper then revealed 400 points per month. The person helping out at the neighboring stall earns 300 points a month. That stall was rented by a team of sentinel searchers. Not all sentinels joined the base. Many lower-ranked sentinels formed their own search teams to hunt and gather resources, then brought their finds here to sell. Since they couldn't remain at the market, they hired someone to watch the stall for them. With a plan forming in her mind, Yun Zhao thanked the shopkeeper and left. It was evident that an ordinary person could live on 300 to 400 points, as long as they avoided luxuries like meat, highlighting the significant wealth disparity within Shuguang base. Yun Zhao then proceeded to the school's vicinity to inquire about enrollment procedures and tuition fees. The base's schools were located in the outer district, and the tuition was not exorbitant. Each student was required to pay 300 points per semester, which included the cost of books. Furthermore, the school provided lunch, as the base placed great emphasis on education, offering subsidies for meal costs, resulting in only 100 points needed each semester. This meant that each child would need to pay 400 points per semester. The school had just commenced 2 weeks ago. The person in charge of reception indicated that enrollment was still open, requiring only identification and residency information. In Qingshan Town, the old town head could read and occasionally took the initiative to teach the children literacy. When Yun Zhao arrived in the town, she could already recognize some characters, seemingly an innate ability. As she read more books, her recognition of characters expanded significantly. Yun Zhao calculated the tuition costs in her mind. The base had provided her with a settlement allowance of 5,000 points. Her uncles had 5 children in total, and some families had younger siblings. For instance, Xiang's younger sister was only 10 years old and would certainly need to attend school. She wondered if Xiang wished to study and decided to ask him later. Adding it all up, with 7 or 8 children, the semester's total expenses would be around 3,000 points, which she could afford. Regarding the other children in the town, Yun Zhao planned to ask their families if they would like to enroll and consider establishing a separate scholarship fund using the crops produced from 2 plots of land as a form of assistance for the town. She could not bear the burden of supporting everyone. Ultimately, how they lived in the future would depend on their own efforts. Chapter 23, A Doorstep Apology. After understanding the basic prices in the market, Yun Zhao returned to her community. The residential buildings near the agricultural market appeared significantly more dilapidated compared to those on Dongsan Street, where the residents dressed neatly and mostly held stable jobs. Yun Zhao gathered a rough understanding of the housing prices and rent in the base. The cheapest accommodations were in the shanty town of the outer district. Apart from temporary housing, many outsiders resided there long-term, with a monthly rent of merely 30 points. The conditions were dire, lacking electricity and offering only limited. Conversely, the most expensive options were located in several streets in the Eastern District, which had recently been completed and represented one of the few high-rise buildings in the outer district, deemed their wealthy enclave of the area. Yun Zhao carried several bags of new clothes home. Aunt Zhao had yet to return, but had left a meal on the table. He Ping, ever considerate, upon seeing her sister's return, followed their mother's instructions to reheat the meal and sent his younger sister to knock on the door. High-rise buildings prohibited the use of firewood, thus cooking was done using briquettes. The kitchen was set up on the balcony, enclosed by a half-height wall, creating a semi-open environment. With 2 centuries of decay, today's technology and science fell short of what once was. Regarding the natural gas described in antiquated texts, the base lacked both expertise and equipment. Maintaining basic electricity and water supply was already the utmost effort made by the base. Yun Zhao helped serve the meal and said to Ping, "Next time, if Mom is not around, just let me know, and I will heat up the food." The child was too young. In such a densely populated area, what if an oversight led to a fire? Ping replied earnestly. Mom said Yun Zhao cannot enter the kitchen. Yun Zhao remained silent, burying her head in her meal. In the afternoon, furniture delivery personnel arrived, accompanied by a leader from the Commercial Management Bureau, the shopping center manager, and the very cashier who had insulted her as a country bumpkin. We have taken serious action regarding the employee in question. They were unaware of Yun Zhao's true identity, however. Minister Xiao had personally called to hold them accountable, reportedly alarming Director Shin of the base, which left the manager and the bureau leader in a cold sweat. The cashier, now flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head and tremulously said, "Miss Yun, I am truly sorry. I hope you can grant me a chance for redemption. I promise to treat every customer equally and provide the best service." Yun Zhao gently pressed her lips together and slowly responded to the manager, "She is merely a reflection of a larger issue. It was an unfortunate coincidence. We will enhance staff training to prevent such incidents from occurring again," the manager earnestly assured. The bureau leader nodded repeatedly. "We will also strengthen oversight to ensure similar situations do not happen again. We hope you do not lose faith in the base's commercial services due to this incident." "I hope so," Yun Zhao replied candidly. The manager quickly added, "Rest assured, we will fulfill our promises. As for the clothes you purchased, the employee in question will cover the cost. You need not decline, as it serves as a lesson for them." Yun Zhao did not refuse. It was not the mere 120 points she was concerned about, but rather the fact that those salespeople, who had judged her based on appearances, indeed required a lesson. An apology might be. The cashier's face was flushed with shame, not daring to lift her gaze. The manager continued, "Additionally, we have imposed a penalty. The involved employee will have a month's salary deducted, while other staff members will face a deduction of half a month's salary and will be required to undergo reassessment and retraining." He tentatively. The matter was neither overly grave nor trivial. The base had demonstrated a willingness to address the issue and personally apologized. She was not one to make a mountain out of a molehill. Thus, the incident was considered resolved. The manager sighed in relief and exchanged some pleasantries before finally presenting the gift. "This is a small token of our apology." The bag was quite substantial, not at all insignificant. Once they placed the items on the table, they took their leave. During their conversation, the wardrobe and study desk had already been installed, and the workers emerged to invite Yun Zhao to inspect the set. Not escorting them out, she turned and entered her bedroom to assess the furniture. The wardrobe and desk she selected were both in natural wood tones, harmonizing well with the wooden bed. The only incongruity was a pink chair, complete with a matching cushion, a gift from Bai Yu. She resolved to invite her to dinner next time and also choose a suitable gift in return. Seated at the desk, the once empty room now included a desk and wardrobe. Due to the absence of cooking, there was not a hint of warmth, making the space feel particularly desolate. Thinking of the 2 bird perches yet to be added, Yun Zhao mused that as items gradually filled the room, it would increasingly resemble a home. She opened the gift bag to find a delicate desk lamp and a box of exquisite egg cakes. Later, just past 5 o'clock, Yun Zhao received notifications of point deductions on her communicator, totaling 56 points for 2 transactions. Not long after, Zhao Yang returned, indeed having bought. "The prices in the base are exorbitant," she remarked. Having lived in Qingshan town all her life, she had never interacted with outsiders. That morning, she had prepared the meal, instructing the children to keep an eye on the house before venturing out with trepidation. Although Yun Zhao had taught her how to take the bus, Zhao Yang was reluctant to spend money and opted to walk to the inner city. She stood outside the shopping center for a long time, observing the well-dressed patrons coming and going, hesitating for ages before ultimately mustering the courage to enter. However, she ended up retracing her steps. She found another aunt in town and, relying on inquiries, made her way to the agricultural market. Upon failing to find milk and discovering the meat stall, she nearly fainted after inquiring about the prices. With the points Zhao Zhao earned already allocated for meals, she couldn't fathom how to afford anything. Unsure, Zhao Yang refrained from buying anything. Remembering Yun Zhao's desire for meat, she heeded other suggestions and persevered until the meat stall closed, ultimately bargaining with others and purchasing 2.5 pounds of meat for 50 points. Upon hearing her recount the day's events, Yun Zhao reassured her, "It's all right. I'll go shopping tomorrow." It was her oversight, assuming everyone could adapt as swiftly as she had. The hunting teams faced life-threatening dangers, thus prices were understandably high. It was natural for Zhao Yang to hesitate at spending. However, Yunzhao still hoped for her to adapt quickly, saying, "I have already decided to send Pingping and Anan to school. Aunt, you need to visit the service hall tomorrow to obtain their residency permits and points cards. Getting out and about would help them acclimate to life in the base sooner or later." Zhao Yang was taken aback. "Will tuition be very expensive?" "Not at all," Yunzhao emphasized. "I am quite affluent now." Zhao Yang hesitated, her lips pursed, remaining silent for a while. When her husband had brought Yunzhao back to the town, they had lived in their home. Zhao Yang had watched Yunzhao grow up, taking the most care of her among the 8 families, yet, in truth, they were not particularly close. After the search team incident, Yunzhao had not spoken to them for a long time. At that time, Zhao Yang was pregnant, and Yunzhao would proactively help with chores, tending to the fields, washing clothes, cleaning. But once she had a moment to herself, she would sit atop the high walls of the town, sometimes for an entire day, refusing to come down even for meals. Only Heseong followed her closely during those times. Later, after awakening as a guide, she gradually became more talkative, yet the town's sentinels began to fear her. Or rather, they feared her spiritual entity. Yunzhao's temperament was inscrutable. They understood she was deeply loyal and had taken the families of the search team as her own responsibility. No amount of reasoning would suffice. She was unyielding. Zhao Yang knew refusal was futile and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will go to the service hall early tomorrow. I will go prepare dinner now." Seeing her busy in the kitchen, Yunzhao returned to her room, took out another box of eggs, and picked 4 to bring back, dividing them into 7 portions. She retrieved the new clothes she had prepared for the children and shared the meat and egg cakes accordingly. Then, with Pingping and Anan in tow, she set out to deliver them to the other 7 families. As she conveyed her plans to send the children to school, she urged them to promptly visit the service hall to obtain their residency permits. Reactions among the families varied. Heseong, upon hearing that Yunzhao intended to send him to school, shook his head vigorously. "I'm too old for that." "I want to go." He now served as the pillar of his family, needing to find ways to earn points. It was sufficient for his sister to attend school. The elderly former town leader, over 70, with a stooped back and dressed in a coarse, old-fashioned shirt, thought of his deceased son and his grandson's opportunity for education. Tears welled in his eyes as he turned away from Yunzhao to wipe them. The reactions of the other families varied. Some expressed gratitude with joy, while others, recalling lost loved ones, wept bitterly. Yunzhao placed the items down and silently departed with the 2 children. Chapter 24, Unrated Contaminated Zones. In the 2 days following their relocation, every household was bustling with activity. They were preoccupied with familiarizing themselves with the local prices and procuring resident permits and point cards. After conducting a round of inspections at the base, the sentinels held a meeting and unanimously decided to establish a search team to venture out in search of supplies and to hunt mutated creatures. Given the abundance of resources in the vicinity, even if they failed to hunt any mutated animals, collecting wild vegetables or carrying back coal as essential living supplies would still allow them to earn a decent number of points. Currently, the coal they were using was provided free of charge by the base for that day, but the supply was limited, sufficient for only about 2 weeks. Coal was a necessity. Even if it wasn't sold, every household needed to stockpile some for personal use. Hunting mutated animals posed significant dangers due to their aggressive nature, making it a perilous endeavor that relied heavily on luck. Zheng Dongshu found himself in a quandary. As a B-level sentinel, on the very first day of his arrival, he was approached by the Special Abilities Department, who informed him of the opportunity to join the base's patrol team. His primary responsibilities would involve ensuring the safety of the base and maintaining public order, with occasional missions to eliminate aberrant species surrounding the base. The salary was a meager 800 points per month, in stark contrast to the 50. Additionally, A-level sentinels had access to various other tasks issued by the base, which came with lucrative rewards. For instance, the watchposts situated outside, tasked with monitoring various contaminated zones, were manned exclusively by A-level sentinel teams, which rotated every 2 months. During their deployment, A-level sentinels received additional allowances, and with task rewards, it was not uncommon for them to earn several thousand points in a month. Moreover, only B-level sentinels could awaken their spiritual entities, leaving those below B-level unconsidered by the major base for recruitment. Hence, Zheng Dongshu was the sole sentinel in the town to receive such an offer. Given the stability of the job, he felt tempted. However, his younger brother had joined the town's self-established search team. The dangers of hunting mutated creatures made him apprehensive, especially since the other sentinels in town were of lower ranks. "Brother, it's fine, you should join the patrol team," his brother Cheng Dongqing urged. "In case we return empty-handed, at least you'll have a fixed salary to ensure I don't starve. Besides, don't you have 4 days off every month? You can accompany us when you're free, and consider it a way to earn some extra cash." After contemplating his brother's words, Zheng Dongshu ultimately resolved to report to the Special Abilities Department the following. Once he became well acquainted with the base sentinels, it would undoubtedly facilitate the townspeople's dealings, having someone within the base.as for the ordinary residents of the town. Many were attempting to find work at the base, but their efforts were met with numerous obstacles. Even jobs such as street cleaning were fiercely contested, with positions filled long before they could apply. Women began to consider foraging for wild grasses to weave straw shoes and hats for sale within the base. Resources were scarce in Qingshan town, leading many to craft their own footwear, as numerous individuals possessed weaving skills. Consequently, the search team in town received their first task, to assist in gathering wild grasses, with the promise of a commission once the goods were sold. However, there was a significant issue. The management at Dawn Base was stringent, requiring that items be sold only at designated stalls. They had inquired and found that the rental fee for a stall was 200 points per month, while better locations cost 300 points. Most critically, only stalls were equipped with card-reading devices. Currently, they were devoid of funds. They lacked even the means to take public transportation, let alone rent a stall. With no options left, He Xiang approached Yin Zhao. "Sister Yin Zhao, could you lend us 200 points? He explained the situation. "The townspeople can share a stall. Anyone who wishes to sell can place their items there. Once we earn some money, we'll repay you immediately." Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao produced a point card from Dawn Base and transferred 300 points onto it. Handing the card to He Xiang, she said, "This card is valid across the 4 major bases. Use it for now, but it would be best to go to the administrative hall and obtain 2 cards specifically for Dawn Base. The additional 100 was for unforeseen circumstances." "All right," He Xiang replied. After He Xiang left, Yun Zhao began to calculate her points. She had spent 150 points on furniture, part of which was a deposit for a birdcage. With 4,500 points remaining, she transferred 1,000 points to Aunt Zhao for recent living expenses. Additionally, she needed to pay 2,800 points for enrolling 7 children in school. In an instant, her balance dwindled to merely 700 points. It was impossible to afford meat for every meal. She needed to earn points swiftly. As a guide, she could potentially consult at the guidance center during her spare time, though she was uncertain if she could receive dual salaries. After some contemplation, Yun Zhao dialed Minister Duan's number, informing him that she would report to the operations department right after taking the children to school the following day. Minister Duan replied, "All right, I'll be waiting for you at the operations department tomorrow." Once Minister Duan hung up, she turned to the individuals sitting in her office and issued a stern warning. "When you meet her tomorrow, make sure to act humbly." "Understood." Duan shot them a glare before addressing Xie Tu, especially, "As the team leader, you need to take good care of the new recruit and help her acclimate to the operations department swiftly." Xie Tu responded casually, "Of course." Their 4 team members were in discussion, planning to organize a welcome ceremony for the new recruit the following day. Their brief encounter had left them with the impression that the slender figure appeared exceptionally delicate, as though a mere gust of wind could topple her. "Captain, how about a barbecue tomorrow?" Dao Haohai suggested. Xie shot him a glance. "Didn't we just have that a couple of days ago?" Duanqi quickly interjected, "But it can't be the same. Tomorrow, we must properly welcome the new recruit." This time, they were determined to make the captain splurge and reclaim the 500 points lost in their previous wager. Xie was disinclined to engage in further conversation and promptly tossed his point card to them. "And now scram." "Sure thing." The group cheerfully seized Xie's point. Minister Duan cast a disapproving gaze at Duanqi's departing figure, her expression one of exasperation. "You shouldn't always indulge them." Xie lifted his eyelids. "Why didn't you say that in front of them?" No one knew when they might sacrifice themselves in some contaminated zone, including Xie himself. Minister Duan chose not to pursue the topic further and instead mentioned, "Tomorrow, you and Yunjiao will undergo a compatibility test." Xie's gaze flickered momentarily. He had no reason to refuse, so he simply replied, "All right." He then inquired, "We've been resting for several days, when will the next mission be assigned?" Minister Duan picked up a water cup from her desk. "The mission has been posted. The guide requires time to adapt. Furthermore, the Jianmu team from Dawn Base has yet to return." Xie paused. "The 88th contaminated zone." Minister Duan confirmed, "Yes, the mission's priority is orange, with no rating. A contaminated zone without a danger assessment represented the unknown." Chapter 25, Welcoming the new teammates. The following day, the children awoke early, donning the new attire purchased by Sister Yunjiao. Accompanied by their parents, they gathered on the first floor of the community, their faces aglow with excitement and anticipation. Yunjiao, having prepared herself, adorned in a light blue casual outfit, led He Pingping and Hienan out the door. The school was situated on West 2nd Street, outside the base. It was a considerable distance from East 3rd Street, necessitating approximately a 40-minute walk. However, Yunjiao had no intention of allowing the children to take the bus to school. In this post-apocalyptic world, physical strength was paramount. Unexpected events could occur at any time, and walking served as a means of fortifying their endurance. She had already ascertained that the base was quite secure, with patrols present throughout. The children walking to and from school in pairs posed no cause for concern. Alongside Aunt Zhao, Yunjiao guided the children all the way to the school gate, as they were in a hurry to report to the operations department. After settling the fees at the finance office and offering a few words of advice to several families, she departed ahead of them. Yunjiao arrived in the inner city by bus, then walked a short distance to the operations department building. This marked her 3rd visit, yet it felt distinctly different from the previous 2. As she approached, she noticed 4 sentinels clad in black tactical uniforms, 3 men and 1 woman, standing in a row at the entrance, childishly clapping their hands and exuberantly chanting, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Yunjiao was momentarily speechless. Not only her, but even the guard stationed nearby wore an expression of bewilderment. However, the little blue bird seemed immensely intrigued, tilting its head to observe them, a rare moment devoid of any. The guide before them stood still, his gaze calm, his face devoid of expression. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, rendering it impossible to continue. Song Liang, who had been reluctantly coerced into joining the trio, was the first to lower his hands and awkwardly greet her. "Hello, Guide Yun. These 3 beside me are Rabbit, Duanqi, and Dao Haohai." Song Liang introduced them one by one. Yunjiao recognized that they would be her future teammates, yet she found it utterly impossible to join in the clapping. Seeing that the situation had returned to normal, she softly replied, "Hello everyone, I am Yunjiao." Rabbit, curiously fixated on the little blue bird, was astonished to discover that Jinghuan had 2 forms. "Why doesn't the team leader's fire phoenix have that?" "Guide Yun, may I touch it?" Rabbit inquired, leaning closer. Noticing the cessation of applause, the little blue bird instantly resumed its haughty demeanor, wearing an expression of "Dare to touch me, I dare you." Yun Zhao politely declined, it doesn't like being touched by others. Rabbit was unfazed, asking, "What is its name?" "Little blue bird," Yun Zhao replied. Rabbit was taken aback, so casual. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Zhao added, "It has another name." "What is it?" Dao Haohai chimed in. "Big blue bird," Yun Zhao stated. Dao Haohai was momentarily at a loss for words. Yun Zhao emphasized, "It's for the sake of distinction." Song Liang looked skyward in exasperation. Very well, they had rendered the new teammate speechless once, and she had swiftly retaliated twice. Was this intentional? Minister Duan and the team leader are in a meeting upstairs. "Guide Yun, we should take you in first," Song Liang suggested. Thankfully, there was at least one sane person among the teammates. Leading the way, Song Liang guided them into the elevator. In the course of casual conversation, the distance between them began to close. Rabbit enthusiastically invited to welcome the new team member. "The team leader has prepared a barbecue party tonight. After the meeting, let us all go together." Rabbit was particularly delighted by the presence of other girls in the team. The guide might be delicate, but it was all right. With the team leader around, she would surely be well protected. Without waiting for Yun Zhao's agreement, Rabbit shifted the topic. "Guide Yun, how old are you?" With new teammates joining, if she happened to be younger than Rabbit, she would no longer be the youngest in the team. Yun Zhao chose to speak the truth. "I am approximately 19 years old." When she was rescued by her uncles, she had no previous memories and could not recall her age. The day her uncles found her was designated as her birthday. As for her age, it could only be estimated based on her appearance. Approximately. The others were taken aback. Just then, the elevator door opened. Outside, Minister Bai from the Special Abilities Department had just stepped out of another elevator. Hearing the commotion, he turned around and caught sight of Yun Zhao among them. Minister Bai waved. "A perfect timing, come with me." It seemed that Team Jiangmu had encountered some trouble. An emergency online meeting had been convened by the 4 major bases, and Minister Duan was unable to attend. All guides within the base fell under the jurisdiction of the Special Abilities Department. Previously, the Operations Department lacked a guide, and the ability testing for S-level guides was only conducted by Minister Bai. However, this was an S-level guide. There were strict classifications regarding guide levels. Unlike Sentinels, guides were previously categorized into 3 levels, the highest being A level, and the lowest C level. An initial assessment of mental strength, followed by a higher level guide entering their mental domain to determine their level. The so-called mental domain is a world constructed within the minds of Sentinels and guides, serving as the space in which their spiritual entities exist. Each person's spiritual realm is unique. The more powerful the guide and sentinel, the broader their mental domain. When Yun Zhao arrived at the base, she had only undergone the mental strength assessment, missing a step. This was because only an S-level spiritual entity could take on a legendary form. It was evident that she was an S-level guide. Furthermore, her spiritual entity was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing that of an A-level guide. Combined with Qing Wan's aggressive demeanor, it was likely that no one could enter her mental domain. Minister Bai was hesitant to proceed without caution. He intended to explore alternative methods to fully comprehend her abilities. Yun Zhao did not inquire further and nodded. "Thank you, Minister Bai." She turned to bid farewell to her newly acquainted 4 teammates before following Minister Bai into another elevator. The 4 exchanged glances, watching in astonishment as their new teammate was whisked away by Minister Bai. The elevator space was confined. Aside from Minister Bai and Yun Zhao, there was also an accompanying subordinate from the Special Abilities Department. Minister Bai casually asked, "How much do you understand?" Minister Bai, cognizant of her upbringing in a small town devoid of outside contact, was unsurprised by her response. "Then allow me to gradually introduce it to you." Minister Bai continued, "The abilities of a guide primarily manifest in their formidable mental strength. So, this ability was referred to as emotional resonance. Next is mental guidance, allowing guides to enter the mental domain of sentinels to glimpse their inner world and utilize their abilities to cleanse the dark substances that invade the domain. Yun Zhao paused. Cleanse, wasn't it supposed to be purify? As for the dark substances that are cleansed, they are exceedingly difficult to handle and are generally collected in specially designed containers. Aside from the research institute retaining some for study, the others are transported outside in batches to prevent excessive dark substances from causing pollution within the base. Minister Bai sighed ruefully, this is an unavoidable circumstance. Currently, we are unable to process these mysterious substances. Yun Zhao pursed her lips, refraining from responding. Her mental threads could devour dark substances. In the town, where only low-level sentinels resided, the little blue bird had been. She had assumed it was a routine operation. Chapter 26, Dawn Zero Team. Accepting the mission, the elevator swiftly descended to the first floor. Minister Bai failed to notice her unusual demeanor and stepped out first, making his way towards the Department of Special Abilities. Thirdly, there is the mental barrier, a psychic shield employed by sentinels and guides to safeguard their minds and senses from external stimuli. Minister Bai elaborated as he walked. Typically, guides are more adept at establishing these barriers than sentinels, as they can freely open and close their perceptual gateways, while sentinels must rely on the assistance of their guides. A powerful guide can selectively weaken or completely isolate the external stimuli that a sentinel perceives through their barrier, thus providing a protective function. This is why A-level sentinels can lead normal lives within the base, yet it proves futile for S-level sentinels. The chasm of rank remains insurmountable. The guides within the base are unable to assist Xie in forming a barrier. For the sake of his mental stability, the base has resorted to utilizing specialized soundproof materials to construct a training ground and a residence for him on the hillside outside the base. Yun Zhao suddenly inquired, is it possible to establish a mental barrier externally, like a protective boundary? Minister Bai was taken aback by her question. Of course not. The foundation for establishing a mental barrier relies on a person's psychic strength. It is akin to construct. One must first have a solid foundation, which in this case is the individual's psychic power. Yun Zhao began to realize that she might be different from other guides. She would not pose such a question without reason. Minister Bai seemed to sense something and tentatively asked, can your mental barrier be established externally? Yun Zhao paused for a moment before responding, isn't it quite simple? By releasing my psychic threads, they will naturally construct the barrier according to my thoughts. Minister Bai gasped in astonishment. Simple, psychic threads. Her psychic power has already manifested into tangible form. How formidable her mental strength must be. A tumultuous wave surged within Minister Bai, prompting him to quicken his pace as he dialed a number, summoning an A-level guide who was not on duty to come immediately. Yun Zhao sighed softly, striving to keep up with him. The building housing the Department of Special Abilities was somewhat distant, situated in opposing directions from the combat department. As Yun Zhao followed Minister Bai to the pristine white building, 3 individuals awaited them outside the entrance, seemingly there for their arrival. 2 women and 1 man, among them was Bai Yu, who mischievously made a face at Yun Zhao as a form of greeting. Yun Zhao returned her smile. Apart from Bai Yu, the other 2, dressed in casual attire due to their non-duty status, nodded amicably at Yun Zhao. Allow me to introduce, these 3 are A-level guides from the base. Minister Bai stated sequentially, this is Fang Chenye, indicating the male guide. Yuan Lan, he introduced the long-haired, gentle-tempered female guide. When he reached his daughter, he hesitated momentarily. Bai Yu. He was unaware that the 2 were already acquainted. Minister Bai assumed that his daughter had just made a face at him and shot her a disapproving glare. I trust you have heard the news. This is Guide Yun. Bai Yu, with a mischievous heart, feigned ignorance and stepped forward to exchange pleasantries with her colleagues as if meeting for the first time. Yun Zhao chose not to unveil the ruse, cooperating seamlessly. Perhaps this was merely the way the father and daughter interacted. Due to the limited psychic energy of the guides, their daily counseling duties were not overly burdensome. Bai Yu, for instance, had been on duty at the counseling room that day. After assisting 2 A-level sentinels with their mental domains in the morning, she felt exhausted and needed rest before continuing. Several guides were concurrently on duty in the counseling room, with substitutes available when personnel were insufficient to avoid delaying the sentinels' affairs. Yun Zhao was exceedingly curious about the workflow of the counseling room, but there was no time for inquiries as Minister Bai led them upstairs. They entered a completely empty, pure white room. "We may need to observe your psychic threads," Minister Bai stated after a brief pause. "Additionally, can you establish a mental barrier and allow the 3 guides to attempt an emotional resonance attack?" Emotional resonance can serve as a means of assault, launching a sudden and intense shock to the target's mental realm, akin to a psychic explosion. This could result in the target experiencing a splitting headache, confusion, or even a temporary loss of mobility. Minister Bai wished to ascertain whether the simultaneous efforts of the 3 A-level guides would have any impact on her. "Rest assured, this is merely an attempt to breach your mental barrier. It will not cause any harm." Yun Zhao was also curious about the psychic strength of the other guides and, after a moment of contemplation, agreed. During Yun Zhao's ability assessment, an online conference convened by the 4 major bases continued unabated. The reinforcements dispatched by Dawn Base have been stationed outside the 88th contaminated zone for over a month, the leader of Dawn Base stated with grave concern. Last night, the 88th contaminated zone unexpectedly began to expand. "We suspect Jiangmu might be in trouble." Such suspicions were not unfounded. The Hope Base had previously housed an S-level sentinel during the early days following the Dark Age. Eggs and plant seeds were among the items that sentinel had retrieved from the contaminated zone. 6 years ago, that sentinel perished within the contaminated area, and the entire team was lost without a trace. Prior to the incident, the contaminated zone had exhibited instability, leading to a large-scale expansion, exactly mirroring the circumstances of last night. Before deploying tasks, the combat departments across bases would assess the priority and danger levels. If the priority exceeds orange, reinforcements would be dispatched to stand guard outside, ready. Tasks rated orange or higher would typically attempt to eliminate the gatekeepers. There was a possibility of collapse within the contaminated zone. Without reinforcements, should the domain disappear, the Sentinel team would likely find themselves surrounded by numerous aberrant creatures. The 88th contaminated zone fell within the monitoring range of Hope Base. When the reinforcements and nearby sentry posts detected anomalies, they promptly contacted their respective headquarters. Hope Base has conducted monitoring on the 88th contaminated zone for a decade. It has remained remarkably stable, with only 3 instances of expansion occurring during that time. It had not been rated due to the lack of exploration within .in comparison to the frequently expanding 4-star contaminated zones and the unmistakably vast 5-star zones. It displayed greater stability. Thus, the 4 major bases initially assessed the danger level of the 88th contaminated zone to be around 3 stars. However, for an S-level sentinel to encounter trouble, the situation was likely far graver. The leader of Dawn Base asserted, "The Fusey team from Dawn Base is currently on a mission. We request that the Dawn Base dispatch the CA2 team to enter the 88th contaminated zone for rescue." Though the words were spoken, all attending the peril faced by the S-level sentinel likely stemmed from issues within the mental realm. The news of the emergence of an S-level guide from Dawn Base had already reached the other 3 bases, and perhaps only a guide could safely extract them. In the online conference room of Dawn Base, base leader Shen sat at the head of the table, flanked by Minister Duan on his left and Xie on his right. Minister Duan, holding a cup of tea, gazed solemnly at the screen, remaining silent. 6 years ago, Hope Base lost their S-level sentinel and has since languished, the repercussions of that loss still resonating today. Should another S-level sentinel be lost, the repercussions would extend beyond just Dawn Base. The 4 major bases had become a community of shared fate. The existence of every S-level sentinel was of utmost significance. They possessed not only formidable combat prowess but also served as a stabilizing force, embodying the hope of eradicating the contaminated zones. Base leader Shen, his expression fraught with conflict, finally spoke. However, that S-level guide has only just arrived at the base. We know little of her abilities. If we recklessly send her out, what if something goes awry? Dawn Base interjected. Rest assured, we will dispatch a team of high-ranking sentinels to ensure her safety. No need, Xie interjected at an opportune moment. The 88th contaminated zone harbors too many uncertainties. Having too many personnel may not be advantageous. He straightened slightly, his piercingly deep eyes reflecting the screen's ethereal glow. a contaminated zone capable of ensnaring an S-level sentinel like Jiangmu. Deploying too many A-level sentinels will only exacerbate the situation's volatility. The Dawn Base Guide, a member of Zero Team, would ensure her safety. Upon hearing this, Minister Duan's tightly furrowed brow relaxed suddenly. She had been narrow-minded from the moment Yun Zhao agreed to join the combat department. She had become a soldier, destined to step beyond the confines of the base. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Minister Duan glanced at Xie Tu and subtly nodded in agreement. Understanding her intent, Xie Tu spoke calmly. Dawn Zero Team, accepting the mission. Chapter 27, First Encounter, Urgent Mission. The meeting concluded. As the signal on the large screen extinguished, it flickered back to life in an instant. The display showcased the historical monitoring data of pollution zone number 88, provided by the assessment team, with varying shades of shadow indicating the severity of contamination. The deepest shadow was in a state of flux, signifying that the spread had yet to cease. Xie Tu gazed at the screen for a moment before decisively pulling out his chair and rising. Minister, please have the intelligence team expedite the delivery of the materials to me. I will step out to make arrangements. The urgency of the task necessitated immediate action. He raised his wrist to check the communicator, summoning all members of Team Zero to assemble. Base Director Shin quickly called out to him, then let's conduct the compatibility test first. It wouldn't take long. Jiang Muxing's fate hung in the balance. Xie Tu could not afford any further mishaps. No need. Without glancing back, Xie Tu replied, the outcome is evident. His tall figure swiftly vanished through the doorway. Director Shin was momentarily taken aback, turning to Minister Duan, repeating, the outcome is evident. What does that mean? Minister Duan's expression remained inscrutable. I do not know. Xie Tu was undoubtedly concealing something. Special Abilities Department Yun Zhao emerged from the stark white room, leaving behind for astonished faces. 3 A-class guides acted in unison. Even her mental barrier was effortlessly dispersed by a single flap of the little bluebird's wings. They are quite weak. The disdain in the little bluebird's eyes was unmistakable. Bai Yu, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Her mental form was a pure white kitten, currently trembling and nestled at her feet. The other 2 guides mirrored her demeanor. They were perplexed, observing the gentle guide with such ferocious mental forms that they wouldn't even allow them to graze the edges of their barriers. Yun Zhao cast an apologetic glance, admonishing the little bluebird, one must practice humility. I am not human. Fair enough. Yun Zhao thought that if she were not an S-class guide, given the little bluebird's arrogant demeanor, attracting enmity wherever it went, it would inevitably find itself on the receiving end of a beating. Minister Bai was present throughout, his expression a mixture of shock and relief. After asking her to construct a mental barrier within the room, just as the testing was nearing its conclusion. Yun Zhao had originally intended to inquire about matters related to mental counseling. However, upon learning that the frenzied researchers were arriving shortly, she bid farewell without a moment's hesitation. Surrounded by those researchers, she feared she wouldn't be free until nightfall. Today marked her official induction into Team Zero, and Rabbit had mentioned a barbecue party that evening. She yearned for meat, the kind that cost 100 points per pound. Yun Zhao quickened her pace, traversing the long corridor and turning towards the elevator entrance. Upon stepping inside, she looked up to see a tall figure standing beside the elevator. The figure was slender and imposing, the black combat uniform accentuating his perfect physique, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon hearing the sound, the man slightly turned his head in her direction, and unexpectedly, their eyes met. There was a faint aloofness in his gaze, as if a thin layer of frost separated him from others. Though they had never met, the sense of pressure emanating from him allowed Yun Zhao to instantly ascertain his identity. I apologize for the inconvenience the other day. Xie Tu turned his head, his gaze lingering on the mental form perched atop her head. I've received a temporary mission. Team Zero needs to depart immediately. I'm here to pick you up. He had already learned of the guide's phone call from Minister Dewan, however, as a new teammate whom he had yet to meet, he felt a duty as the captain to assist her in adapting, hence his personal arrival. So sudden. Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback. The unexpected news scattered her thoughts. The little bluebird sensed an unpleasant aroma and a hint of danger. Deliberately turning its back to him, Xie nodded, discreetly averting his gaze, turning to press the elevator button. Yes, it's an urgent mission. We will discuss the details shortly. Yun Zhao had no time to ponder, thus she followed him into the elevator. As the doors closed, the space felt confined, and the two deliberately maintained a distance, standing at opposite corners. It was eerily quiet. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. After all, it was their first meeting, and he was effectively her superior. Yun Zhao was uncertain how to engage with him. Her mind was in disarray. The abruptness of the task had caught her off guard. The elevator swiftly reached the first floor. Ding! Xie was the first to step out, leading the way. His long strides and brisk pace quickly created a gap between them. The fiery phoenix within her mental realm was clamoring, disturbing him with its incessant noise. Xie suppressed his emotions, deliberately slowing his pace to wait for her. There is a special mission corridor in the inner city. Rabbit has already retrieved your combat suit. We will go pick it up shortly. Yun Zhao nodded slightly. Could someone please relay a message to the people in East 3rd Street? If I don't return tonight, they will surely be worried. Xie replied, certainly. He summoned a sentinel from the guard team. Yun Zhao quietly relayed her instructions. The sentinel nodded and jogged away, heading to the outer city to convey her message. After that, silence enveloped them. Xie soon brought her to the entrance of the special corridor, where a black heavy armored vehicle was parked. All members of Team Zero were gathered in front of the vehicle, checking their weapons and equipment. Upon spotting the captain with his new team member, Du and Shi prepared to speak but was interrupted by Xie. The mission is urgent. Get in the vehicle. The group hurriedly complied. Dao Hao were yanked open the door, revealing the interior of the armored vehicle. The space was spacious yet compactly arranged. Equipment racks lined both sides, adorned with various weapons and tools, while an array of instrument panels and screens radiated a ghostly blue light. In the center were several foldable seats, and the team members swiftly boarded, fastening their seatbelts. Rabbit pointed to the empty seat beside him, beckoning Yun Zhao. Guide Yun, hurry up, your combat suit is with me. Following his prompt, Yun Zhao climbed aboard. The high chassis of the heavy armored vehicle made her ascent somewhat laborious compared to the agile sentinels. Rabbit quickly reached out to assist her. Xie stood outside the vehicle, observing her with a neutral expression. Only after ensuring she was settled did he open the front passenger door and take his seat. Du and Shi, tasked with driving, quickly entered the coordinates and started the vehicle. The sentinel on duty at the special corridor pressed a button, opening the heavy metal door. The armored vehicle sped out. As the vehicle ascended the mountain road, the task was rushed. All members of Team Zero had received the mission orders on short notice and were woefully unprepared. Sitting opposite Yun Zhao, Song Liang operated a computer, stating, "Captain, the data from the assessment team has been transmitted." Xie succinctly responded, "Read it." Song Liang continued, "According to the data analysis from the assessment team, pollution zone number 88 exhibits a complex spatio-temporal distribution of contamination, rather than a uniform spread. The dark matter is also trending upwards. Currently, the range of diffusion is still ongoing, having exceeded 30 kilometers, marking a historical high for this area's monitoring. Furthermore, the mission priority has escalated to red, with a provisional danger level of 4 stars. Song Liang's fingers danced over the keyboard as he spoke rapidly. As for the intelligence team, they are organizing the information sent from Dawn Base. All supplies will be provided by Dawn Base, and their reinforcements are still stationed in the peripheral area. We will have immediate support upon arrival. Yun Zhao listened quietly. She couldn't comprehend. Fortunately, she was not the only one in confusion. Dao Hao were interjected. What exactly is this mission? Why is it so rushed? In the past, every mission had been meticulously prepared. This was a 4-star danger level pollution zone. A single misstep could spell disaster for the entire team, yet, from receiving the mission to departing, no more than an hour had passed. Sia2, seated in the front passenger seat, relayed the voice from the front. It's a temporary mission. Dawn Base suspects that Jiang Muxing is in trouble, and Team Dawn Zero will enter pollution zone number 88 to rescue Jiang Muxing's team. Jiang team leader is in trouble. Dao Hao exclaimed in shock. He was an S-class sentinel, renowned alongside their own captain. Could a 4-star pollution zone truly pose a threat to Jiang Muxing? Chapter 28, Interactions among teammates. It is merely a suspicion, not a certainty. The detailed circumstances will only be revealed once we enter, came Sia2's voice. Song Liang nodded, typing away at the keyboard, continuing to recite the monitoring data for everyone to hear. The armored off-road vehicle barreled through the desolate terrain with ferocious speed. Yun Zhao maintained a quiet demeanor, remaining silent throughout the journey. Unfamiliar with the task procedures and lacking knowledge of the contaminated zone, she felt unable to contribute to the conversation and could only listen as others discussed matters, her ears filled with technical jargon. Distracted, her gaze began to wander elsewhere. The little green bird seemed to harbor a dislike for Sia2, retreating into its disfavored mental domain before they boarded the vehicle. The group continued to deliberate the mission, examining the historical data provided by the intelligence team. Driving the vehicle, Dunshi posed the question that concerned everyone most. Captain, how many reward points will be given for this mission? Instantly, all other sounds within the vehicle ceased. Everyone sat up straight, their eyes gleaming as they turned to Sia2. Yun Zhao instinctively followed their gaze, but from her vantage point in the passenger seat, she could only glimpse a portion of his broad shoulders concealed by the seat back. Sia2 chuckled softly, his voice drifting over. What do you think? Captain, don't keep us in suspense, Song Liang remarked. This is a rescue mission, and the Dawn Base will surely offer a reward. According to the established standards for mission danger levels, the reward points were fixed. A 4-star contaminated zone warranted 10,000 points, a 3-star 7,000, a 2-star 4,000, and a 1-star 2,000. The newly generated contamination area, Zone 102, posed minimal danger. Moreover, the Guardian's presence was formidable. Generally, it was classified as a 1-star zone, allowing nearby sentinels to enter and eliminate the threat without significant risk. The urgency of the mission determined its priority level. Higher priority equated to increased rewards. If the Guardian was eliminated, there would be additional rewards. Sentinels not registered with the 4 major bases could also claim rewards at the large bases by clearing the contaminated zones. Numerous smaller bases existed outside, and some search teams were not lacking in strength. This initiative by the bases served to encourage active participation in the cleaning and extermination of contaminated areas. Hence, in low-risk contaminated zones, opportunistic traders often appeared, selling keys to those trapped within, scavenging for supplies, and seeking guardians. Yun Zhao was taken aback. Zone 102 is only rated 1 star. Of course, Song Liang explained, noticing her finally speaking up. Zone 102 presents no difficulty. The rules have yet to be established, and aside from the aberrant species, it poses little danger. We are the only team from the base assigned to tackle the 4-star contaminated zone, Rabbit asserted matter-of-factly. For us, that contaminated area is akin to a child's playground. Within an hour, the captain had already located the Guardian. Yun Zhao fell silent upon hearing this. Dao Hao exclaimed loudly, "You've strayed from the topic again, Captain. Please tell us, how much is the reward from the Dawn Base?" Sia2 responded, "According to the standards for 4-star danger levels, the Dawn Base will additionally provide a reward of 10,000 points. If we successfully locate and extract Jiang Mu's team, an extra 10,000 will be added, along with all supplies and ammunition." Wow, we're striking it rich. Dao Hao shouted exaggeratedly, "It's rare to see such a substantial reward." Du and Shi, now filled with enthusiasm, pressed down on the accelerator, causing the vehicle to speed up instantly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry to the contaminated Zone 88. Astonished by the generous rewards, Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback, silently calculating in her mind. She currently had only 700 points left. If they completed the mission, each person would receive 5,000 points. Upon returning, they could feast on meat, her barbecue feast. Contaminated Zone 88 lay to the northwest, a considerable distance away, requiring approximately 4 days of travel. After the armored vehicle exited the mountainous terrain, the road widened, and a few aberrant species darted towards them. Sia2 rolled down the window, extending one hand outside, casually pulling the trigger. With a series of bang, 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 all the aberrant creatures fell to the ground. The atmosphere inside the vehicle remained relaxed as everyone continued chatting, seemingly oblivious to the pressing nature of their mission. Mindful of their taciturn new teammate, they directed most of their conversation towards her. Rabbit, seated beside Yun Zhao, kept her sniper rifle close, stating, "Yun Guide, let me reintroduce myself. I am the sniper of the team, and everyone calls me Rabbit." She pointed to the Rabbit aimed to help the guide acclimate to the team swiftly. The driver, Duanxi, has a spirit form of a hawk and is responsible for reconnaissance. Duanxi interrupted Rabbit, clearly displeased. "How many times must I say it? It's a falcon, not a hawk." Rabbit retorted confidently, "They are essentially the same." "Not at all. A hawk is a hawk, and a falcon is a falcon, you illiterate." As the two bickered, Yun Zhao initially listened attentively but soon became disinterested, staring at her fingers. Sia2, growing weary of their quarrel, instinctively pulled out a guide essence to chew on. Duanxi turned to him, exclaiming without a second thought, "Captain, with Yun Guide present, why are you still taking guide essence?" Yun Zhao looked up upon hearing the voice. "Do you need assistance?" Today, she learned that guides could help sentinels establish mental barriers, and she felt an itch to experiment. Sia2 expressionlessly put away the guide essence. "Not at the moment." Yun Zhao felt a tinge of disappointment. "All right." Rabbit blinked, sensing that something was amiss. By nightfall, Team Zero arrived at the nearby outpost. The night enveloped the earth like a vast expanse of black satin. Surrounding them was a field overgrown with weeds, and this outpost stood solitary amidst the wilderness, exuding a sense of desolation and solitude. Yun Zhao peered out through the observation window. The outpost was encircled by a tall, sturdy wall, with guard towers positioned atop. Through the wall, one could see a towering signal monitoring tower, its peak flickering with light. Upon recognizing Team Zero's vehicle, the watchful sentinels swiftly opened the heavy iron gates. The armored off-road vehicle smoothly entered the spacious courtyard. Sia2 was the first to alight. Glancing at the communication device, he stated, 1 hour for dinner and rest. His implication was clear. They needed to travel through the night. The mission was urgent, and any delay could increase the risk for Jiang Mu and his team. Upon hearing this, Dao Haohao hurriedly dragged out 2 large white bags from beneath his seat, calling to the others disembarking, "Come help, we're going to roast meat tonight." To welcome their new teammate, the 4 had utilized the captain's points card to purchase an abundance of food. When they received the urgent mission, they had already procured supplies, figuring they might as well bring everything along, including the barbecue grill and coal. Yun Zhao, upon hearing this, hesitated to enter for rest. "Do you need help?" Everyone was quite familiar with her. Duanxi handed her 2 bags of vegetables and a bag of apples. "Yun Guide, please help wash these, we'll get the fire going shortly." "Okay." Yun Zhao obediently took the items and turned to inquire where to wash the vegetables. This outpost belonged to the Dawn base. The sentinel team dispatched by the base was acquainted with Team Zero. Upon hearing there would be meat, they gathered around, eagerly directing Yun Zhao. Dao Haohao, with his booming voice, engaged the sentinels. "Captain Xie is treating us. We bought over 20 pounds of meat, so let us all eat together later." Just as Sia2 was about to head in, Song Liang, scratching his nose, approached to return the card to the captain, sheepishly replying, "A little over 3,000. They had lost a bet and were determined to recoup their losses through this feast. Besides the meat, they had also purchased a plethora of fruits and milk for the journey." Sia2 scoffed, unamused, and stated, "The welcome ceremony for our new teammate hasn't been conducted. After the mission concludes, you 4 will take turns organizing a few more. At that time, give me the card, and I'll go buy the supplies." Song Liang, Rabbit, and from a distance, Duanxi and Dao Haohao. Chapter 29, The indolent guide. Yun Zhao squatted by the water pool, washing vegetables while carrying a heap of items. The bonfire nearby was already prepared, awaiting the completion of the ingredient preparation for some delightful barbecue. They had only an hour, and everyone moved with remarkable agility. due to the large number of people, the sentinels on guard duty were concerned about not having enough to eat, and had even begun steaming rice. Sietu stood a little farther away, under the shadow of a tree, appearing somewhat aloof and out of place. At that moment, he was checking communication messages. Director Duan: How is Yun Zhao adapting? Sietu raised his gaze, his eyes precisely locking onto the slender figure by the water pool. She had her head slightly lowered, her expression intensely focused, her profile serene, as her hands gently stirred the vegetables in the water, meticulously rinsing each crease of the leafy greens, separating them one by one. Quiet and unassuming, this was his initial impression of her. He replied, "She's doing all right, but her physical constitution is too weak." It seemed even getting on the vehicle was a struggle for her. The leaves suffered repeated torment in her hands, and he wondered if they would even be edible later. Director Duan: Then you must pay more attention. Once we enter the contaminated area, she cannot be far from people. Sietu: Understood. Director Duan: Additionally, Minister Bai conducted a few simple tests with her today. Sietu: What were the results? Director Duan: She is remarkably strong. Her mental strength far exceeds that of an A-level guide. They are not even in the same league. A guide capable of materializing mental energy. 1 Who can detach from the mental realm and establish a mental barrier externally, equivalent to freely forming an independent barrier that shields all senses. Just these 2 points alone were enough to astonish everyone, not to mention, according to the descriptions from the sentinels at the Dawn base, she could even control aberrant species. Director Duan: An S-level guide must not be compromised. Do you understand? Implicit in his words was the notion that Yun Zhao's safety superseded the mission's importance. Sietu's eyes deepened, and after a long pause, he responded, "Understood." The sentinels had already begun grilling the meat. The rabbit, having waited for a long time, ran to the water pool. "Sister Yun Zhao, let me help you." Upon noticing the chaotic mess of vegetables in the basin, her entire body froze. How cruel! What kind of torture had these vegetables endured in her hands? "No need, I've washed them well," Yun Zhao replied, feeling satisfied with her work as she lifted the basin. The rabbit quickly took the basin from her. "I'll carry it. Oh, by the way, if the apples aren't washed, let's wash them over there." Yun Zhao tilted her head and said, "The apples are already washed. Do you want to eat them now?" The rabbit glanced at the intact apples on the ground, relieved. "No, there are just over 10, not enough to share. We'll eat them on the way to the vehicle." "All right." Yun Zhao bent down to place the apples into a bag, carrying it towards the armored vehicle. Sietu stood not far from the vehicle. Seeing her approach, he opened the door for her. "Thank you." Yun Zhao expressed her gratitude as she climbed into the vehicle and placed the apples on the seat. The large, round apples were worth 5 points each. Even when she had 5,000 points, she hesitated to buy them just to taste. She wondered what apples tasted like. Although the mission was perilous, everyone's lives were relatively comfortable. The points earned through life-threatening endeavors could be lost at any moment, and they spent them without a second thought. Sietu stood by the vehicle, waiting for her. When he saw her descend, he said nonchalantly, "Let us go and eat." Not only was she physically weak, but she also lacked physical activity. It was perplexing. While she was weak, her abilities were terrifying, yet, carrying over a dozen apples seemed somewhat taxing for her. This was Sietu's first detailed observation of guides, a specialized military unit. He had seldom interacted with guides at the base and wondered if all guides possessed such contradictions, or if she was merely an exception. The atmosphere by the bonfire was lively, with sentinels gathered together, chatting and laughing, creating a delightful ambience. The roaring fire illuminated everyone's faces, while the meat sizzling over the flames released an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. Yun Zhao sat in the center with a plate, with the rabbit on her left and Sietu on her right. The rabbit occasionally jumped up to check if the meat was ready. Sietu remained engrossed in his messages, responding to conversations when approached. Feeling somewhat out of place, Yun Zhao obediently sat with her plate, waiting for others to serve her. "Before long, Guide Yun, do try this," Song Liang exclaimed, having grilled the meat, and he promptly placed a few pieces onto her plate. Yun Zhao savored the grilled meat, which was exceptionally fragrant. The meat was tender and juicy, yet possessed a unique resilience. The outer layer of the grilled meat was slightly crispy. Upon taking a bite, the juices burst forth, releasing a rich aroma. She recalled the times with her uncles when they occasionally had luck hunting small mutated animals while foraging for supplies. In the evenings, families would gather around the bonfire, much like now, grilling meat while her uncles shared stories about the outside world. In the small town, there were few seasonings. They would save salt for pickling vegetables to prolong food preservation. In her memory, mutated animal meat was notoriously unpalatable, exuding a strong fishy smell, tough and fibrous. Yet that scene remained one of her fondest childhood memories. Yunjiao thought, no wonder the mutated animal meat at the base was so expensive. Perhaps in the future, she could strive to improve her living conditions. Fearing that the quiet guide would be overlooked by this rowdy group, her teammates from Team Zero instinctively placed several pieces of meat onto her plate after grilling. Yunjiao hardly needed to extend her hand. The meat seemed to find its way onto her plate. She felt exceptionally content. At this outpost, there were 3 A-level sentinel teams, 3 monitoring personnel, accompanied by a few logistical staff, and the meat they brought was quickly devoured. Dao Hao and his companions, feeling unsated, rushed to serve rice. They boiled water and tossed in the poorly washed vegetable leaves that Yunjiao had prepared, adding a pinch of salt to create a vegetable leaf soup for soaking the rice. Everyone tacitly chose not to comment on their new teammates' abysmal washing skills. Such blissful moments are always fleeting. After finishing their meal, Xie exchanged greetings with the outpost staff, collected some rice and flour, and informed everyone to board the vehicle. Apart from the remaining meat, there were only compressed biscuits and some fruits left on the vehicle. Given the guide's frail physique, they decided to bring some rice and flour for supplemental rations on the journey. That evening, Xie took over the driving duties. Everyone, get some rest and replenish your energy. Received. The 4 teammates swiftly boarded the vehicle. The 2 rows of folding chairs were connected to form makeshift beds, allowing everyone, regardless of gender, to lie down and sleep. As Yunjiao observed them preparing, she was about to board when Xie called out to her. You'll sit in the passenger seat. The space was cramped, and the 3 burly ruffians had poor sleeping habits, so he was concerned that the newly joined guide might feel uncomfortable. All right. Yunjiao made her way around to the other side and climbed into the passenger seat. Xie tilted his head as he sat in the driver's seat, pressing a button to lower the partition between the front and back seats, adjusting the passenger seat to a reclining angle suitable for resting. He glanced up at the right moment and noticed Yunjiao watching him intently as he operated the controls. He casually asked, "Can you drive?" Yunjiao shook her head. Our small town only had 1 vehicle, which was used by the sentinels to search for supplies. In recent years, the 6th contaminated zone had been encroaching upon their town, and preparations for migration had long been underway. They had saved points for many years to afford a bus. Just a few days after the arrival of those second-hand vehicles, the 6th contaminated zone began to spread, leaving her no time to learn how to drive. Xie frowned. Not knowing how to drive is troublesome. I'll teach you when we return. His words exuded a sense of arrogance, firmly believing that the entire team would surely return safely after completing their mission. This kind of hubris and self-assuredness permeated every teammate. Even though they were aware of the high danger level in the 4-star contaminated zone, everyone remained cheerful and relaxed, proceeding with their tasks without a care. Okay. Yunjiao cherished this atmosphere. Xie fell silent, starting the vehicle, driving through the night towards the 88th contaminated zone. Outside the window lay a thick darkness akin to ink. The dim yellow light inside the vehicle highlighted the rugged contours of the man's face, his jaw tense, while the shadows accentuated the depth of his profile. Yunjiao glanced at him a couple of times before drowsiness overtook her, and she turned away, closing her eyes to sleep. The little bluebird seemed to have a strong aversion to him, perhaps because of that fiery phoenix. Chapter 30, Preparations before entering the contaminated zone. The Dawn Zero team arrived near the 88th contaminated zone on the afternoon of the 3rd day after their departure, a day earlier than anticipated. The reinforcement troops from the Dawn base were stationed 5 kilometers outside the area. The black, heavily armored off-road vehicle slowed its pace before finally coming to a halt at the periphery of the camp. Through the window, Yunjiao surveyed the makeshift encampment. dozens of military tents were arranged in a circle, surrounded by a perimeter of lookout posts and fencing, with a central canopy erected to shield against the blazing sun. The camp was rudimentary, designed for quick evacuation should the contamination spread. Upon receiving word of their arrival, the camp's commander personally came out to greet them. He was tall and agile, though his face bore the exhaustion of several days of labor. "Thank you for your efforts on the road," he said. Xie was the first to exit the vehicle, shaking hands with the commander. "What is the situation?" The commander, whose surname was Zhao, served as the deputy commander of the accompanying forces at the Dawn base. His expression was grave as he replied, "We have yet to receive any news from Team Jiangmu. The rate of expansion of the contaminated zone is faster than predicted, and our monitoring equipment has remained in a state of heightened alert." Yun Zhao and the others disembarked in succession. As the only member not clad in combat attire, her presence immediately attracted Deputy Commander Zhao's attention. "Is this the newly joined guide?" Zhao's demeanor softened considerably, as he was concerned not to intimidate this seemingly delicate guide. The emergence of an S-rank guide had stirred considerable excitement among the high-ranking officials of the 4 major bases, with many placing great expectations upon her. Yun Zhao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhao smiled at her before turning to Xie, saying, "Time is of the essence, let us proceed to the tent for a detailed briefing." With that, he led the group towards the center of the camp. A tense and solemn atmosphere enveloped the camp, all sentries were on high alert, and silence reigned as they passed. There was no conversation, only the hurried footsteps and busy figures. This prompted the usually boisterous members. Inside the temporary meeting tent, a large white screen hung in the center, with dark fabric drawn around the edges to block out light. A projector cast a blue glow upon the surface. Shortly thereafter, a video connection was established, revealing a stern-looking male leader alongside Ms. Duan Qionying, the head of the operations department at the Dawn base. "Time is of the essence. I shall be brief," she began. "You are likely already aware of the objectives for this mission, so I shall not reiterate. The 88th contaminated zone has been documented for 40 years, with an initial This region was part of the counter-level city under the jurisdiction of Weiyinan City in Shaanxi during the Old Era. The time flow within the contamination remains uncertain, but the map indicates potential military supply points." Yun Zhao sat upright, resembling a diligent student. While she struggled to grasp some of the information relayed by Song Liang, the annotated map clarified her understanding. She took a pen and paper from the table, meticulously reproducing the map. Observing her scribbling, Rabbit mistakenly assumed the guide found the meeting dull. If the terrain inside remains unchanged, the Zero team can formulate a rescue plan based on this map, Ms. Duan continued, reading the latest data with emphasis. "We suspect that the rules within the 88th contaminated zone pertain to mental aspects. This was a particular vulnerability for the Sentinels, having long been eroded by dark matter. Without a guide or support in the bizarre domain, their mental barriers would become exceedingly fragile should any psychological issues arise. Otherwise, given Jiangmu's strength, they could not conceive of any other possibilities. At this remark, the members inside the tent instinctively turned their gazes toward Yun Zhao. She remained unresponsive, focused on her map drawing. Maintaining her proper posture, she attentively absorbed the information while committing the map to memory. Her limited knowledge of the contaminated zone meant she could not solely rely on her teammates for protection. Acquiring additional information and understanding the rules could prove crucial in a critical moment. Xie nodded in understanding. "Understood. The reinforcement troops from the Dawn base have already set out and will arrive in approximately 2 days, Ms. Duan continued to discuss pre-battle deployments. The conditions within the contaminated zone remained unclear and unpredictable, leaving the judgment solely to Captain Xie. She emphasized, "Once inside, the Zero team must secure the key at the earliest opportunity." Each team member entering the contaminated zone carried a specialized container for storing the key. As long as the key remained untouched, the door would not open immediately, allowing for a swift retreat in times of crisis. While the mission could fail, it was imperative that the lives of the Sentinels from the Dawn base, particularly that of the fragile and defenseless guide, be safeguarded. Ms. Duan's primary concern was the safety of her personnel. the stern-faced leader of the Dawn base harbored no grievances regarding this. They were already immensely grateful that the Zero team could participate in the rescue and arrive promptly at the 88th contaminated zone. He finally spoke up. "Thank you for your efforts. Should you require any supplies or equipment, do not hesitate to ask." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped slightly. The distant afterglow seemed to struggle valiantly, attempting to cling to the light that was soon to fade. After the meeting concluded, they were assigned 3 accommodation tents. The entire Zero team would rest at the temporary camp for the night, tallying the supplies and equipment to be taken into the contaminated zone, ensuring everything was in order for an early departure the following day. "Guide Yun, come over here and select a personal weapon," Dao Hao recalled, opening the vehicle door and loading ammunition and equipment from the Dawn base onto the vehicle. He beckoned Yun Zhao over to choose a weapon. Each member had their preferred firearm, requiring only ammunition replenishment. However, the delicate guide needed to select a means of self-defense. Yun Zhao gazed at the array of advanced weapons at her feet and opted for a sharp dagger. She was unfamiliar with firearms and feared that, in the heat of battle, she might inadvertently harm a teammate while aiming at a monster. A dagger seemed the safer choice. Xie Tu stood beside her in silence, ultimately helping her select a waist knife. Opt for a weapon that offers better. The narrow blade and short handle of the waist knife made it more practical in unusual circumstances than a dagger, and it could be worn directly on her combat uniform for convenience. "Thank you, Captain," Yun Zhao said as she accepted it. She had yet to don her combat attire and did not have a place to attach it. Upon hearing her refer to him as Captain, Xie Tu felt an unfamiliar sensation surge within him. For the first time, a new teammate addressed him in such a manner, and the 2 words carried a strange formality that left him feeling somewhat unsettled. The contradictory guide not only lacked driving skills but also had no proficiency with firearms. He would have to teach her each skill one by one. Oblivious to his thoughts, Yun Zhao continued to prepare her marching backpack. Facing away from him, she filled her pack with whatever everyone else was loading. She did not need ammunition, so she left it out. Likewise, she did not require suppressants or guide essence. Most of her supplies consisted of compressed biscuits, drinking water, disinfectant bandages, a small flashlight, a windproof lighter, and a disposable raincoat. As her backpack gradually filled, she attempted to lift it, only to find it too heavy. The 5 large bottles of drinking water weighed her down considerably. Her teammates recognized once more the fragility of their guide. "Guide Yun, take 1 bottle of water. We'll carry the rest for you," Dune, she suggested straightforwardly. They were concerned that even a single military backpack could overwhelm her. After all, the captain had instructed that the guide should never be left alone. Each member would help carry her load without it being a burden. Yun Zhao did not decline, retrieving the water and distributing it among them. Deep down, she understood that her abilities might hold significant importance. Once all preparations were complete, the group entered the tent to rest. At last, Yun Zhao inquired of Xie Tu, "Do you need me to help establish a mental barrier first?" After all, even Jiang Mu, an S-rank sentinel, had encountered issues. His mental domain must be equally precarious, otherwise, Ms. Duan would not have been so insistent on conducting compatibility tests. Xie Tu declined, saying, "No rush, sensory shielding has its benefits and drawbacks. Diminished senses can hinder our judgment of the situation inside." Yun Zhao considered this, realizing that as a member of the team, she could act swiftly if anything amiss arose. Chapter 31 Uncle. The first light of dawn pierced through the darkness as a crimson sun gradually ascended from the distant horizon. The entire Zero team prepared to assemble. Yun Zhao donned the combat uniform of Dawn base. The black attire clung to her slender figure, yet appeared somewhat loose, accentuating her frailty and delicateness. Her waist, which could be grasped with ease, seemed almost fragile. The belt of the uniform cinched around her waist. Even in the uniform, the distinction between the sentinel and the guide was unmistakable. Last night, Rabbit had shared a tent with Yun Zhao, scrutinizing her from head to toe, exclaiming, "I took the smallest size for the combat uniform, yet it still doesn't fit quite right. Perhaps we should have logistics tailor one for me when we return." Alternatively, they could consider feeding the guide a bit more. After all, the captain is wealthy. "I find it quite fitting," Yun Zhao replied. A tighter fit would be uncomfortable, a looser fit was preferable. The striking emblem of a red-crowned crane adorned her shoulder. Yun Zhao tilted her head slightly, reaching to touch the crane's head, which elicited a dissatisfied chirp from the little bluebird in her mental domain. "All right then, let us proceed," Rabbit said, hoisting her ever-present sniper rifle and beckoning Yun Zhao to join her outside for the assembly. At the perimeter of the makeshift camp, several armored vehicles were stationed. Xie Tu had long been standing by the vehicle, his posture erect like a pine tree, conducting his customary checks on all team members for a final inspection. Upon noticing their approach, he glanced at Yun Zhao in her combat uniform, observing her sheathing her waist knife, before shifting his gaze to address the entire team. "Let us depart." "Yes," came the unified response as everyone boarded the vehicles in succession. The driver was now Songliang as a scout, doing she needed to disembark at the earliest opportunity to assess the situation. Xie Tu occupied the passenger seat, guiding the vehicle and ensuring their safety. The remaining members sat in silence, their expressions serious and ready. Dawn Base dispatched 2 teams for escort, guiding them to the edge of the contaminated zone. A dense grey mist rolled ominously over that area, creating a somber and oppressive atmosphere, as thick clouds hung heavily in the air, instilling a sense of dread. As they drew nearer to the fog-laden zone, "Brace yourselves," Song Liang shouted. The armored vehicle sealed all windows tightly, not pausing, and charged directly into the thick grey mist. Instantly, the group was enveloped in a shroud of darkness. The surroundings were suffused with an all-consuming grey, extending endlessly from afar, as if animated with vitality. Surging forward with alarming swiftness, Yun Zhao gently raised her hand, summoning countless greenish-blue glimmers that flickered and danced, forming a mental barrier in an instant. This marked her first official and proactive venture into the contaminated zone. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, tinged with nervousness, yet overshadowed by an insatiable curiosity about the unknown. Pondering for a moment, Yun Zhao called forth the little bluebird. The tiny creature appeared, seemingly displeased, fluttering its wings and perching atop her head. The intertwining grey mist was kept at bay by her barrier, but the view ahead grew increasingly obscured. Time felt elongated as the vehicle slowed, yet they remained ensconced within the fog. "Something feels off. Why haven't we entered yet?" Song Liang remarked, suddenly on high alert. In previous contaminated zones, it was as if they sought to trap everyone inside, always welcoming intruders with open arms. Xie Tu narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Everyone, remain vigilant." Barely had he spoken when Yun Zhao sensed a powerful mental pressure surging toward her, assaulting her barrier. The little bluebird perked up, flapping its wings as more glimmers emerged, voraciously consuming the encroaching mist. Countless lights flooded the vehicle's interior, illuminating the once dim space as brilliantly as midday, resembling a dazzling fireworks display erupting in the night sky. Some even willingly melded into the team members' bodies. Just as Yun Zhao prepared to alert her companions, the scene before her abruptly shifted. In an instant, truly, just a moment. Her teammates, along with the armored vehicle, vanished from sight, and she found herself transported from the vehicle into an entirely unfamiliar room. Yun Zhao, it was not only her, even the little bluebird was taken aback, perched on her head, its round eyes wide with astonishment. The shimmering glimmers continued to dance around, her mental barrier intact, yet it followed her into this strange space. Yun Zhao furrowed her brow, realizing the situation was more bizarre than she had anticipated. Had she been isolated upon entry? Did they choose to remove her because they could not breach her mental barrier? Or had everyone else already scattered? Was the rule of the 88th contaminated zone a solo instance? Now, not only was rescue unfeasible, but she also needed to devise a plan to locate her lost teammates. Yun Zhao pressed her lips together, lifting her gaze to survey her surroundings. This was a bedroom. The pink walls were adorned with exquisite floral stickers, and a large white princess bed occupied the center. A few adorable plush toys rested at the head of the bed, pink rabbits, snowy white bears, and Lolita dolls, all arranged neatly. Beside the window stood a white vanity, its mirror edged with sparkling crystals, while a soft pink carpet covered the floor, and a pink wardrobe loomed opposite the bed. The entire room exuded warmth and comfort. Yun Zhao opened the wardrobe, discovering an array of different styles of princess dresses. It was evident that this belonged to a girl. She found no anomalies and began to check her military backpack. Prior to boarding, everyone had strapped their backpacks on. Everything was intact. It was just her teammates who were missing. She needed to find a way to reunite with them swiftly. As her mental threads extended outward, probing the surrounding environment, Yun Zhao re-shouldered her backpack, her movement abruptly pausing as she turned her head towards the closed door. Her mental threads had barely stretched out before they captured an unfamiliar emotion. Someone was outside. Silently, Yunjiao drew her waist blade, approaching the door, her hand slowly reaching for the doorknob. Just as her mental threads were on the verge of seizing control of whatever lay beyond, it suddenly spoke. "Zhao Zhao, are you not ready yet?" The voice sounded eerily familiar. Yunjiao immediately recognized it as Aunt Zhao's voice, yet it bore a youthful timbre, the brief sentence exuding a sense of familiarity. The inability to penetrate her mental barrier implied that the Guardian could not access her memories to extract Aunt Zhao. How did it know of her? Suddenly, Yunjiao recalled that Xie Tu had once gone to her home seeking to persuade her to join Zero Team, but Minister Duan had preempted him, leaving him empty-handed. She had overheard Rabbit mention this during their journey, the members of Zero Team, as well as Xie Tu. Perhaps they had encountered Aunt Zhao, had their memories been accessed. Yunjiao yanked the door open. In the spacious and bright living room, a gentle and intelligent-looking woman sat on the sofa. Upon noticing Yunjiao's emergence, she chided, "You child, your father said he would take you out for dinner today. Why have you dawdled so long?" Yunjiao remained silent, standing at the threshold, scrutinizing the woman in the living room. The woman resembled Zhao Yang, yet there was a distinct difference. Compared to the Aunt Zhao outside, she appeared significantly younger, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, dressed in a fitted black gown, her tone of speech remarkably natural. She did not resemble the distorted beings of the 102nd Contaminated Zone, who could only mechanically repeat simple phrases and actions. Was it because this was a more mature Contaminated Zone, with a high-level Guardian, or was it for some other reason? Yunjiao directly queried, "Where are my teammates?" Aunt Zhao displayed no reaction to her inquiry. Rising, she picked up a chic handbag, adopting an air of someone preparing to leave. "Hurry and come change your shoes, your father will be home soon." Yunjiao's shoes were perfectly fine on her feet. She wondered which of its eyes perceived her need to change. Standing at the door, she remained motionless. The little bluebird tilted its head curiously, seemingly unable to comprehend the Guardian's strange behavior. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up!" Zhao Yang urged, turning its back to Yunjiao, bending to retrieve the remote control from the coffee table, shutting down the household appliances. Yunjiao fixed her gaze on its back, her expression impassive as she raised her hand, countless glimmers surging toward Zhao Yang. Just then, a sound of keys turning in the entrance echoed. The door swung open. A robust man with thick brows and large eyes stepped inside. His skin was somewhat dark, his cropped hair closely cropped to his scalp, clad in a black t-shirt that barely concealed the muscular contours beneath. Yunjiao froze. She stared at the figure, her emotions surging tumultuously, threatening to breach the dam of her rationality. The glimmers dissipated instantaneously. Yunjiao trembled as she spoke, calling out, "Uncle." Chapter 32. "Do not challenge my limits." The man stood at the threshold, seemingly oblivious to her cries. His furrowed brow relaxed as he cheerfully declared, "Zhao Zhao, Daddy is home from work." Yunjiao's expression momentarily faltered, her reason returning, and her gaze gradually regained a flicker of clarity. The utterance of Dada pulled her back to reality. This was not Uncle He, nor Zhao Yang's husband, but Uncle Qin. Though he bore an identical visage, his voice was entirely different. How could the gatekeeper possess memories of her uncle? Yunjiao pondered for a moment, biting her lip as she retrieved the necklace from around her neck. The lid of the circular pendant swung open, revealing a weathered photograph, its edges tinged with yellow. Years ago, her uncles had discovered a camera on the outskirts of the No. 6 Contaminated Zone. Before selling it at the Great Base, they had taken a few family portraits with her. In the picture, a 7 or 8-year-old Yunjiao was encircled by 8 sentinels, her smile radiant with joy. The smiles of each individual were equally bright. The Uncle Qin before her resembled the figure in the photograph, clad in dark attire. Yunjiao's hands instinctively tightened around the necklace, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. How dare he impersonate her uncle and toy with her emotions? She vowed to destroy the gatekeeper of the No. 88 Contaminated Zone. Never before had Yunjiao experienced such a tumultuous emotional upheaval. The little bluebird, affected by her emotions, began to flicker in and out of visibility, teetering on the brink of explosion. Daddy promised to take Zhao Zhao to KFC after work. "Hurry and change your shoes," he urged the Uncle Qin standing at the threshold, refusing to enter. Zhao Yang beckoned from the entrance. "Come here, Zhao Zhao, Weren't you the one clamoring for Mom and Dad to take you to KFC? Come on. Hurry over. Mom and Dad are taking you out to play. Come here. Yoonja kept her head lowered, remaining utterly still. Uncle Chin spoke again, but his tone shifted abruptly, adopting a different voice. Come quickly and accompany Uncle for dinner. The voice still bore no resemblance. Yoonja gradually loosened her grip on the dagger at her waist, keeping her head bowed and avoiding the gaze of the man at the threshold. Suppressing her emotions, she replied, Uncle, we've moved to the Dawn base. Chin Xiao Xiao is now studying. She's grown a lot and has become quite lively. She occasionally thinks of her father. Her grandmother and mother have taught her well. The Great Base is very safe. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Uncle Chin suddenly froze, seemingly overwhelmed by the complexity of this emotional exchange. As for me, I am doing quite well now. I earn a substantial amount of points each month, have new clothes to wear, meat to eat, and an elevator apartment to live in. I've also met many new people. Her slender figure stood quietly, her tone flat and matter-of-fact, as if she wished to recount everything that had transpired recently. Uncle Chin suddenly displayed a strange smile. No need for such trouble. Stay here. Uncle will earn money to support you. We will live happily together forever. Come on, child. Darkness silently crept in, coalescing into fine black threads, as delicate as strands of hair, approaching her with an eerie sentience. Yoonja maintained her stance, showing no signs of movement. She seemed entirely oblivious to the encroaching danger, unresponsive, with loose strands of hair framing her face, obscuring her expression. Sometimes, I miss you both quite a bit. I often wonder if I had awakened my abilities sooner, would you have avoided misfortune? The black threads were nearly at her feet, halted by her mental barrier, unable to advance further. Indeed, it feels much better to voice such thoughts. I have said all I wanted to say, so, as her words trailed off, Yoonja suddenly raised her head, her reddened eyes glinting with icy malice, addressing the unseen gatekeeper, do not challenge my limits. Should there be a next time, I will kill you without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of formidable mental energy erupted, nearly overwhelming the entire living room. Fluorescence burst forth, enveloping all the dark energy, commencing a frenzied consumption. The once gentle aquamarine glow transformed into countless sharp rays of light, shredding the space into fragments. Two monstrous entities collapsed under the impact of this potent mental force, emitting anguished howls. Their true forms gradually materialized, with jagged mandibles covering the lower halves of their faces, as streams of black ichor oozed forth. Moments later, the room returned to a semblance of tranquility. The shattered space began to writhe and slowly mend, the furnishings in the living room and at the threshold gradually restoring to their original state. On the shoe cabinet by the entrance, a fabricated family portrait of 3 was displayed. Yoonja lowered her eyelids slightly, adjusted her military backpack, and emotionlessly stepped over the lifeless bodies on the ground, heading toward the door. If they insisted on urging her outside, then she would go and see what lay beyond. On the wide street, traffic surged with a stream of brand new cars moving in an orderly fashion, honking incessantly. Crowds thronged the sidewalks, jostling against one another. Towering skyscrapers loomed, their heights piercing the clouds, as office workers hurried by, coffee in hand, multitasking with phone calls, while children frolicked in the park across the way. The cacophony of noise enveloped her. The rabbit, bearing her sniper rifle, surveyed the surroundings with keen vigilance. Prior to entering, everyone had been seated in the vehicle, acutely aware of their surroundings. The captain's voice still echoed in her ears, yet the scene had shifted abruptly. In the blink of an eye, she found herself on the street. Team Zero had undertaken numerous missions but had never encountered such a bizarre situation. The timeline of the number 88 contaminated zone seemed to exist in a realm before the apocalypse. So this was what the old world looked like. So many people, so many vehicles. The advertising screens across the way were larger than those at the command center, and those buildings were so tall. The rabbit felt a sense of yearning but remained focused on her mission. After their entry, they had been forcibly separated. The guide was frail, she needed to locate him first, then she would seek out the captain and devise a plan to obtain the key and rescue Captain. The treasures of the old world were plentiful, she would see what could be salvaged. Although the haul might be limited, it would be best to find some technical documents. Perhaps this journey could yield great fortune. The rabbit silently plotted, when suddenly, a faint sound reached her ears. Footsteps were approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her sniper rifle and swiftly turned to target the source. To her astonishment, she found a man standing behind her, bearing a striking resemblance to her own features, exuding a gentle demeanor, with a warm smile gracing his face. Xie faced a similar predicament. On the bustling street, a middle-aged man dressed in identical black combat attire strode purposefully toward him. The crane emblem on his shoulder gleamed in the sunlight. It was his father, once a senior sentinel at the Dawn base, who perished a year before the end of the Dark Era, never having seen the sun again. Life during the Dark Age was fraught with hardship. Their greatest wish was to witness the return of light. They yearned for sunshine, for the world of the old days. As the middle-aged man drew closer, his hair was now peppered with grey, and his pallid face bore the marks of time. His eyes, deep set in their sockets, regarded Xie with a gentle gaze, a kind smile slowly spreading across his face. Xie remained oblivious, raising his weapon without hesitation, denying the middle-aged man any opportunity to influence his mental realm, and resolutely pulling the trigger. He was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. The psychic burden imposed by his acute senses could not withstand the gatekeeper's relentless probing. Bang! The middle-aged man collapsed in the wake of the gunshot, his body frozen in place, the familiar smile etched upon his face as blood trickled slowly from the wound. The surrounding crowd remained unfazed. A group of students stood beside the corpse, casually chatting and enjoying ice cream. Xie did not spare a glance at the fallen figure as he turned and strode away. Upon entering, he finally understood why Jiang Mu had encountered misfortune. As an S-rank sentinel, they had long been accustomed to the perils of the contaminated zones, familiar with slaughter and the gradual erosion. Yet here, in this era of peace, family stood before him, devoid of aberrations or pollutants, with culinary delights lining the streets, offering the chance to live happily alongside loved ones. If one harbored obsessions and unyielding attachments, they would undoubtedly be gradually ensnared by this illusory bliss. Suddenly, Xie halted, his expression turning exceedingly cold. The rabbit was in grave danger. Chapter 33, The Manifestation of the Old Era. On the bustling street, ethereal threads of consciousness continuously spread through the adjacent avenues. In search of her companions, Yunjia approached the crosswalk, curiously following the pedestrians. The vibrant city was alive with a ceaseless flow of traffic, the symphony of engines and honking horns intertwining to create an exhilarating urban concerto. Not far away, a throng of people surged outside a shopping mall, where a colossal electronic screen displayed a kaleidoscope of advertisements, captivating the attention of passers-by. The scenes of the bygone era finally unfolded before her eyes, revealing the world outside. Was the incessant urging for her to venture out merely a ploy to beguile her? Standing at the intersection, Yunjia tilted her head back, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the towering skyscrapers that pierced the heavens. She recalled the remnants of the old era she had passed by. After 2 centuries, the once majestic edifices had succumbed to rust, reduced to mere skeletal frames, slanting amidst the overgrown ruins. Suddenly, from a nearby trash can, slender black tendrils lunged towards her back with a fierce intensity. Yet, Yunjia remained utterly still. A small bluebird perched atop her head, its curiosity piqued as it surveyed the surroundings, its little head bobbing about. It flapped its wings, releasing a burst of greenish-blue luminescence that collided with the dark tendrils. The forces of the dark and the light engaged in a fierce contest, devouring one another with ferocity. Within moments, the emerging dark matter was vanquished, and the street returned to tranquility. The green light illuminated, and Yunjia followed the crowd across the street, her mental barrier keeping all creatures at bay as pedestrians navigated around her. Continuing along the broad avenue, she passed a cake shop, her attention drawn to the exquisite cakes displayed in the window. Inside, a variety of beautifully crafted large cakes adorned the shelves, the air thick with a sugary aroma. She had never encountered such delicacies before, let alone tasted them. A longing to indulge surged within her. Yunjia pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. The cake shop was sparsely populated, with a few elegantly dressed patrons intently selecting bread from the display. Disinterested in the bread, she approached the cake counter, unapologetically opening the glass door that encased the cakes, lifting a strawberry cake with ease, and casually grabbing 2 forks from a nearby bucket before turning to exit. The baker, preoccupied with attending to other customers, did not cast a glance in her direction as she boldly made off with the cake. "So sweet," Yunjia exclaimed, taking a bite, her eyes widening slightly. An involuntary smile graced her lips, the tension in her expression easing, her mood lifted ever so slightly. The greenish-blue luminescent threads of consciousness continued to spread, infiltrating every nook and cranny of the nearby streets, gradually expanding their reach. Yunjiao ambled along, cradling the birthday cake, savoring bites while searching for her companions. Fatigued, she sought refuge in a nearby shop, quenched her thirst as she awaited her bubble tea, and then snatched it away before any other customer could claim it. She relished numerous foods that were utterly unattainable during the desolate times of the wasteland. Those black tendrils would unexpectedly spring from the corners, launching ambushes. A series of power clashes and probing ensued. The little bluebird, exasperated, cursed in frustration, lamenting the gatekeeper's interference with its exploration of the old era. The little creature's vocabulary was woefully limited, repetitively resorting to just 2 words, trash and waste. It was unclear where it had learned such terms. Wandering alone for what felt like an eternity, Yunjiao failed to locate her teammates. Was she anxious deep down? Certainly, yet she could only meander leisurely. The occasional ambush only served to indicate that she was being surveilled, the unseen entity perceiving a threat from her presence, hence the continuous probing. The formidable mental prowess of an S-class guide rendered it unable to find a breach. Yunjiao was oblivious to the true extent of the gatekeeper's intelligence. After uttering threats, the familiar figures had not reappeared. Should she display too much eagerness, it might perceive her companions as her weakness, thus seizing the opportunity to bring unforeseen peril to Xie and the others. As she nibbled on the cake, Yunjiao silently replayed the path she had traversed. The street names on the signs mirrored those on the old maps provided by the intelligence team, indicating that the terrain had remained unchanged. Minister Duan had advised her to secure the key at the earliest opportunity upon entry. She resolved to eliminate the gatekeeper but intended to leave a route of retreat for Team 0. However, the rules varied across each contaminated zone. In such a vast city, how was she to obtain the key? Perhaps she should inquire with the gatekeeper. It would surely welcome her departure. With a substantial portion of cake remaining, she felt a twinge of reluctance to discard it. Just then, she passed by a shop that emanated an irresistibly enticing aroma of fried potatoes. She leaned in to catch a glimpse, waiting impatiently for her order to be ready. Once she received the fragrant potatoes and grilled sausages, she ultimately relinquished the cake, leaving it atop the shop's counter. How terrifying! Duan, she exclaimed, gun in hand, dragging Dao Hao as they hurriedly fled. We've entered the contaminated zone, yet I still saw my aunt. Fully aware it was a distortion masquerading as someone familiar, they had no choice but to escape swiftly. Duanshi's only relative was Minister Duan. His parents had perished when he was merely a few months old, leaving him with no recollection, not even a semblance of their appearance. The Dark Age had only concluded 19 years prior. The denizens of that era had huddled in shelters, devoid of light and power, making it impossible to possess photographs. He had no images of his parents. Thus, when the scene shifted, it was Minister Duan who materialized before him. As for why he and Dao Hao were together, it was merely fortuitous. They had been in the car, seated opposite each other, vigilant of their surroundings when Qingwan suddenly emerged, countless threads of consciousness forming a barrier that kept the grey mist at bay. Dao Hao reached out to pull Duanshi, urging him to look. The Yun guide could actually establish a mental barrier against the outside. However, just as he grasped Duanshi, the scene shifted, and they found themselves in an office. Realizing something was amiss, Duanshi released his senses. Moments later, Minister Duan entered, clad in a dress, smiling as she announced her intention to take Duanshi to the amusement park. The decisive Minister Duan, in her deep blue military uniform adorned with a red-crowned crane insignia, seemed as if it were welded to her. The sudden appearance in a dress startled Duanshi, prompting him to seize Dao Hao. Did you see? My aunt was in a dress and even had makeup on. Duanshi was still shaken by the memory, usually boisterous. Dao Hao remained uncharacteristically silent. As they passed a familiar street corner, a recognizable figure stood there, smiling and waving at him. Had Duanxi not been holding him back, he might have approached. "Run faster, this contaminated zone feels off," the captain said. "A fragile guide shouldn't be alone, we must find the young guide." Still, there was no response. When had Dao Hao ever been so quiet? Duanxi finally sensed something was amiss, slowly piecing together the situation, and tentatively asked, "Who did you see just now?" "My mother," Dao Hao replied, unable to meet his gaze, as if merely lifting his head would reveal that shadow. His mother had passed away from illness, not from anything severe, but the medical equipment had been retrieved from the contaminated zone only in the second year after her death. He made it in time. After a moment of silence, Duanxi spoke, "It's all an illusion, don't believe it, it seeks to manipulate us." Dao Hao muttered, "I know, the mission is paramount." Duanxi released his perception, surveying the vicinity before summoning his spiritual entity. A falcon appeared silently above the cityscape. Chapter 34, The Illusory Barrier. The spiritual entity cannot stray too far from its corporeal form. After patrolling this area, the peregrine falcon swiftly returned, alighting upon Duanxi's arm. Dao Hao, hesitant to extend his perception, inquired, "What did you find?" The two stood atop a skyscraper, gazing down upon the sprawling city below. Everything lay before them in its entirety. The city appeared boundless, seemingly without end. Every street surpassed their imagination in vibrancy, bustling with a throng of vehicles and a multitude of people. Among the crowd, not all seemed to be aberrant beings, many appeared to be mere illusions. Up to this point, Team Zero had executed operations in 6 4-star polluted zones and over a dozen 3-star polluted zones, yet none had revealed a timeline that harkened back to the bygone era. They had perused images in books and watched videos depicting the cities of the old world, but nothing compared to the awe of witnessing it firsthand. The old era was truly a tantalizing existence. Duanxi shrugged. "I detected no presence of sentinels or guides. Everything below appears normal, as if it were merely a lively city." Not only the teammates, but even Jiang Mu's squad sensed nothing amiss. Their purpose for entering was to conduct a rescue. Now, with everyone scattered and the regulations of the polluted zone unclear, their mission had devolved into a struggle for survival. Duanxi activated the communicator on his wrist. Time had long ceased its flow. He pressed the low right button firmly, and the screen illuminated, the numbers beginning to fluctuate and ascend. Fixating on the digits, Duanxi's expression turned peculiar. "The concentration of dark matter pollution nearby is remarkably low, only 21. How strange." In previous 4-star polluted zones, the concentration of dark matter had invariably exceeded 70. This was the first time Team Zero encountered such a phenomenon. The tranquil world left him with an unsettling feeling of helplessness. Dao Hao, cradling his grenade launcher, plopped down onto the ground. "What about the appearance of Minister Duan and my mother? What does it signify?" Duanxi shot him a derisive glance. "How should I know? If I were that clever, would I have lost 500 points? The priority now is to locate the guide. Her frail form is unaccustomed to entering a polluted zone, and should she encounter danger while we're not around, what then?" Before their entry, Yet, the moment they stepped in, she had vanished. After a moment's contemplation, Dao Hao remarked, "We have all encountered those we care about. Could it be that the captain and the others are experiencing something similar?" The captain's mental domain had always been somewhat unstable. However, his strength was formidable. Combined, they could not best him in individual combat. Should a mental frenzy occur, they would immediately sense the emergence of the Fire Phoenix. With a guide present within this realm, as long as they could reach her in time, there was hope. Duanxi, upon hearing this, met Dao Hao's gaze. This was dire. The rabbit was in peril. What are you doing? Someone call for help. There's a robbery happening in broad daylight." Xie seized the car keys from a man's grasp and hopped into a freshly parked private vehicle. He shut the door and inserted the key. Before the engine could roar to life, the man, who had been pounding on the window, morphed into a figure resembling his father. The middle-aged man, clad in black combat attire, pointed to the sky, a look of contentment on his face. "Son, look, the dark age has come to an end. I cannot see the sun. I refuse to close my eyes." The man outside the vehicle began to emanate a dark mist, his combat suit becoming tattered. Without hesitation, Xie raised his weapon and shot him down once more. If life stagnates out of fear, one shall remain forever ensnared in darkness. This had once been his father's motto. He could not allow himself to be swayed. The whispers of the onlookers morphed into his father's voice, flooding his mind. Son, stay here, there is sunlight, and we can live happily together as a family. Look at this world. It is precisely the old era we yearn for. Open your eyes and see, open your eyes and see, open your eyes and see. Countless voices, akin to fevered dreams, overlapped and echoed within his consciousness. Sietu leaned his head against the seat, gently closing his eyes, his expression taut, the veins in his hands bulging as he gripped the steering wheel. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, igniting the engine and speeding away. The communicator on his wrist indicated that the pollution concentration had surged to 50. The area of pollution was documented as 3,000 square kilometers and was expanding. He had ascended a high-rise and observed the city sprawling endlessly below. It seemed as though a barrier divided the realms, causing the illusions to merge, rendering it seemingly boundless. Sietu fully activated his perception, desperately restraining his mind to ignore the cacophony of disruptive voices. Within his mental domain, the feral fire phoenix felt exceedingly agitated, incessantly clamoring. Sietu produced a vial of guide essence, tearing it open and consuming it to suppress the imminent eruption of power. Hours of searching yielded no sight of any teammates, including the 6 members of Jiang Mu's squad. Clearly, everyone had become ensnared in the deceptive phantasm, scattered throughout the overlapping barriers of the city. His immediate task was to maintain his lucidity and locate the edge of the barrier, break it. Yun Zhao grasped her milk tea and carried a bag of freshly fried chicken strips as she settled into a roadside taxi. She could not drive, and walking would be too slow. Covering an area of 3,000 square kilometers on foot would be exhausting. Yun Zhao took control of the taxi driver, instructing him to navigate the streets in search of her companions. Green phosphorescent strands of mental essence swirled around her, penetrating nearby shops and continuously expanding. The flow of pedestrians on the street showed no signs of diminishing. Raising her wrist, she noted that time on the communicator had ceased. At present, aside from making calls and conducting online payments, she was still unfamiliar with the full capabilities of the communicator. It was daytime within the polluted zone. Aside from the occasional ambush by black tendrils, everything else seemed normal. But what of the night, in a city that had come back to life? What would the night entail? A little bluebird perched on her shoulder, craning its neck to peer out the window, eagerly observing. The taxi moved along with the flow of traffic, aimlessly advancing. She lost track of how long they had been driving when they passed a familiar street, once again approaching the cake shop. The glass display showcased an array of beautifully decorated cakes, yet the centerpiece remained vacant, the strawberry cake she had taken still unrefilled. But how could she have returned to the cake shop after following a single direction? Yun Zhao's expression momentarily faltered as she connected the dots, her furrowed brow relaxing. So that was it. No wonder she couldn't locate her teammates. Within the polluted zone, there were, in fact, countless smaller polluted areas. A thought crossed her mind. The greenish-blue strands of luminescent essence began to drift from every corner, soaring skyward, extending outward in search of the barrier's edge. The mental barrier was among the abilities in which guides excelled. Stop daydreaming. It's time to work. Yun Zhao prodded the little bluebird. Had it not been for its lackadaisical attitude, too preoccupied with sightseeing, they should have discovered the anomaly by now. The little bluebird lazily lifted its head, fixating on the milk tea and chicken strips in her hands. Its expression was unmistakably clear. Sad smiley. You've been munching all along, how can you blame me? All right, fine. The old era was indeed splendid, brimming with endless delicacies, where people lived in harmony. Should she linger here for an extended period, she feared she too might succumb. Yun Zhao zipped up her bulging military backpack, signaling the driver to pull over at the roadside. Once a flaw was detected, the barrier would swiftly be touched by the mental strands. The bothersome dark matter re-emerged from the flower bed, and the entwined black threads launched another assault. The little bluebird, upon spotting it, began to hop around in agitation. Trash, stinking garbage. It had been persistently harassing it. This location, adjacent to the city center, was a park devoid of human presence. The street was bustling, yet the sidewalks saw only occasional passers-by, rendering the park eerily silent, devoid of even the sounds of birds. Yun Zhao stepped into the park, bending down to pick up a small stone from the ground and tossing it into the air. The stone seemed to strike an invisible membrane, rebounding with a thud and rolling away. This was indeed the place. Yun Zhao approached slowly, lifting her gaze to survey her surroundings as the greenish-blue mental strands consumed the dark matter, gradually enveloping her and extending towards the barrier. She reached out to touch the imperceptible barrier. On the other side, unseen yet mere steps away, Xia Tu had arrived. The closer he drew to that transparent barrier, the more potent the peculiar sensation became. This was the keen intuition of a sentinel. The person he sought was right before him, obstructed by an invisible barrier. Chapter 35. Breaking through barriers. The two stood face to face, separated by a transparent barrier that obstructed their gaze. Yun Zhao gently closed her eyes, attempting to utilize her mental threads to dispel it. She recalled Minister Bai's words during the initial tests. No one excels at establishing and breaking barriers more than a guide. Her mental threads moved like agile serpents, their strands of luminescence clinging to the transparent wall, incessantly battering against the obstruction. The barrier began to tremble slightly. The little bluebird suddenly lifted its gaze, its ice blue beastly eyes fixed on the barrier, as if trying to discern the scene beyond the hindrance. I've caught the loathsome scent. A repugnant odor. From beyond the barrier, the surroundings remained eerily silent. In the park, behind Xia Tu, the bustling street seemed to have been paused, the cacophony vanished, and the crowd turned in unison, their expressions devoid of emotion as they stared at him. Gradually, their figures morphed into familiar visages, slowly advancing towards him, encircling him, his father, his mother, the teammates who had once sacrificed themselves. Stay here, don't leave. Xia Team, I'm right here. Turn around and look at me. A man, resembling a rabbit to a great extent, with a gentle countenance, stood behind him, persistently calling out. The communicator on his wrist indicated that the contamination levels were rising. 61. 65, 66, 70, 74. The increase was alarmingly rapid. The fire phoenix felt an overwhelming discomfort, its crimson eyes brimming with fury, rolling restlessly within the mental realm. Hurry, I want to kill them. Xia Tu's profound gaze glimmered with a hint of blood red. He raised his hand to touch the transparent barrier, attempting to shatter it. At that moment, the barrier suddenly quivered, revealing a small crack. The fissure gradually widened, spreading like a spider's web across the entire barrier. With a loud bang, the barrier shattered, disintegrating into countless specks of starlight that dissipated into the air. The obstructing barrier vanished in an instant. The two stood with their palms facing each other, their gazes collided. Yun Zhao felt a wave of warmth radiate from his palm. The sensation was peculiar, yet there was no time to ponder. A few steps apart, half engulfed in night, half illuminated by day. The sky above Xia Tu's city was shrouded in thick darkness. Ominous entities exuding black mist loomed behind him. Those monsters did not attack, they merely stood silently, their eerie gazes fixed upon him. Run! Xia Tu stepped into her city, seizing her hand and sprinting. The aberrations behind them suddenly surged forward, their expressions twisted, revealing a grotesque ferocity as they howled and charged towards the pair. Come back quick, come back! It was as if a summons from the abyss, laden with endless temptation and malevolent power, attempting to drag them into an irretrievable fate. The voice was chilling. Strangely, the area where Yun Zhao resided remained unaffected. The pedestrians and vehicles on the road were oblivious to the monsters pursuing them. Yun Zhao observed a woman walking while engrossed in her phone, as countless aberrations passed right through her body. Viscous slime dripped down from her form, and wherever the slime touched, the ground emitted a hissing sound, releasing acrid white smoke that revealed its corrosive nature. The woman showed no reaction, her face betraying a shy expression as she read something on her screen. An illusion. Some individuals may not genuinely exist. Or perhaps they had once existed many years ago. Yun Zhao's stamina waned. After just a few paces, Xia Tu seemed. Their speed increased dramatically. The aberration surged forth like a relentless tide, the dense black mist swiftly corrupting the half of the sky within this barrier. Yun Zhao released her mental threads, the threads of bluish-green luminescence appearing as mere drops in the ocean of dark matter. Unless she unleashed the great bluebird, however, it was only the first day. She did not wish to reveal all her cards so soon. The straps of her military backpack dug uncomfortably into her shoulders. Instinctively, she adjusted her position, preparing to hurl her milk tea at the pursuing monsters. Of course, it would not inflict any harm. The little bluebird incessantly cursed in her ear. Don't let him touch you, make him take his hand away. If he releases me, I'll fall. Yunjiao addressed it inwardly. I think the captain is quite nice, please don't hold any prejudice against him. The little bluebird scoffed disdainfully. Aside from its true form, it regarded no one with respect. The wind howled past her ears, the bright light behind them was abruptly swallowed by darkness, the blackness loomed, forming a wall that rapidly closed in on them, devouring the pedestrians, vehicles, and buildings in the blink of an eye. Countless aberrations shrieked as they charged at the two. In an instant, the sky was torn asunder, darkness pressing down upon them. Sia2 almost cradled her in his arms, sprinting with incredible speed, their footsteps and breaths intertwined. Breathing, the sentinel possessed extraordinary physical prowess and sensory abilities. She was light, yet after just a short run, why was she gasping so heavily? His emotions are so volatile, I don't want to provide him with guidance. Yunjiao struggled with the discomfort of the military backpack and attempted to shift it to the front, saying, "You don't get to the side." What? Sia2's voice came from above her. She inadvertently let her words slip. Yunjiao pressed her lips together. "It's nothing, we need to find a way to halt the black wall." Sia2 ran swiftly yet managed to avoid the crowd approaching them head-on. His voice became slightly hoarse. "Don't worry, that's just a reaction from the spatial collapse. It will stop soon." The illusion that ensnared him was collapsing, but this area was her domain. The gatekeeper set the rules and would also adhere to them. "Is that so?" Yunjiao leaned her head against his broad shoulder, glancing back repeatedly to gauge their distance. The scene behind them was particularly terrifying. A multitude of twisted, black mist-emitting monsters, ignoring the pedestrians and vehicles on the street, were howling with a singular focus as they charged towards them. Their obsession was evident. They desperately sought to return Sia2 to where he belonged. In the distance, the encroaching black wall indeed began to slow. The space trembled, gradually shifting as if attempting to self-repair. The howls were deafening. Some advanced aberrations moved with astonishing speed, creating afterimages as two shadows leaped onto a car and launched themselves into the air towards them. Sia2 quickened his pace, the wind whistling past his ears, and without turning back, fired at the approaching figures. The sentinel's keen senses were on full display. Bang, bang, two shots rang out, striking the deadly heads of the swiftly moving monsters. The two shadows howled in agony as they fell. Such speed, yet the aim was remarkably precise. Yunjiao leaned against his shoulder, captivated by the display. Is this the power of an S-class sentinel? At that moment, Sia2 had no time to engage her. Noticing the black wall had stalled, he swiftly turned, leading her into a narrow alley. He knocked over a trash can, debris scattering everywhere. He seemed exceedingly familiar with the terrain, navigating through numerous twists and turns, ultimately entering. It was only when they reached the dimly lit staircase, with the cacophony of howls fading outside, that he released her. Yunjiao's feet finally touched the ground. The staircase was shrouded in darkness, only the blurry outline of the man beside her was visible. Heavy, rapid breaths echoed in her ears. There were no external injuries. Having been in a heightened state of tension for so long, it could only indicate an issue within the mental realm. Despite such a dire state, his combat prowess remained formidable. Sentinels and guides were indeed markedly different. Yunjiao's thoughts stirred. Suddenly, strands of glowing luminescence flickered, illuminating their faces. The man was tall. Yunjiao barely reached his shoulder, and she had to tilt her head upward to see his face, which was beaded with fine droplets of sweat, his eyes bloodshot and crimson. The dancing mental threads swirled around them, attempting to penetrate his being. Sia2 sensed her mental threads approaching, his body stiffening in response. She was trying to establish a mental connection with him. The mental threads quickly detected a wave of resistance. "Do not resist." Ignoring the little bluebird's protests, Yunjiao raised her right hand to his forehead, channeling her mental energy, saying, "You need guidance right now." Chapter 36. The first guidance. The soft and warm sensation pressing against his forehead rendered his mind even more unsettled. Sia2 leaned against the doorframe, his bloodshot eyes casting a downward gaze upon her. In the past, guides at the base required a tranquil, gentle environment with comfortable lighting for mental guidance, to avoid external stimuli that might disturb the sentinel. This place, however, was anything but safe. Did she not understand, or was she merely disdainful? Sia2 chose to place his trust in her, ceasing his resistance, merely stating, "There is no time, we need not establish a mental connection." Mental guidance is divided into outer and inner layers. The outer layer only performs a simple cleansing and does not facilitate a mental connection or enter the Sentinel's mental realm. His current state was dire, necessitating guidance, lest he succumb to further disturbances. However, cleansing the dark matter within the mental realm would consume too much time. They needed to locate their other teammates swiftly. The rabbit could very well be in grave danger. There was no time to waste. All right, Yun Zhao acquiesced. She slowly closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to manipulate her mental threads, inching closer to Xie before entering his body. Unlike guidance for lower-tier sentinels, Xie was an S-class sentinel. His mental core was exceptionally powerful. A rash entry would only provoke his resistance or even an instinctive attack. Thus, her movements were deliberate and cautious, her mental threads probing gently. Xie did not oppose her intrusion, yet his hands, which hung at his sides, suddenly clenched tightly, as if he were exerting tremendous effort to restrain himself. Ever since the guide had arrived at the Dawn base, he had come to realize that any resistance was futile. She would influence him. Frenzied, violent, dark emotions surged towards him like a tumultuous tide. Though he had not yet entered the mental realm, Yun Zhao seemed to sense the fluttering of the fire phoenix. It was aiding her in prying open the core of his mental being. Yun Zhao thought to herself, "Unfortunately, my little bird won't betray me." She continued to release her mental threads, commencing the purification of all visible dark matter on the surface. The little bird, unable to resist its core, reluctantly wielded its glow, performing a cleansing task for the sentinel it detested. There was an overwhelming amount of it, an inky mass, countless black threads entwined together, surpassing all the sentinels she had previously assisted combined. This was merely the surface of his mental core. Meanwhile, the fire phoenix within the mental realm again felt the comforting sensation and cheerfully greeted the Jing Yuan, only to be haughtily disregarded by the little bird. The one with a mind full of black threads. The cleansing process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Xie kept his head bowed, exhibiting no signs of resistance, gradually relaxing his taut muscles under the guide's influence. The mental threads were calming his agitation, capturing a portion of his current emotions, submission, and resignation. The legendary S-class sentinel appeared particularly docile before her. Such sensitive and wrathful creatures as sentinels were indeed well suited for control. This thought fleetingly crossed Yun Zhao's mind, leaving her quite astonished at her own reflection. Why did she harbor such a notion? Every passing second of the guidance process felt like torment for Xie. He could perceive every movement of the mental threads once they entered his mental core. A gentle, cool warmth flowed into his mind, allowing him to experience a long-lost tranquility, yet the fire phoenix's compliance with her instigated another layer of agitation within him. As the dark matter of the surface core was cleansed, he prepared to sever this connection before the guide noticed. "Do not move." A voice echoed in his mind. It was the guide's emotional resonance ability. She was employing this capability to convey words to him. "The Guardian seems to be continuously monitoring me." Yun Zhao seized the moment to recount the events that had transpired since her arrival, including the aberrant creature masquerading as her uncle and the dark matter that had persistently ambushed her. She sought to inquire about the experience of the season. Xie, how should I draw it out and eliminate it? Xie slowly opened his eyes and spoke directly. Discreet conversation is futile. In this domain, the Guardian is the sovereign, omnipotent. It can sense everything. Yun Zhao's face registered shock. It can hear me even if it cannot breach my mental barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Xie subtly distanced himself from her, fearing this. Can any disturbance within elude your perception? Yun Zhao, momentarily taken aback by his words, murmured, "Are you suggesting that the polluted area is, in fact, a mental realm?" Xie responded with an affirmative hum. This perspective was posited decades ago by a researcher at the Hope Base. The researcher, surnamed Qi, had garnered widespread agreement for his theory, especially among sentinels who had ventured into the polluted zones. The more they pondered, the more convinced they became of its validity. It could be said that the polluted area was the Guardian's mental domain. Once one stepped into its absolute territory, aside from killing it or obtaining the key according to the rules to exit, no other movements could remain concealed from it. Perhaps it was due to this capability that the two unique soldier types, sentinels and guides, came into existence, yet Yun Zhao was an exception. Her mental power was exceedingly formidable, precisely countering the Guardian of... While the Guardian could not breach her barrier, it did not mean it was unaware of her actions. Yun Zhao suddenly comprehended the implications. Xia Tu, recognizing her recent arrival at the base and lack of training, took the opportunity to enlighten her, discovering the Guardian was a mere coincidence. In the 60th year of the Dark Apocalypse, with the emergence of a new polluted zone, the underground shelter 316 fell. Within it resided a father and daughter, inseparable until the daughter was transformed into an aberrant creature. While the father survived, the anguish of losing his daughter plunged the father into despair. After hiding in the polluted zone for a while, his heart turned to ash. Coincidentally, it was the day of his daughter's birthday, and he recklessly returned home, intending to commit suicide after sorting through her belongings. For prior to this, no one had ever returned alive from the polluted zone. Upon his return, adhering to local customs, he burned all of his daughter's cherished toys as offerings. Unbeknownst to him, the Guardian was among them. As he tossed the tattered rag doll into the flames, the entire polluted zone began to warp, the surrounding vertical structures twisted, and the houses swayed like rippling water. According to the father's recollection, he heard his daughter repeatedly calling out to him, "Daddy, it hurts so much, please hold me out. It is not my daughter, it is a monster." Though he loved his child dearly, the father was acutely aware that the one calling him was not his daughter. The scene within the polluted zone quaked violently. As the flames gradually consumed the doll, the entire domain shattered. Polluted Zone 316 collapsed completely before his eyes. From that moment onward, humanity learned that their strength is formidable. A mere illusion could not lead to their complete annihilation. Why were they still trapped within? Perhaps there was another reason: they could not find the key to escape. Chapter 37, Is She Here on Holiday? In the realm of consciousness, the Fire Phoenix emitted a series of low, discontented murmurs, seemingly displeased that the process of guidance had come to a halt. The agitation within Xia Tu was soothed, and his breathing returned to normal. The key, perhaps it is the linchpin for the 88th contaminated zone. Ignoring the protests, Xia Tu spoke. The key has a commonality. Obsession. Point 1 can obtain the key by fulfilling a particular obsession. In documented cases at the base, there was once an individual who inadvertently wandered into a contaminated area, terrified and hiding within a residential building. One night, he awoke to find the kitchen faucet still running. Xia Tu paused. In the wasteland era, water resources were precious. This ingrained belief compelled him to subconsciously approach and turn off the faucet, resulting in the appearance of the key. Forgetting to turn off the faucet before leaving is also a form of obsession. The methods to acquire the key are varied and, indeed, not particularly difficult. Sometimes, one can stumble upon it by mere chance. All teams from the operations department prioritize locating the key immediately upon entering a contaminated zone. Thus, even if the mission ultimately fails, they can retreat in a timely manner. If the Jiangmu squad detects disturbances in the realm of consciousness, they could easily touch the key to exit the contaminated area, unless, of course, they fail to find it. The leaders of the various bases likely recognize this as well. Hence, Minister Duan emphasized the importance of acquiring the key before taking action. So that's how it is, Yun Zhao mused, lowering her gaze. She had previously considered directly asking the gatekeeper for the key. However, it now seemed futile to deceive it. If they had indeed trespassed into the gatekeeper's realm of consciousness, how could they possibly locate and eliminate it with... Minister Duan had mentioned that 3 4-star contaminated zones had been eradicated, one of which was accomplished by Xia Tu's squad. Xia Tu's expression darkened. It's a long story. I will explain it to you in detail once we find the others. That mission had cost them a teammate, a former sniper of Team Zero, the beloved older brother of Rabbit, who had been her companion for many years. She had inherited his sniper rifle, embracing his will and becoming the new sniper of the team. He was not overly concerned about the others. Some individuals were less affected by mental illusions, such as the guide, or perhaps Duanxi. However, Rabbit's mental barriers had always been fragile, leaving her vulnerable to succumbing to the illusions. Yun Zhao nodded. Understood. Perhaps it was due to her recent joining and the short duration spent with. To her, since it was evident that the key to the 88th contaminated zone was critical, it seemed wiser to search for it first, yet, as the captain, Sia too had resolutely decided to eliminate the gatekeeper, rendering the key somewhat ancillary in her eyes. If the captain deemed it necessary to regroup first, then so be it. All right, let's go. The commotion outside had long since ceased, and the two descended the stairwell. This building, an elevator apartment, appeared rather aged, its walls mottled, with some areas seeping with water stains. As they descended, Yun Zhao belatedly realized that the man beside her had been gripping the strap of her backpack all along, the little bluebird perched on her shoulder, arrogantly tilting its head, casting a sidelong glance at the man beside her, seemingly displeased with his actions. Sia too offered no explanation. He had heard movement from below, indicating someone was ascending the stairs. An elderly woman, hunched and laden with a pile of cardboard waste, stood at the corner of the stairwell, her ascent slow and deliberate. Sia too grasped Yun Zhao's arm and stepped aside to make way. His tall stature and well-defined muscular physique made the narrow stairwell even more cramped, and as they passed, he inevitably brushed against the cardboard. The moment the items made contact with his body, they seemed to gain substance. The elderly woman suddenly turned her head, her murky eyes fixated on the two, emanating an inexplicable strangeness. The atmosphere grew eerie. Yun Zhao glanced back and, caught off guard, asked, "Do you need help?" The elderly woman exhibited no reaction, continuing to stare at them intently, her lips barely moving as if murmuring something inaudibly. Yun Zhao inquired again, "Which floor do you live on?" Yet the old woman remained silent, redirecting her gaze back to the pile of cardboard as she resumed her slow ascent. Sia too pondered It was not until the shadow had vanished around the corner that Yun Zhao asked Sia too, "What did she just say?" "She said, you cannot leave," Sia too replied. Oh. The two paid little mind to this peculiar encounter. The absurdities within the contaminated zone were far too numerous. An enigmatic statement was insufficient to disturb Sia too's mental state. Yet, Yun Zhao contemplated the notion that contact could render objects tangible, leading her to wonder if items within the contaminated zone. She interacted with the little bluebird daily, yet it remained a spiritual entity. The little creature, sensing her thoughts, remained silent on her shoulder. The two exited the residential building. Outside, the weather was bright and sunny, the sky a vast expanse. However, the street scene was starkly disjointed. At one end, there was vibrancy and noise, with a ceaseless flow of vehicles. At the other, it resembled a battlefield, shrouded in dark matter, the pavement and buildings corroded by black sludge, abandoned cars strewn across the street like scrap metal. It was as if two worlds had been severed from a dream. The colossal army of aberrations had vanished, and the space was slowly beginning to mend itself. It was both wondrous and uncanny. Sia too approached the roadside, once again seizing the car keys from a local resident, ushering Yun Zhao into the vehicle. This place mirrored the barrier he had just occupied. Even the pedestrians on the street were identical. 4 students wielding ice cream cones strolled by, laughing and chatting as they turned the corner. Not far off was the very spot where he had shot the aberrant that had impersonated his father. Sia too closed the car door, delaying the ignition as he analyzed. "It seems that only the 4 of us are separated. Aside from the ammunition and some supplies in the military backpack, everything else is in the armored vehicle. Song Liang is likely still with the car. We need to find Rabbit first." Duanxi and Dao Hao had not separated. At that time, as the vehicle traversed through the fog, Sia too had released his perception, clearly witnessing the two of them vanish together. Yun Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. "However, there is one issue. I haven't examined the edges of the barriers in the other 3 directions. We can only choose one side of the barrier to breach. If stepping outside this space would cause it to collapse, it meant they had to choose one out of 3, with no turning back." Sia too started the vehicle, speaking calmly, "I will make the choice." The car roared to life, merging into the flow of traffic on the street, with pedestrians hastily passing by, their figures flashing past the car window. It was easy to momentarily believe they truly belonged to this peaceful and bustling world. Sia too ultimately chose the eastern direction. As the communication device had ceased to function, he was unable to ascertain the passage of time. An extensive period had elapsed, yet the city remained bathed in daylight, the sky unchanged, making it difficult to perceive the passage of time. However, the depletion of energy and physical stamina did not halt. Xie extracted water and compressed biscuits from his military backpack, offering them to Yun Zhao. Have something to eat first, replenish your strength. Yun Zhao cast a glance at him, refraining from taking the offered items, instead silently turning to open her. She produced several boxes of spicy-sour noodles, instant noodles, strawberry-filled biscuits, cream bread, pickled chicken feet, and various yogurts. Snacks quickly filled the front seat. I'm not hungry, would you like some? She feigned a demeanor of casual selection. Her military backpack was the lightest, devoid of ammunition, and the largest water bottle contained only one bottle, leaving her bag significantly less full compared to the others. Yun Zhao munched on snacks as she walked, casually replenishing her backpack. Xie, upon witnessing such an abundance of food, wore an unusually complex expression, ultimately saying nothing as he grabbed a bag of cream bread, tore it open, and took a bite. The sweetness of the bread spread across his palate, further complicating his emotions. Her demeanor suggested she had already dined well. They had come to face trials, yet she seemed to be here on holiday. Chapter 38, Who Are You? As the crimson traffic light illuminated at the intersection ahead, vehicles gradually came to a halt, forming an elongated queue. Outside, the world had long since discarded traffic signals. Some archaic roads, remnants of a bygone era, lay in disrepair, their surfaces riddled with numerous potholes and fissures that stretched like grotesque scars. The desolation and eerie silence stood in stark contrast to the vibrant life around them. Yun Zhao gently closed her eyes, releasing strands of her consciousness into the air above the city, seeking the perimeter of the barrier to the east. Since their reunion, the insidious black lines that had plagued her had ceased to manifest. Had she overestimated the gatekeeper's capabilities? The rules, the illusion of a solo instance, riddled with flaws, became exceedingly simple to dismantle in her presence. Found it, you fool. The little bluebird, weary of the external scenery, began to cast sidelong glances at them, its ire directed at the gatekeeper, yet its gaze fixated on Xie. Yun Zhao pointed towards the intersection. Stop, I've located the barrier's edge. Understood. Xie obediently brought the vehicle to a halt on the road. The little creature's antics and expressions were impossible to hide from. He opened the car door and stepped out. Xie once again grasped the strap of Yun Zhao's backpack, raising an eyebrow at the little bluebird with an unmistakable challenge. The little creature promptly began to stomp its feet. Annoying, so annoying. Yun Zhao found it rather amusing that he would tease the little bluebird. Captain, don't provoke it, it's not one to be. Yet, he did not release his hold on her backpack strap. Following the shimmering glow, they arrived at the entrance of the city library. Through the glass doors, faint silhouettes of people could be seen within, light streaming through the windows, illuminating the motes of dust suspended in the air. Xie extended his hand to push the door, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. His other hand transitioned from gripping her backpack strap to holding the handle of her backpack. Let us begin. Xie squinted as he surveyed the vicinity. Yun Zhao nodded, countless green strands of consciousness ascending the transparent wall, initiating a mental infiltration to assault the barrier. In scarcely any time, fine cracks began to emerge on the barrier, spreading outward. Xie remained vigilant, yet, as before, the city around her appeared normal, with no vehicles or pedestrians approaching from behind. Why was she not affected by the illusion? Crack.as the barrier shattered. Xie swiftly hoisted her military backpack, enveloping her in his arms as they surged into the library. Yun Zhao, prepared, instinctively placed a hand against his chest, adjusting into a comfortable position. The moment they pushed through the door, the sky behind them darkened abruptly, as if shrouded by an unseen giant hand. The magnificent illusion of the city shattered like a broken mirror, fragments dispersing, separated by a mere glass door. Outside remained an unsettling darkness and murkiness. The monstrous entities did not materialize. The patrons within the library continued their reading, heads bowed, engrossed in their own endeavors. The library has only one exit. Should we proceed directly? Yun Zhao inquired. Xie was assessing the library's environment. Towering bookshelves stood in neat rows, filled with a dazzling array of books, systematically organized by category and number. Each tome appeared pristine and tidy, the titles on their spines clear and prominent. If only they could take them all back. Outside, the sun continued to shine brightly. Sia2 replied, "Yes, let us break the glass and exit." He carried her to a glass window on the first floor and, with a forceful kick, Yunjiao leaned against him, suddenly glancing back through his broad shoulder into the library. Just as they stepped out, the people inside simultaneously lifted their heads, their gazes hollow. It was peculiar. Why did they not attack? The aberrant beings, drawn to the contaminated area, could behave like normal humans within. So did they possess self-awareness? Yunjiao recalled the square-faced uncle seeking wages and the aunt searching for her daughter. They were conscious entities. Were they unable to resist under the gatekeeper's absolute dominion? The process was surprisingly smooth. Within mere minutes of entering this city, Yunjiao and Sia2 had successfully located Du Enqi and Dao Haohao, along with another man clad in black combat attire. The three men stood on the street, engaging the passing pedestrians. "What do you wish to do today? Is there anything we can assist you with? Do you have dreams or obsessions? We can help you realize them." They all brandished firearms, their questioning demeanor resembling that of bandits robbing on the streets. The halted aberrant beings momentarily appeared bewildered before suddenly launching an attack with their sharp appendages. Bang! Du Enqi was prepared, a single bullet dispatching the creature. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, the three turned in unison. Du Enqi froze for 2 seconds, the gun's barrel surprisingly aimed at the two newcomers. This illusion features the captain and Yunjiao. Sia2's dark eyes brimmed with disdain. "Fool." He faced the gun barrel, turning to regard another young man in black combat gear. He looked somewhat familiar. They had crossed paths a few times before. It was Zhu Qianqi, a member of the Jiangmu team from the Dawn base. Sia2 directly inquired, "Where is Jiangmu?" Zhu Qianqi shook his head, responding, "I don't know. We separated as soon as we entered. The people and objects in this city seem devoid of obsessions, and we cannot obtain the key." Dao Haohao and Du Enqi were momentarily stunned, then began to whisper, "Look at Yunjiao's shoulder. Aberrant beings cannot manifest a spiritual entity, right? Could it truly be the captain and Yunjiao?" Du Enqi swiftly holstered his weapon, despair etched across his face. "We're doomed." He had dared to point a gun at the captain. Though the captain appeared nonchalant now, he would undoubtedly settle the score upon their return. Yunjiao leaned closer, asking them, "Have you seen the rabbit?" Du Enqi appeared anxious. Dao Haohao replied, "No, we too have uncovered the truth of the illusion and encountered Zhu Qianqi while searching for an exit. A mental illusion barrier." Sentinels were not adept at establishing such barriers. They might locate and breach it, but it required time. They hadn't anticipated the captain and Yunjiao arriving so swiftly, but how were the two of them together? Yunjiao expressed mild surprise. "Did you also just meet?" Both nodded in affirmation. Yunjiao turned her head to observe the two conversing, the unfamiliar sentinel bearing a doll-like face yet exhibiting a somewhat expressionless demeanor, giving off the impression. Sia2 continued his dialogue with Zhu Qianqi. 3 days. Sia2's eyes darkened. "Are you saying you've been in this barrier for 3 days, or that you've been in the contaminated area for a total of 3 days?" "A total of 3 days," Zhu Qianqi replied calmly. According to the time outside, the Jiangmu team had been inside for a month. "That's incorrect," Sia2 stated. "Time flow within the domain does not affect the outside. The timeline could revert to the past but could neither alter the present nor influence the future. Changes could only occur within the existing framework." The first lesson for combat unit trainees often involved inquiries like, "If the time flow differs, could we enter?" Such occurrences had never materialized. Without hesitation, Sia2 drew his sidearm, pressing it against Zhu Qianqi's temple. "The Jiangmu team has traversed countless contaminated areas. How could you possibly be confused about this?" The sudden turn of events left the others, including Yunjiao, momentarily stunned. Sia2 adjusted the trigger, his tone suddenly cold as he questioned Zhu Qianqi, "Who are you?" Chapter 39, The spirit body has disappeared. Zhu Qianqi's expression remained calm. "I am Zhu Qianqi. Captain Xie does not recognize me." However, his tranquility seemed somewhat eerie, as if devoid of emotion. Suddenly, Xie grasped his arm and forcefully pinned him face down on the ground, extending his hand to probe Zhu Qianqi's neck. The warmth of his body was palpable, the carotid artery pulsing steadily. He was indeed a living being, yet something was clearly amiss with Zhu Qianqi. Even when pressed to the ground, his face bore no expression, nor did he make any attempt to struggle. What could this mean? Yun Zhao finally discerned the peculiarity. Yes, her spiritual threads could capture emotions, but since their arrival, she had sensed no emotional fluctuations emanating from Zhu Qianqi. How could a human be devoid of emotion? Duanxi and Dao Haohao stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, before rushing over to assist in restraining him. The captain had not fired his weapon, which confirmed Zhu Qianqi was indeed alive. What is wrong with him? Dao Haohao inquired. Xie did not respond but commanded, find some rope and bind him. Understood. Duanxi replied eagerly, rising to observe for a moment before dashing into a nearby sporting goods store. The rope was swiftly retrieved, and the three strong men bound Zhu Qianqi securely. Even as he was restrained, Zhu Qianqi continued to murmur, I am Zhu Qianqi, Captain Xie does not recognize me. His demeanor reminded Yun Zhao of those mechanical, repetitive actions characteristic of aberrant beings. Yun Zhao slightly raised her hand, and a shimmering green light materialized, swiftly enveloping Zhu Qianqi's body. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the spiritual threads. However, the Sentinel's mental barrier was obscured by a layer of grey mist, preventing her from penetrating. To forcefully intrude could inflict harm upon Zhu Qianqi, potentially rendering him a fool in the future. Although he appeared to be a fool now, there might still be hope for salvation. Yet, no matter how her spiritual threads probed, his mental realm remained utterly unresponsive. Yun Zhao slowly opened her eyes. His spirit body has vanished. What? Upon hearing this, all present were taken aback. Xietu's expression shifted dramatically. The spirit body cannot stray too far from the corporeal form. How could it possibly disappear? The spirit body possesses an independent sensory system and, in many respects, exists as a separate entity. However, the spirit body relies on the sentinel and guide for its existence, maintaining a mental connection with the corporeal form. The fate of a sentinel who loses their spirit body is an enigma known to none. Xietu's countenance darkened, and he abruptly stood, releasing his perception. Duanxi, check if Zhu Qianqi's spirit body is nearby. Yes. Duanxi understood the gravity of the situation and immediately complied, unleashing his own spirit body. It was a spirit form twice the size of an ordinary peregrine falcon, soaring low through the streets and alleys. Dao Haohao, having unceremoniously tossed the bound Zhu Qianqi at the captain's feet, sprinted into the street to commandeer a 7-seater van. Yun Zhao stood silently to the side, her gaze lowered in contemplation. The small azure bird perched on her shoulder appeared languid, exuding an air of indifference. The peregrine falcon soon returned, landing on Duanxi's arm, its sharp eyes keen and penetrating. Captain, nothing. I found nothing, Duanxi said, casting a worried glance at the bound Zhu Qianqi. Xie retracted his perception. The city appeared unnervingly normal. Pedestrians flowed incessantly through the streets, never casting a glance their way, creating an eerily raucous atmosphere. Xietu's expression regained its composure. Let us get in the car and locate Rabbit and Song Liang as swiftly as possible. The group quickly entered the vehicle, transporting the tightly bound Zhu Qianqi toward the city's outskirts. The decision-maker was Dao Haohao. He drove the car, oblivious to the differences in directions, focusing solely on the streets with lighter traffic, eager to reach the barrier's edge. When confronted with a red light, the vehicle was forced to halt behind others awaiting passage. Through the car window, Dao Haohao glimpsed his mother. She stood at the pedestrian crossing, waving and smiling at him, seemingly intent on approaching. Dots of luminescence drifted closer, jolting his mind into clarity. That was not his mother, but a distorted being wearing a bizarre expression. A peculiar illusion, Yun Zhao remarked. Have you encountered such phenomena in your previous missions? Spiritual illusions. Could this ability signify the attributes of a gatekeeper? Sensing her thoughts, Xie, seated beside her, shook his head. Yun Zhao was uncertain of the meaning behind his gesture. Did it imply they had never encountered such a thing, or was it a cue for her to refrain from pursuing the topic? Did Xie harbor knowledge he chose to withhold? Was he, from the onset, also a gatekeeper? The vehicle soon reached the city's edge, mirroring their previous experience as they disembarked. Yun Zhao quickly located the illusionary barrier, the sky darkened abruptly, and the pedestrians converged, countless aberrant beings, cloaked in black mist, morphing into the forms of Dao Hao's. Duanxi recoiled in fright. This is terrifying. Does the aunt in a skirt really want to go play bumper cars? It's too horrifying. Though he spoke thus, he remained outwardly unperturbed, perhaps because Minister Duan was still alive. Duanxi did not perceive the scene as a threat. In stark contrast, Dao Hao, during Yun Zhao's efforts to dismantle the barrier, kept his eyes tightly shut, clutching the motionless Zhu Qianqi, drenched in sweat, too fearful to look back. The little azure bird observed his demeanor, emitting a sound reminiscent of mockery. Tweet. The little creature, in an act of benevolence, flapped its wings, dispersing the dense dark matter surrounding them. Dao Hao found himself feeling considerably better, standing beside Yun Zhao. Xie Tu noticed cracks forming in the invisible barrier. Do not succumb to the influence. Once the barrier shatters, run immediately and stay close to me. There were too many aberrant beings, an unending tide of them. They had only a limited supply of ammunition in their bags, with the remainder secured in the armored vehicle. As the barrier teetered on the brink of collapse, darkness engulfed the sky, and the ground continuously caved into the abyss, heralding the collapse of yet another illusionary barrier. Yun Zhao instinctively adjusted her posture and nestled into Xie Tu's embrace. He momentarily froze before reaching out to hold her, propelling them forward as the barrier shattered. Dao Hao, clutching the immobile Zhu Qianqi. A towering wall of darkness loomed, rapidly advancing toward the group. Duanxi glanced back while running, observing the throngs of aberrant beings relentlessly pursuing them, still intent on leading him to the amusement park. What could possibly be enjoyable about an amusement park, he mumbled to himself. Such a pity for all these wonderful things, if only we could take them all with us. The streets were a cacophony of activity, with a torrent of vehicles flowing, traffic lights incessantly switching between red and green, cars occasionally speeding past or halting at intersections awaiting the signal. A cluster of 7 or 8 children, pushing bicycles, frolicked ahead, while their mother trailed closely behind, cautioning, "Slow down, don't bump into anyone." Laughter and chatter filled the air as people ambled past a bubble tea shop, where the staff busily prepared drinks according to orders. Behind the counter, a chameleon, motionless, clung to the wall of the shop, its coloration seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment, rendering it virtually invisible amidst the bustling city. Chapter 40. The rabbit followed her brother home. It was a brand new abode, adorned with complete appliances and furniture, exuding a cozy atmosphere. Adorable cartoon cushions were arranged upon the sofa, while the walls, beneath the television cabinet, and throughout the room, were adorned with radiant photographs of the siblings' smiles. Her brother busied himself in the kitchen, the tempting aroma of dinner wafting through the air intermittently. The rabbit sat vacantly on the sofa, watching television. Why begin dinner when the sun had yet to set? A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she gazed at his bustling figure, her expression once again becoming vacant. Dinner is ready, the man's gentle voice called out. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Many of the offerings were unfamiliar to the rabbit, but the moment she sat down and picked up her chopsticks, the colors and fragrances of the food became even more enticing. She sampled a shrimp, and its delightful flavor seemed to awaken her senses. It was as if she had forgotten something of great importance. Suddenly, it struck her. The rabbit hastily set down her chopsticks. "Brother, my spirit entity seems to be missing." "Indeed, where could it have gone?" The man across from her did not move his chopsticks, his expression still one of gentle affection. "Could you please call it back?" The rabbit abruptly stood up, bewildered. I can sense it. I must go find it. There's no rush. First, let's finish our meal, and afterward, I will accompany you," he replied. "All right." After dinner, the man leisurely tidied the table and cleaned the kitchen, then he opened the front door, carrying a bag of trash while taking her hand to seek out her spirit entity. Everything appeared so normal, as though a pair of siblings were merely stepping out to locate a lost pet. The connection to her spirit entity became faint, threatening to sever, which instinctively stirred a sense of panic within the rabbit. It felt as though she had forgotten something else, yet, why was she unable to recall what it was? The man led her across the crosswalk, onto the bustling street, his voice soft yet persuasive. Where is it? The rabbit opened her mouth to respond but found herself unable to produce any sound. Something was amiss. She was subconsciously resisting, unable to disclose her spirit entity's whereabouts to her brother, lest something dreadful occur. Why are you being disobedient? Didn't we agree to go find it? The man tenderly stroked her hair, her short locks seemingly having grown, now cascading over her shoulders. Despite leaving her military backpack at home, she stubbornly refused to change out of her black combat uniform. Quickly, take me to find it. Find it. The rabbit struggled to control her thoughts, her body moving stiffly towards the milk tea shop. How could her spirit entity have wandered off? It seemed as though she had permitted its escape. But what had transpired, and why did she have no recollection of it? Her body felt foreign. A look of confusion gradually overtook her features as she walked with rigid steps, drawing ever closer to the milk tea shop. Holy cow, rabbit, what are you doing? A familiar voice rang out from across the street. A group of individuals suddenly appeared, vehicles sped by on the road, isolating them from one another. The rabbit fought to regain control of her body, turning around to see a figure darting across the street, nearly a blur, rushing to her side and covering her eyes. Don't look. It was Doonchi's voice. Gunfire erupted. Immediately, something fell with a mournful wail. The rabbit heard Yun Xiangdao's voice as her hand touched her forehead. The small figure of the bluebird perched on her shoulder vanished into thin air. Beside her, Dao Haohai stood frozen, his expression one of shock. Yun Xiangdao really isn't he picky about the environment? She dares to conduct mental guidance right here on the street. Previously, guides would engage in elaborate rituals before conducting mental guidance, going so far as to burn incense and bathe, leaving nothing to chance. Xie Tu paid him no mind, entering the milk tea shop alone. Moments later, he emerged carrying a king chameleon. Let us go back, it's safe now. The little creature's eyes darted around, displaying an expression of profound grievance towards Xie Tu. Its figure gradually faded, returning to its familiar spiritual realm. The wind howled ominously. What was once a tropical rainforest now bore the eerie resemblance of a dark forest from a fairy tale where witches dwelled. Blackened, lifeless trees jutted from the dark earth, stark and barren, as though even their very essence was laden with darkness. A solitary figure and a bird stood amidst the boundless darkness, with even the sky shrouded in black threads. Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback. In merely a day's separation, the rabbit's spiritual realm had been so severely eroded. If they were to delay any longer, the rabbit might meet the same fate as Zhu Qianqi. Yun Zhao stepped onto the dark soil, surveying the area, and soon spotted the king chameleon clinging to a tree. It seemed to have only just returned, its scales transforming into a conspicuous white, as if desperate for her to notice it. The small bluebird tilted its head. It says it feels unwell. Yun Zhao extended her hand, allowing it to rest upon her arm, enveloping it in a radiant glow that purified the darkness clinging to it. The chameleon clutched her tightly, comfortably tilting its head back and flicking out its tiny tongue. Yun Zhao smiled gently, her fingers twitching. The small bluebird took flight, fluttering into the air. Suddenly, a massive bluebird, radiant with a brilliant azure light, materialized within the rabbit's spiritual realm. The great creature spread its enormous wings, soaring through the dark sky, its call echoing forth. Countless green spiritual threads emerged from beneath its wings, radiating outward from Yun Zhao as the epicenter, weaving wildly across the dark earth. The luminous glow melded into the black soil, merging with the withered trees. The colossal wings flapped, stirring a tempest within the rabbit's spiritual realm. Yun Zhao stood solitary amidst the forest, her slender form unwavering as the winds tousled her hair. Her formidable mental power was sufficient to uphold an entire spiritual realm for an A-class sentinel, and the green luminescent threads resembled fireflies on a summer night, claiming dominion over the tropical rainforest. The withered trees began to blossom anew, from black to brown, their branches and leaves slowly unfurled. The sky gradually cleared, the majestic creature circling above radiated brilliant light, illuminating every nook and cranny. As the sky brightened and the trees budded, Yun Zhao prepared to retract her mental energy when she suddenly captured a fleeting memory. In the image, a man strikingly similar to the rabbit, clad in the dawn-base combat uniform, wielded a familiar sniper rifle. The scene flashed past. Next came an adult rabbit, accepting the well-preserved sniper rifle, joining the Dawn Zero team as its youngest and sole female member. In the vast expanse of a ruined site, they executed their mission, the team members sprinting frantically. The rabbit lay poised atop a rooftop, targeting a pursuing high-level aberration. Those aberrations had already evolved wings, their mandibles snapping with alarming speed, resembling sharp weapons lunging at people. Dao Hao shouted, "Wen Jie! Hurry up and take them down." The rabbit, poised to fire, was momentarily distracted by his call, losing the optimal opportunity. She was not called Wen Jie, she was Wen Jiayu. Wen Jie was her brother, who was already dead. The scene shifted again. Dao Hao stood with his head lowered, facing Xie Tu, admitting fault. "She is Jie's sister." In a moment of urgency, I instinctively called out his name. Jie had been their comrade, consistently serving as the team sniper. The sister inherited her brother's position, leading everyone to subconsciously utter his name. Why not give the sister a nickname? Duanqi suggested. That way, it wouldn't be mistaken next time, Song Liang added. When she was little, she would bounce around as she walked. Jerry said she resembled a little rabbit. Let us call her Rabbit. Once we get used to it, it will be fine. Get used to it. Would that suffice? In the shadows, Wang Jiu quietly retreated, sprinting home in a flurry, her reddened eyes making her truly resemble a little rabbit. Chapter 41, The Barrier is an Illusion. Yun Zhao slowly opened her eyes. The group remained on the bustling street. The rabbit had emerged from her trance, yet her face still bore a look of daze. As reason returned, the world had never seemed so clear, and her consciousness was strikingly lucid. When the fluorescent light faded, it felt as though a gentle stream was flowing softly. After a long-awaited rain in the forest, however, the rabbit crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. The four imposing men surrounding her remained silent. They had breached 3 illusionary barriers to find her, and thankfully arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Duanqi, seeing Yun Zhao awaken, seemed to glimpse salvation, desperately signaling her with his eyes. Yun Zhao pressed her lips together, unsure of what to say. When her uncles encountered trouble, the townsfolk would offer her a few words of comfort, but she found it bothersome and preferred to ignore them, choosing instead to linger alone on the wall rather than listen to their hollow reassurances. In shifting her perspective, she believed that what the rabbit truly needed was not consolation. Xie Tu spoke in a somber tone. "The mission is paramount. Let us find a place to rest for an hour before searching for Song Liang." They had been here for at least a dozen hours without respite. They were all aware of Song Liang's circumstances. His parents were still alive, and he had an older sister. The illusions should not have affected him significantly. Xie Tu turned his head, disregarding the weeping rabbit, and asked her, "Where is your military backpack?" The rabbit wiped her tears and rose silently to lead the way. The group followed her to her home. Upon entering, they were greeted by a photograph of the siblings adorning the wall. Their earlier actions had been too swift. In truth, Yun Zhao had not seen the appearance of the aberrant creature. The man in the photograph wore a gentle expression, always sporting a loving smile directed at his sister. Upon seeing the picture, the rabbit could no longer contain herself, collapsing to the ground, covering her face, and sobbing uncontrollably. Dao Hao threw Zhu Qianqi onto the living room carpet and slumped down, burying his head in silence. Duanqi, wishing to offer comfort yet at a loss for words, sighed deeply and sat beside Dao Hao. Xie Tu stood with his back to them, gazing out of the window onto the street below. The individual was gone. Wang Jie had sacrificed himself for the future of humanity. Xie Tu had been unable to save him, only retrieving his sniper rifle, which had caused turmoil in the realm of the mind, necessitating a 2-month hiatus before he could accept another mission. This was an era long past, with the most cherished individuals present. It was no wonder the rabbit was ensnared by confusion. Yet, this place was ultimately not theirs. For those living in a post-apocalyptic world, it felt too distant. In the living room, apart from the rabbit's heart-wrenching cries, the atmosphere was one of profound silence. Burdened with despair, Yun Zhao moved to sit on an armchair, breaking the stillness with her voice. "Should we not discuss our mission?" Now, aside from Song Liang, the others had rejoined the ranks, and the contaminated area was composed of countless overlapping illusionary barriers. In their quest to find someone, they had traversed 7 barriers, which may only represent the tip of the iceberg within the contaminated zone. As for why their success rate had been so high during the initial attempts, Yun Zhao attributed it to the acute perceptive abilities of the sentinels. Their intuition could sometimes be eerily accurate. We need to ascertain where Zhu Qianzhi's spiritual entity has gone, Xie Tu stated, turning around, his voice low. Rabbit, why did your spiritual entity leave? Upon hearing the question, the rabbit ceased her sobbing, biting her lip as she stammered. Dark matter invaded the realm of the mind, and a voice kept trying to control Mian Mian. I held onto my sanity to make it hide. Her voice, still hoarse and trembling from her earlier cries, conveyed her distress. Once it hid away, I could feel the mental connection weakening, as if it were about to vanish entirely. This revelation sent a chill through the others in the living room. A profound connection existed between the physical body and its spiritual entity, and they had never heard of such a connection severing. They were a symbiotic existence, inseparable. Should a sentinel or guide perish, so too would their spiritual entity. Xie Tu turned to Yun Zhao. Have you noticed anything? Yun Zhao shook her head. In her spiritual realm, there is only dark matter. If there were other strange entities present, the rabbit, now in a state of clarity. The rabbit bit her lip and nodded. Yes, that connection has returned. Mian Mian is fine. Previously, the guides at the base had performed mental adjustments for her, and some dark matter would inevitably linger. However, an S-level guide was different. The rabbit's mind and senses had never been as clear as they were now. Any disturbance in her spiritual realm could not escape her notice. Xie Tu's gaze grew dim, his voice cold. It seems the illusionary barriers are not merely intended to confine us. Their true purpose is the spiritual entities of the sentinels. What would become of a sentinel that lost its spiritual entity? Everyone instinctively looked towards Zhu Qianzhi on the floor. He remained in a state of numbness and emptiness, as if oblivious to everything around him. He had lost his formidable perceptive abilities, regressing to mere instinct. Yun Zhao's fingertips gently ascended, as countless strands of spiritual energy surged into Zhu Qianzhi's body. The black lines outside the core of his spirit had long been cleared away, yet a layer of grey mist still obscured the perimeter of the sentinel's spiritual barrier, as the green fluorescence sought gaps to penetrate. Still, there was nothing to be found. Should they force their way in, Zhu Qianzhi's spiritual realm would collapse, and he would be irretrievable. She observed her actions, hesitating before speaking. I find myself troubled by what Zhu Qianzhi said. He mentioned that the people and objects in this city seem devoid of attachment, unable to obtain the key. Impossible. Yun Zhao retracted her spirit. Dao Haower could not help but inquire, then why can't the Jiangmu squad obtain the key? Clearly, the Jiangmu squad was in a predicament akin to theirs. After entering, they had been ensnared by the illusions. Yet, as the captain had noted, Jiangmu and his team possessed considerable strength. A mere illusion could not possibly lead to the annihilation of a seasoned combat team with an S-level sentinel. The only plausible explanation was that they had not found the key and thus could not escape. Yun Zhao seemed to have an epiphany, her tone subtly shifting. Perhaps they have not discovered the true 88th contaminated zone. What did that mean? Xie Tu instantly grasped her implication. The barriers are illusions, thus, keys and attachments naturally do not exist. Only within the genuine city, the true 88th contaminated zone, lies where the key and the guardian reside. Amidst countless identical city illusions, there must exist one that is the other. The team members, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of dread. Each city appeared the same, and marking their passage was impossible, as the space would automatically revert to its original state. How then could they distinguish the barriers they had traversed and locate the true 88th contaminated zone? No wonder the Jiangmu squad could not escape. Surely, they too were ensnared within this web. Chapter 42, a brief respite. The living room descended into a profound silence. Everyone fell silent simultaneously. Outside the window, sunlight bathed the entire city in a golden glow. Xie Tu pushed open the window. After a moment, Dao Hao could no longer endure the silence and broke it first. Xie Tu stood by the window, his gaze transcending the city's clamor, fixated on the distant horizon. The city, illuminated by sunlight, appeared bright yet imbued with an air of unreality, resembling an overly perfect painting that felt oddly fictitious. The current issues we face are, first, our teammates are scattered. Second, the whereabouts of the other members of Jiangmu's team remain unknown. Third, we need to locate the true 88th contaminated zone. And finally, where has Zhu Qianzhi's spirit gone? Xie stern profile tensed. Let us not forget that our primary objective for entering is rescue. First, we must locate people, specifically Song Liang and Jiang Mu's team. Amidst the circumstances, Xie maintained his composure and decisiveness. For our next course of action, keep your eyes wide open and scrutinize every barrier we have breached. Understood, the group responded in unison. Rabbit, having composed herself, rose and entered the kitchen, retrieving several bags of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator before setting water to boil. After about 10 minutes, she emerged from the kitchen, presenting steaming dumplings on the table. Since their entry, they had been under prolonged tension. Now, as they relaxed, fatigue washed over them. They had little time to savor the dumplings, eager only to finish and rest. Around the dining tables, Xie cast his eyes around, finally fixing them on Yun Zhao. She was the only one seated at the table, eating with an air of elegance, delicately picking up dumplings and savoring them in small bites, clearly not very hungry. Her abundance of snacks from her bag indicated she had not been deprived of sustenance since their arrival. Xie lowered his gaze, swiftly finishing the dumplings on his plate. Let the rest period be 4 hours. After eating, make sure to rest adequately to replenish your energy. By the outside clock, it was likely already past midnight. The team's exhaustion stemmed not from physical exertion but from mental fatigue. Furthermore, the guide's stamina was considerably low, necessitating ample rest for her. Received. Duanxi visibly relaxed, burying his face in his portion of dumplings, eager to find a place to sleep. Dao Haohao carried a small plate of dumplings into the living room. Zhu Qianqi lay bound on the carpet, facing upwards. Dao Haohao sighed, holding the dumplings and using a fork to feed him one by one. Brother, it hasn't been long since we last met. How have you ended up like this? Will they still award the bounty at Dawn Base with you looking like this? Zhu Qianqi opened his mouth to swallow a dumpling, taking the opportunity to respond before the next one arrived. They will. He could still communicate, albeit devoid of emotional expression. After feeding him, Dao Haohao reclined onto the sofa next to Duanxi and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Yun Zhao and Rabbit entered the inner room together. The 10-square-meter room was cozily arranged. Rabbit's ever-present sniper rifle and her military backpack rested on the windowsill. Rabbit gazed at the sniper rifle, her expression somewhat dazed. Sister Yun Zhao, what does a prosperous world truly look like? Can the sacrifice of my brother bring about peace? A prosperous world? Yun Zhao replied, it will come once we eliminate the contaminated zones. Everything here was an illusion. Perhaps it once existed, but it was not the era that belonged to them. The old era had become a distant memory. The age of darkness had ended, and the age of wasteland had dawned. Outside, the ground was strewn with weathered soil. The world had become riddled with scars. People dared not venture beyond the shelters, for the realm outside was filled with countless contaminated zones and aberrant creatures. That was their era. Yun Zhao had often pondered this question, but now she had come to a resolution. Let us consider the old era as the target we strive towards. Rabbit nodded, seemingly reluctant to disturb her rest, and refrained from further conversation. Yun Zhao lay on the bed. She was not accustomed to sharing a bed with another, initially believing she would be unable to sleep. Yet, as soon as she closed her eyes, drowsiness enveloped her. Indeed, she was utterly exhausted. The communicator had long since gone dark. Although it was said to be 4 hours, they could only rely on Xie to inform them. Yun Zhao felt as though she had just fallen asleep when she was roused. She sat up groggily, her previously neat hair now a tousled mess, her expression somewhat bewildered, clearly still caught in the haze of sleep. Outside, it was still daylight, as if the weather had been frozen in time. Rabbit had already prepared, shouldering her military backpack and grasping her sniper rifle. She did not urge Yun Zhao, patiently waiting to the side. As Yun Zhao's gaze gradually sharpened, she reached back to untie her hair, allowing her long locks to cascade like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her eye swept over Rabbit's hair, which looked as though it had been gnawed by a dog, likely the result of Rabbit's own handiwork. The sentinels often ventured out of the base, and long hair was impractical to manage. Yun Zhao contemplated whether she should also trim her hair. Just as this thought crossed her mind, it was vehemently opposed by the little bluebird. The small creature could not bear the idea of its host sporting a head resembling one chewed by a dog. With a sigh, Yun Zhao dismissed the notion, swiftly tying her hair back up, and followed Rabbit out. In the living room, everyone had finished preparing. Dao Hao not only bore his grenade launcher but also held onto the bound Juqianqi with his other hand. Xie Tu scanned the team, habitually conducting a final check. Confirming all was well, he commanded, "Let us go." They descended the stairs to the street. Once more, they commandeered a vehicle, making their way to the edge of the city. Driving was still Duanxi. Xie Tu instructed, "Choose one of the 3 directions and proceed." Duanxi started the car, the sound reverberating. "Understood." Yun Zhao sat in the front row of the back seat by the window, extracting the map she had drawn at the temporary base, beginning to document all the barriers they had traversed. She delineated the cardinal directions at the bottom of the map, sketching arrows to indicate the directions in which they had breached barriers. She marked the locations of the barriers where they might find people with a star. Then she arranged and combined them, seeking to discern any patterns. Beside her sat Xie Tu, who inadvertently caught a glimpse of her doodling. He was momentarily perplexed by the purpose of her drawings. Xie Tu inquired, "Is that a drawing of the little bluebird?" The creature perched atop her head immediately fluffed up in indignation. Yun Zhao poised her pen, expressionless, and looked up at him. "It's a map, the city map of the 88th contaminated zone." Xie Tu simply switch to another barrier and see if there are any obsessions to identify. The challenge lay in breaking through the layers of illusion to find the genuine 88th contaminated zone. This was something Yun Zhao already understood. Even without his prompting, she lowered her gaze, unwilling to engage with him further, pursing her lips as she resumed her earlier thoughts. Chapter 43. New curses. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the eastern city. In their quest to locate someone, they had traversed the peripheries in all 4 directions, the library to the east, the park to the west, the bypass highway to the north, and the station to the south. Clearly, this was not a complete city, but merely the boundaries of a polluted area, for a typical suburban landscape would not feature a library or a park. The group disembarked with an air of purpose. The rabbit seemed momentarily distracted, being the first to step towards the library's entrance. "Wait," Yun Zhao called out to her. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Yun Zhao's gaze, clear and penetrating, pointed towards the library's entrance. It appears Dao Hao and Duanxi, upon hearing her observation, extended their senses to investigate. Indeed, the illusionary barrier has indeed shifted. The bookstore was spacious, with glass doors that afforded a clear view of the interior. The entrance faced a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, while towering bookshelves filled with a myriad of books lined the walls, reaching up to the ceiling. A few sparse figures could be seen. Some were turned sideways, searching for books among the shelves, while others sat on the stairs, engrossed in their reading. The appearances of the phantoms and aberrations were indistinguishable, yet the damned observational prowess of the sentinels enabled them to discern them at a glance. For instance, the young girl seated on the 2nd floor stairs was but an image, with the illusionary barrier positioned behind her. Xie Tu stepped forward, approaching the door and scrutinizing the scene within, squinting slightly as he remarked, "It's a normal occurrence. The pollution zone number 88 is expanding, and the illusionary barrier is likewise extending with the area of contamination." He confirmed that there was no immediate danger inside. However, Yun Zhao recalled the last time when Xie Tu had shattered the window to exit, and everyone inside had turned to gaze at them with an unsettling synchronization. Duanxi timidly inquired, "So, do we enter or not?" Xie Tu replied decisively, "We enter." Just a few aberrations. Upon hearing this, Dao Hao stepped forward and pushed open the door. The people inside remained oblivious, continuing with their respective activities. The group proceeded straight up the stairs. "Don't get separated. Once the barrier shatters, run immediately," Xie Tu instructed, his eyes fixed on the rabbit. They had navigated several illusionary barriers before and were well accustomed to the process. The rabbit nodded sullenly. "I understand. Don't worry, Captain, I won't fall behind." Xie Tu chose not to elaborate further. Under the protection of the sentinels, Yun Zhao ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor, where the barrier was positioned slightly above the midpoint of the stairs, allowing her to glimpse the scene above. The staircase faced two long rows of bookshelves, with a few figures moving about. On the far wall, a clock hung, its hands frozen at 6 o'clock, approaching the barrier. Yunjiao noted. From her elevated vantage point, she could only see the swirling vortex at the center of the girl's head, obscuring any expression on her face. Yunjiao averted her gaze. Scattered points of green luminescence appeared, climbing the barrier, utilizing mental energy to dismantle it. As before, Xie stood guard beside her, surveying the terrain. The second floor isn't too high. We'll exit through the second window on the right. Understood. Just as Dao Haohao, Du and Shi, and the rabbit positioned themselves in readiness for a sprint following the barrier's breach, the guide's mental energy abruptly withdrew, and the green glow vanished instantaneously. The small bluebird straightened, its gaze sharp. Everyone sensed something amiss and suddenly looked up, their eyes locking onto the clock on the second floor wall, under the collective gaze of all. Tick, tick, tick. What the hell? The time is moving, what is going on? Dao Haohao bellowed. Zhu Qianqi, who he had in hand, responded with a flat expression. I don't know. I wasn't asking you. Oh. Separated by the barrier, they were unable to ascend to the second floor. They watched helplessly as the second hand of the clock began to move, producing a rhythmic ticking sound. Yunjiao maintained a focused demeanor, suddenly turning to the sentinels behind her. How does the danger level of this pollution zone compare to your previous missions? The atmosphere of contemplation was abruptly disrupted by her inquiry. Her unexpected question momentarily stunned Du and Shi. He replied, danger level, the previous 4-star pollution zones were life-threateningly acute. One misstep could cost you your life. Comparatively, I believe this one poses less danger than a 3-star zone. Aside from their distraction and some illusionary attacks, he had not sensed any other peril. Of course, this was merely his personal opinion. Yunjiao then turned her gaze towards the rabbit. The rabbit's expression dimmed slightly. I'd say it's 4 stars. In past pollution zone missions, we've never been separated. If you hadn't arrived, I might have, Dao Haohao interjected eagerly. I think it's just average. Zhu Qianqi added, average. You lost your mental entity and you think it's just average. Dao Haohao's impatience flared as he felt the urge to strike him. Keep quiet unless you're asked. Nobody's interested in your input. Zhu Qianqi replied, unperturbed. All right. Xie remained silent throughout. The time read 18:03. Yunjiao appeared calm and candidly stated, the reason you perceive this pollution zone as not particularly dangerous may be due to my presence. The illusionary barrier. Without a guide, relying solely on sentinels to forcibly breach it, you wouldn't even manage to cross 2 barriers in a day. The dark matter would continuously erode the sentinels' mental realms. The more they utilized their abilities, the faster the erosion would occur. Because of her presence, they had gathered 5 teammates within just a few hours. After locating the rabbit, they had utilized the S-Class guide's purification ability to awaken her. Yunjiao was unfamiliar with the Jiangmu team, but as fellow S-Class sentinels, they were both elite combat teams from their respective bases. Given the circumstances of the other members of Zero Team, including Xie dire state at the time, the difficulty of this pollution zone warranted a 4-star rating. Their guide's existence, coupled with the guide's abilities, fortuitously countered the threats posed by pollution zone number 88, leading them to mistakenly perceive the danger level as low. Dao Haohao, puzzled, pointed at the clock on the wall at the end of the second floor. What does that have to do with time suddenly moving? Xie gaze deepened as he finally spoke, because we are on the verge of gathering the entire team, and our next plan is to locate the true pollution zone number 88, thus escalating the difficulty. The clock displayed 18:07. Time was advancing, indicating that dusk would soon fall. Du and Shi, realizing the implication, muttered under his breath, damn rotten tomatoes. The small bluebird perched above her head, exuding an air of superiority, cast a disdainful glance at Dao Haohao and Du and Shi. Fool! Yunjiao inhaled sharply. When had it learned such new curses? Its vocabulary had expanded from a waste and a rubbish to now include a fool. Chapter 44. The combat capability of Team 0 Inchit is provoking us, Xie remarked with a sudden cold laugh, clearly signaling us to take cover before nightfall. Such audacity from the gatekeeper. Everyone, synchronize your watches and adjust the communication devices to align with the contaminated zone. Xie-Tu's demeanor was defiant, his tone imperious. Underestimating us, are they? Everyone, focus, let them witness the true strength of Team Dawn Zero. Yes, the team members responded with palpable excitement. Dao Haohai adjusted the time and lifted his grenade launcher. Finally, a chance to put this to good use. Compared to navigating mazes and playing hide-and-seek, it was evident that these soldiers of Team Zero, who preferred not to think too much, would rather engage in fierce combat against the aberrations. Even the rabbit's eyes sparkled with a thirst for battle. A band of brutes, Yunjiao silently labeled them in her mind. She glanced over at Xie-Tu. The man before her seemed like a different person compared to how he was with the other teammates. Yunjiao recalled her previous encounter with Dao Haohai and Duan Qi, during which he had cursed, calling one of them a fool. The little bluebird had evidently learned from him. Indeed, it was all too easy to pick up bad habits. With a faint sigh, Yunjiao released her mental threads and resumed dismantling the barriers. The emerald-hued glow danced around, filling half of the library, forming another mental barrier. This was the rabbit's illusion city. Her brother had a profound influence on her, not only affecting her but also impacting everyone in Team Zero, aside from Yunjiao herself. At 1811, the barrier shattered, and darkness surged like a tidal wave. Xie-Tu quickly embraced her, drew his sidearm, and shattered the glass of the second window on the second floor, charging straight ahead. The others followed closely behind. Xie-Tu leaped from the second floor while holding Yunjiao, the wind briefly howling past their ears as he slightly bent his knees to absorb some impact before continuing forward without pause. Yunjiao was already accustomed to this. She nestled against Xie-Tu's shoulder, glancing back. Dao Haohai was tightly trailing them, carrying Zhu Qianqi, while Duan Qi and the rabbit lagged just a couple of steps behind. Behind them, a rapidly forming wall of darkness appeared, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire realm, closing in on them in the blink of an eye. The darkness had arrived. The orderly streetlights on either side of the road flickered to life, and all pedestrians and vehicles vanished, replaced by a menacing sea of aberrations. Those grotesque mouths writhed and roared, lunging towards the humans. The cacophony of their roars was deafening. Countless monsters loomed ahead, while behind them lay an abyss of consuming darkness, with monsters swarming all around. It was impossible. They were caught between the jaws of death. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire erupted from behind. The rabbit and others unleashed a barrage of fire at the monsters surging from both sides. The street was a scene of devastation, pockmarked by corrosive slime. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, and the cobblestones shattered, revealing the damp, muddy black soil beneath. The monsters pressed against one another, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Some were trampled into a viscous pool of indistinguishable muck by their own kind. Dao Haohai's grenade launcher spat flames, exploding into brilliant bursts among the horde of monsters. He bellowed as a massive spirit of a brown bear materialized, towering at about 3 meters, swatting several aberrations into a puddle of liquid. That was Dao Haohai's spirit. Xie-Tu stood at the forefront, his feet never faltering, firing several rounds in quick succession, each shot striking true, sending a pile of aberrations crashing to the ground. A colossal phoenix emerged from the void above him, letting out a cry as it dove straight into the fray, its flames incinerating the aberrations into pools of liquid. A large area ahead suddenly cleared. Yunjiao observed as countless dark tendrils began to entwine the phoenix's wings, only to be absorbed into its form. The S-class spirit was immensely powerful, yet the risk of corruption was equally great. The little bluebird, albeit reluctantly, flapped its wings, illuminating the night sky with countless twinkling lights as it flew towards all the spirits. Don't fall behind, head towards the western park. Xie-Tu's eyes were as cold as a deep pool as he turned, guiding Yunjiao into a side path. The other directions were teeming with monsters, but the park appeared relatively unscathed. Yunjiao remained motionless in his embrace, speaking amidst the gunfire. Don't you think that the darkness closing in feels like a deliberate attempt to lead us westward? Each entry into an illusion city presented 3 directional choices. Should they choose incorrectly, they would only drift further apart. The sudden escalation in difficulty might stem from their serendipitous approach. As they drew closer to their goal, even she had to admit that sometimes, a sentinel's keen intuition was frighteningly accurate. Thus, the gatekeeper became anxious. It was not merely provocation but rather a tactic to divert their attention for survival. Xie-Tu took a moment to glance down at her, his expression inscrutable. She appeared entirely unfazed. The guide on her first mission faced the entirety of the city's aberrations without a hint of panic, even displaying a calmness that surpassed his own. While Sia2's thoughts were consumed with the safety of his teammates, hers were solely focused on the mission. Quiet and obedient, perhaps, but it seemed merely a facade. Beneath it lay a hint of ruthlessness, as if she regarded everyone outside her town with disdain. She was indeed a paradox. You are right, there are too many. Hold the line, we've only just begun. Gunfire erupted from all directions as monsters surged forth, their howls reverberating throughout the city. The little bluebird remained indifferent, leisurely preening its feathers. Occasionally sensing the consciousness of its true form, it would lazily flap its wings, aiding the spirits in purging the dark matter. The cars on the street had long since been reduced to heaps of scrap metal. Unlike their armored vehicles, which were modified with corrosion-resistant materials, they had no means of transport now and could only rely on their own legs to push forward. The group advanced through the mass of monsters, relying on the Fire Phoenix to carve a path ahead. Captain, we are running low on ammunition. There will likely be more monsters near the station, She remarked as he changed magazines. Sia2's bullets quickly ran dry. As he stowed his firearm, he drew out a dagger from the side of his military backpack. Less chatter, everyone stick together. The Fire Phoenix constantly charged into the oncoming aberrations at the forefront. Sia2 moved like the wind, following closely behind his spirit, wielding his blade with remarkable speed and precision, effectively holding back the monsters surging from three directions. Those aberrations that the Fire Phoenix did not consume were swiftly dispatched by his deft strikes. Black goo splattered everywhere as he consciously shielded the person in his arms. Yun Zhao observed everything with keen eyes. An S-class sentinel was indeed formidable, fighting one-handed while cradling someone else. His combat prowess remained unparalleled. He possessed the audacity to be defiant. Dao Haohai, still holding the bound Zhu Qianqi, found it difficult to exert force and simply threw him to Duanqi. You take him. As the heavy firepower specialist, Dao Haohai and the rabbit carried the most ammunition. Reluctantly, Duanqi accepted this burden. The group pressed on through the horde of monsters, making their way toward the southern train station with great difficulty. In stark contrast, Song Liang, alone, faced a far more arduous journey. Utilizing his abilities, he discovered the presence of a barrier and subsequently shattered one. Arriving in another city that mirrored the last, darkness descended abruptly, and the people of the city instantly transformed. Fortunately, as a logistics officer, Song Liang was most familiar with the city map. He had no choice but to abandon the armored vehicle and take refuge in a bank vault. Just as he closed the heavy metal door behind him, he turned and locked eyes with the spirit, Song Liang. Chapter 45. The white spirit beast. Before him stood a creature with a rounded head and a serpentine body, adorned with a pair of elongated horns atop its head, and its entire form enveloped in a layer of shimmering scales. A soft blue luminescence danced around its horns, while a pair of colossal wings sprouted from its back. Though the feathers were originally as pristine as freshly fallen snow, they were now shrouded by a veil of darkness. The spirit entity recognized Song Liang, its crimson eyes gleaming with confusion, as its slender tail flicked back and forth. It seemed unable to comprehend why a sentinel from the Dawn base would appear in such a place. Goodness, what are you doing here alone? Song Liang exclaimed, nearly stumbling at the sight, his expression a blend of astonishment and bewilderment. The acute senses of a high-level sentinel had alerted him to the absence of anyone else upon his arrival. A spirit entity could not stray too far from its corporeal form. Without hesitation, Song Liang turned and ventured further inside, meticulously inspecting the bank vault for any concealed entrances. The bank vault was vast, housing countless small safes, each with a remarkably high security level. He expanded his perception, traversing every corner twice, yet found nothing amiss. The peculiar spirit creature followed closely behind, mimicking his movements, seemingly oblivious to his intentions. While spirit entities could communicate with their physical forms and converse amongst themselves, they were incapable of engaging with others, though they understood human language. Song Liang inquired, "Where is Captain Jiang?" The white spirit beast wagged its tail. "How did you end up here?" It continued to wag its tail in response. Song Liang was at a loss for words. He sensed something was amiss with the white spirit beast. He had never heard of a spirit entity venturing out on its own. Clearly, something had transpired. Releasing his own spirit entity, a massive male lion, he instructed, communicate with it and ask where its corporeal form is. Compared to his fellow team members, Song Liang was no weakling. On the contrary, his spirit entity was formidable. Each time they undertook a mission, they needed to gather regulatory information from contaminated zones and document the proceedings for the intelligence analysis team at the base, subsequently archiving them as case studies. His role in logistics stemmed solely from the unreliability of his three teammates, who were ill-suited for such meticulous tasks. The lion approached, and the two spirit entities engaged in dialogue. It claims its corporeal form is in another city. The plight of S-level sentinels was equally dire, with their spiritual realms hanging by a thread. An overabundance of dark matter could lead to a violent upheaval, ultimately transforming them into grotesque monsters. Thus was the gatekeeper's true purpose. The spirit entity had Jiang Mu discerned this and advised the white spirit beast to conceal itself, yet the gatekeeper was omnipotent within the domain. No disturbance could escape its notice. Did hiding serve any purpose? It conveyed that it was of no concern. The gatekeeper was powerless against it, allowing it to roam freely, leading it here. Song Liang was momentarily speechless, nearly forgetting that this was an S-level spirit entity. It also mentioned that its corporeal form had released it to locate other teammates, but in its revelry, it had forgotten until it saw you. Song Liang was incredulous. You could forget something like that? It explained that the spiritual connection was weakening, causing bouts of confusion and memory lapses. It was evident that a spirit entity departing from its corporeal form would gradually succumb to the influences of the contaminated area over time. Song Liang's expression grew complex as he addressed the white spirit beast. Then you shall accompany me. We will seek out Captain Jiang and the others together. The white spirit beast continued to wag its tail. It agreed, saying it would join him. The lion merely acted as an emotionless intermediary. Determined not to remain hidden any longer, Song Liang resolved that lingering in darkness would yield no results. He was merely squandering time. With an anti-corrosive armored vehicle by his side and the formidable white spirit beast at his disposal, they could attempt to break out. At the very least, they needed to reach the next barrier and locate the guide before the spiritual realm succumbed to further corruption. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xie led his teammates through a city teeming with aberrant creatures. Thanks to the guide's presence, everyone fought without the hesitance that usually accompanied battle, confidently unleashing their abilities. Even with Song Liang's absence, their combat prowess had surged several-fold, particularly Xie's Phoenix of Fire, which had become exceedingly exhilarated, diving into the throngs of monsters and effortlessly clearing vast swathes of aberrants, eagerly awaiting the luminous energy that would merge with its being. Even Duan-Shi noticed something was amiss. The once ferocious phoenix now resembled a peacock displaying its plumage, surrounded by an unending tide of aberrant creatures. The group advanced with difficulty through the monstrous horde, where the cacophony of gunfire and the howls of beasts filled the air. Fortunately, a legion of spirit entities stood guard at the forefront, granting Dao Hao and the rabbit precious moments to reload their magazines. The rabbit remained closely aligned with Dao Hao, tasked with sniping any aberrant creatures of level 4 and above. These high-level aberrants were not only swift but also strategic, often hiding among lesser monsters and launching sudden ambushes. With her spirit entity, the King Chameleon, capable of observing the environment in a full 360 degrees while simultaneously focusing its gaze, she could effortlessly identify the concealed threats within the monster horde. Almost there, Xie announced from the front. The train station loomed ahead, enveloped in a shroud of ominous black mist. Both inside and out, the group steeled themselves, ready to vanquish the emerging monsters. Once we make it out, we'll have quite the tale to tell. Just 5 of us, and we've fought our way through the horde to the station, Dao Hao exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement. Xie positioned himself at the forefront, striding into the station without a care for Dao Hao's exuberance. The guide nestled quietly in his arms, possessing the ability to control the aberrants yet refraining from taking action, allowing Team Zero to carve their path through the onslaught. No one knew what ports occupied her mind. Xie made no inquiries, leading the charge into the train station's waiting hall with resolute determination. Captain, we're down to our last 2 magazines. The rabbit seized the opportunity to change ammunition, noting the dwindling supplies in her military backpack. She was now the last remaining member of the team with any ammunition left. No need to hold back, expend it all, Xie replied, his jaw clenched, let us press on with vigor and breach the next barrier, heading to the supply point for ammunition replenishment. Dao Hao had already slung his weapon over his back, gripping a large blade, standing guard alongside his spirit entity at the rear to prevent the aberrants from advancing. Upon entering, they found themselves surrounded on all sides. The four of them pressed back to back toward the barrier, relying solely on the phoenix of fire to fend off the relentless tide of monsters. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, prompting Dao Hao to hold his breath as he instinctively glanced toward the barrier. The position of the illusionary barrier within the high-speed train station had also shifted, now adjacent to the ticket gate. The intangible barrier refracted images of the ongoing monster onslaught, the surrounding structures corroded to the same extent as those on their side. He muttered, "It seems the area beyond the barrier is also teeming with monsters." Yunjiao finally spoke up. "It appears so." Nestled within Xie-Tu's embrace, she pointed toward the barrier as countless greenish-blue luminescent energies surged toward it. "So, the next city is my responsibility." Chapter 46, The Spirit Entity of Defection. Upon hearing her words, a profound silence fell over the assembly. In this fantastical world, a guide devoid of combat prowess proposed that the ensuing battle be entrusted to her. The surrounding elite sentinels wore expressions of incredulity. The sensation was beyond description. Xie-Tu lowered his gaze to her and replied, "Very well." Duanxi stood to the right, accompanied by Tuzi, as he dispatched the aberrant creatures lunging toward them, muttering to Tuzi, "I must tell everyone that the captain is living off the fat of the land in the polluted zone." Tuzi retorted with exasperation, "Is that how you use that phrase? You illiterate." Yunjiao interjected, "The barrier is about to shatter." In the distance, the southern barrier suddenly crumbled, unleashing an overwhelming tide of darkness. Just emerging from the bank vault, Songliang, oblivious to the peril, charged toward the armored vehicle, aided by the combined efforts of two spirit entities. The vast city, spanning 3,000 square kilometers, was shrouded in a menacing swarm of aberrant creatures. At such a distance, with the concentration of dark matter exceeding 80, even the captain could not perceive the threat lurking at the far end of the city. No matter how powerful, a sentinel remains human, not divine, until, a sickly green luminescence began to spread at a terrifying speed, the threads of spiritual energy intertwining and swiftly engulfing the entire southern station, voraciously consuming the surrounding dark matter. Just then, a magnificent glowing behemoth ascended, its massive wings unfurling to illuminate the darkened sky over the southern part of the city. The faint glow above exuded an aura of formidable spiritual power. The two spirit entities flanking the armored vehicle were the first to sense it, instinctively raising their heads, eager to chase after the distant glow. "It says it no longer wishes to follow you. You lack the prowess of that individual over there." Songliang recognized the spiritual threads belonging to Yun, his heart racing with excitement as he hastily started the vehicle. "That's my teammate. Tell it not to defect just yet." The Bai beast spread its wings, positioning itself beside the vehicle, flicking its tail to transform the aberrant creatures it touched into pools of liquid. The dark matter clinging to its tail gradually absorbed into its form. "It says it's fine, you may drive slowly while it goes ahead to help you locate your teammate." The merciless communication machine, the Lion, had just conveyed this message to the entity when the Bai beast had already defected, soaring southward with its wings spread wide. With the formidable spirit entity no longer by the vehicle's side, a multitude of aberrant creatures howled and surged forward. Songliang cursed under his breath, "Damn it." He hurriedly fumbled to activate the vehicle's automatic firing system while simultaneously aiming his gun to shoot. Xie-Tu held Yunjiao in his arms, followed closely by three teammates. As they swiftly made their way outside the station, they evaded the instantaneously formed wall of darkness behind them and stepped onto the street. Luminescent particles danced and fell like snow, while the myriad of aberrant creatures lining the street wore expressions of confusion, standing as living targets, were foamed of in coordination, successfully clearing a significant portion of the street. The remaining aberrant creatures stood motionless, creating a bizarre tableau. The five moved through the monster-infested city with an eerie calm, parsing through the pockmarked ground and the shattered scenery. Wufeng ascended again, circling around Jingwan in a somewhat affectionate manner. "What the hell? What else can I say other than what the hell?" Dao Hao exclaimed, unable to resist poking a motionless aberrant creature with his knife. "Isn't this what they call a layup victory?" Xie however, inquired softly to the person in his embrace, "How long can you hold on?" Emotional resonance attacks deplete a guide's spiritual energy. Yun Zhao assessed the state of the great azure bird. "It should hold until we reach the next barrier." Xie cradled her with one arm while gripping his Tang Dao with the other, casting a contemplative glance her way. Was she, perhaps, onto something? Suddenly, Xie lifted his gaze towards the distant darkened sky, where a faint blue halo appeared, drawing nearer. The teammates noticed as well. "Isn't that Jiang's spirit entity?" Tuzi exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, that is my captain's spirit entity," Zhu Qianqi affirmed. Xietu's expression shifted slightly. Jiang Mu's connection to his spirit entity had severed. One glance at Zhu Qianqi revealed the truth. A sentinel without their spirit entity faced significant limitations. Their psychological and mental state would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. As the Bai beast approached, it gazed down at the people below and the two phoenixes above, seemingly deliberating whom to choose. "What are you doing here?" Duanxi shouted upwards at it. The peregrine falcon sought its target, relaying its consciousness. "It says it came to play with you all." Duanxi, after some internal conflict, the Bai beast glanced at Zhu Qianqi before ultimately deciding to land beside Xie, its gaze fixed intently on Yun Zhao in his arms. Countless luminescent particles cascaded down upon it, the dense dark matter within it diminishing, and it happily flicked its tail back and forth. Yun Zhao regarded it with curiosity, having never encountered such a peculiar spirit entity, adorned with horns, wings, and a tail. Xie asked, "Where is Jiang Mu?" Duanxi replied, "It says he is in another city." Xie pressed further, "Can it lead the way?" Duanxi responded, "It says yes, it has explored the barriers here over the past month." Duanxi then realized, "Am I now its spokesperson?" The atmosphere on the street was decidedly surreal. The group stood upon a thoroughfare teeming with monsters, attempting to communicate with an incorporeal spirit entity. Yun Zhao, her thoughts stirring, turned her head and asked, "Does it know where the true pollution zone 88 is located?" "It says it knows, and its main body is right there," Duanxi replied, his expression pained. Dao Hao queried, "If Captain Jiang has found pollution zone 88, why not escape? Surely the key was not difficult to obtain. One merely needed to touch the key for the door to open. Why would he choose to remain here?" Xietu's gaze grew profound as he looked at the oblivious Zhu Qianqi. As captain, how could he abandon his teammates to flee alone? He intends to gather the entire team and ensure everyone's safe retreat. It was evident. Jiang Mu had likely discerned the underlying rules long ago and, upon locating the genuine pollution zone 88, intentionally released the Bai beast to seek out its teammates. On one hand, this could prevent the illusory assaults from invading his psyche. On the other hand, the illusory barriers could not confine spirit entities. They could traverse freely among the cities, making the search for companions significantly swifter than a sentinel forcing a breakthrough with their abilities. A truly daring and reckless decision. Xie scoffed softly. Is he not afraid of losing his spirit entity and becoming a mere shell of a man? The spirit entity could not stray too far from its main body. The consequences of forced separation remained a mystery to all. Tuzi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, goosebumps prickling his skin. Captain Jiang is indeed insane, truly worthy of an S-class sentinel. Even in such a perilous predicament without a guide, he was resolutely devising ways to safeguard his comrades. Xie lowered his gaze to the person in his arms. "Speak up if you cannot endure any longer. We will head directly there now." Yun Zhao's eyes flickered. "I understand." The Bai beast paid them no heed, joyfully leading the way ahead. It felt as though it had forgotten something. But it mattered not. The guide was formidable, and it was determined to lead them to its main body. Relying on someone else's spirit entity truly feels unreliable. Song Liang lamented. His lion forged a path for him, ferociously pouncing on the advancing creatures. Fortunately, the vehicle was well stocked with ammunition and equipped with an automatic firing system, providing a temporary reprieve under the barrage of fire. The armored vehicle laboriously navigated toward the two phoenixes soaring above. Chapter 47, Champagne. On the way under the leadership of Xie, the team trailed behind the Bai beast, following Zhu Qianqi. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid stench, while the splattered viscous fluid relentlessly corroded the city streets. The aberrations, influenced by the mental threads, remained utterly still. They traversed two lengthy avenues teeming with monsters, and from a considerable distance above, two phoenixes in flight detected a significant commotion below. The peregrine falcon swiftly flew over to investigate. The armored off-road vehicle was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the sheer number of aberrations, moving forward at a snail's pace. The lion, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, steadfastly stood at the forefront, protecting its core. All automatic firing ports on the vehicle swung open, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets that mowed down the howling aberrations. "It's Song Liang!" Duanxi exclaimed in surprise. Bai Beast interjected, I almost forgot about him." Receiving the feedback from the peregrine falcon, Duanxi nearly lost his temper. "You could forget to mention that." So unreliable. Yun Zhao, nestled in his arms, felt somewhat weary from maintaining a single position for too long. At last, they had gathered everyone. The greenish-blue glow of the mental thread spread along the streets they had traversed, pulsating with life as they ensnared the howling aberrations. The azure phoenix, radiating a brilliant luminescence, circled above them, its icy-blue eyes exuding a sense of aloofness. Disregarding the bothersome fire phoenix, the group, relying on their own legs, rushed to the street where the armored vehicle was stationed. The sound of gunfire intensified, drawing all nearby aberrations toward them. The vehicle, save for a few reddened gun muzzles, was nearly engulfed by the aberrations. The fire phoenix swooped down, sweeping away a large wave of monsters. Song Liang, enduring the corrosive effects of dark matter, appeared pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As the view through the window cleared, a vaguely familiar figure emerged, shaking his head vigorously to maintain consciousness. Song Liang quickly disabled the vehicle's automatic firing mechanism to avoid accidentally harming his teammates. The glowing threads approached, purging the dark matter from the lion's body. "Get in," Xie commanded, swiftly dispatching a stationary aberration beside the vehicle before pulling open the door to let Yun Zhao inside. Having been carried the entire way, she finally tasted freedom. "Yun guide." Song Liang's face returned to its natural hue upon seeing her enter, nearly moved to tears. This call carried a multitude of emotions. Previously, he appeared particularly composed and mature in the company of the other three teammates. Their reunion after separation was palpably charged with excitement. "How wonderful to see you all together," Yun Zhao nodded. "Yes, you were the only one alone." Song Liang soon, Duanxi and Rabbit followed suit and hopped into the vehicle. Duanxi placed Zhu Qianqi in a seat, nearly rushing over to embrace Song Liang. "Old Song, do you have any idea how arduous our search for you has been?" "Indeed." Rabbit vigorously nodded in agreement. Song Liang chuckled wryly. "I drove into the grey mist, and in the blink of an eye, you all vanished, including the captain in the passenger seat." At that moment, Xie and Dao Hao were also entered the vehicle. The door shut, sealing them within a confined space. The entire Zero squad had assembled. Each member rushed forward to greet Song Liang, inquiring about their experiences during the separation. "That Bai Beast is utterly unreliable. Seriously, it flew over just to say it wanted to play. When the captain asked a question, it responded with a single word. We were nearly ready to leave." Thank goodness for Yun Zhao. Next time, we should have the logistics department create a new gadget, or perhaps we should hold hands when entering contaminated areas. Xie cast a cold glance at Yun Zhao, who was resting in her seat, and interrupted them. "Enough chatter. Song Liang, stay close to Bai Beast." The mental threads controlling the aberrations continued to spread, depleting the guide's mental energy. It was uncertain how long she could endure. Song Liang snapped back to focus and started the vehicle. "Understood." Xie examined the ammunition reserves inside the vehicle. The ammo boxes were neatly stacked and clearly visible, while the large boxes beneath the seats had remained untouched. However, several boxes piled on either side of the vehicle had already been opened, revealing their contents. "How's the vehicle holding up?" Xie inquired. Song Liang regained his composure and checked the dashboard. "All systems normal, there should be minimal damage." This armored off-road vehicle had traversed numerous contaminated zones alongside the Zero squad. Its exterior was crafted from superconductor corrosion-resistant metal developed in the 22nd century, while the tires were made of bio-inspired viscous material, valuable items salvaged from various contaminated areas. Upon hearing this, Sia2 ordered, "Everyone, replenish your ammunition quickly." Yes. Bai Beast soared ahead, guiding them toward the true 88th contaminated zone. The mental entities stationed outside the vehicle assisted in clearing the path. Various ammunition boxes were opened, and the others filled their respective military backpacks with supplies. Unbeknownst to them, Yun Zhao had opened her backpack and produced an assortment of snacks, piling them on the foldable seats. "Would you like some?" "Wow. Where did you get this food?" Dao Haoer, not one to hold back, snatched a bag of cream bread. He also tossed a bag to the driving Song Liang. Song Liang caught it, one hand on the steering wheel, and bit open the bag, taking a taste. "Wow, this is delicious, sweet and chewy." Yun Zhao nibbled on strawberry cream biscuits. "I picked these up at the supermarket while searching for you." Duanxi reached for a bag of spicy chicken feet, tearing it open and inhaling the enticing aroma. He lamented, "There are so many treasures from the old era, if only we could take them all with us." It was a rare opportunity to encounter a contaminated zone that had remained frozen in time before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, their vehicle had limited capacity. Moreover, even if they were to take supplies, the captain would likely prioritize advanced technology or precision instruments that the base lacked. Snacks were a luxury, of no real benefit to the base, merely a fleeting indulgence. Rabbit took a bite of the cream bread and glanced at the captain, tentatively suggesting, "How about we each take a vehicle and try to load as much as we can?" "I think that's a good idea." Dao Haoer raised both hands in agreement. Sia2, still busy counting ammunition, was tall and lanky, and in the cramped vehicle, he had to bend to refill the automatic firing mechanism with bullets. Hearing their conversation, he turned and cast a sharp glance in their direction. "Is this all you can come up with?" The group fell silent, focusing on their snacks. "There are simply too many treasures from the old era. Even with 5 vehicles, we couldn't carry much." Yun Zhao, her gaze lowered as she diligently munched on her strawberry biscuits, proposed, "I have a plan that could allow us to carry more." All eyes turned to her, including Sia2's. "What plan?" Duanxi pressed for details. Yun Zhao, seemingly lost in thought, a slight smile gracing her lips, softly articulated, "The southern train station is a high-speed rail station. Since touching could transform objects into reality, wouldn't it be feasible for each of them to drive a high-speed train instead of a car?" Although that was not entirely accurate, none of them knew how to operate a high-speed train, and there were no tracks in the streets, making it impossible to drive out. Yet, if they could eliminate the gatekeepers and leave the high-speed trains in place, they could transport a significant amount of resources. After all, 2 base reinforcement teams were outside, and with reinforcements following the domain collapse, they need not fear being surrounded by aberrations. They could stockpile numerous supplies. Of course, this was contingent upon defeating the gatekeepers. Chapter 48, Hot Pot. The occupants of the vehicle collectively gasped. "The guide Yun is truly," Duanxi struggled for a moment before finally settling on a phrase, "bold yet meticulous." Dao Haohai's excitement was palpable. Once they located Team Jiangmu, they would number 12, each in their own high-speed train, capable of transporting a considerable amount of supplies. Damn it, let's take down the gatekeeper. One could only wonder how the gatekeeper felt upon overhearing this group plotting its demise and the theft of resources. Yun Zhao, rarely in high spirits, managed to maintain her composure as she interjected, "We still haven't grasped the gatekeeper's intentions regarding the psychic entities. Let's first reunite with the Bai Beast's corporeal form." For instance, where had Zhu Chenchi's psychic entity vanished to? His situation was markedly different from Jiangmu's. One had actively banished their psychic entity, and the S-class psychic entity was far too formidable for the gatekeeper to contend with at the moment. The other had passively severed their mental connection, leaving the fate of their psychic entity uncertain. "All right, we will heed the guide Yun's instructions. Song Liang, step on it." The group, brimming with impatience, urged him on. Their spirits soared, eager to reach the true polluted zone number 88 and turn it upside down in search of the gatekeeper. Keys were utterly trivial in comparison. Sia2, his eyes glimmering with amusement, observed the team's fervor. Even the rabbit seemed eager to join the fray, as if emerging from the shadows. After everyone had gathered, Xie, as the captain, felt his taut nerves ease considerably. He did not voice any objections to the spontaneous champagne popping along the way. After checking the vehicle's equipment, he settled beside Yunzhao and inquired, "What made you think of the high-speed train?" In truth, the most substantial storage capacity could be found in the towering skyscrapers. Regrettably, once the polluted zones vanished, they would all collapse. The high-speed train was indeed the largest item that could currently be transported from this small city. Yunzhao handed him a box of chocolates. "It occurred to me when I saw it." These snacks were undeniably delectable, and she wished to take some along. She wondered how the base would distribute the spoils. Yunzhao, not understanding, asked, "Will the snacks I take be mine?" "Yes, they will be yours," Xie responded, his tone inexplicably indulgent. Sensing something amiss, he paused before adding, "The base currently requires technological, military, agricultural, and medical advancements. There are no surplus resources for the development of consumable goods like snacks, so holding onto them would be futile." After a brief silence, Xie continued, "You may pack a little extra." The few individuals seated opposite began chattering about the types of gatekeepers. "They can create illusions and barriers, so it must be related to that. Who cares? We'll search them out one by one." Dao Haohai finished off a piece of bread and then remembered Zhu Qianqi beside him, promptly opening a bag of cookies to share. Zhu Qianqi remained in his usual state, seemingly oblivious to the outside world, numbly awaiting his share. A mountain of snacks was swiftly devoured by the group. Yunzhao, feeling fatigued, remarked, "I need to retract the Qingmiao now. Please be vigilant about the road conditions." "Understood, rest easy, Guide Yun, we've got this." Dao Haohai was almost eager to elevate her status. He stood, opened the sunroof, and brandished his heavy weapon, beginning to clear the path. The Qinghuan transformed into a small green bird, its form gradually coalescing on the shoulder of its corporeal form. It lifted its head, casting a haughty glance at the rowdy group inside the vehicle. Useless fools. In critical moments, they would still rely on it. Countless monsters lost control, howling as they surged forward, increasing the pressure on the psychic entities outside. The Bai beast consistently flew ahead of the vehicle, guiding the way. Some advanced aberrations soared into the air to launch attacks but were swiftly dealt with by a flick of its tail, sending gooey substances splattering in all directions. The armored vehicle quickly approached an illusionary barrier. The entire city was teeming with monsters. Team Zero unleashed their full firepower. Following the Bai beast onward, they barreled through a series of barriers. Eventually, everyone became numb to the chaos. The interior of the vehicle fell silent. Several sentinels took turns peering out, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the monsters outside. "Damn it, I never want to see these aberrations again. I'm about to be sick." Duanxi grumbled as he returned to his seat. Dao Haohai chimed in, "Once we're out, we'll have the bragging rights. Who else can say they've dashed through cities swarming with monsters like us?" With the S-Class guide now among them, the formerly perilous and life-threatening escape scenarios seemed like distant memories. They no longer had to fear aberrations. They could engage in unrestrained battles, confidently releasing their psychic entities and using their abilities to the fullest. The sense of being bound and constrained during missions had vanished. The armored vehicle trailed behind the Bai beast, having depleted most of their ammunition, finally halting on a highway at the northern edge of an illusionary city. "It indicates that beyond this barrier lies polluted zone number 88, acting spokesperson Duanxi announced. The group instantly perked up. Yunzhao, who had been dozing against the car wall, opened her eyes upon hearing the commotion and released her psychic threads to shatter the barrier. She had been awake for nearly 40 hours, with less than 4 hours of sleep, her stamina incomparable to that of the sentinels. Feeling somewhat weary, she sensed that as they drew closer to the true polluted zone number 88, the scales on the Bai beast and the faint blue halo surrounding it grew increasingly radiant. This indicated that its psychic connection had remained intact. Perhaps Jianmu had already sensed their approach. Xietu's gaze swept over the Bai beast before he returned to the vehicle, sitting beside Yunzhao and grasping the strap of her backpack. "Stay alert, hold onto each other. For safety's sake, they could not afford to become separated again." Cautious as ever, the rabbit snapped back to reality and rushed to the driver's seat, gripping Song Liang's shoulder. Dao Haohai and Duanxi each took hold of the rabbit and Zhu Qianqi. With everyone on high alert, their eyes fixed intently, the barrier shattered, dissolving into a constellation of glimmering lights. What the hell, what's going on? Upon seeing the scene across the street, Doonshi nearly leaped from his seat. Damn it, another illusion. Just a few steps away, on the bypass highway, cars were bustling to and fro, their headlights mingling with streetlights, honks echoing as vehicles passed by their window, vanishing like phantoms. In the distance, the entire city shimmered brilliantly, with vibrant neon lights dancing in the night sky. It was a normal city thriving in the night. Sia2 remained composed. It seems the gatekeeper longs for the bygone era. In its world, remnants of the old times were everywhere. Without time to ponder, Songliang hastily steered the vehicle into the vibrant metropolis. The illusion behind them was engulfed and collapsed by darkness, yet no black walls formed, nor did any monsters pursue them. It seemed unwilling to mar the beauty of this place. The sounds of traffic intermingled with the clamor of the crowd. The moment the armored vehicle blended into the flow of cars, the surrounding people appeared to notice them, pointing at the armored vehicle smeared with black goo. Yun Zhao peered through the observation window. The driver in the adjacent vehicle rolled down his window, gave them a thumbs up, and began snapping photos of the armored vehicle with his phone. What was happening? Had normalcy returned? The Bai beast was ecstatic, sensing the location of its corporeal form. It flew straight ahead. Songliang, coming to his senses in a daze, quickly followed suit, disregarding the pedestrians pointing and the incomprehensible traffic rules. The armored vehicle finally came to a stop in front of a bustling hot pot restaurant. Through the first-floor window, they beheld 5 sentinels clad in black combat uniforms from Dawn Base, seated inside the restaurant, sweating profusely as they enjoyed their meal. A remarkably handsome man affectionately petted the Bai beast, which had poked its head through their window, and looked up to greet them. You've arrived, care to join us for a bite? Chapter 49. S-Class Sentinel Jiangmu, however, do refrain from bringing your weapons inside. The aberrations here can perceive us, Jiangmu remarked, turning to affectionately stroke his white Yao beast. Good child, you are truly remarkable. Not only had it located Zhu Qianqi, but it had also safely escorted Team Zero over. The white Yao beast, basking in praise, was utterly delighted, its tail wagging vigorously. Its massive form barely fit through the window of the hot pot restaurant, with half of its body still occupying the sidewalk outside. In its exuberance, the swinging tail inadvertently struck a few passing pedestrians. Those struck shattered instantly, akin to exquisite porcelain dolls, scattering into fragments that gradually sank into the ground, disappearing from sight. Why has the dark matter on you diminished? No wonder I've been feeling considerably better these past 2 days. Jiangmu continued to lavish compliments on his spiritual entity. Absolutely splendid, truly impressive. It was predominantly a display of indulgence. The expressions of Team Zero were complex. How could one encapsulate their current sentiments? They had toiled tirelessly to arrive here for a rescue, only to find the team leisurely enjoying hot pot in a contaminated zone. Especially Songliang, who had nearly missed his teammates due to the antics of the white Yao beast. This creature had frolicked within the illusion barrier for a month, completely forgetting its primary mission, and yet it was still met with accolades. If they hadn't shown up, would it have truly found Zhu Qianqi? Sia2 was the first to exit the vehicle. A smiling waiter approached, inquiring, "Hello, how many of you are there?" 6, Sia2 replied nonchalantly, stepping through the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. He seemed to adapt quite well. The team members had no choice but to leave their weapons in the car, confirming multiple times that all was well before daring to step out. Yun Zhao was the last to appear. A small bluebird perched atop her head, stretching its neck to peer inside. Upon seeing her, the other sentinels, aside from Jiangmu, displayed considerable surprise. A guide. A rather unfamiliar guide. What was she doing in a contaminated zone, clad in the combat uniform of Dawn Base? Yun Zhao sensed their gazes and looked up, her eyes filled with puzzlement as she glanced at Jiangmu. The reason was simple. Prior to this, she had always assumed Jiangmu was female. The spiritual entities of S-Class Sentinels were publicly known. The white Yao beast was female. She had never contemplated that a sentinel and their spiritual entity could possess differing genders. The 6 of them escorted Zhu Qianqi inside. During the car ride, after confirming he posed no threat, Dao Haohai had already untied him. Upon finally seeing their teammate, several sentinels rushed over, delivering a punch to him. "Little Chi, where have you been? The captain has spent an entire month here trying to find you." Zhu Tianqi stood there unmoving, his expression unchanged even after the blow. "I did not run off." The others paused, realizing something was amiss. Typically, a reunion with familiar comrades should not yield such a cold demeanor. The sentinels quickly pieced it together. "What is wrong with you?" "Surely," Zhu Tianqi replied, "nothing is wrong." Jiang Mu's expression grew serious as he looked to Xie Tu. Has his spiritual entity been lost? It was evident they had encountered a similar situation. Xie Tu nodded, taking a seat at their table. "How have you managed to endure?" "What else could it be? Of course, it's the suppressants." Jiang Mu's expression was one of resignation. Orange's spiritual entity nearly vanished as well. "When I found him, he was half dead, and I couldn't dare release any other spiritual entities to scout, so I had to search everywhere, catching his spiritual entity just before the gatekeeper could. After a few injections of suppressants, he lay in bed for 2 to 3 days before I managed to stabilize his spiritual domain." Jiang Mu shrugged. "Eventually, by pure happenstance, I found this place, relying on the keen instincts of a sentinel." Yet the illusionary attacks had not ceased, and his spiritual domain had become exceedingly fragile. Jiang Mu recognized the rules, ceased using his abilities, and directly dispatched the White Yao beast to seek out the missing individuals, focusing on the teammates it found and waiting here. The result, well, it was quite the spectacle. It was the first time it had ventured out alone, and in its excitement, it completely forgot the task of searching for others. The spiritual connection grew weaker and weaker. Jiang Mu had resigned himself to the possibility of losing his spiritual entity, opting instead to indulge in the present, believing one or to enjoy good meals before the end. Now that the little one had returned safely, he was determined to shower it with praise. Inside the hot pot restaurant, the air was filled with the lively chatter of patrons and the pungent aroma of spicy flavors. Curious diners scrutinized the group, whispering among themselves and pointing. Yun Zhao paid them no heed, nor did she mind her standing teammates or the captain engaged in conversation. She seated herself at the adjacent table, accepting the tablet menu from the waiter, and began to order, marking every dish, doubling the meat selections. Once she finished, she realized that the tablet required payment in advance. Calling the waiter over, she inquired, "I've placed my order, how do I settle the bill?" Threads of spiritual energy subtly infiltrated the waiter's mind, controlling its thoughts. "We have already settled the bill. Please expedite the service." The waiter appeared dazed, took the tablet, and processed her payment. "Very well, I will bring your dishes shortly." Jiang Mu observed this scene with a raised eyebrow, his gaze following that slender figure. What a formidable guide! Were those glowing strands manifestations of spiritual power? Xie Tu discreetly moved in front of him, blocking his line of sight. "Did you obtain the keys?" Jiang Mu was compelled to turn away, feeling both exasperated and amused as he shot Xie Tu a glance. "I obtained them long ago." "If it were you, would you abandon your teammates?" Certainly not. Hence, Xie Tu understood his decision to remain in the contaminated zone despite the risk of losing his spiritual entity. However, had he not become somewhat too comfortable in his circumstances? He gestured toward the bustling hot pot restaurant. "What is the meaning of this?" In a city that belonged to the normal world, those aberrations bore human forms, even able to see them, displaying expressions and actions befitting humans. They appeared almost indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. In a contaminated zone, the more normal one appeared, the more abnormal they were. Jiang Mu picked up the chopsticks on the table, placing a slice of lamb into the bubbling spicy broth, signaling his disinterest in further conversation. "A few words won't suffice. Once we finish our hot pot, the two teams should find a quiet place for a meeting." Meanwhile, the 5 members of Team Zero had already taken their seats. A massive yin-yang pot was placed on the table, overflowing with a dazzling array of ingredients, enough to fill the entire surface. The waiter brought 2 carts, placing the excess dishes atop them. "Please enjoy." Rabbit quickly sampled a piece of freshly fried crispy meat, exclaiming, "This is delicious." No wonder Jiang and the others didn't leave. The prospect of savoring diverse culinary delights was enough to make her reluctant to depart. Du and she could not help but chide her, Jiang and the others are staying for Zhu Qianqi, not merely for the food. The longer they remained here, the greater the risk of assimilation. On the surface, Jiang Mu and his group appeared unaffected, yet their spiritual domains were undoubtedly in a dire state. I am well aware, Rabbit replied dismissively, hastily tossing crispy meat into her mouth, her eyes darting over the spread of dishes, already contemplating which to try first. The base offered hot pot, but the selection was limited, and the soup base lacked beef tallow, rendering it incomparable to this establishment. At that moment, Xie Tu returned, habitually taking a seat beside Yun Zhao. Observing the group's high spirits, he refrained from mentioning the upcoming meeting, allowing his teammates to leisurely enjoy a meal reminiscent of a bygone era. Yun Zhao, oblivious to him, was focused on watching the adjacent diners prepare their dipping sauces. Having never eaten hot pot before, she mimicked their actions, attempting to create her own dipping dish. The alluring aroma of the fiery broth was incredibly tempting. The pot soon began to bubble, a colorful assortment of meats being added one after another. Silence enveloped the table as everyone eagerly began to cook their food. Yun Zhao recalled having seen hot pot base ingredients at the supermarket and resolved to load up on them for their next train journey. Those frozen, vacuum-sealed bags of vegetables would be stacked high with ice, filling the freezer entirely. Chapter 50 Mental Guidance. The feast of hot pot left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, the entire Zero team returned to the armored vehicle, encountering two traffic officers who approached to inquire about their activities. They appeared no different from ordinary individuals, mistaking them for public officials. The team inquired whether they were engaged in any special assignments and requested to see their credentials. It truly seemed like a city so normal that it could not be more so. Yun Zhao waved her hand, and the fluorescent light merged into them, causing the two officers to leave in a daze. The group drove the armored vehicle, trailing behind Jiang Mu and his companions, navigating the neon-lit streets until they arrived at a villa district far removed from the bustling city center. The armored vehicle entered the private garage of a villa. Dao Haohao emerged from the garage and, addressing a nearby sentry named Qingzi, exclaimed, "Qingzi, you're living too well, you reside in a villa and feast extravagantly every day." Qingzi's demeanor appeared troubled, his eyes occasionally clouded with a hint of confusion. He offered a wry smile, stating, "The impact of staying here is quite significant. Each morning, I even feel like I belong here." The supply of suppressants they had brought was nearly depleted. They could last at most another 10 days before they would likely falter, especially the captain, despite his current nonchalance. Ever since he forcefully separated from his spiritual entity, his daily condition had deteriorated, his abilities regressing, occasionally leading to inexplicable outbursts of rage. He was utterly unable to control himself. As they conversed, they walked towards the villa's entrance. Qingzi remarked, "If you hadn't come, we were planning to send someone out for help." Clearly, the lives of the team members took precedence over the pride and reputation of the head combat unit. Dao Haohao patted him reassuringly. "It's all right, with Yun as our guide." Xie Tu cast a sidelong glance at Dao Haohao. The sentries from the Dorn base indeed required mental guidance, but it was unreasonable to expect her to offer her services without compensation. Xie Tu spoke, "The guide's mental energy is limited. She can assist you, but it will cost you 1,000 credits per person, and 3,000 for Jiang Mu. Remember to transfer it to her after you leave." Qingzi shrugged indifferently. Their head combat unit was not lacking in credits. The question was, how compatible were they with this guide? Guidance below a compatibility threshold of 60 would be ineffective. There was no point in spending credits for assistance that would yield no benefit. "If the guidance proves ineffective, can we forego the credits?" another sentry inquired. Xie Tu, uninterested, replied, "Keep talking, and the price will double." The sentries fell silent. Yun Zhao was quietly calculating. It seemed she was on the verge of a windfall. Her captain was securing private work for her. The little green bird sensed her excitement and shook its feathers. "Let us buy a princess bed when we return." Jiang Mu, carrying Zhu Qianqi, walked at the forefront, his Baiyi beast having already returned to the spiritual domain. As the grand door of the villa swung open, the opulent and spacious living room came into view. Jiang Mu tossed Zhu Qianqi onto the sofa and lamented, "I can't believe I have to pay 3 times the amount." Previously, at the base's guidance room, they could enter freely. The Dawn Base was anxious about any disturbances in his spiritual domain and sought various ways to mitigate issues. In contrast, the public guidance room charged the outside sentries a maximum of 100 credits per visit. Now, Sia2, leveraging the fact that she was the sole guide in the polluted zone, had raised the price exorbitantly. Was he still human? Yun Zhao replied solemnly, I believe 3,000 credits do not befit your S-class sentinel status. Perhaps. Jiang Mu sat on the sofa and, with good intentions, explained, we entered under a 3-star standard mission, earning a total of 7,000 credits as a reward. This trip yielded nothing. I have to cover it all for you. Yun Zhao responded, very well. She was indeed benevolent, observing Jiang Mu's calm demeanor. It was inconceivable that they would return empty-handed. They likely had the same thought in mind. To clear out the 88th polluted zone, there were many treasures here, and the spoils they could take back might yield additional rewards. Yun Zhao mused that she might be on the brink of sudden wealth. No wonder the sentries from the combat department were so affluent. Once inside the villa, they closed the door behind them and settled in various places. With the sofas fully occupied, Dao Haohao and Duanqi opted to sit on the carpet, carrying their equipment on their backs. Sia2 surveyed the lavish villa and spoke, let us discuss the situation here. What else could it be? Jiang Mu, feeling quite well due to the reduction of dark matter on his Bai beast, replied. On the surface, everything appears normal, yet every day, dark lines formed from the accumulation of dark matter invade our spiritual domain. Jiang Mu continued, moreover, those aberrant creatures on the streets are peculiar, resembling puppets crafted from ceramics. They can see us, and if we come into too much contact with them, illusions will re-emerge. Thus, aside from eating and searching for technological data, they rarely ventured out. Their appearance at the Hot Pot restaurant today was solely because he sensed that the spiritual entity was drawing near, and through their mental connection, learned that Zhu Qianqi had been found, and the entire Zero team was present. He merely wished to impress Sia2. Jiang Mu remarked, initially, I believed that finding Xiaoqizi would allow us to leave, but it seems we must recover his spiritual entity, otherwise, he will be rendered useless. Reduced to a state devoid of emotion, akin to a mobile vegetable. Zhu Qianqi, expressionless, confirmed, indeed. Sia2 disregarded him, calmly stating, one point requires attention. Zhu Qianqi's perception of time has become distorted. When asked, he claimed he had just entered the polluted zone 3 days ago. 3 days and a month, how could one possibly confuse the two? Yun Zhao interjected quietly, is it possible that the incident occurred on the 3rd day after he entered? I thought the same, Sia2 replied, turning to her. The gatekeeper may not have killed him, perhaps because if the main body dies, the spiritual entity also perishes, allowing him to wander aimlessly within the barrier without being harmed. The two sat closely together. Sia2 seemed to have developed a habit of unconsciously positioning herself nearest to him, always within a touchable distance. The question is, what does the gatekeeper want with the spiritual entity? Dao Haohao could no longer contain his curiosity and asked again. It has everything it desires in its own world. Why is it fixated on the spiritual entity? Jiang Mu responded languidly, as you mentioned, it can have whatever it wants, yet it cannot materialize a spiritual entity. The spiritual entity is a unique existence. The more one cannot attain it, the more they desire it. Sia2 raised her gaze, are there any leads on the gatekeeper? Jiang Mu sighed, none. My focus has not been on the gatekeeper at all. Searching for the gatekeeper in a vast city was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. What if it were a stone, or a piece of tofu on a shelf, or a chair by the roadside? After the team dispersed, Jiang Mu was solely fixated on locating his teammates, never intending to eliminate the gatekeeper. He merely hoped to gather everyone safely and escape. However, if eliminating the gatekeeper is the only way to retrieve Xiaoqi's spiritual entity, then we can attempt to narrow down the search. Jiang Mu turned to address the entire Zero team, has anyone here succumbed to an illusion? The rabbit hesitated for a moment before raising its hand. Jiang Mu pointed to Qingzi, the sentries who fell under the control of the illusion. Didn't they hear a voice in their spiritual domain attempting to entice their spiritual entities? The rabbit's face turned pale at the collective gaze of the others, and it nodded in affirmation. Jiang Mu, having received the answer, turned to Yun Zhao, have you heard of mental guidance? Chapter 51, The Attributes of the Gatekeeper, Mental Manipulation. Yun Zhao shook her head, no. Jiang Mu was not surprised. He had heard no mention of such a thing from the guides and sentinels outside the base. It was precisely because the guides beyond the confines of their realm lacked this ability that he had never given it much thought. However, Jiang Mu's subsequent words struck like thunder on a clear day. Mental manipulation should be a means to control sentinels. The sentinels present felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. Control over sentinels. Xie gaze deepened as he lowered his eyelids, concealing his emotions. It was evident that this was related to mental power. Mental manipulation was likely an unknown ability of the guides. The nature of the gatekeeper became glaringly apparent. It had once, perhaps, been a guide from the Dark Ages, and upon its demise, it lost its own spiritual entity. Thus, it employed mental manipulation to extract the spiritual entity from the sentinel's mental domain, severing the connection between the sentinel and the spirit. Mental barriers were also among the abilities belonging to a guide. The spiritual entity had become its obsession. Killing the sentinel would result in the death of the spiritual entity as well. This was why it created one illusion after another in an attempt to confuse them without actually killing them. Ironically, all of this served as the nemesis to sentinels whose mental realms were somewhat unstable. Had Yun Zhao not accompanied them, the two S-rank sentinels might have fallen victim. It was confirmed that the gatekeeper was a humanoid being, significantly narrowing the scope of their inquiry. Xie spoke up, no need for further discussion. It can hear us. The more they deliberated, the more they risked exposure, which was not advantageous. Indeed, Jiang Mu nodded in agreement. Yun Zhao appeared somewhat perplexed. She had never been aware of any mental manipulation. Since her differentiation into a guide, the abilities she had manifested were all exhibited by the little blue bird. At that moment, the little blue bird was still preening its feathers, grooming itself 800 times a day. It was a tidy little narcissist. The little bluebird showed no interest in their conversation, scarcely deigning to cast a glance at these worthless beings. After pondering for a moment, Yun Zhao raised her gaze to Jiang Mu, asking, where did you learn about this? From an ownerless diary. Its contents are fantastical, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. Jiang Mu's expression turned serious. It was only upon hearing Orange's description that I found it somewhat reminiscent of the mental manipulation recorded in that diary. Yun Zhao inquired, could you let me see that diary when we return? No problem, but can you give me a discount? 3,000 points seems rather steep, how about a 9 discount? Jiang Mu replied with silence. Xie abruptly stood up and kicked forward, his black combat attire accentuating his long legs, exuding an air of dominance. Stop talking nonsense. Do you really lack those few points? Jiang Mu deftly dodged, retorting, it's not like you have more money than I do. It's easy to talk when you're not the one in pain. That superconductive anti-erosion metal and the corrosion-resistant bionic slime tires were originally priced at 20,000 points when sold to them. Xie had managed to extract a significant amount from the three bases. Not to mention the various task rewards, comparing oneself to others is a sure way to feel despondent. Xie, uninterested in engaging further, glanced at the time on his wrist. It had been a full day and night since 6 p.m. At 7:25 p.m., he turned his gaze toward all members of Team Zero, stating, rest well tonight. Tomorrow we will seek out the gatekeeper and Zhu Chen's spiritual entity. Understood. A thought struck Xie, and he raised his eyelids to ask Jiang Mu, has it always been night here? Jiang Mu lazily replied, now, every question costs 100 points. I need to recuperate a bit. Xie scoffed, then don't bother with spiritual guidance, it's just as well that our team's guide needs rest points. 7,000 points, I'll give to her for nothing. You'll have to manage on your own. Come on. Jiang Mu wasn't foolish. The ability to cleanse the darkness from the body of the Bai beast indicated that Yun, the guide, was of a high caliber. Jiang Mu conceded, indeed, it has always been night. Yun Zhao, exhausted, interjected, so, are we doing the guidance or not? I want to sleep. Xietu's gaze flickered, perhaps unnoticed even by himself, his tone unconsciously softening, you go ahead and rest. They won't perish overnight. She appeared drained, having used her abilities throughout the journey with little respite. Jiangmu, feeling somewhat helpless, knowing the guide's stamina was lacking, still sought to negotiate. Could you do the guidance for Orange tonight? His mental state is already unstable. All right. Yun Zhao agreed after a moment's contemplation. Guiding just one sentinel wouldn't take long. Orange, appearing dazed, followed closely behind Yun Zhao and casually entered a room. Xie Tu sat on the sofa, watching them enter, pursing his thin lips. Rabbit, go in and keep an eye on them. She couldn't be left alone. If he went in, the Fire Phoenix would likely cause a ruckus upon seeing Qingwan providing spiritual guidance to someone else, making it impossible for him to have a peaceful night. Rabbit stood up, clutching her sniper rifle. Understood. The three of them proceeded into the room directly facing the living room. Once the door closed, the others remained in the living room, particularly the sentinels from Dawn Base, all eager to witness the effectiveness of the guidance. Upon learning that their leader was willing to offer 3,000 points, several sentinels began to realize the significance. She could provide guidance for an S-class sentinel. When did Dawn Base acquire such an impressive guide? About 40 minutes later, the door to the room reopened. Orange, who had entered in a daze, now emerged invigorated, shock evident on his face as he exclaimed, "Oh my, Captain, she's an S-class guide." A collective gasp filled the air. The sentinels from Dawn Base were all left in astonishment. Jiangmu's expression froze as he turned to Xie Tu, seemingly seeking confirmation. S-class. In the 200 years since the apocalypse, an S-class guide had never appeared. Xie Tu raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? Yun Zhao appeared at the doorway, gently asking, "Which room are we sleeping in?" "Yun the guide, allow me to show you." Orange hurried to her side, eagerly leading the way, resembling a sycophant. The little bluebird let out a derisive sound. Earlier, while providing spiritual guidance, Orange's spiritual entity, a lynx, had attempted to approach it but was swatted away, retreating in indignation deep into its spiritual realm. Orange heard the mocking sounds but dared not provoke it. The villa had plenty of rooms. Orange led Yun Zhao and Rabbit upstairs and opened an unoccupied guest room. Xie Tu stood up. "All right, everyone disperse. Tonight might well be their last night in the 88th contaminated zone." When Yun Zhao had come over, she had maintained an air of calm, even suggesting they stockpile resources using the high-speed train. She was not the type to be arrogant and pop champagne midway. It was as if, once they located the true 88th contaminated zone, eliminating the gatekeeper would be a trivial matter. Xie Tu's keen instincts suggested she had uncovered something. She refrained from voicing it, perhaps out of fear that the gatekeeper might learn of her thoughts. The gatekeeper would not be able to breach her mental barrier or discern what was on her mind. It was certain that its level was not higher than Yun Zhao's. Xie Tu ascended to the second floor of the villa, opened the room adjacent to Yun Zhao and Rabbit's, and then closed the door behind him. Jiangmu watched Xie Tu depart before standing up, addressing the team. "All right, everyone endure for one night. Your 1,000 points won't be wasted." Judging by Orange's condition, it was clear. The darkness had been thoroughly cleansed, and there would be no need to worry about issues in the spiritual realm for quite some time. An S-class guide, why couldn't she be from their Dawn Base? The first showcase has begun. The requests for updates are dwindling day by day. If the requests reach 700 today, I will provide an additional update when I rise in the morning. Good night, my dears. Chapter 52. Playing the villain in the stillness of the night, dark tendrils of black mist slithered through the shadows, gradually encroaching upon the villa's courtyard. These dark lines writhed as if imbued with life, twisting and climbing, leaving behind a hissing sound of corrosion in their wake. Two security guards, rigid in posture and clutching flashlights, approached the villa's gate, their skin slowly cracking open to reveal sharp mandibles and serrated teeth. The black tendrils multiplied, intertwining to form a colossal web of darkness that loomed ominously over the villa. On the second floor, a little bluebird perched on the window seat. Its owner had prepared a small basket lined with a thick blanket for it to rest in before bedtime. With an air of arrogance, it cast a sidelong glance at the happenings below. Trash, it seemed to scoff. In an instant, a tempest of emerald green luminescence erupted like a blizzard, enveloping the black tendrils and the aberrant creatures in a radiant glow. The aberrations writhed in agony beneath the brilliance, gradually succumbing to silence. The previously bustling rooms within the villa fell eerily quiet. Just as the rabbit's hand grazed the sniper rifle, it hesitated, retracting its hand to return quietly to the large bed. On the opposite side of the bed, Yun Zhao lay on her side, her back to her companion. One arm was curled beneath her head, while the other rested across her chest, her breathing even and steady. She was truly exhausted, lost in a deep slumber, oblivious to the world around her. That night, everyone enjoyed a peaceful rest. Morning arrived, the clock read 8:05, yet the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, with the villa's dim landscape lights struggling to cast a faint halo amidst the thick gloom. The city continued to sparkle with neon, seemingly perpetually enveloped in the glamour of night. In Orange's perception, the world had never appeared so vivid. Upon waking, he ventured out to procure breakfast, swiftly returning with 2 large boxes brimming with an array of food. Buns and steamed bread, noodles and rice noodles, porridge, hamburgers, fried dough sticks, and milk. The old days were truly splendid. As long as one desired food, it was available at any hour. With a sigh, Orange placed the breakfast items on the table, remarking, "Such a lavish breakfast, this may be our last meal." Just rising, Jiangmu kicked at him, retorting, "Can you not speak? You make it sound like a last supper." "Exactly," echoed the other teammates, in spirited agreement. "Well done, Captain." "My apologies." Orange raised both hands in surrender. The entire Zero team soon descended the stairs. Having enjoyed a restful night, Yun Zhao appeared revitalized, lifting her gaze to behold the feast laid out on the table. "Guide Yun, come sit quickly, and see what you wish to eat." The sentinels were each more eager than the last, pulling out chairs, serving breakfast, and handing her chopsticks. Their obsequiousness was almost unbearable to witness. Yun Zhao regarded them with a hint of confusion, pressing her lips together. "Fear not, for I shall assist you with mental guidance." Jiangmu rubbed his forehead, glancing up at Xie. "What are the plans for today's operation?" "First, let us discuss what you have obtained," Xie replied, lifting a bowl of soy milk, lifting the lid, and settling down. The dining table was not large enough for 12, prompting Rabbit and the others to select their food and retreat to the living room. Soon, only 5 or 6 remained at the table. Jiangmu responded, "We have acquired some industrial technical documents, as well as information and components related to electromagnetic weaponry. There were numerous valuable items within: artificial intelligence, energy storage devices, 3D printing technology, and compact devices or technical documents related to quantum computing. Additionally, there were medical and agricultural advancements, portable precision medical testing instruments, a complete set of soil-less cultivation techniques, and blueprints for efficient agricultural automation machinery and critical components. Abandoning any of these was out of the question. However, the items we can transport are limited. To conserve space in the vehicle, we can only take related documents for the professionals at the base to study. Given the technological level outside, it would be uncertain how long it would take to develop the materials once they were out." Jiangmu muttered a curse under his breath, his expression darkening. "The most infuriating part is that those aberrations can see us. When we went to collect the documents, they mistook us for terrorists, chasing us all over the city. It was utterly absurd, a horde of monsters pursuing them while shouting, 'Surrender! You are surrounded, do not harm the populace.'" Jiangmu fled while clutching the documents, spitting blood in despair. It was a complete reversal of fortune. Fortunately, after 24 hours, they revert to their original forms and forget everything that transpired, Jiangmu added, his countenance grim. It was not solely due to the aberrations, they had barely managed to secure those few documents. At that moment, Jiangmu had just released the Bai beast, and his abilities were waning, making it easy to imagine how disheveled he must have appeared while fleeing. If it were not for the necessity of bringing technology out, he would never have spoken of this. Yun Zhao listened intently, biting into a hamburger, her cheeks puffed up as she exchanged a glance with Xie. Their eyes conveyed an unspoken understanding. "Perhaps we truly must play the role of terrorists," Yun Zhao stated gravely. "Let us divide into several teams to raid important technological documents, rob supermarkets and malls along the way, and then regroup to assault the southern train station, seizing the high-speed rail station." The sentinels, with their keen senses, choked on their food at her words, unable to contain their disbelief. "Wow! Gideon is truly formidable. Are we really going this far? Becoming terrorists in a polluted zone, har har har, how laughable, cough, cough, why do I feel so exhilarated, this seems a bit too thrilling. Jiang Mu's eye sparkled as they could take all the instruments he had his eye on, and the four major bases had always shared technological advancements, especially since this was now a joint mission between two bases. Facing the pursuit of monsters while plundering the city was absolutely insane. Xie Tu nodded, slowly articulating, only in this manner can we maximize our haul. However, the prerequisite was to deal with the gatekeeper. Otherwise, the high-speed rail could not enter the gate. What about the gatekeeper? Orange could not contain his curiosity. After the city descends into chaos, it will be easier for the gatekeeper to hide. How will we locate it? With the entire city in pursuit, they could scarcely afford to search for it. They currently only knew that the gatekeeper was a humanoid entity. It was hardly feasible to shoot at every human they encountered. Those monsters appeared as normal humans now. Each time they engaged, there was an unsettling sensation akin to slaughtering their own kind. If they proceeded in such a manner, the psychological state and mental realms of the sentinels would be at great risk. Duanxi also recognized the issue, but if we prioritize finding the gatekeeper, by the time we eliminate it, won't the polluted zone collapse, leaving all those resources behind? The presence of monsters that could see them created a conflict between scavenging for supplies and searching for the gatekeeper. Abandoning the supplies was not an option, yet, if they did not seek out the gatekeeper, they would be unable to transport the materials, and Zhu Qianqi's spiritual entity would remain lost. Furthermore, after occupying the train station, a single trip might not suffice to fill the high-speed rail. They would need to run several trips while evading citywide pursuit. The plan was riddled with flaws. However, Yun Zhao offered no explanations, stating, "Let us not concern ourselves with the gatekeeper for now, we will search for it while scavenging for supplies." Xie Tu had already taken the map from Song Liang and was engrossed in planning their route. Team 0 will split into two groups. I, Yun Zhao, and Duanxi will form one team, while Dao Haohai, Song Liang, and Rabbit will comprise the other. Understood. Jiang Mu pondered for a moment, contemplating something before nodding in agreement with the plan. Since we will only raid the train station after regrouping, we can also split into two teams. Certain matters could not be arranged too meticulously, nor could they be discussed in detail. After all, they were under constant surveillance. Jiang Mu inquired of Xie Tu, "Which side do you choose?" Xie Tu unfurled the map but did not respond immediately until the little bluebird hopped onto the table, flitting about on the map. Only then did Xie Tu speak, "We will take the eastern and western sides." Having finished her breakfast, Yun Zhao clapped her hands and stood up first. "I shall go provide everyone with mental guidance. The two team leaders can discuss the action routes." The remaining sentinels were left in a state of confusion. Dao Haohai, disinterested in thinking, flopped onto the sofa like a sloth, declaring, "Who cares? I'll follow wherever the captain directs me." Chapter 53, Guidance or Sabotage. In the living room, the individuals present continued their discussions regarding action plans. Members of Jiang Mu's team queued to enter the room. For the first time, the little green bird was tasked with providing psychological guidance to such a large number of individuals, all of whom were high-level sentinels. The mental domains of these advanced sentinels were considerably more expansive than those of the sentinels in the town. Coupled with their prolonged exposure to the contaminated zone, their minds were nearly inundated with dark matter. Consequently, the guidance process consumed an inordinate amount of time. Gradually, the little green bird's patience began to wane, and it started to feel irritable. Before the sentinels were adequately prepared, it boldly intruded into their mental domains, instantly transforming into a magnificent blue bird and violently flapping its wings, summoning a tempest of unimaginable ferocity within the domain. As it dispersed the dark matter, it also sent the other spiritual essences tumbling across the ground. The three sentinels who had completed their psychological guidance opened their eyes, their pallor evident, and expressed their gratitude as they departed. The dark matter had indeed vanished, and their consciousness and perception were remarkably clarified. However, the mental domain resembled a landscape ravaged by a catastrophic natural disaster. The spiritual entities lamented, seeking solace. The guiding entities of the base were typically gentle during the guidance process. None had witnessed such a ferocious display of a guiding spirit before. An S-class guide, truly different perhaps, the sentinels mused, questioning their existence. Yunjiao remained silent, the little creature devoid of patience. Fortunately, she had not joined the base's special abilities department. Otherwise, after merely a day in the guidance room, she might have become a terrifying legend among the sentinels. At this moment, the little green bird appeared unperturbed, perched atop her head, its noble demeanor awaiting the final victim's arrival. In the living room, Xie and Jiangmu were still deliberating their route. Jiangmu suddenly called out, "Qingzi, quickly bring out our funds, we need to rent a few large trucks." The two teams only had 2 armored vehicles, which were laden with weapons, ammunition, and various supplies. Since they intended to split into 4 groups to conduct their heists, additional vehicles were certainly necessary. "Understood, Captain." Qingzi swiftly dashed into the room, emerging with 2 burlap sacks filled with banknotes. Dao Hao approached, curiosity evident. "Where did you acquire this money?" Jiangmu raised an eyebrow. "Before releasing the Bai beast, I instructed it to rob the bank." It was indeed the most fitting task for a spiritual entity. Song Liang gazed at the sky in disbelief. No wonder it was aware of the bank vault. "All right, you all listen to Xie arrangements. I must attend to psychological guidance." Jiangmu languidly rose and, as he passed by the 3 pallid team members, an ominous premonition compelled him to halt. "Do you have any instructions to impart?" The trio shook their heads in unison. "None." In times of difficulty, one should share the burden, even if one is the captain. Xietu's expression was taut, and his tone was somewhat cold. "Hurry up." The mission was imperative. Jiangmu wasted no further time, pushing open the door and entering the room. Inside were only 2 young women. The rabbit, cradling a sniper rifle, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a sympathetic glance in his direction. In comparison, the little green bird had been exceedingly gentle with her and the king chameleon. Yunjiao maintained her composure, pointing to the sofa opposite. "Let us begin." Upon hearing this, Jiangmu took a seat across from her, a tea table separating them. He observed the little green bird's form suddenly become translucent and inquired, "Isn't a mental connection necessary?" Yunjiao shook her head and silently replied, "No, the little green bird can enter on its own." The mental domain of an S-class sentinel would undoubtedly be chaotic. What would happen if she were swept away by the blue bird upon entry? Does an S-class guide not consider compatibility? Jiangmu was perplexed, yet intrigued. Is it truly possible to conduct in-depth guidance without a mental connection? Yunjiao nodded. "It is. It can enter independently." In the past, while in the small town, the little green bird had similarly provided psychological guidance to the sentinels. Initially, she had believed that high-level sentinels would present differently, only to discover that the process remained the same. So far, she had only entered the rabbit's mental domain. "Very well, rest assured, I will not develop any resistance," Jiangmu reassured her. "However, please ensure your spiritual entity remains cautious. The atmosphere within is somewhat tumultuous." Sentinels, prone to irritability, often exhibited heightened sensitivity due to their exceptional perceptive abilities and frequently found themselves engulfed in volatile emotions. Such emotions permeated the entirety of the mental domain. The rabbit glanced up at him, silently offering her support. It seemed Jiangmu had never encountered the blue bird, and the other team members had not informed him. Yunjiao readily agreed, her tone perfectly casual. "All right, let us begin." The little green bird's form gradually became transparent, and countless luminescent particles flowed into Jiangmu's being as it ventured into his mental domain. This was the first time the little creature had witnessed the vast mental realm of an S-class sentinel, a mental world exponentially larger than that of an A-class sentinel. An hour and a half later, Jiangmu, his expression complex, opened his eyes. The previously oppressive agitation that had weighed upon him dissipated without a trace. In instead was an unprecedented sense of relaxation and ease, as if a massive stone lodged within his heart had been quietly removed. He could distinctly feel his thoughts becoming more agile, and his consciousness was clearer than ever. At that moment, all traces of aggression had subsided, resembling the tranquil surface of the sea following a tempest. However, how to articulate this, Jiang Mu's expression subtly shifted as he spoke. Are you certain this qualifies as guidance and not deliberate sabotage? The phoenix was astonishingly a creature of two forms. Thankfully, his Bai beast was capable of flight and possessed a substantial size, preventing it from being sent sprawling by the bluebird's powerful gust. The two spiritual entities chased one another within his mental domain, thoroughly enjoying their playful escapades. Where they traversed, chaos ensued. The clouds in the sky were torn asunder, trees swayed perilously, and the lawn resembled a battlefield ravaged by meteor strikes. The Bai beast rarely had a playmate. Moreover, this companion could eradicate all the accumulated dark matter clinging to it. Every trace of negative emotion vanished, and it joyously wagged its tail, blissfully unaware that others were engaged in roughhousing with it. Such was the state of affairs, with the two wreaking havoc together. How does it not count? Yun Zhao pursed her lips. Just tell me, has all the dark matter been eliminated or not? Jiang Mu remained silent. The little green bird reappeared, perched atop her head, ignoring Jiang Mu entirely as it nonchalantly preened its ruffled feathers. The mental domains of sentinels are exceedingly fragile. Extensive destruction might harm the physical body. Jiang Mu, gazing at the unperturbed little creature, spoke earnestly. Fortunately, I am an S-class sentinel. Other sentinels would not withstand such tumult. The little green bird shot him a sidelong glance. Fool! Yun Zhao felt compelled to advocate for her spiritual entity. Rest assured, it knows its limits. It would only wreak havoc within the bounds of what a sentinel could endure. As for psychological damage, that remained uncertain. Jiang Mu was utterly speechless. Yun Zhao rose. Let us go, we can discuss this outside. The guidance had been completed. Now, it was time to embark on their heist. Outside, Duanxi and Dao Hao followed Qingzi and the others as they returned with 4 large trucks. Upon noticing their emergence, Xie Tu, maintaining his usual demeanor, issued commands. One team heads east to acquire soulless cultivation technology. The second team goes west to the tech park to secure artificial intelligence and 3D printing technology. After completing your tasks, gather at the South Station storage facility. Bring back everything you can carry along the way. Understood. Jiang Mu also emerged, directing his team members. You all take Zhu Qianqi and head to the hospital. The 4 small teams swiftly prepared, checking their weapons and equipment, ensuring they were well stocked with ammunition before boarding their respective trucks. Only Jiang Mu and Qingzi drove their armored vehicle. Previously, they had infiltrated a military base to acquire electromagnetic weapon technology. Now that they had the opportunity to carry more supplies, they were naturally inclined to return. Familiarity breeds comfort. The trucks of the other 3 teams were laden with cargo containers, meaning the 3 of them would have to squeeze into the front. CAB.in Team 1, Duanxi took the wheel, while Yun Zhao sat in the cramped passenger seat alongside Xie Tu. She felt no discomfort. When on a mission, gender was of no consequence. Yun Zhao was the first to clamber into the passenger seat, warmly inviting Xie Tu to join her. Chapter 54. The initiation of zero-cost purchases. A tall figure paused outside the vehicle before bending down to enter the passenger seat. As he slid in, his elongated legs appeared somewhat constrained, necessitating a slight bend to accommodate the confined space. Once settled, Xie Tu's shoulder nearly brushed against Yun Zhao's head. The proximity between them was such that they could distinctly sense each other's breath and body warmth. Feeling a bit cramped, Yun Zhao shifted slightly to the side, mirroring him by placing his military backpack at his feet. Duanxi soon joined them, turning the key to start the truck. Captain, shall we proceed directly? Yes, to the Agricultural Research Institute, Xie Tu replied with an expression of calmness, his arms casually resting at his sides yet nearly monopolizing the remaining space in the seat. Understood. Duanxi was the first to steer the large truck out of the villa area. His falcon surged forth to scout the surroundings, assisting in navigation. Among the 4 squads, they were likely the most at ease, for Yun, the guide, could control the aberrant species, thus mitigating the risk of being chased through the city. Upon arriving at the Agricultural Institute, everything transpired with astonishing smoothness. The city remained shrouded in night, leaving only security personnel and a few on-duty staff present at the institute. Yun Zhao Adept took control of several employees in succession, successfully inquiring about the location of the research lab. Two dazed staff members opened the door for them, willingly copying documents and handing them over. Du and she observed in awe. Stop standing there like a fool, get all this equipment loaded onto the truck. Xie had already begun, lifting a piece of unfamiliar equipment whose name eluded him. In the wake of the Dark Ages conclusion, the population at Dawn Base had steadily increased over the past decade, yet the cultivation of arable land progressed at a glacial pace. Deprived of sunlight for 2 centuries, most land had deteriorated into sand, rendering it incapable of yielding crops. This technology was of paramount importance to humanity beyond their walls. Right, Du and she snapped back to attention, hastily moving to assist. The Sentinel's robust physique was no exaggeration. 2 men effortlessly lifted a large machine down to the truck below. The people under control stood motionless, allowing them to clear out the entire research lab. Yunjie continued directing the aberrant species to open other rooms, collecting all manner of information related to crop breeding, cultivation techniques, pest control, soil improvement, and facility agriculture. This included design blueprints for agricultural automation machinery and critical components. Subsequently, the trio made their way to the rear cultivation area to gather various seeds, genetically modified rice, rapeseed, cherry tomatoes, persimmons. The variety was overwhelming, and some were unrecognizable. They excavated directly from the ground, striving to gather as much as possible. Du and she grew increasingly animated. I've heard that people from the old era could grow vegetables in space. With these technologies, perhaps the advancements outside could leap decades ahead. This excursion was truly worth it. Yunjie signaled for him to remain composed. I glanced earlier. Soilless cultivation requires accompanying nutrient solutions. We have the data now, but it will depend on the expertise of the base's researchers. Even with the finest resources in hand, immediate results were unattainable. Mastery of the methods was essential to witness any efficacy. Du and she shrugged. That's not our concern anymore. They were utterly uninformed about agriculture. Yunjie pondered for a moment. That does make sense. Throughout the journey, Xie had remained relatively silent, brushing off the dust from his combat uniform and lifting his chin. Let us discuss this in the vehicle. The equipment occupied considerable space, and the lengthy truck was nearly filled to capacity. The 3 of them squeezed back into the cramped cabin. Xie tossed his backpack to the floor again, creating a bit of room for the petite guy to be more comfortable. He stated, "First, we'll transport these items to the southern assembly point for storage, before proceeding to retrieve other supplies." Understood. Du and she steered the vehicle southward according to their plan. They had chosen a collection point at a storage warehouse behind the station, designated for storing consigned goods. As they approached an intersection in the southern part of the city, the air raid sirens blared abruptly without warning. Several blaring police cars sped by, their loudspeakers announcing, "Terrorist attack, terrorist attack. All civilians should seek shelter in the nearest air defense buildings." The people on the streets shrieked in panic, fleeing in disarray. The entire city descended into chaos. Du and she stared incredulously at the terminal outside. What are they running from? Weren't they just pursuing us within the illusion barrier? Yunjie turned to Xie. "What's with all this commotion? Is it Jiang Mu and his team?" "Indeed," Xie responded. "They need to infiltrate the military to acquire the manufacturing methods for weaponry, which are highly classified." In truth, Yunjie would have been the most suitable candidate for that task, yet neither Xie nor Jiang Mu had mentioned it. "While they draw fire, we should continue moving our supplies." No sooner had Xie spoken than they witnessed Jiang Mu's armored off-road vehicle make a sharp turn, barreling down their street. Behind them, a cadre of well-equipped armed personnel surged from all directions, the sound of their footsteps and clashing weapons creating a cacophony. Several police cars sounded their piercing sirens, rapidly closing in. The 2 squads encountered each other unexpectedly. Jiang Mu, through the car window, raised an eyebrow at them. Speeding past with remarkable velocity, the bayou beast appeared to revel in the excitement, flapping its wings joyfully behind the vehicle. They led a throng of people in a desperate escape through the city, with nearly all of the city's armed forces converging behind them. The blaring police siren seemed poised to pierce the heavens, creating a scene both chaotic and awe-inspiring. Wow! This is exhilarating. Du and she was left speechless. The little green bird hopped forward, stretching its neck to peer out. How fun. It wished to join in, Yunjiao gently reassured it, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. She subtly raised her hand, forming a barrier of mental threads over the truck to shield it from the aberrant species senses. Jiangmu's armored vehicle quickly vanished from sight, and the sharp, jarring alarm echoed from the adjacent street. Xie, seemingly struck by a thought, chuckled derisively, "Forget about them, let's hurry and move our supplies." "Right, do," and she snapped back to reality, promptly starting the vehicle. However, Yunjiao interjected, "Let us head straight to the station to avoid unloading and loading the goods multiple times." Given the presence of the gatekeeper, this operation was largely left to the discretion of each squad apart from the route map and essential technology. Initially, it was expected that Jiangmu's team would be the first to transport materials, yet, unexpectedly, he had diverted to the military for weapons, causing such a significant ruckus immediately after they parted ways, drawing all the fire away. The people at the high-speed rail station had likely evacuated entirely, providing them with a timely advantage. "Fine, let us follow her lead," Xie readily agreed. And she nodded in affirmation. They swiftly maneuvered the vehicle to the high-speed rail station, where indeed, the occupants had already cleared out, leaving the entire station eerily vacant. And she drove straight into the station's hall, halting at the ticketing entrance. "Be swift," Xie said, jumping out of the vehicle to fetch several luggage carts, opening the truck's doors to begin unloading. Yunjiao joined in to assist. Unable to lift the heavier items, she focused on collecting the seeds. The three of them worked tirelessly, unloading and tossing items into one of the high-speed train cars. A few passengers remained inside, their faces etched with terror as they watched the unfolding scene. "Pay them no mind," Xie instructed. "We are responsible for the eastern part of the city, let us aim to transport as much as we can from there." Chapter 55 found the three of them returned to the station hall and quickly boarded the large truck to leave. The city remained engulfed in night, the piercing sound of air raid sirens echoed through the dark sky, and the streets lay desolate, littered with debris, with vehicles haphazardly abandoned in the middle of the road. And she drove, retracing their route. Xie produced a detailed route map given by Jiangmu to guide him, saying, "We are heading to the Eastern Commercial District now. There is a large supermarket on the basement level there." "All right," and she replied, still exhilarated, speeding down the road in the truck. The supermarket from a bygone era was several times larger than the shopping center at the base, offering a dazzling array of products that were a sight to behold. There was so much that they could hardly fit it all in. Yunjiao pushed a cart, sweeping items from the shelves into it in a frenzy, remarking without looking back, "We can simply carry the freezers from the refrigerated section, we won't bother with the rest of this place." The mall was vast. The upper floors were filled primarily with shops selling clothing, skincare products, and jewelry, which were of little use to them. Rather than dragging those items along and occupying space, it would be more prudent to procure several industrial machines outside. "Yes, once we clear out the supermarket, we will change locations," Xie concurred. He was disinterested in picking items individually and instead dragged entire shelves away, hoisting them into the truck's compartment. The three quickly filled the truck bed to capacity and drove back to the station. The truck made trip after trip, the distant sounds of sirens and gunfire fluctuated, and after several trips, the two squads encountered one another again. Yunjiao swiftly conjured a mental barrier, indifferent to their predicament. The shout of orange echoed past her ears, "Damn, must you be so heartless?" The bayou beast seemed fatigued from flying, folding its wings and perching atop the armored vehicle, yet its spirit remained exuberant, occasionally swatting at abandoned cars by the roadside with its tail. To it, being chased around the city by a horde of monsters felt more like an amusing game. The armored vehicle, accompanied by a massive armed force, once again rumbled past them, disappearing from sight. Throughout, Yunjiao showed no inclination to glance at them. Jiangmu possessed the key and had recently undergone mental counseling as an S-class sentinel, rendering him worry-free. As for Xie, he didn't even spare them a glance. The vehicles continued to traverse back and forth. The three resumed their task of moving supplies. After hours of this, they had become numb. Even and she was silent, mechanically loading items onto the truck upon sight. Just as they filled one high-speed train car, they finally encountered Rabbit and his team. "Captain, we've secured all the items," Song Liang called out, Carrying a large load, Xie did not pause in his actions, instructing, "Continue until we are fully loaded." There was no time for idle chit-chat. The two teams briefly reunited before parting ways again, each heading to their designated areas. The city at night was eerily silent, save for the intermittent loud noises, leaving the streets in a state of quiet desolation. They had lost count of how many trips they had made, having transported supplies for 7 or 8 consecutive hours. Yunjiao felt exhausted, almost unable to straighten her back, her limbs feeling detached from her body. Once more, they boarded the vehicle. Yunjiao and Xie squeezed together. The cramped passenger seat was occupied by the two of them, with the man's tall frame taking up most of the space. Yunjiao maintained a slight lean, her awkward posture enduring for 7 or 8 hours. Anyone would find it intolerable. "It's a bit strange. It feels like everything is going too smoothly," Duanxi remarked, turning his mind to the matter at hand as he drove. The high-speed train car is nearly full, yet the city remains unchanged except for the armed forces pursuing Jiangmu. There are two possibilities. Xietu's expression remained composed, though his posture appeared somewhat constrained. He rested one arm in the gap between them, attempting to maintain distance but inadvertently making contact with her. This posture occupied even more space, nearly pushing Yunjiao out of her seat. She had to gesture for him to remove his hand. Xie complied, his thoughts drifting for a moment before returning to the task at hand. "One possibility is that they plan to capture us all at once when we are most fatigued from moving supplies. The second possibility is that upon hearing our discussions, it has learned of our intent to eliminate it and has gone into hiding. As long as they could not locate it, gathering more supplies would be futile." Without retrieving Zhu mental entity, Jiangmu's team would not withdraw. For the Dawn Zero team, the supplies packed into the high-speed train were crucial, and for an additional 10,000 points reward, they could not abandon Jiangmu and the others to venture out alone. Duanxi muttered under his breath, "Damn, are we going to play hide and seek again? Can't this gatekeeper show a bit of backbone?" His mental entity, a falcon, scratched at the driver's window with its sharp claws, seemingly in agreement with his thoughts, shaking its body back and forth, appearing to revel in the mischief. "So, Captain, where do we go next? Should we continue searching for industrial machinery?" Duanxi inquired. Xie shifted his legs, moving a few centimeters outward. "Let us see if there are any supermarkets along the roadside to gather more daily necessities." Yunjiao listened to their conversation, too fatigued to speak. The height difference between the two men meant her head rested against Xietu's shoulder. She maintained a forward-leaning posture, the fatigue weighing heavily upon her. Finally, she surrendered to her exhaustion, gently exhaling, allowing her body to fully relax against the man's shoulder. They would face a tough battle ahead, and she needed to conserve her strength. Duanxi held the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. "All right, I recall there's a small supermarket we haven't entered yet. Next to it is a maternity and baby shop where we can acquire more milk powder." Suddenly, the man in the passenger seat fell silent, his body stiffening abruptly. After a moment, he murmured, "Ahem." The shops lining the streets were open and brightly lit yet devoid of people, and the eastern part of the city fell into an eerie silence. The truck halted in front of the maternity store, adjacent to a small chain supermarket. They had reached the farthest eastern edge of the city. The familiar bookstore lay just across the street. With the external chaos still unresolved, the city was slowly expanding, as if the illusionary barrier was shifting outward once more. The distant reflections continued to reveal a city that seemed illusory, as if without end. Xietu's gaze flickered slightly, yet he did not raise his head. Stepping first into the maternity shop, the three emptied the store of all its milk powder before moving next door to continue their sweep. A falcon adept guided them to the back storage room, where boxes of supplies were neatly stacked. Yunjiao retrieved a chocolate bar from her pocket, unwrapping it and taking leisurely bites while standing at the doorway, watching them bustle about. Their guide's stamina was lacking. Duanxi did not ponder further and focused on his work. Everything was loaded onto their vehicle again, the truck bed brimming with supplies. "We should only need a few more trips," Duanxi remarked. The city was not large, they had already checked, and there were only 8 high-speed trains at the station. Aside from Jiangmu, who was drawing all the fire, the other 3 teams were desperately loading supplies. As for how to allocate the resources between the two bases, they would figure that out once they were outside. "Captain, let's go," Doonshi said, closing the truck door. Sia2 remained rooted in place, slightly turning his head to look back, seemingly waiting for Yunjiao. As she slowly chewed down the last bite of chocolate, she discarded the wrapper and walked toward him. The two made their way to the passenger side facing the road. Just as they were about to board, Yunjiao suddenly turned, her eyes narrowing as she swiftly unleashed her immense mental power, which surged forth like a tidal wave from within her. Countless emerald green lights coalesced in an instant, forming a net that enveloped the entire bookstore across the street. Chapter 56. The Guardian number 88. Her movements were exceedingly swift. In an instant, a mental barrier was formed, and the cerulean green strands of psychic energy coalesced into a web, resembling an immense dome that enveloped the entire bookstore. The ethereal azure glow was not blinding, rather, it possessed a surreal beauty. Doonshi regained his composure, heightened his vigilance, swiftly drew his weapon, and leapt from the vehicle to join the captain and the psychic guide, Yunjiao. Doonshi inquired, "What is happening?" The peregrine falcon, attuned to his consciousness, unfurled its wings, poised to investigate further. "Do not let it pass," Sia2 admonished in a low voice. The little creature obediently returned. Inside the bookstore, darkness prevailed. The city at night was a tapestry of dazzling lights interwoven in a myriad of colors. Under the illumination, the glass door of the bookstore appeared as a mirror reflecting the vibrant lights, creating a unique interplay of colors and shadows. The refracted light obscured the view within the bookstore entirely. A diminutive azure bird gradually materialized, resting atop its owner's head, tilting its head inquisitively towards the bookstore. Sia2 slightly turned his head to regard her, his dark eyes profound and enigmatic, saying, "Stay close to me, do not wander too far." He then pivoted, leading the way. Throughout it all, he never inquired about her response, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. Yunjiao observed the man's broad back, lost in thought, and stepped closer behind him. Doonshi, snapping back to reality, hastily caught up with the two. The trio crossed the street and arrived at the bookstore's entrance. Inside, indistinct silhouettes stood, presenting a scene identical to that within the illusionary barrier. Sia2 narrowed his eyes, his expression cold and resolute. He extended his hand, and the glass door of the bookstore swung open with ease. With the reflective barrier removed, the interior of the bookstore became vividly clear before the three of them. Inside, numerous individuals sat engrossed in their books, some quietly nestled in corners, oblivious to their surroundings, while others stood at the bookshelves, searching for desired volumes, occasionally moving a few steps to adjacent shelves. Even someone as oblivious as Doonshi should have realized by now the sentinels possessed extraordinary perception. How could they not detect the presence of people within the bookstore, even from across the street? "Is it the Guardian who has concealed this place?" Doonshi whispered. But how could the captain and Yunjiao know? No one answered. Doonshi, unfazed, scrutinized every individual within the bookstore with heightened caution. These figures resembled the lifeless mannequins of an illusionary city, showing no reaction to the intruding trio, remaining absorbed in their own worlds. Yet, outwardly, it was impossible to distinguish who among them was the Guardian. Doonshi pondered, now that it was confirmed that a Guardian resided within, should they strike first and unleash a barrage to eliminate them all? Sia2, well aware of his thoughts, cast a disdainful glance. "Do not act rashly." Doonshi replied, "Oh." The air seemed to thicken, suffused with a musty, decaying aura, as if countless ages had been sealed away, abruptly shattered by their intrusion into some forbidden realm. The occasional rustle of turning pages echoed in the eerie silence, sending chills down one's spine. Yunjiao stood beside Sia2, her glossy black eyes fixed intently on the staircase leading to the second floor. There, a young girl sat clutching a review book. She wore braided pigtails, with the strands loosely cascading over one shoulder, her knees together, seated in a remarkably demure posture. Her head was slightly bowed, the angle obscuring her face in shadow, rendering it impossible to discern her features. Yunjiao took a step forward, ascending the stairs towards the second floor. Sia2 moved almost simultaneously, reaching out to grasp the strap of her backpack. Despite their trio's actions, Doonshi suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. Yunjiao approached the girl seated on the stairs, intently absorbed in her review material. From her elevated position, she could only see the top of the girl's head. "Are you curious about how I found you?" Yunjiao spoke softly. The girl continued to hold her book, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Yunjiao pointed to the book in her hands. You haven't read this, have you? This is advanced calculus from college. When I was young, my uncles brought back a copy, and no one in our town could comprehend it. Moreover, from the moment she had entered the bookstore, she sensed it. The vacant, dazed expressions of those around her concealed a flicker of curiosity. Yunjiao, lost in thought, let out a light laugh. You shouldn't be curious about me. You've been revealing yourself too often. This guardian likely had never encountered a guide as formidable as her. Unable to penetrate her mental barrier, and intimidated by her abrupt entrance and words, it developed a new obsession. Xie remained silent throughout, listening intently, his expression unchanged, seemingly unfazed. In a contaminated zone rated 4 stars for danger, the self-awareness of the Guardian was markedly heightened, yet they primarily acted on instinct and obsession. The Guardian of Zone 88 had developed a new fixation on Yunjiao, which ultimately exposed a vulnerability. The green luminescent web enveloped the entire bookstore. A Guardian unable to breach Yunjiao's barrier could not escape the mental confines she had established. It was, hence, trapped. Yunjiao slowly raised her right hand, her voice placid. It is of no concern if you do not speak. I, too, wish to ascertain whether my psychic strands can control a Guardian. Threads of luminous green flickered and surged forth towards its visage. An invisible barrier arose simultaneously, intercepting the attack. As the cerulean green glow collided with the barrier, a violent wave of psychic energy erupted in the air. The two forces clashed fiercely, causing the barrier to tremble violently under the immense psychic impact, fracturing into myriad fine cracks. At that moment, the braided girl suddenly lifted her head, revealing her true visage. It was a delicate, youthful countenance, pale as a ghost, with eyes devoid of whites, resembling inky voids, her expression rigid as if she were a mere automaton, exuding an unsettling aura. The surrounding scene abruptly shifted. Xie had anticipated this. One hand remained firmly grasping Yunjiao's backpack strap, as an unseen force sought to dislodge his grip. His reflexes were swift. He enveloped her in his embrace, drawing forth a Tang Dao, swiftly shattering the barrier that assailed him. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second, yet the girl vanished from his arms. The familiar environment of the bookstore seemed to be swiftly erased by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, darkness surged from all directions, a thick tide of shadowy matter threatening to consume everything. The surroundings transformed, boundless darkness enveloped them. The slender girl appeared to be submerged in an unfathomable abyss. Yunjiao stood alone in the depths of the darkness, surrendering to its pull. The psychic tether, what a peculiar sensation. She instinctively wished for Xie not to follow. As if his presence would herald misfortune, the cerulean green barrier still loomed above her. The Guardian before her, illuminated by the piercing green light, bore a strangely contorted visage. The girl gradually unveiled a sinister smile, finally speaking, "In my world, you cannot harm me." Her tone was exceedingly peculiar, imbued with a sticky quality, as if countless tiny tendrils sought to ensnare and disturb one's mind. "Is that so?" Yunjiao's expression remained serene, her voice calm. She dismissed its words entirely. Yunjiao slightly raised her fingertips. The great azure bird materialized abruptly from the void above her. A resplendent cerulean green light surged forth, akin to a tumultuous tide, illuminating vast expanses of the abyss. Yunjiao stood there, enveloped in brilliance. Hovering above her, a magnificent phoenix radiated an overwhelming aura, its colossal form suspended midair, wings spread wide. The frigid, emotionless blue eyes of the beast regarded the Guardian as one would an insignificant insect. The expressions on both her corporeal and spiritual forms were in perfect harmony. "But observe, no matter how you move, you remain ensnared within my barrier, unable to escape." Chapter 57. It's my turn now. The content of the previous chapter has been revised. I wrote it last night while battling drowsiness through the night, and upon waking today, I couldn't help but wonder what a wretched piece of work it was, verbose and lacking in detail. Is this truly my creation? I find myself questioning life. Why must I flee? The young girl tilted her head, seemingly perplexed. Her tender, pallid visage was dominated by her obsidian eyes, devoid of any sclera, emanating a chilling and eerie aura. "This is the world I have created, ere the world I have conjured." Her voice carried an unsettling chill. And where is your spirit entity? Yun Zhao abruptly interjected, questioning her. How did your spirit entity meet its demise? The abilities of Gatekeeper number 88 were predominantly linked to mental prowess. It was evident that she was a distorted guide, having lost her spirit entity, and transformed into a being of aberration, resulting in an overwhelming obsession. Thus, the contaminated area of number 88, structured upon her mental realm, was born. This was merely Yun Zhao's conjecture, perhaps the theoretical perspective proposed by that researcher, surnamed Shi, at the base was not entirely erroneous. The contaminated area was indeed the mental domain of the gatekeepers. Whether it be the key or the frenzied aberrations yearning to enter the contaminated zone, all were tied to obsession. Obsession seemed to have become the sole emotion that existed within the contaminated area. My spirit entity. The young girl's hollow, black eyes flickered with a hint of madness. And my spirit entity. My spirit entity. Suddenly, she halted, her tilted head slightly curling into a smile, forming a bizarre arc. I remember, it is here. As her words fell, a black panther, shrouded in murky black mist with vacant eyes, materialized beside her. You see. I too possess a spirit entity. Her face appeared somewhat contorted, her dark, hollow eyes ablaze with fervor. Yun Zhao observed the Black Panther for a moment, ruthlessly exposing her deception. That is not your spirit entity. It belongs to Zhu Qianqi. That's not true. The young girl fixed her gaze upon her with unwavering intensity, adamantly shaking her head. It is my spirit entity. They are all my spirit entities. It appeared that after the emergence of contaminated area number 88, multiple sentinels had suffered over the years. A guide's spirit entity does not manifest in this manner. Yun Zhao lifted her gaze to the great blue bird above her. The immense Qinghuan lingered in the air, strands of glowing light continuously emerging from beneath its wings, illuminating the surrounding dark abyss. Sensing the consciousness of its true form, the cold, beastly eyes of the great blue bird reflected an air of ultimate pride. Yun Zhao softly spoke. You see, this is my spirit entity. Do you remember what yours originally looked like? She sought to discern the reason behind the guide's distortion. Sentinels could succumb to the invasion of dark matter and transform into monsters, which was not unusual. However, as a guide, she inherently possessed the ability to purge dark matter. Perhaps understanding why her spirit entity had perished would yield the answer. The peculiar young girl appeared momentarily stunned. Her spirit entity, the image of a little goat gradually materialized in her mind. It was an exceedingly clingy creature, capable of sensing every joy and sorrow of its host, eternally devoted to shielding her. It had died, killed by another. Suddenly, the gatekeeper descended into madness, lunging at the Black Panther and shouting, "Yes, it is not my spirit entity, not my darling, I must kill it, kill you all." The surrounding dark matter thickened ominously. The already surging dark matter seemed infused with a frenzied power, roiling like a tempest, surging toward the motionless Black Panther spirit entity. The gatekeeper's attack carried a potent dark aura. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting sharp howls. The surrounding teal glow began to swirl. In an instant, it formed a barrier, shielding the Black Panther from the lethal strike. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, forcing the surrounding dark matter to retreat in disarray. So, because it perished, you lost your guiding abilities and then transformed into what you are now. Yun Zhao pieced everything together. A guide who lost their spirit entity was akin to a sentinel. Due to the death of her spirit entity, her mental domain crumbled, and she lost the capacity to resist the dark matter, becoming a monster. Yet, after becoming a gatekeeper, she regained her guiding abilities. However, due to the unique nature of her spirit entity, even as the gatekeeper controlling the entire realm, she could not manifest her own spirit entity. The deceased spirit entity had morphed into her intense obsession. She began to attempt to usurp the spirit entities of all sentinels entering contaminated area number 88. Yun Zhao inquired once more, "From where did you learn the art of mental tethering?" The gatekeeper, having lost her sanity, was oblivious to her words. Her terrifying, dark pupils remained fixed on Yun Zhao before she abruptly launched an attack. Within the mental domain, she could conjure any scene she desired at will. Suddenly, the surroundings began to shift once more. The ground sank inch by inch, the dark abyss transformed into a vast ocean. Numerous aquatic creatures swam through the water, while strands of black thread resembling water plants surged forth, attempting to drag her into the depths. She, who had never engaged in physical labor, could neither drive nor wield weapons, and certainly could not swim. No wonder the gatekeeper, fully aware of her formidable mental strength, displayed no fear. She intended to drown her. Alas, had the gatekeeper forgotten that her mental threads could already solidify into form, as the abyss beneath her crumbled away, the great blue bird in midair spread its enormous wings, sheltering her beneath its feathers, tilting its head to emit a cry. The swirling glow gathered with intention, rapidly forming a luminous circle beneath her feet, allowing her to stand steadily upon the ocean surface. All the black threads that assailed her were thwarted by the barrier, swiftly devoured by the glow. Is this all you are capable of? Yunjia lifted her gaze, coolly regarding her. Then it is my turn now. As the gatekeeper succumbed to madness, the entire contaminated area number 88 outside erupted into chaos. Within the bookstore, the two stood. Xie witnessed the guide vanish from his embrace, his eyes darkened, and his sharp gaze swept toward the silhouettes of those reading in the bookstore. Captain, before Duanxi could utter a word, as if sensing something, he suddenly sidestepped, raising his gun to fire at the approaching figure. Bang! Bang! The two bullets were effortlessly evaded by the figure advancing toward them. That person possessed an extraordinarily agile and towering form, closing in on Duanxi in the blink of an eye. Duanxi's expression shifted dramatically. A sentinel aberration, as the name implies, it was a sentinel transformed into a monster. They were far more dangerous and challenging to contend with than ordinary aberrations. Xie remained silent, like an arrow released from its bow, charging toward the shadow, his right hand wielding a tang sword that glinted with cold light, fiercely engaging in combat with the sentinel aberration. Several shadowy figures, emanating dark mist, suddenly leapt from the second floor, encircling Xie and Duanxi. Upon releasing his perception, he discovered they were all sentinel aberrations. Duanxi immediately switched weapons, drawing a knife from the inner side of his backpack, and with a powerful kick against the ground, evaded the incoming assault. I told you, the aberrations in the Illusion City were so weak. Turns out they were just waiting for us here. Chapter 58, Trust Her. 4 or 5 sentinel aberrations, swift as phantoms, surged towards Xie with their clawed arms raised high. They struck down with ferocity. Xie, quick-witted and agile, leapt towards the wall-mounted bookshelf to evade the assault. He swiftly pivoted, leaping down from the shelf with his blade drawn, delivering a decisive slash. One aberration fell lifelessly to the ground. With a furious roar, the sentinel aberrations behind him retaliated with even greater velocity. Xie flickered out of sight, his saber carving a sharp arc through the air, aimed directly at the head of the monstrous foe. The wooden bookshelf trembled, books cascading to the floor, as a dripping black viscous liquid emitted a hissing sound, corroding everything it touched. Good heavens, is it too late for me to salvage these books? Duanxi cried out in distress. Amidst the fray, Xie cast a glance toward his companion's predicament. Duanxi was besieged by several aberrations. With a swift run-up, he adept vaulted over the staircase railing, landing gracefully on the second floor. His spirit beast, a peregrine falcon, revealed its sharp talons, diving straight for the head of a monster. The sentinel aberrations dodged left and right but refrained from attacking it, their fixation unwavering. Despite their formidable nature, the sentinel aberrations instinctively held back from harming a spirit entity. Seizing the opportunity, Duanxi thrust his blade powerfully into the belly of one aberration, dispatching it with ease. He still had the strength to shout, clearly capable of handling the situation. Xie, undeterred by Duanxi's cries, intensified his assault, his movements becoming swifter and more ruthless. After considerable effort, the duo vanquished all the sentinel aberrations within the bookstore. Duanxi, neglecting rest, rushed to Xie's side, his expression tinged with urgency. Captain, the guide Yun has been taken by the gatekeeper. We must hurry to rescue her. To his surprise, Xie replied, No, we must head directly to the southern station. Are we not concerned about the guide? Duanxi was momentarily taken aback. Xie's demeanor remained calm. Trust among teammates is paramount, we must have faith in her. Clearly, she had the means to avoid capture but chose not to stop the gatekeeper. She must have had confidence in her decision. Though Yun Zhao may appear physically weak, her mind is sharp, and her mental fortitude is formidable. In the contaminated Zone 88, she surpassed any Sentinel.AS captain. One must trust in the capabilities of their team, confident in their judgment that when Yun Zhao eliminates the gatekeeper, she will safeguard the supplies they have painstakingly transported. Let us return to the station for assembly. The armored vehicle sped through the city, evading pursuit. As the vehicle reached the midpoint of the street, the cacophony of sirens abruptly ceased, and soldiers behind them crumbled like shattered pottery, gradually disappearing from sight. In an instant, an eerie tranquility enveloped the entire street, as if the world had narrowed to their presence alone. With a sudden break, Chengzi inquired, "What just happened?" "What else could it be? The gatekeeper has been located," Jiang Mu replied lazily. "Turn around, head to the southern station." "Understood." Chengzi promptly restarted the vehicle upon the captain's command. The Bai beast perched atop the vehicle, its large, innocent eye scanning the surroundings, the light blue halo above its head radiating a brilliant glow in the dim environment. It appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, clearly still eager for more excitement. Suddenly, the Bai beast, sensing something, abruptly raised its head to gaze at the towering buildings above. Almost simultaneously, windows shattered in an instant, and countless winged aberrations leapt down, howling as they descended upon the armored vehicle. "What kind of aberrations are these?" Chengzi exclaimed, swiftly raising his weapon. "They must be at least level 6, and there are so many." Due to the incident involving their teammate Zhu Qianqi, the small squad responsible for drawing firepower was left with only 2 members. Jiang Mu extended his hand, activating the vehicle's automatic firing mechanism, speaking in a composed tone, "Release the spirit entities, and do not concern yourselves with anything else. Make haste to the southern station." With only 2 armored vehicles at their disposal, the one belonging to Team Zero had already made its way to the station. They needed to reach there quickly to rescue their comrades and secure the supplies. "Understood." Chengzi responded, swiftly turning the vehicle around and releasing his own spirit entity. A lynx materialized above, crouching on the roof, coiled and ready to pounce, emitting a low growl. Chengzi slammed down on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle surged forward like a steel beast. The winged aberrations, swift and agile, continually adjusted their flight paths, diving toward the armored vehicle. The Bai beast was the first to take off, soaring directly into the swarm of aberrations. Its light blue halo intensified, and having completed its mental guidance, the Bai beast was now even more formidable, crashing through the airborne monsters. The splattering viscous liquid fell like a black rain, corroding everything it touched. The other 2 teams faced similar predicaments. Song Liang and his companions continued transferring supplies into the high-speed train. After 8 to 9 hours of back-and-forth labor, the 8 trains were gradually filled to capacity. "We should make 2 or 3 more trips to load up as much as we can," as Song Liang suggested, but the moment he spoke, he sensed something amiss. The rabbit and Dao Haohai shared the same instinct. The trio spun around, swiftly raising their weapons, forming a defensive perimeter as they warily surveyed their surroundings. Shadows of figures hidden within the train began to reveal themselves, some shattering into fragments, while others exuded dark energy, revealing their true forms. Good heavens! There are sentinel aberrations hiding here, so well concealed. Dao Haohai wasted no time unleashing his brown bear spirit entity to intercept. "Rabbit, handle them. We can't allow the monsters to corrode our supplies." "Understood, no problem." The rabbit agilely climbed to the top of the high-speed train, setting up her sniper rifle and taking aim. Bang! 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 She continuously pulled the trigger, targeting one of the monsters with precision. The sentinel aberrations were indeed formidable and challenging to contend with, but they possessed a critical weakness. They would not attack spirit entities. Even as monsters, they still held memories of their former comrades, having once sacrificed themselves to protect their homeland. Song Liang similarly summoned a massive lion spirit, driving the monsters away and preventing the sentinel aberrations from approaching the train. Dao Haohai provided cover fire, suppressing other aberrations. The trio established a defensive line at the train station, awaiting the arrival of their team. Sietu and Duan Shi clutched a few intact books as they boarded the cargo truck. The vehicle bore signs of corrosion from the viscous liquid, with several holes appearing in the cargo compartment, yet it was still operational, albeit barely. Some supplies were damaged, much to Duanqi's dismay. A fire phoenix's silhouette appeared, forging a path ahead to prevent further destruction of the vehicle. Upon arriving at the southern station, Xiatu and Duanqi found the truck largely in ruins, with only a small portion of the supplies remaining intact. Their commotion outside the station was significant. Aberrations were scurrying on the ground and flying in the air. While not as numerous as the monsters in the illusory city, many were high-level aberrations, with several sentinel aberrations mingling among them. The Dawn Team 2 had also just arrived and was engaged in fierce combat at the station entrance. Zhu Chenqi appeared as if on the verge of collapse, sheltered behind his teammates. Duanqi rushed over to assist, loudly inquiring, "Have you seen my teammate? What's happening inside?" "Not too bad," Zhu Chenqi replied. "I didn't ask you." His teammate, Qi Jun, snapped back. "You better behave and keep your mouth shut." Zhu Chenqi remained expressionless. "Okay." Xiatu extended his senses, hearing the thunderous gunfire from within the station. "They are inside. Head to the ticket checkpoint to establish a defensive line there." The entrance was a fair distance from the high-speed train. If a collapse occurred in the contaminated zone, they would be unable to safeguard the supplies immediately. The distance to the ticket checkpoint was manageable, and the sentinels were agile enough to reach it swiftly. "Understood, follow Captain Xie." Qi Jun promptly hoisted Zhu Chenqi and retreated inside. The fire phoenix swooped down, clearing away a batch of high-level aberrations, while several spirit entities worked in concert to block the sentinel aberrations. The group fought while retreating. Xiatu gripped his tang knife tightly, senses fully engaged, leading the team in a rigoed action. He seemed to sense something, suddenly turning sharply to fixate on Zhu Chenqi, who was being supported by his teammates. To his astonishment, Zhu Chenqi, who had previously been expressionless and unresponsive, suddenly blinked, a flicker of confusion and daze crossing his eyes. Had he re-established a mental connection with his spirit entity? Did Yun Zhao succeed? Xiatu's gaze flickered, and he made a decisive choice, instructing Duanqi, "You go find Song Liang and the others to regroup. I'll take the armored vehicle." He abruptly turned, eliminating any monsters in his path as he strode purposefully outside. Duanqi hurriedly asked, "Captain, where are you going?" Without looking back, Xiatu replied, "To retrieve her." Though he spoke of trust, a hint of worry lingered in his heart. After the collapse of the domain, the aberrations still posed a threat. After dispatching the gatekeeper, would she have enough strength left to confront those monsters? Chapter 59 The confrontation in the boundless deep blue sea. Yun Zhao stood against the wind on the surface of the water, a luminous circle of light gathering beneath her feet, shimmering with a greenish glow. Opposite her, two teal barrows, akin to a protective enchantment, ensnared both the guardian and the Black Panther spirit within. The intertwined black tendrils relentlessly assaulted the barrier confining the guardian. Portions of the teal glow were dispersed, only for new strands of spiritual essence to emerge from beneath the great bird's wings, seamlessly restoring the barrier without a single gap. Regardless of the monstrous entities and dark matter surging from the depths, the ethereal barrier enveloping the Guardian remained unyielding and inescapable. The Guardian, awakening as a guide at the tender age of 14 or 15, was likely no more than a B or C level guide. Even with the ability to wield both dark matter and psychic energy, they were still no match for Yun Zhao. I wonder how many points one earns for eliminating the Guardian. Yun Zhao mused, her cascading hair dancing wildly in the sea breeze, her thoughts drifting. I should have asked the captain beforehand. Having earned 7,000 for providing psychological support to Jiang Mu and his team, with an additional 5,000 for task completion, alongside the resources she had gathered and the points from defeating the Guardian. Yun Zhao silently calculated in her mind. It seemed she was on the brink of a windfall, surrounding the sea. Beyond the luminous domain, the sky was gradually consumed by dark matter, dimming into obscurity. The distant horizon blurred, while the water beneath her feet took on a profound shade of blue-black, as if the entire world was cloaked in this darkness. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped her. Despite the eerie and perilous nature of the confrontation, Yun Zhao remained unfazed, her focus solely on tallying her potential points. The Qinghuan spirit grew increasingly impatient. "Boring," Yun Zhao candidly replied. "I too feel a bit weary from standing for so long." At this moment, action was not yet feasible. It would take time for the other teams to arrive at the station, and if the contaminated area collapsed too swiftly, the high-speed train would remain untouched. Her efforts over the past 7 or 8 hours would be in vain. She could only hope that the captain and Song Liang weren't foolish enough to wait for her in place. At this moment, opposite her, the impenetrable barrier finally quieted the frenzied little girl trapped within. Her pallid face twisted as she gazed at the enormous phoenix suspended in midair, still betraying a hint of manic obsession. My spirit, came a hoarse cry, as her pitch-black eyes, devoid of whites, fixated intently on the great bird, her expression fervent. She coveted Yun Zhao's spirit. The great bird hovered above, casting a disdainful glance downwards with its cold blue eyes, filled with contempt. Eliminate it swiftly. Yun Zhao sensed that the time was nigh. She gently raised an arm, her fingers subtly moving, causing the strands of spiritual essence that surrounded her to dance like agile ribbons. Surging into the opposing barrier, Yun Zhao had previously attempted to control the guardian with her. Countless teal glows penetrated the barrier, invading the guardian's being. The eerie little girl finally comprehended her impending doom. She did not understand why, within her mental realm, someone could surpass her in strength. A torrent of psychic energy surged forth, causing the world to sway. The power within her was swiftly dissipating. The girl, seated within the barrier, lifted her right hand, observing the entwined grey mist and glow upon her arm, her entire form gradually disintegrating. Mian Mian. Would she soon meet Mian Mian? Within the adjacent barrier, the swirling glow flowed, and the dark aura enveloping the Black Panther spirit dissipated rapidly. Its murky eyes began to clear, revealing a glimmer of bewilderment and confusion. Is this spiritual guidance? Yun Zhao regarded it with an untroubled gaze. Indeed, it seems I have suddenly acquired this ability. As if it was a talent she was innately endowed with. Yun Zhao too found it puzzling. While purifying the Black Panther, her spiritual strands had autonomously learned this ability, re-establishing the spiritual connection between the panther and its essence. The world swayed more violently. This sea region transformed into a tumultuous expanse, waves crashing and soaring several meters high. The little girl, half of her form already vanished, made no effort to resist, her hollow eyes fixed on the gradual changes of her body, seemingly intent on witnessing her own demise. Yun Zhao raised her head, observing her silently. She claimed her spirit had been harmed by others, expressing a longing for Mian Mian. In this dark apocalypse, chaos and despair reigned supreme. Humanity, against such a backdrop, faltered under scrutiny. The 88th contaminated zone had existed for far too long. The memories of the past had been sealed and buried since the moment she transformed into a guardian. The world accelerated its collapse, with more severe tremors occurring, the sky fracturing inch by inch, gradually revealing the outside world. Beneath her, the sea receded, the water level plummeting. The howls of aberrant creatures echoed from all directions. Yun Zhao silently drew the dagger from her waist. The restored Black Panther blinked, stealthily approaching Yun Zhao, crouching low in a defensive stance, seemingly wishing to protect the guide who had saved it. The great bird, incensed, commanded, "Fool, step aside." The Black Panther, feeling slighted, shuffled back a couple of steps, still reluctant to part from Yun Zhao's side. As the guardian within the barrier met its ultimate fate, the next moment, with a crack, the 88th contaminated zone vanished entirely, unveiling a desolate, barren world riddled with cracks and scars, a landscape characteristic of the wasteland era. Countless aberrant beings appeared as if abruptly awakened from slumber, their grotesquely contorted forms writhing more violently, emitting bone-chilling howls. Like famished beasts, they surged forth from every corner. In the distance, the thunderous sound of artillery fire echoed. Then, Yun Zhao beheld the armored vehicles of Team Zero, along with a tall man atop one of the vehicles, wielding a tang knife, his stature imposing. A fiery phoenix circled above him, screeching to signal the reinforcements of their location. Subsequently, Yun Zhao watched as he leapt from the vehicle, weaving through the throng of monsters, rapidly approaching her. Xie Tu, with deft movements, dispatched nearby aberrant creatures, reaching her side, enveloping her in his embrace, swiftly returning to the armored vehicle. The great bird coldly watched the fiery phoenix circling around it. "Fool!" The fiery phoenix replied. Xie Tu, receiving the consciousness of the spirit, abruptly halted the activation of his automatic firing mechanism for just a second. He continued with his task, Emotionless as he ignited the vehicle, navigating through perilous terrain and vanquishing wave after wave of monsters, they finally arrived near the bookstore. He had remained outside the bookstore, tirelessly battling the nearby aberrant creatures, waiting for her appearance. Now he had finally retrieved her, only to be scolded. Chapter 60. Mission accomplished. The aberrant creatures surged forth like a relentless tide from all directions, converging upon the humans. The subservient Fire Phoenix, after a mere 2 seconds, regained its enthusiasm and dove ahead to clear the path before the vehicles. It has finally spoken to me again. Even curses qualify as communication. Xie felt a throbbing headache and had no desire to engage with it. Yun Zhao took her seat in the passenger side, gazing out at the pitiful Black Panther outside, which yearned to approach yet hesitated, ultimately relying on their mental connection to depart in search of its true form. "Captain, have all the supplies from the high-speed train been retrieved?" She inquired with concern for the supplies as her opening remark. Xie replied, "Yes, everyone has made their way there." On his journey, he had encountered Jiang Mu, who had drawn away the aberrant creatures lurking outside the station. Inside, there were 8 high-speed trains, precisely matching the number of individuals present. The supplies should still be intact, though their condition remained uncertain. Even if they had sustained no damage previously, the onslaught of aberrant creatures in the contaminated zone would undoubtedly have inflicted some losses. Nevertheless, it was expected that the majority could be preserved. Yun Zhao felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. Following the collapse of the contaminated zone, the mindless aberrant creatures scattered, while a multitude of monsters on the outskirts were lured away by vehicles dispatched from the reinforcements. 2 teams, to avoid being caught in the crossfire, would be systematically cleared in batches. Xie drove the vehicle out of the contaminated zone. The 2 phoenixes soaring in the sky were exceedingly conspicuous, and the reinforcement troops from Dorn Base had already spotted the duo, rushing to provide assistance. Xie passed by them without stopping, heading straight towards the rear camp. The reinforcement team established a defensive line, intercepting all aberrant creatures pursuing behind the armored vehicles. After traversing a distance, the vehicle halted at the temporary encampment of Dorn Base. Xie extracted a box of instant noodles from his backpack and handed it to her, saying, "You should stay here, eat something, and rest. I will go fetch She and the others." The 2 teams needed to safeguard the supplies and could only remain in place until the nearby monsters were cleared away. All right. Yun Zhao indeed felt somewhat fatigued. Embracing the instant noodles handed to her, she complied with his instructions and exited the vehicle. The temporary encampment at Dorn Base was adjacent to the neighboring Dorn Base, and aside from the frontline combat troops, it also housed a contingent of elite sentinels. Upon hearing the commotion, the nearby sentry teams hurried over. This area was exceedingly secure. Xie summoned a patrolling sentinel and whispered a few instructions, glanced at Yun Zhao, and watched her enter the camp before driving away. The great azure bird vanished, and the small azure bird appeared on her shoulder. Yun Zhao ventured into the camp, somewhat dazed as she surveyed her surroundings, struggling to find her bearings. Which tent should she enter to rest? Most of the sentinels at Dorn Base had never encountered Yun Zhao and were entirely unaware of the appearance of such a guide at the base. However, just moments ago, nearly everyone had witnessed the 2 phoenixes spiraling in the sky. That radiant behemoth was unmistakably the spirit entity of a guide. This was an S-class guide. Following Xie's instructions, a sentinel jogged over and softly pointed the way. "Guide Yun, the 2 tents over there are vacant." Due to the sweltering weather, the interior was stifling, both hot and oppressive. Having just emerged from a bustling metropolis, the sight of the desolate exterior world and the primitive living conditions proved somewhat jarring. Transitioning from luxury to simplicity is easy, however, the reverse is a daunting challenge. Even the small azure bird seemed unable to endure it, vanishing back into the realm of the mind. With a sigh, Yun Zhao drew back the tent flap to allow some ventilation. The camp was notably quiet, with the sentinels engaged in combat and the accompanying commanding officers having largely proceeded to the front lines. The young sentinel who had departed earlier soon returned, carrying a pot of hot water. "Guide Yun, Captain Xie asked me to help you prepare the noodles." The sentinels had never encountered such instant noodles before. The base's fast food options were limited to filling compressed biscuits and some unpalatable meat paste canned goods. Yun Zhao studied the preparation steps on the packaging for an extended period before opening the box, unraveling the seasoning packets, and signaling that he could pour in the hot water. The sentinel's acutely sensitive nose quickly detected the enticing aroma, prompting even the sentinels on duty outside to glance back curiously. Yun Zhao covered the top of the container and, observing their reaction, softly remarked, "We brought back plenty. We can have extra rations tomorrow." As dusk descended, the sounds of distant cannon fire persisted unabated. Yun Zhao had initially intended to await the return of her companions, but ultimately succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep on the military cot. Having been in the contaminated zone for several days, she had only managed to rest twice. Furthermore, after a continuous 7 or 8 hours of transporting goods, she had exhausted a significant amount of energy. Even in these austere conditions and the oppressive heat, her drowsiness remained insurmountable. In the latter half of the night, the main force returned. The patrolling sentinel quietly approached and lowered the flap of her tent. Before Dao Haohui could raise his loud voice, Xie Tu had already kicked him. Xie Tu did not regard him but continued conversing with Commander Dao of the reinforcement team. "We will discuss the distribution of supplies with Dawn Base tomorrow. Technology can be shared, but we certainly expect to take the lion's share of the supplies. Relationships are one thing. Interests are another." That batch of supplies contained numerous readily available industrial equipment, and both teams had exerted considerable effort. Thus, a discussion on distribution was essential. Commander Dao nodded. He understood. "Thank you for your hard work. I will contact the base from my end." Unexpectedly, Team Zero's mission not only succeeded in eliminating a 4-star contaminated zone but also brought back such a wealth of resources. Given the substantial amount of supplies, it was imperative to notify the base to send vehicles for transport. Xie Tu suddenly added, "Those snacks belong to us." Commander Dao, who would have thought Captain Xie had a penchant for snacks, the subsequent matters were rather tedious. Upon awakening the following day, Yun Zhao found no sign of Xie Tu. "The captain is in a meeting. The captain has gone to inspect the extent of the material losses over there. The captain is currently on a call with Minister Duan." Inside the tent, the other 5 members of Team Zero were present, and the folding tables and chairs were piled high with various foods. They gathered around, indulging in a feast. Yun Zhao silently opened a bottle of yogurt. "The captain is quite busy, here." "That's what comes with being the captain," Dao Haohui replied nonchalantly. Song Liang retorted, "You all seem to have it easy." "I still need to write a report to submit to the intelligence team." Duan Shi placed a hand on his shoulder, teasing yet sincere. "Old Song, there's a saying, the capable bear more responsibilities." The rare moment of camaraderie between the rabbit and Duan Shi prompted a giggle. Exactly. When Xie Tu finally returned from his external duties, several garbage bags littered the ground, filled with the wrappings of various food items. His team members sat in rows on the folding stools, each displaying a look of satiety. Xie Tu lifted his eyelids. Given the oppressive heat, any perishable food should be left for the sentinels here to enjoy. "We will head back to the base tonight." The reinforcement team had dispatched numerous vehicles to transport the first batch of supplies back. The subsequent arrangements no longer required Team Zero's involvement. However, Yun Zhao still needed to visit the camp at Dawn Base. The 7,000 points for providing mental support had yet to be settled by Jiang Mu and the others. She posed the question that had been on her mind. "Captain, how many points will the base award for eliminating the Guardian?" Chapter 61, striking it rich. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Xie Tu's eyes as he remarked, "Previously, we accomplished a similar task, and the base rewarded us with 50,000. The members of Team Zero each received 10,000 points. With a new teammate joining their ranks, it remained uncertain whether this would alter the distribution. 50,000. Yun Zhao gasped softly, taking in a sharp breath. Each individual would receive 8,003. With the totals adding up to 7,000 plus 5,000 plus 8,003. They had struck it rich. The rabbit felt a twinge of embarrassment and suggested, "Sister Yun Zhao, if the total is only 50,000, you can take the lion's share, we have no objections." The other 3 nodded in agreement. They were all aware that Yun Zhao had only recently arrived at the base and likely possessed few points. Moreover, as she had discovered the gatekeeper, the success of this mission largely hinged on her efforts, resulting in such a substantial bounty of resources. Yun Zhao blinked, feigning surprise. "Only 50,000. She had never encountered such a vast sum of points in her life. Why would she use the word only? Song Liang kindly elaborated. What the rabbit means is that the base might adjust Team Zero's reward mechanism due to the addition of a new team member. Since only Team Zero undertook missions in the 4-star contaminated zone, the previous reward was distributed based on our headcount, Song Liang explained. It's possible there will be changes this time. If not, you're welcome to take the larger share, we won't mind. Yun Zhao waved her hand dismissively. No need, let us split it evenly. She had learned that the basis point rewards were typically distributed equally among team members. They were comrades in arms, having faced life and death together, a cohesive unit capable of entrusting their backs to one another without reservation. No one's contributions would be belittled. Besides, the captain had already promised to share those snacks with her. This is the first time we've encountered such a generous reward, Du and she remarked, shrugging. The others nodded in agreement. The rabbit chimed in cheerfully. Primarily, the Dawn base provided an additional 20,000. Along with the supplies, upon their return, the base would grant further rewards. The exact amount would only be known once everything was transported back and the base conducted its accounting. Xie found a folding stool to sit on and advised Yun Zhao, as such an opportunity is rare. If future rewards diminish, don't feel disheartened. Encountering such a bountiful point total on her first mission was indeed exceptional. Should her next reward only amount to 2,000 or 3,000 points, the disparity might be overwhelming for her to accept. Yun Zhao's thoughts were already elsewhere, and she instinctively replied, I understand. Regardless of the amount, she could still take on private jobs. With this in mind, Yun Zhao stood up and informed them, Captain, I'm going next door to collect a debt. Xie nodded, go ahead. The temporary camps of the two bases were situated side by side. Outside, a throng of people bustled about, with sentinels busily transporting supplies and loading them onto trucks for return to their respective bases. The military trucks dispatched as reinforcements were immense, and the subsequent vehicles sent by the base were similarly suited for transporting goods. The sentinels, darting to and fro, exhibited palpable excitement and efficiency. Having encountered many foods they had never tasted before, news had spread that some items could not be stored for long and that everyone would receive an extra meal tonight. Look at all these snacks. Can we purchase some with points? One sentinel inquired. My daughter's birthday is approaching, and I'd like to buy her a gift. I heard that Team Jiang and Team Sierra negotiated that the construction equipment and blueprints they brought back belong to us, while the snacks are for the Dorn base. Perhaps you should inquire later, came the response. The Dorn base was preparing to construct buildings on the surface. Having long resided in the depths below, shunning sunlight for years, many wished to move above ground following the end of the Dark Age. Conditions had been dire in previous years, leaving little energy for such aspirations. However, as circumstances improved over the last 2 years, the base planned to commence construction soon. Everyone was thrilled to receive this news, uncertain of when the buildings would be completed, yet there was finally something to look forward to. The sentinels, keenly aware of their surroundings, paused their conversations as they caught sight of the slender figure approaching. Instinctively parting to create a path for her, the atmosphere shifted to one of quietude. Whether from the Dawn base or the Light base, the sentinels exchanged furtive glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. After all, this was an S-class guide. It was said that Team Jiang had already conducted mental counseling, cleansing the dark matter from her spiritual domain, rendering her state stable and her combat prowess exceeding that of before. Upon learning this, the higher-ups could hardly contain their delight, declaring that the expenditure of 20,000 points was well worth it. Yun Zhao maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to their gazes, yet her pace quickened unconsciously. The little bluebird materialized, perching atop her head, flapping its wings and glaring back at the onlookers. What are you staring at, scat? The sentinels awkwardly rubbed their noses, having meant no malice, merely driven by innocent curiosity. After spending more than a month indoors, Jiang Mu's team emerged, finding themselves increasingly out of place in the surrounding environment. When Yun Zhao approached, Jiang Mu lay inside an armored vehicle, enjoying the cool breeze. The weather was sweltering, and the tent was stifling and hot, lacking ice or air conditioning. Thus, remaining in the vehicle was the most comfortable option. In stark contrast to the bustling Xie, he appeared entirely at ease. Upon realizing that the debt collector had arrived, Jiang Mu helplessly opened the vehicle door. I can't run. No need to rush. Yun Zhao raised her wrist communicator. It's quite urgent. We returning tonight. So soon? Jiang Mu expressed surprise. There's still much to be dealt with, Yun Zhao replied. There's nothing to be done. Our captain is exceptionally capable, and all subsequent matters have been clarified. Everyone wishes to return and rest early. Jiang Mu, taken aback, exited the vehicle and walked toward the camp, gesturing for Yun Zhao to follow. I'll settle the account with you shortly, but there remains grey mist and dark matter within Little Chi's domain, so I may need your assistance. Additionally, 2 other sentinels wish to request your help with mental counseling. Rest assured, the fees will be settled together. Vice Officer Zhao had intended to seek Yun Zhao's assistance yesterday, but was intercepted by Jiang Mu. A guide requires rest. A delay of 1 day should not pose an issue. No problem, Yun Zhao readily agreed. Upon their return, the fees for counseling the sentinels from the same base would likely be lower. Aside from the combat units, the other sentinels wouldn't be able to gather such points. Opportunities were rare. It was best to earn some extra income while she could. Yun Zhao followed him into the Dawn base camp. As they passed, the sentinels became averted in their gazes, entirely avoiding giving the little bluebird a chance to berate them. But the little bluebird raised its noble head, casting a sidelong glance at them, emitting a sound reminiscent of mockery. The sentinels could only remain speechless. Inside the tent, Zhu Qianqi, possessing a cherubic face, lay on a cot, commanding his teammates. Orange, I'm feeling utterly miserable. Hurry and fetch me a bottle of yogurt. Orange tossed a folding stool at him. Damn! I swear you're suited to be a human machine. Zhu Qianqi nimbly rolled aside to evade it. I'm not lying. I truly feel unwell. Why is there so much grey mist in my spiritual domain? His Black Panther lay despondently at the edge of the cot, unwilling to return. The base's guides could only cleanse the dark matter. Having undertaken numerous missions, they had never encountered rolling grey mist infiltrating the spiritual domains. Chapter 62. What a coincidence, Qi Jun said irritably. You better behave yourself. Call out Daddy quickly. The daddies will help you summon the guide, the teammates collectively teased. The Black Panther, sprawled by the bedside, sensed something and abruptly straightened up, trotting joyfully toward the tent entrance. The Black Panther dashed out of the tent, bypassing Jiang Mu without even a glance, and wagged its tail at Yun Zhao. Jiang Mu kicked out, a couple of traitors. The little green bird glared coldly at it, causing the Black Panther to hesitate, afraid to approach. Feeling wronged, it scampered back to find its original form. Upon seeing Yun Zhao approaching in person, the boisterous teammates promptly greeted her. Guide Yun. Yun Zhao nodded slightly, her curiosity piqued as she observed Zhu Qianqi. At this moment, he stood at attention, his posture impeccable as if undergoing a military inspection, yet his eyes darted back and forth, glancing at the Black Panther and then stealing glances at the little green bird. There was an undeniable charm in that human-machine state. The guidance process proceeded smoothly. Following this, Yun Zhao accompanied Jiang Mu to several other tents, assisting a few A-level sentinels with mental guidance. Their conditions were rather poor. Stationed far from the base for extended periods, they returned only once every month or two, relying heavily on guide essence and suppressants. However, over-reliance on suppressants can lead to resistance and side effects, which could easily result in serious issues over time. It's unavoidable. Jiang Mu seemed to sense her thoughts and remarked, guides are exceedingly scarce. There are only 5 A-level guides in the Dawn base, with over 100 B-level guides. There was only 1 S-level guide. Even Yun Zhao found herself stretched thin, yet this mission had enlightened them to the importance of guides in polluted zones. In areas where sentinels were restrained by pollution, the presence of a guide could dramatically alter the situation. It was a paradox, a bitter pill to swallow. Yun Zhao nodded silently and raised her wrist communicator, announcing her card number, a billing. Jiang Mu responded with a pause, finally transferring 10,000 points to her before turning to seek out Officer Zhao for the accounts. Yun Zhao's point card balance swelled to 712. She returned to the Dawn base camp with a light-hearted step. Her teammates were already packing their belongings outside. 7 or 8 military trucks had finished loading. The first batch of supplies returning to the base primarily consisted of crops and perishable foods that could not withstand prolonged absence. They had brought back numerous seeds, which were of utmost importance and needed to be promptly delivered to the Agricultural Research Institute at the base. Sietu stood at the camp entrance, slightly bowing his head to her, and said, "Some sentinels from the Dawn base came by earlier, wanting to buy some snacks, so I took the liberty of selling a few to them." Yun Zhao was indifferent. There were far too many snacks, and perhaps they wouldn't even finish them before their expiration date. Selling some for points was acceptable. Once all 10 trucks were fully loaded, Team Zero remained at the camp and shared an exceptionally sumptuous dinner with the base's sentinels. The canopy in the center of the camp was dismantled, revealing a plethora of folding tables and chairs. An array of frozen meats, seafood, and various meatballs, foods that could not be preserved for long, were laid out on the tables. Each folding table was laden with meat. The sentinels at the camp gathered around the tables, engaging in lively conversations, their laughter resonating throughout the area. A young sentinel, mouth full of meatballs, animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes from his mission, eliciting bursts of laughter from his companions, who occasionally teased him with light shoulder taps. The neighboring camp of the Dawn base was equally bustling, laughter occasionally drifting over. She focused intently on his meal, his tone casual. It's rare to witness such a scene. Seeing the lively atmosphere, even more festive than during the New Year, one couldn't help but feel that their perilous venture into the polluted zone was worthwhile. Dao Hao was so busy he hardly had time to speak. He quickly polished off a bowl of meatballs, stood up with the bowl in hand, and declared, "I'll go get more dishes." The meatball soup had been cooked in large pots, and once the sentinels finished eating, they could take their bowls for refills. A small folding table could hardly accommodate 6 people. Yun Zhao and the rabbit were seated right next to them. At their table, there were only 2 girls. "Yun Zhao, you have to try this meatball. It actually contains meat," the rabbit exclaimed in astonishment. Meatballs with meat inside, people from the old days really knew how to eat. Yun Zhao chuckled, "You forgot, we had these meatballs at the hot pot restaurant." "What? I didn't eat any," the rabbit retorted. Clearly, she had missed out because Dao Hao had taken them all, leaving none for her. Yun Zhao scooped up 2 meatballs and placed them in her bowl, saying, "Then you should eat more." "All right, I'll make up for it in one go." The rabbit was unreserved. With hearty appetites, the sentinels consumed copious amounts of food, and by the end, the 2 girls had cleaned their table of every last morsel. Yun Zhao felt quite stuffed, reluctant to move. The sky had darkened. The night in the desolate wasteland carried a unique sense of heaviness. The camp's lights flickered dimly, casting a warm, golden glow that starkly contrasted with the surrounding bleak and dilapidated scenery. Most of the military trucks for transporting sentinels lacked air conditioning. The return journey would take 3 to 4 days, and in such sweltering weather, they resolved the perishable food all at once. It might be a long time before they had such a meal again. This dinner would perhaps remain a cherished memory shared among all the sentinels present. Sietu glanced their way and, seeing they had finished eating, stood up first. He walked to the armored vehicle parked outside, opened the driver's side door, and casually called out, "Everyone, get in the car." With that, he climbed into the vehicle. "All right." Dao Hao burped contentedly. "Guide Yun, you sit in the passenger seat. We'll work hard on the way back and rest up early." "Okay," Yun Zhao replied. The passenger seat was spacious enough to recline the chair for a nap, and with air conditioning inside, it was even cooler and more comfortable compared to the outside. Yun Zhao felt a strong yearning to return. Although she had only been at the Dawn base for a few days, she inexplicably felt a sense of belonging. She longed to return to claim her points, arrange her home, check on the children at school, and see if the town's search team had made any discoveries. And those 2 plots of land, she still hadn't handed them over to Grandpa Town Chief. Behind her, the 2 lines of sentinels greeted the sentinels at the camp before boarding the 10 transport vehicles that would accompany them back to the base. The 10 massive transport trucks slowly started up under the dim camp lights. The roar of their engines resonated loudly across the wasteland. The convoy, laden with supplies, gradually moved away, slowly fading into the night. The convoy did not stop along the way, nor did they pause at the sentry posts for a break. By the morning of the 3rd day, they returned to the Dawn base nestled among the towering mountains. Sietu gently woke her. "We're home." Hearing the voice, Yun Zhao opened her eyes. Still hazy from sleep, the towering city walls came into view, the solid, ancient structure resembling an iron barrier guarding hope. She had slept for 3 days in the vehicle, primarily out of boredom, as they had encountered mutated beings along the way, with her teammates handling everything without needing her intervention. Aside from sleeping, there was nothing to do. Xie drove the vehicle, opting not to use the task route but instead heading directly into the outer city. The guide's home was in the outer city, and he would drop her off first. The 10 trucks behind them split here, with a few heading to the training ground on the mountainside, while the rest took the task route to the Agricultural Research Institute. Xie explained, the outer city isn't particularly safe, take some snacks home to enjoy, but store the rest at the training ground for now. The 5 trucks laden with snacks were too conspicuous. Keeping everything at her home might endanger the ordinary people in her town. Yun Zhao sat up and nodded, all right. The armored vehicle smoothly entered the outer city. However, Yun Zhao noticed the streets were adorned with colorful lights, seemingly preparing for a celebratory event. It was now September, and after pondering for a while without clarity, she simply asked, is there an important holiday coming up soon? Her teammates were accustomed to it. Song Liang replied, tomorrow marks the 20th anniversary of the end of the Dark Ages. The earth had welcomed light once more, and people's lives had rekindled hope, no longer enduring the oppressive darkness. Every year on September 19th, the Dawn Base held a celebration, not only to commemorate the sacrifices and perseverance during those dark times but also to cherish and celebrate their current life in the light. Tomorrow. Yun Zhao was taken aback. Tomorrow was her 20th birthday. The end of the darkness coincided with her birthday. What a coincidence. Chapter 63, Homecoming. On both sides of the street, vibrant lights and colorful ribbons adorned the surroundings, while flags depicting the spirit of the Dawn Base, featuring the majestic red-crowned crane, fluttered in abundance. The streets were bustling with more pedestrians than usual. Yun Zhao leaned against the car window, her curiosity piqued as she observed the lively scene. Some buildings were embellished with balloons, banners, and striking slogans that could easily be seen by simply looking up. 20 years of the radiant path, together we paint a new chapter for the future. Remember history, cherish the present, look forward to the future, and celebrate 20 years of brilliance together. Never forget our original intent, forge ahead with determination. The darkness has passed, and we walk together towards the sunlight, with hope everlasting. And many more such expressions. Xie, gripping the steering wheel, kept his gaze fixed ahead, a slight smile curling his lips as he spoke. Tomorrow, you can come out for a stroll. There will be a variety of activities, and some of the prizes are quite appealing. The heightened sensitivity of an S-class sentinel in such a festive atmosphere amplified every subtle sound, every wafting scent, and every flickering light in his mind, creating an invisible storm that rendered him restless. Yun Zhao seemed to grasp his sentiment and suggested, I can help you establish a mental barrier. Fearing he would refuse again, she added, staying within the base, shielding some senses will have no adverse effects. In the contaminated zones, a diminished sense perception could lead to misjudgments about unknown dangers. But now that they had returned, there was no need to maintain a state of heightened vigilance constantly. Captain, how about we go out together tomorrow? The rabbit in the backseat interjected eagerly. It seems I've not seen it for many years. Dao Hao chimed in with his booming voice. Yes, let us all go together for some liveliness. It's a rare opportunity. A Song Liang nodded. Du and Shi, still half asleep, added in agreement. Right, with Yun guiding us. Xie shot them a glance. I can't argue with you all. All right then, we'll meet at the operations department tomorrow morning, and after the outing, we'll have dinner together in the evening. This was a tradition of Team Zero. Upon returning from a mission, they would organize a meal. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment. Then I'll treat tomorrow. Can I bring a friend? Tomorrow was her birthday, and having accumulated so many points, she wished to invite everyone for a meal. Sure, Xie replied without inquiring who she intended to bring, assuming it was someone from her hometown, but you don't need to treat. Let those for pay. The 4 in the backseat fell silent instantly. The captain still remembered Du and Shi, suddenly alert, realized that the points were minor. This trip had earned Yun Zhao quite a few points, and treating was only right. However, he was concerned about another matter. He had once pointed a gun at the captain in the contaminated zone. Surely, the captain wouldn't he remember that. Yun Zhao pursed her lips, and next time they can treat. Tomorrow, I'll pay. Xie Tu turned his head slightly to look at her, seeing her firm resolve. Although he was unaware of her thoughts, he lowered his voice. Fine, let them treat another time. Since they were already a team, dividing things too distinctly would only create distance. As they conversed, the vehicle arrived at East 3rd Street. The armored car halted not far from the bus stop. Beside the stop, conspicuous red slogans were plastered. 20 years ago, we welcomed the dawn. 20 years later, we create brilliance together. The teammates exited the vehicle and helped her unload their belongings. Most of it consisted of milk, bread, perishable food, and a hodgepodge of snacks. The quantity was not excessive, amounting to 7 or 8 large boxes. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, Song Liang and the others quickly carried the items up the stone steps beside the platform. At this moment, it was just past 9 in the morning. The residential area at number 128 East 3rd Street was enveloped in a gentle tranquility. Residents either remained indoors or had already left for work, rendering the surroundings quiet and serene. Yun Zhao, hands empty, followed behind Xie Tu. The tall man, with his long legs and a pair of hefty boxes in his arms, appeared as if he were merely carrying trivial items. Her teammates walked ahead, navigating their way into building number 1, opening the iron door of the unit, and pressing the button for the 12th floor in the elevator. Clearly, they all knew her home address well. There's no room left. Yun guide, you and the captain take another elevator. Dao Hao shouted to the two outside the elevator, cradling 2 large boxes. The boxes were so sizable that they filled the narrow elevator to capacity. Without waiting for her response, Duanxi had already pressed the close button, and the elevator doors shut in front of them. Xie Tu's expression remained calm and composed as he pressed the elevator button again, waiting for another one to arrive. Their rapport had developed to a level of understanding, no longer as awkward as it had once been. Yun Zhao initiated the conversation. Captain, what time shall we report to the operations department tomorrow? On the way back, Xie Tu had spoken on the phone with Minister Duan twice. The minister mentioned that he was to hold a meeting with several other operational teams today to discuss pre-mission arrangements, allowing everyone to rest for a day. Tomorrow, all of Team 0 would gather at the operations department for a meeting to receive their task rewards. No need to be too early. 9:30 should suffice. Xie Tu appeared to recall something, suddenly turning to her with a profound gaze. Upon our return, I will apply for a postponement of the next mission, assist you in registering for training courses, and conduct regular physical training. You should prepare yourself mentally. Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Ho? The training course primarily covers knowledge related to contaminated zones, analyzes the mission cases executed by the 4 major bases, and explains the worldview of the bygone era, along with the classification of contaminated zones and the attributes of gatekeepers, among other topics. Xie Tu paused before continuing. As for physical training, I will oversee that. She had only recently awakened as a guide, having previously been an ordinary person. Resources in her small town were scarce, and its strength was exceedingly weak, lacking even an A-class sentinel. Daily life was spent merely maintaining basic subsistence, striving to survive. Xie Tu suspected that her poor physical condition was due to prolonged malnutrition. As the captain, he bore the responsibility of supervising her improvement in physical fitness. Make sure to drink the milk you brought back every morning, Xie Tu instructed. Spend your earned points as needed. Don't hesitate. If you're lacking anything, you can let me know. This was the first time Yun Zhao had heard him speak so much in one breath, not allowing her a chance to interject. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Xie Tu stepped in first, boxes in hand. Yun Zhao followed, and once the doors closed, she softly replied, I understand. I will train diligently and drink the milk every day. She responded earnestly, I'm quite wealthy now. I can buy whatever I lack. Thank you for your concern, Captain. The elevator was cramped. Xie Tu stood sideways by the door, holding 2 large boxes. Upon hearing her words, he turned his head to look at her, their eyes meeting. Her large, glistening almond-shaped eyes held a serious and focused expression, her petite face framed a straight and delicate nose, and being a head shorter than him, she had to tilt her chin slightly to meet his gaze. She appeared both obedient and tranquil. In the sweltering heat, Seatu felt the perspiration in his palms, a thin layer of sweat forming, but his expression returned to its usual composure, and he refrained from speaking further. Chapter 64, Awakening the Spiritual Entity. The elevator doors slid open. The other 4 members of Team Zero stood at the entrance of room 1202, awaiting their arrival. Yunjiao stepped forward and retrieved her house key from a recessed spot beneath the electric meter box. I forgot to mention, I left the key here. Once the door swung open, everyone was taken aback by the stark emptiness of her home. Aside from a set of old wooden furniture, the place was devoid of any belongings, exuding an air of desolation that hardly resembled a lived-in space. Seatu furrowed his brow slightly, but before he could speak, Yunjiao interjected, "I'll go buy some." Fearing they might think poorly of her living conditions, she hurriedly added, "The other day, we had to leave in a rush due to the mission. I'll select some furniture shortly." Having just boasted about her wealth in front of Seatu, showcasing such an empty abode felt like a swift slap in the face. She emphasized, "It's just the living room that is bare. The furniture for the bedrooms has already been purchased, and I've even commissioned additional pieces." Rabbit replied, "All right then." The group piled their boxes against the vacant wall of the living room. "Well, Yunjiao, we'll take our leave now. See you tomorrow." The teammates bid their farewells and departed. While in the car, they engaged in light-hearted chatter, feeling that constantly referring to her as Gaijun felt rather distant. After some deliberation, they decided it best to simply call her by her name. Seatu, bringing up the rear, called out, "Get some rest, remember not to be late tomorrow at 9:30. He then closed the door behind her. With the door now shut, she found herself alone in the house. The floor was impeccably clean, and the wooden table and chairs had clearly been wiped down, indicating that Aunt Zhao had come by to tidy up in her absence. Finally back home, Yunjiao immediately relaxed, eagerly darting to her room to fetch a change of clothes before heading into the bathroom. After her shower, she emerged in comfortable leisure, only to hear a knock at the door. All 6 households on the first floor housed sentinels, and as Team Zero entered the building, someone had already noticed their presence. Upon seeing Yunjiao return with a group of high-ranking sentinels, the neighbors refrained from showing themselves. When she opened the door, it revealed Cheng Dongqing, Cheng Dongshu's younger brother, rubbing the back of his head. He greeted her, "Sister Yunjiao, you're back, eh?" "Yes." Yunjiao nodded. Thankfully, the little bluebird had returned to the spiritual realm, otherwise, hearing such trivial chatter would have likely prompted a scolding. Cheng Dongqing's expression was conflicted as he stammered for a while before finally saying, Yesterday, while we were out hunting mutated animals, Xiang got injured and is now in the hospital." Before he could finish, Yunjiao's expression shifted dramatically. "Is it serious?" Without waiting for his response, she hurried back to the bathroom, grabbing the communicator she had placed on the sink. Her hair was still dripping from the shower. She hastily dried it with a towel and shut her room door behind her. "Where is the hospital? Lead the way." Cheng Dongqing followed closely behind her, rushing toward the elevator, quickly saying, "Sister Yunjiao, don't worry. Shangzi only sustained some external injuries. His life is not in danger. But it seems there might be some issues with his spirit. My brother is out on duty, and we don't know who to turn to." The doctor mentioned that they might need to consult the base's guide, but the fees were exorbitant, far beyond their means. They all knew that Xiang had the closest relationship with Yunjiao. As a child, he was always attached to her, following her around. Upon hearing that there was no life-threatening danger, Yunjiao slowed her pace. "Let us go see him at the hospital first." Cheng Dongqing led Yunjiao to the hospital in the outer district. Inside a standard ward, there were 16 beds lined up. The air was permeated with a faint scent of disinfectant mixed with various indescribable odors. The hallways and rooms were bustling with noise. Some injured lay on their beds, groaning softly, while anxious family members hovered nearby. Xiang's bed was situated in the middle of the ward. His right arm and right thigh were wrapped in bandages, with faint traces of blood seeping through. Aunt Liu, Xiang's mother, sat at the foot of the bed, an old basket filled with wild grass at her feet, weaving straw sandals while keeping watch over her son. Upon seeing Yun Zhao, He Xiong, who had been half asleep, instinctively straightened up, his expression betraying a hint of guilt as he called out, "A sister Yun Zhao." Aunt Liu looked up at the sight of Yun Zhao, her hair still damp. She quickly set down the straw sandals and stood up. "Zhao Zhao, you're back. You should have dried your hair first. What if you catch a cold and end up with a headache tonight?" "Aunt, I'm fine," Yun Zhao replied, casting a discerning glance at He Xiong, her voice cool as she asked, "What happened?" He appeared guilty, clearly hiding something. "What else could it be?" Aunt Liu exclaimed, her frustration evident. They had been out for several days and encountered a mutated wild boar for the first time. Instead of knowing their limits, he insisted on being brave. When he saw the boar about to escape, he charged in alone to block it. Her anger intensified as she recounted the incident, wishing she could drag him off the bed and give him a good thrashing. Years ago, when the search team in town had met with an accident, her eldest son had perished in the contaminated area and never returned. As a single mother, she had relied on neighbors to help raise her 2 children with great effort. Now, her youngest son could finally assist in alleviating some of the financial burden. Yes, she wished he were just an ordinary person rather than a sentinel. Aunt Liu feared that He Xiong might follow in his brother's footsteps, and as she spoke to Yun Zhao, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. He Xiong hastily reassured his mother, Mom, I want to do it again. I was just too anxious this time and didn't he think things through." The search team had scoured the mountains for 5 consecutive days, encountering only a few minor mutated creatures, and during the last 2 days, they had returned empty-handed. He Xiong, still young, felt a sense of disparity when comparing their situation with that of a neighboring team of sentinels who brought back fresh goods daily. After grasping the full extent of what had transpired, Yun Zhao comforted Aunt Liu before stepping forward and delivering a firm slap to He Xiong's arm, her voice stern. "If you continue to act recklessly, none of you will be allowed to go out again. The search team will be disbanded on the spot." As she said this, her gaze subtly flicked to the obediently standing Cheng Dongqing. He Xiong was taken aback, remaining silent, while Cheng Dongqing dared not even breathe heavily. The ward fell into an immediate hush, the patients in the adjacent beds, stifling their groans, instinctively quieted, fearing to make a sound. The seemingly delicate girl had threatened to disband the entire search team with a mere word, while the 2 sentinels beside her stood meekly under her reprimand. Her tone, unexpectedly assertive, unperturbed, Yun Zhao's spiritual entity slowly manifested on her shoulder, the little bluebird proudly lifting its head and surveying the surroundings. "What is wrong with your spirit?" He Xiong's expression turned peculiar as he responded honestly, "Since I got injured yesterday, I've been having frequent dreams about a strange place." Yun Zhao was slightly taken aback, seemingly coming to a realization. She released a strand of spiritual energy, saying, "Don't move, let me take a look." The greenish glow swiftly penetrated his body. Moments later, Yun Zhao withdrew her spiritual thread, her mind already reaching a conclusion. No wonder the doctor suggested consulting a guide. Maintaining her serious demeanor, she paused briefly to gather her thoughts before stating, "You may have awakened your spiritual entity. My computer inexplicably malfunctioned and wouldn't boot up. I ordered a new one overnight, which will arrive in 3 days. I had initially planned to increase my daily updates, but for the next couple of days, I'll have to rely on my phone for typing. I hope for your understanding, and please feel free to encourage me with more comments and free gifts. The next 2 side stories will be even more exciting." Chapter 65. The sloth-only B-rank sentinels can awaken their spiritual entities. It is possible that He Xiong, in the throes of life and death during his battle with the mutated wild boar, triggered the potential within his body. In moments of crisis, the physiological functions of a sentinel undergo a transformation, leading to the awakening of their spiritual entity. In summary, He Xiong has ascended from a C-rank sentinel to a B-rank. However, his spiritual entity seems somewhat peculiar, which explains why he has not realized it until now. The only B-rank sentinel in town, Cheng Dongshu, has recently received orders to patrol the vicinity and eliminate nearby aberrations after joining the patrol team. The remaining sentinels in the town are oblivious to the process of spiritual entity awakening. Furthermore, as there have been no precedents of sentinels breaking through in the town, when He Xiong exhibited abnormal spiritual phenomena following his injury, they all assumed it was a mental issue. He Xiang looked somewhat bewildered. Sister Yun Zhao, are you saying I have my own spiritual entity now? The awakening of a spiritual entity signifies that he has become a B-rank sentinel. Yun Zhao replied, indeed. This ward is a standard surgical unit, with most patients lying on the beds being victims of physical injuries, including several lower-ranked sentinels. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, many turned their envious gazes toward He Xiang. The breakthrough in rank is exceedingly arduous. Each advancement feels akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm. Generally speaking, sentinels find it easier to break through than guides. They constantly face danger in battle, teetering on the brink of life and death, which may ignite that flicker of physical potential. Many individuals may never achieve a breakthrough in their lifetime. This foolish lad is remarkably fortunate. He merely caught a mutated wild boar and achieved a breakthrough, not to mention, he has a guide sister. Such a rarity. Yun Zhao gradually released her spiritual entity and said, the scene you dreamt of is likely your spiritual domain. The little one has just awakened. You can try to summon it. The spiritual connection should have already been established. As for why He Xiang did not notice it immediately, she too found it perplexing. The turquoise fluorescence entered his spiritual core, guiding him to perceive his spiritual entity. He Xiang instinctively closed his eyes and followed Yun Zhao's instructions. He traversed the direction of the spiritual threads, entering his spiritual domain to sense his spiritual entity. The entire ward fell into silence. The patients lying on the beds, momentarily forgetting their bodily pain, craned their necks with eager anticipation. Such a scene may never be encountered again in their lifetime. But what is that green fluorescence? The guide capable of guiding a B-rank sentinel. This lad's sister must possess an exceptionally high rank, perhaps even a rarer A-rank guide. They could not afford a guide, and this rare opportunity to observe live was invaluable, as it might benefit them in their future breakthroughs. Cheng Dongqing stood in a daze nearby, too intimidated to speak. As for He Xiang's mother, upon hearing this monumental news, she felt a mixture of joy and worry. Casting a concerned glance at her son on the bed, time passed, and finally, He Xiang opened his eyes, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, I felt it. I truly felt its existence, Sister Yun Zhao. This is incredible. He was enveloped in an atmosphere of immense joy. That was his spiritual entity. He now had his own battle companion. Yes, Yun Zhao responded with a calm demeanor. Summon the little one. I wish to see it. Given that the physical body was injured and the little one had just awakened, it might be frightened by Qing Luan's presence, so it was better to summon it out for inspection to ensure peace of mind. He Xiang nodded eagerly. All right. He closed his eyes, utilizing the connection to his spiritual entity, communicating with it. The once bustling ward was now eerily quiet, everyone holding their breath in anticipation for the recently awakened spiritual entity to appear. Even those who could not perceive the spiritual entity could not help but turn their heads to look. A minute passed, and no unusual occurrences transpired. Yun Zhao patiently waited. Even the typically impatient little bluebird perched atop her head, curiously watching the bed. 5 more minutes elapsed. The ward remained silent, with no sign of the spiritual entity's presence, and all eyes were expectantly fixed on the scene. What's the matter? Is it unwilling to come out? Yun Zhao inquired, puzzled. He Xiang shook his head. No, it is quite happy to come out and take a look. But where was the spiritual entity? A sentinel from the adjacent bed could not resist interjecting. A little brother, hurry and call it out. Let us all witness it. Har har har, perhaps it's shy with so many people here. Does a spiritual entity even know how to be shy? Someone questioned. He Xiang quickly explained, it'll be out soon, it's on its way. Yet, 15 minutes passed. The ward remained devoid of any activity. Several injured sentinels, wrapped in bandages, strained their necks for a better view, only to find their necks aching from the effort. The little bluebird, growing impatient, flapped its wings, and its curiosity began to wane with the passing time. I'll go in and fetch it. Yun Zhao's patience wore thin. Could it be that something was amiss with his spiritual entity? Just as she prepared to intervene, the next moment revealed a sloth-shaped spiritual entity, slowly emerging from the spiritual domain amid the collective calls of anticipation and attention, finally landing on the bed. With an exceedingly languid grace, it stretched one paw out, its eyes half-closed, each movement resembled a slow-motion replay from a film. The surrounding sentinels were left speechless. A sloth, so this creature took nearly 20 minutes just to crawl out from the spiritual domain. The expressions of those who could see the spiritual entity shifted from eager anticipation to barely contained amusement. Had it not been for the presence of a guide, they might have burst into laughter. Only Heseong beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Sister Yunjiao, look, this is my spiritual entity." Yunjiao gazed at the slowly moving sloth, remaining silent for 2 seconds before nodding. "I see it. It's quite good." The little creature appeared healthy and endearing. However, should danger arise in the future, it might take an eternity to emerge from the spiritual domain after a battle. Nevertheless, at least it was a spiritual entity. The awakening of a spiritual entity endowed sentinels with a physique and physical prowess several times greater than before. Confirming that Heseong was not in serious trouble, Yunjiao turned her attention to the matter of medical expenses. Aunt Liu, relieved, sat at the foot of the bed, resuming her weaving of straw sandals. "You need not worry about these matters. They hunted that wild boar and earned a considerable number of points." In the sweltering heat, the remaining unsold meat was brought back to the community by the search team, distributed among the households. While speaking, Aunt Liu raised her half-finished straw sandal and informed Yunjiao, "These essentials sell well at the base. We sell them for 15 points a pair." The trading area also had many stalls selling straw sandals. The townspeople had visited and noted that depending on the craftsmanship, prices ranged from 10 to 30 points. Those priced higher were indeed more exquisitely crafted. Ultimately, the townspeople agreed on a price of 15 points per pair. Aunt Liu added, "So, Zhao Zhao, you need not worry about us. Go about your business. We can take care of ourselves." Qingshan Town is relatively isolated, with a simple and honest culture. For decades, everyone has relied on mutual assistance and support to endure the most challenging times. It is precisely this simplicity and kindness that 8 sentinels rescued Yunjiao. Following their passing, the townspeople raised this girl, whom they had watched grow up, as one of their own. Yunjiao pursed her lips. "I understand. I will take my leave now." Aunt Liu did not look up. "Go ahead." "All right." Before leaving, Yunjiao cast a glance at Heseong on the bed, warning him, "The doctor said you should stay in the hospital until discharge. If I find out you attempt to leave early, you can forget about going out in the future." Heseong nodded vigorously. His sloth spiritual entity remained in the same posture as when it first emerged. Chapter 66, Points are not easily earned. Cheng Dongqing followed Yunjiao closely as they exited the hospital. He pulled out a card and said, "Sister Yunjiao, here's the 300 points I borrowed from you last time." Returned, Yunjiao turned back and inquired, "How much did you sell that mutated wild boar for?" Cheng Dongqing became animated at the mention of it. "Over 5,000 points. The weather is scorching, and any unsold meat would spoil, so we decided to take the leftovers back to share with everyone." 5,000 points, divided among more than 10 sentinels, didn't amount to much for each. However, it was their first successful hunt, and the search team's sentinels were brimming with excitement. Moreover, they had recently collected an abundance of wild herbs and coal, hiring townsfolk to help guard their stall. The ants sold straw sandals at the stall, earning 5 points in commission for the search team with each pair sold. Only then did Yunjiao take the card from him, saying, "That's quite good, but you all need to pay attention to safety. Not every outing will be as fortunate as this one." Cheng Dongqing nodded vigorously. "Understood, we will be careful in the future." How could they not be cautious? What if Sister Yunjiao got angry and forbade them from going out again? The hot weather indeed makes it difficult to store the meat of mutated animals. After a moment of thought, Yunjiao remarked, "I'll bring back a few freezers tomorrow. We still have that vacant house, so we can use it to store supplies for the search team. I remember the keys are with Grandpa the town head." The Zero team had scavenged freezers from the contaminated area, but they had removed the frozen food along the way due to the lack of power and the fear of spoilage. All the freezers remained intact. "Huh." Cheng Dongqing hesitated. "Will it be very expensive?" Yunjiao shot him a glance. "It won't cost anything." Although she said this, she still needed to consult the team leader. After all, the supplies belonged to the entire team. While she had contributed the most, she couldn't make unilateral decisions. They were now a cohesive team. Yun Zhao didn't elaborate to Cheng Dongqing, only adding, "But you all will need to cover the electricity costs." Cheng Dongqing was overjoyed. "All right." Just as Yun Zhao was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something and turned to say, "Go to the trading post and see if there are any buyers, and try to sell those 5 buses as soon as possible." Now, everyone in the town resided safely in the base and had no use for those vehicles. The money for the buses had been pooled from various households, and selling them while they were still in good condition would allow each family to receive some points as dividends. Keeping 2 off-road vehicles for the search team would suffice. Cheng Dongqing nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll head to the trading post to register for the sale right away. Only then did Yun Zhao feel reassured enough to leave. She needed to go to the inner city to pick up the customized bird stand and to order the ingredients for the dinner party she was hosting tomorrow night. Cheng Dongqing watched her board the bus before turning to run towards the trading post. When Yun Zhao entered the shopping center for the second time, her experience was vastly different from the last. The clerks on the first floor greeted her with warm smiles and polite hellos. The little bluebird perched on her head maintained its disdainful demeanor, barely glancing at them. Bird stand. Princess bed. Yun Zhao sighed in resignation and made her way to the 3rd floor. The same clerk from her previous visit approached her with a beaming smile. "Miss Yun, your customized bird stand is ready. Would you like it delivered to your home now?" Yun Zhao nodded. "I'd also like to select some furniture." The team leader had said that points earned were meant to be spent. She was now quite wealthy and deserved to treat herself better. Yun Zhao led the clerk directly to the inner room, pointing at a princess bed priced at 800 points. Feeling a pang of regret as she said, "I want to buy that. 800 points, how much meat could that buy?" But the little bluebird liked it, and she also found it quite appealing. It must be incredibly soft to sleep on, just like the bed in the contaminated villa. She had never slept on such a comfortable bed before. After browsing around, she chose 2 sets of bedding that matched the princess bed: pillows, a sofa, a coffee table, curtains, a shoe cabinet, a low cabinet, plus a large decorative cabinet for snacks, an exquisitely beautiful floor lamp, and the sky blue carpet from last time. This time, she opted for higher quality furniture. Seeing her purchase so many items, the clerk proactively offered a discount and some small gifts. Yun Zhao selected a few decorative items and several plant stands. Including the final payment for the bird stand, the discounted total came to 3,800 points. As she made her payment, she kept her lips pursed and said nothing. The balance in her card plummeted from 10,712 to 6,912 in an instant. In her heart, Yun Zhao reassured herself that it was all right. The basis point rewards could be claimed tomorrow. She was incredibly wealthy and didn't want her teammates to visit her home again only to find it bare and empty. The little bluebird was delighted, flitting around on the princess bed. What is there to feel regret about? Next time, let us kill another gatekeeper and replace that ugly cabinet. Yun Zhao replied in her heart, "That cabinet is quite useful, it just needs a bit of paint." The little bluebird, unaccustomed to domestic responsibilities, didn't grasp the value of everyday expenses. It noticed the home appliance store across the way. The main body had brought back plenty of food, some of which needed to be stored in a refrigerator to last longer. By a refrigerator, the one at home cannot be used for food that has been contaminated. Yun Zhao replied, "That is not contaminated food, it just contained items from the polluted area." The little bluebird insisted, "No second-hand appliances. Buy new ones." Yun Zhao was at a loss for words. "You don't even use them, so why do you care so much?" "Buy new ones." The little bluebird clearly disapproved of furniture and appliances brought back from the contaminated area, except for food. After a moment of silence, Yun Zhao relented. "All right, after we finish shopping, we can go buy some vegetables." She planned to have hot pot tomorrow. This time, she had brought back plenty of hot pot base, along with some vermicelli, ham sausages, luncheon meat, and other long-lasting packaged vegetables. She needed to buy some meat and fresh vegetables as well. Yun Zhao filled out the delivery address and headed next door on the 3rd floor to the home appliance store, selecting a brand new refrigerator and a small fan, which would also be delivered to her home. After purchasing all the furniture, she finally returned to the first floor. She bought a large quantity of eggs and fruits to take home, and also placed an order for the meat and vegetables she needed for tomorrow. Fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat were supplied in limited quantities each day, and she had priority purchasing rights, allowing her to reserve tomorrow's ingredients in advance. After a day of shopping, she had spent a third of her remaining 10,000 points. As Yun Zhao exited the shopping center, the phrase "I am incredibly wealthy" is stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. To live a luxurious life, points simply couldn't withstand the expenditure. Just as Yun Zhao arrived home, the shopping center dispatched a vehicle to deliver her purchases. Perhaps due to the celebratory event scheduled for tomorrow, she noticed sentinels from the patrol team everywhere along the way. The delivery staff were discreet, arriving without uniforms. Larger items were delivered as disassembled parts and assembled on site, while smaller items were transported separately, all covered with cloth, quietly moved upstairs without attracting any attention. Living in the outer city had its inconveniences, but Yun Zhao had no desire to relocate. The inner city felt too desolate, and she lacked cooking skills, with her ability to manage daily life nearly non-existent. Sometimes, she couldn't even manage to clean the floor properly. She loved cleanliness but struggled to maintain a tidy home. The townspeople relied on her, yet she, too, depended on everyone. She didn't want to be too far away, only to return after a tiring day to an empty home. She cherished the atmosphere of returning home where, if she didn't want to be alone, she could open the door and find friendly faces all around, ready to greet her warmly. Chapter 67, The Appearance of Home. After the installation workers departed, Yun Zhao's home had undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon entering the threshold, one is greeted by a pristine white shoe cabinet positioned to the right. This cabinet boasts 3 drawers, with decorative items adorning its topmost surface. To the left, where the dining area once resided, a grand display cabinet now stands against the wall, featuring 4 tiers, each with 5 spacious compartments capable of accommodating a plethora of snacks. Directly opposite the entrance lies the living room, where a wooden sofa has been replaced with a blue fabric couch and a white coffee table, all resting upon a rug of matching hues. The windows are adorned with double-layered curtains in complementary colors. A gentle breeze wafts through, causing the curtains to flutter softly. It truly begins to resemble a home. The more Yun Zhao gazed upon her surroundings, the more she cherished them. She switched on the small fan resting on the coffee table, embraced a gift pillow, and comfortably nestled face down upon the plush sofa. A little bluebird hopped onto her back, playfully scampering about. Its 2 bird perches, one within the room and another beside the sofa, comprise a 3-tiered structure, standing approximately 6 feet tall, designed to resemble a tree trunk, with each level featuring a tree hollow. The outstretched branches provide perches, and a quaint wooden platform graces the side, topped with a finely crafted birdhouse. Time to set up the birdhouse. The installer was only responsible for the assembly. The provided mat still lay unopened in its bag. Yun Zhao buried her face into the pillow, her muffled voice emerging. "I'm not getting up. I'll stay here a bit longer. It's just too comfortable." The little bluebird chirped, trying to rouse her, though it seemed somewhat discontented. It hopped a few steps closer and perched atop her head. Downstairs, on the 5th floor, a group of women congregated in the corridor, sitting on the ground amidst numerous baskets filled with wild grasses. They diligently wove grass shoes and hats, occasionally engaging in casual conversation. Zhao Yang was among them. "Is your coal supply sufficient?" one woman inquired. "Yesterday, my son brought some back, but it's still not enough. Can I take some from your house?" "Plenty. The base hasn't used up the coal they distributed. Has old Zhang found work?" "It seems so. I heard he is washing dishes in the staff cafeteria out in the suburbs." A kindly middle-aged woman expertly wove a grass shoe while curiously asking, "How many points do you earn in a month?" Another lady interjected, "The pay isn't high, but the benefits are good. Just think about it, working in a cafeteria means 2 meals a day, which saves a lot on expenses." The others nodded in agreement. The prices at the base were steep, and every household struggled financially. They had managed to earn a few dozen points through weaving grass shoes and hats, which were primarily spent on food. Meanwhile, others in the town were diligently seeking employment. Zhao Yang was fortunate. Before Zhao Zhao left, she had given her 1,000 in living expenses each day, when she went grocery shopping, she would buy a few extra handfuls of wild vegetables to share with her neighbours, especially the former Mayor's family. The old mayor, now aged, could no longer work, leaving only himself and a young grandson at home, still consuming the rations brought from the town. "By the way, Zhao Yang, where has Zhao Zhao gone?" he asked Yao Chen from across the way. "I haven't seen her around lately." Zhao Yang looked up, a hint of worry in her voice. "I'm not sure she didn't mention when she would return." The messenger had only conveyed that Zhao Zhao had matters to attend to and wouldn't be home for a while. Whether she had ventured outside or remained in the inner city was entirely unknown to Zhao Yang. They had been on the 5th floor for some time, unaware that Yun Zhao had already returned. "Don't fret about it. Zhao Zhao is a guide. How precious a guide is. The base had provided them with such a fine residence without any rent. Zhao Zhao's guiding rank must be quite high, ensuring her safety would be well protected by the large base." One of the women glanced outside at the sky, setting down her half-finished hat. "It's noon, I need to get home to cook. I'll be back later." "Go ahead, we'll finish this before heading back," another woman replied. As Wu Auntie passed by room 503, she knocked on the door, calling out before it was opened, "Mayor, don't bother cooking lunch, come eat at my place." She lived next door in room 502, and her son was a sentinel in the search team. Just yesterday, each member of the search team received a substantial sum of 200 to 300 points. Wu Auntie had visited the farmer's market to purchase rice and flour, preparing to make meat sauce to store for leisurely meals. The door to room 503 creaked open. A frail old man, his hair streaked with grey and slightly stooped, leaned on a cane as he stood at the entrance, wearing a faded blue shirt. The old mayor waved dismissively. "No need, I've already eaten." Wu Auntie was skeptical. Having spent considerable time in the corridor, she could discern if there had been any cooking going on inside 503, even if she couldn't see the interior. Surely, she could hear the sounds and smell the aromas wafting through the air before Wu Auntie could voice her thoughts. The sound of the elevator door opening at the corridor's corner drew everyone's attention. They instinctively looked up, and there stood Yun Zhao, carrying a bag of items as she stepped out of the elevator. "Zhao Zhao, you're back!" Zhao Yang exclaimed, quickly setting down her grass shoes to assist her with the bag. The others in the corridor greeted her warmly. Particularly enthusiastic was Wu Auntie, who grinned widely. "Zhao Zhao, have you eaten? Come to my house, I'll start cooking right away." Yun Zhao smiled and replied, "No, thank you, Auntie. I am here to see Grandpa Mayor." "Don't be polite, dear. I bought some noodles. We'll have meat sauce noodles for lunch." Wu Auntie rushed next door to 502, calling out, "Don't go anywhere. I'll go boil some noodles." Without waiting for a response, she shut the door and headed to the kitchen. Yun Zhao quietly glanced at the closed door before declining Zhao Yang's offer to help with her items. She exchanged a few pleasantries with those gathered outside before approaching the mayor. The old mayor's expression bore a mix of helplessness and gravity as he leaned on his cane, stepping aside to allow her passage. Once inside, Yun Zhao greeted the women before closing the door behind her. Having just set up the bird perch at home, she had gathered the land deeds for the 2 plots provided by the base, packed some food, and come downstairs to visit the old mayor. The layout of the apartments in this building was quite similar. The mayor's home featured the same wooden sofas and tables, with an old-fashioned tea set and a tin can sitting atop the table. In the corner lay a collection of supplies brought from the town, while by the window stood an old writing desk for children, complete with paper and pens, adorned with picture frames and trinkets from days gone by. Clothes hung out to dry on the balcony, filling the space with a sense of homeliness. The old mayor's expression was one of resignation as he remarked, "You could have just come over without bringing anything. Why let so many people outside see?" In the past, during their time in Jingshan town, the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished was minimal, with every household sharing similar circumstances. However, upon arriving at the large base, the differences between those with a breadwinner and those without became starkly apparent. Currently, 7 children from the town were attending school. The sentinels could earn several hundred points in a single trip. How much Zhao Zhao might earn in a month remained uncertain, but as a guide, she surely did not lack. In contrast, those without a clear path faced inevitable disparities in feelings. The old mayor was concerned for her well-being. Grandpa Mayor, you were right. I didn't realize there were so many people outside when I came over. Yun Zhao placed her belongings on the table and spoke softly. But I believe everyone will remain the same as before. Having been at the large base for some time, she noted that regardless of whether they were sentinels or ordinary townsfolk, even when faced with obstacles in the base, struggling to find work and navigating social dynamics, not a single person had exploited her status to their advantage. The difficulty in finding jobs stemmed from their determination to rely on themselves. If they merely hinted that a high-ranking guide resided in the town, many from the outer districts would eagerly seek connections to offer them employment. Who wouldn't want to befriend a high-ranking guide? This only proved that, despite the hardships of life, everyone wished to refrain from burdening her further. Chapter 68. No swearing. And moreover, the inability to find a way out is merely a temporary predicament, Yun Zhao declared as she produced the land deed. These 2 parcels of land are registered under my name. I have yet to inspect them. As for the cultivation and distribution, I shall leave that to you, Mayor. The old mayor gazed at the deed, his face betraying a look of astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled heavily. I see. It became evident that Zhao Zhao had already considered their circumstances. She intended for everyone to devise ways to become self-sufficient. The old mayor extended his somewhat calloused hand to accept the deed, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Let us adhere to the old customs, then. For decades, Qingshan Town had maintained the tradition of distributing grain according to labor value. Those employed outside the home lacked the time to tend to the fields, while those without work could devote themselves entirely to agriculture. When the harvest season arrived, they would naturally receive a greater share of grain than other households, thus alleviating any sense of disparity. The old mayor found himself at a loss for words, meticulously securing the deed before turning away in silence. His stooped figure appeared particularly forlorn. Yun Zhao placed her belongings on the table. Among them were some bread, milk, eggs, and fruits purchased from the inner city. Additionally, there was the points card given to her by Cheng Dongjing. This card had once belonged to her uncle, who had obtained it at the Dorn base for his elderly father. Later, in order to purchase a vehicle for migration, the old mayor had handed the card over to her. Now, it simply returned to its rightful owner. As for the 300 points contained within, Yun Zhao chose not to mention them and took her leave. Yun Zhao ultimately stayed in room 502 for a bowl of meat sauce noodles before returning to the 12th floor. She had spent the afternoon lounging on her sofa. The little bluebird flitted about the perch, occasionally peeking into the tree hole and then soaring to the top platform to pace back and forth. Each tier of the perch was adorned with soft cushions, clearly indicating the little creature's fondness for its new abode. After rolling around on the sofa a few times, Yun Zhao accidentally tumbled off and decided to lie on the blue carpet instead. She picked up her communicator and messaged Bai Yu. Yun Zhao, I would like to treat you to a meal tomorrow. Are you free? Last time, Bai Yu had gifted her a chair, and she had promised to invite her out for a meal. Tomorrow was her birthday, providing a perfect opportunity. Bai Yu replied promptly. Sure, there's a celebration event tomorrow, so we can stroll around together. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment before informing her, my teammates will be present as well. They will join us for the meal. Bai Yu responded, no problem, I know them. I've previously provided psychological counseling for a few members of Zero Team, though we are not well acquainted. Yun Zhao had suspected as much, which was why she had invited her. All right, we have a meeting in the morning. I'll contact you afterward. By evening, the children returned home from school. He Pingping and He Anan were devoid of backpacks, their shoulders burdened by old cloth bags crafted by Zhao Yang. The bags were patched and lined, containing books and assignments, with a small pocket for pens and other stationery. Yun Zhao said nothing upon seeing this. In the outer city, where chaos often reigned, it was prudent for children to dress simply at school to avoid drawing attention, reducing competition and allowing them to focus on their studies. Yun Zhao inquired about the children's experiences at school. He Pingping hesitated, bowing his head. I have been trying hard to learn. Observing He Pingping's slightly lowered head, Yun Zhao gently patted his shoulder, speaking softly, do not rush. Learning is a gradual process. The children had never attended school before, Having only learned a few characters from the old mare.it was entirely normal for them to struggle initially. Yun Zhao wished to avoid placing undue pressure on them. Meanwhile, He Anan beamed brightly and exclaimed, "A sister Yun Zhao, the teacher praised me today, saying I did well on my assignments." Yun Zhao turned her attention to He Anan. "He Anan, you are fantastic. Keep it up and help your brother improve together, understood?" I understand," He Anan replied obediently. The two children exchanged greetings before dutifully returning to their room to complete their homework. Zhao Yang was busy in the kitchen. Upon Yun Zhao's return, having purchased so many items, Zhao Yang had previously asked her to fetch some ingredients, and now she saw the house had transformed dramatically, even acquiring a refrigerator. Zhao Yang dared not inquire about the cost. After taking a quick look around, she noticed Yun Zhao had made a mess of the newly bought princess bed. She stepped in to help tidy the bedding before returning with the ingredients, immersing herself in the kitchen to prepare dinner. The following day, Yun Zhao rose with a refreshing vigor, donning the casual outfit from the previous day as she stepped out. Today marked her birthday. Since the passing of her uncles, she had not celebrated a birthday. Some townsfolk remembered, but due to limited means, no household had the custom of celebrating birthdays. At most, they would steam extra rice that day as a form of commemoration. Yun Zhao greeted Zhao Yang, informing her that she would not be home for dinner before descending to take the bus to the inner city. She had packed 3 boxes of snacks from yesterday for Zhao Yang to distribute among everyone. The remaining items were piled up at the training grounds. It appeared there were still several more deliveries to come, which she would inspect before bringing some back. Arriving at the operations department building, the clerk who had let her in called out, "Yun Guide, please come over to record your access fingerprint for easier entry in the future." Of course. Yun Zhao positioned herself by the entrance on the first floor, cooperating as the clerk collected her fingerprint. "Minister Duan is at the command center. Please proceed to the 5th floor conference room," the clerk continued. "The other members of Zero Team have not yet arrived," and Captain Sierra. Before she could finish, the other 4 team members appeared at the entrance. None were in their combat uniforms today. Instead, they sported casual attire, their demeanor subtly altered, less sharp than in battle, infused with a touch of everyday amiability. "Sister Yun Zhao, why are you here so early?" Rabbit exclaimed as he dashed over to greet her. It was still not yet 9 o'clock. The other 3 team members approached, playfully bantering. Song Liang remarked, "We were just discussing going out for a stroll. It's fortunate we decided to check in first." Duan she interjected, "It was my request to come early, all right. Who wouldn't he be eager for the reward?" Yun Zhao nodded in agreement, "Exactly." She had come early solely to collect her payment. The group began to speculate animatedly about the total reward amount. Once Yun Zhao finished recording her fingerprint, they all chattered excitedly as they entered the elevator. Dao Hao leaned in, mischievously suggesting, How about we place bets on who can guess the exact reward amount?" "What's the wager this time?" Duan she queried. "What if no one guesses correctly?" Rabbit chimed in, "The person closest to the actual number wins." Yun Zhao raised her hand, indicating, "I abstain." Having never undertaken a mission before, she was utterly clueless about the criteria for rewards and would undoubtedly be at a loss compared to them. Instead of gambling with those points, she would prefer to purchase a couple of extra pounds of meat. "That won't do, we are a team and must act together." Dao Hao draped his arm over Song Liang's shoulder. "Right, old Song." As the elevator doors opened, the lively group emerged, colliding with the tall figure of Xie Tu, who stood at the conference room door. His presence was striking, an embodiment of authority in the corridor. Xie Tu turned his head, evidently having overheard their conversation, his expression revealing unmistakable disdain as he slowly uttered, "Idiot." Yun Zhao abruptly lifted her gaze, her expression serious as she admonished him, "No swearing." Xie Tu was momentarily taken aback, a peculiar emotion stirring within him. A casual jest of his had unexpectedly invoked her discipline. How had idiot become a profanity? Xie Tu raised an eyebrow at her, clearly perplexed by the situation. Just then, the little bluebird flapped its wings and hopped onto Yun Zhao's shoulder, casting a sidelong glance at Xie Tu. "Idiot." Chapter 69. I am incredibly wealthy. Upon hearing the scathing remarks of the little bluebird, Yun Zhao inhaled deeply and cast an irritable glare at Xie before entering the conference room alone. What did the captain do to offend her? Dao Hao pondered, bewildered. Hadn't everything been perfectly fine when they ascended the stairs just moments ago? Xie, deep in thought, inquired of the fiery phoenix within the mental realm. What did she just say? She called you an idiot. Please convey my message. If she insults you, she mustn't dare to insult me as well. At this, Xietu's lips twitched slightly. So, the previous epithet of fool was also a mimicry of his own words by the little creature. She learned his phrases merely to hurl them back at him, and now he had to endure Yun Zhao's glare. Maintaining an expression of indifference, Xietu swept his gaze over the assembled team members. What are you all standing around for? Go inside and commence the meeting. She was left speechless. When did they become the lowest tier personnel? The little rabbit, fearing collateral damage, scurried swiftly into the meeting room and sat next to Yun Zhao. The room was modest in size, featuring a long table with 4 vacant seats on either side, and a single position at the head of the table directly facing a white screen that dominated one wall. It was evidently designed for the exclusive meetings of combat personnel. Xie strode in with long strides, leisurely pulled out a chair, and seated himself opposite Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao pursed her lips, refusing to meet his gaze as she diligently reprimanded the little bluebird. You are a phoenix, not a parrot. Why do you insist on mimicking his speech every day? Of all the things to learn, you only pick up the swear words. The little bluebird, undeterred, continued to preen its feathers as if the words were mere whispers in the wind. Moments later, Minister Duan entered, clutching a stack of documents. Clad in a crisp navy military uniform, his neatly cropped hair and piercing gaze exuded authority. Upon sighting him, Duan Shi and Dao Hao huddled together, muttering amongst themselves. Why is it that every time I see Minister Duan, I am reminded of her in a dress in the polluted zone? Doesn't he seem half as fierce then? Dao Hao remarked. Duan Shi expressed concern. What if old Song submits the report? Do you think the little ant will start lopping off heads? Then it will be you getting the axe, not us, Song Liang interjected with a smirk. Minister Duan took his seat at the head of the table and cleared his throat, prompting immediate silence from the others. The mission was executed admirably, he began, glancing down at the documents in his hands. The successful rescue of Team Jiangmu, the eradication of pollution zone number 88, and the acquisition of critically important technological data has been achieved. This marks the 4th 4-star pollution zone humanity has successfully eliminated, a feat of great significance. The members of Team Zero exchanged eager looks, anticipating the announcement of their final rewards. Dao Hao gestured a 1 to the others, implying a wager of 100 points. He quickly seized a pen from the table and inscribed a series of numbers on a piece of paper. The pen and paper circulated among the team until it finally reached Yun Zhao, seated at the front of the small conference table. Yun Zhao was quite close to Minister Duan, right under his watchful eye. She blinked, reluctant to take it. Across from her, Xie snatched the paper from in front of her and casually scribbled a number upon it. The technological data has been transferred to the relevant research institute for study. The transport vehicle departed this morning, while the other industrial machinery will be managed by a specialized technical team for disassembly and analysis. Minister Duan observed their antics with keen interest and shot them a disapproving glare before continuing. The reinforcement troops stationed at Route 88 have reported all acquired technology and materials, and the Base S accounting team has completed their calculations. Everyone straightened in their seats. Minister Duan turned to Yun Zhao, his gaze softening. The higher-ups have unanimously decided to adjust the reward for the 4-star gatekeepers to be based on headcount, with each individual receiving a bonus of 10,000. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The little rabbit, counting on her fingers for a considerable time, stealthily extended her hand toward the paper that detailed the wagered amount. Song Liang swiftly swatted her hand away, his eyes warning. No cheating. Pouting, the little rabbit feigned innocence as if nothing had transpired. Minister Duan began distributing the A4 sheets, specifically informing Yun Zhao, your captain has chosen to evenly distribute all bonuses. Director Shin has signed off on this, and the points will be credited to your respective accounts this afternoon. Yun Zhao nodded, eagerly receiving the sheet to scrutinize. The successful completion of the mission had earned them a bonus of 30,000, with the Dawn base contributing 20,000. The elimination of the gatekeeper garnered an additional 60,000. Listed below were the material rewards from the mission, with subsequent notes indicating evaluations based on their importance to the base. Points for industrial technology, agriculture, weaponry, and medical supplies were notably high, particularly for the soil-less cultivation technology and the batch of crop seeds. Additional minor materials ranged from dozens to hundreds. Yun Zhao's gaze fell upon the total amount at the bottom, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Looking again, holy cow! Har har har, Dao Hao Hao exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. The total bonus exceeds the balance in my points card. Their initial estimations had been far too conservative. Since the inception of Team Zero, they had never encountered such a lucrative reward. They had struck gold. Yun Zhao stared in astonishment at the six-figure material bonus. She had never anticipated that this batch of technological and data resources could be so valuable. No wonder Jiang Mu seemed indifferent about the 7,000 points. With over 200,000 points in material rewards, each person stood to gain over 40,000. Adding the mission rewards, each would receive nearly 60,000 in bonuses. Xie Tu, seated across from her, maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, instinctively glancing at her. Why didn't she reprimand Dao Hao Hao for his foul language? Was it because holy cow was merely an exclamatory phrase, rendering it pointless for the little bluebird to mimic? Minister Duan gently tapped the table, signaling for silence as his expression turned serious. Scanning the room, this mission was largely a result of good fortune. We encountered a city that had remained unchanged since the apocalypse, allowing us to acquire these invaluable technological resources. Such opportunities are rare and may never occur again. One must not become arrogant or complacent, nor should one pursue rewards with reckless haste. Understood. The members of Team Zero responded in unison. Minister Duan leaned slightly forward, turning to Xie Tu. I have approved your request for an extension on the next mission, but the daily training for Team Zero must not be neglected. Prior to their return, Minister Duan had gathered a general understanding of the situation through an online meeting. The guide had played a crucial role in this mission. However, her knowledge of the pollution zone regulations was insufficient, and her physical capabilities were lacking, necessitating further training. Xie Tu nodded in acknowledgement. Song Liang, please ensure that a detailed report of this mission is submitted to the intelligence team promptly. Certainly. The base had made no remarks regarding the withholding of that batch of snacks from Team Zero. Each combat team could freely choose what to bring back from the pollution zone, provided it was not needed by the base. Members could decide whether to hand it over or keep it for themselves. As the meeting concluded, the moment Minister Duan exited the room, the remaining members erupted with exuberance, bouncing about the room and causing the tables and chairs to rattle noisily. We've struck it rich. Har har har, I'll be dreaming of this joy. Yun Zhao remained momentarily stunned, but upon hearing their exclamations, she nodded emphatically. I am now incredibly wealthy. Chapter 70. Establishing a mental barrier, everyone remained in a state of exhilaration, their desire for shopping completely diminished as they eagerly awaited the distribution of bonuses. Xie Tu leisurely picked up the sheet of paper on the table and announced, come over to settle the bets. On the paper were 5 strings of numbers, with Xie Tu having written 30,000, the closest to the total reward points for the task. Duan, she scoffed, it's all petty cash. I don't even bat an eye at such trifles. Dao Hao Hao raised his wrist and, without hesitation, transferred 100 points to the captain, saying, indeed, with nearly 60,000 points as a reward, who would even care about this 100? Yun Zhao pondered for a moment and raised her hand to inquire, didn't he write anything? Does that mean I didn't participate or that I forfeit? Forfeit, it still counts. The crowd replied in unison. Oh, Yun Zhao leaned over to ask Xie Tu for his card number. She thought, why not just give it? 100 points. Consider it a reward for him. Xie Tu cast a sidelong glance at the little bluebird perched on her shoulder, intentionally raising his wrist a bit higher, pretending to accidentally brush against the creature's feathers. The little bluebird froze for a moment before it began to hop restlessly again. What a nuisance. It detested being touched by others aside from its owner. Xie Tu raised an eyebrow at it, the challenge in his gaze unmistakable. Will you still curse at others next time? Yun Zhao silently opted to remain invisible, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. The little creature had started the cursing, and she knew she was in the wrong. However, it could only muster for phrases of insults, 2 of which it had learned from him, and thinking of this made her somewhat irked. Their 4 team members remained oblivious to the happenings, still buzzing with excitement. Song Liang forced a smile. I still need to write a report, so you all must first tell me about your experiences while we were separated. Xie Tu withdrew his gaze, no longer teasing the bluebird, and said, everyone stay behind to continue the meeting. Clarify your individual experiences to facilitate Song Liang's report. Understood. Thus, the entire Zero team remained in the conference room, recounting their experiences one by one. When the rabbit mentioned her brother again, her expression was calm as she quickly clarified the events she had encountered, perhaps to lighten the mood. After the brief meeting concluded, everyone turned lively again, linking arms and discussing the bonuses and how to spend the points. Yun Zhao called out to them, aren't we supposed to establish a mental barrier? Oh right, almost forgot. The mental barrier formed a protective membrane that could isolate the 5 senses of the sentinel from the guide's consciousness, preventing the mental burden caused by the overwhelming information of daily life. All team members were Class A sentinels, making the process of establishing barriers quite smooth. As Dao Hao opened his eyes, he felt as though the entire world had been shrouded in a thin veil. He instinctively shook his head but found that his once sharp hearing now seemed distant and muted. The subtle sounds he could previously capture clearly had become indistinct. Wow, this is so uncomfortable. It's like my senses are dulled. The base guide had previously assisted them in establishing mental barriers, yet the reduction in sensory perception had never been this pronounced. The cacophony of noise that once clamored in his mind had vanished, leaving him significantly more at ease. However, the diminished acuity of the 5 senses was a glaring drawback. The mental barrier could not be established in contaminated zones. Duanqi opened his mouth, attempting to speak, only to find his voice sounding peculiar, as if it were emanating from another realm. The rabbit and Song Liang mimicked Dao Hao, shaking their heads curiously. It was such a strange sensation. While they felt lighter, an undercurrent of unease lingered. The dominance of the Class S guide's mental barrier was too overwhelming, drastically reducing their sensory capabilities, as if they might lose their formidable perceptual abilities at any moment. Perhaps it's just a matter of getting used to it. We'll adapt after a while. Song Liang sighed resignedly, striving to adjust to this suddenly unfamiliar sensory world. Finally, it was Xie Tu's turn. He glanced at them, seemingly aware of what was to come. You all wait outside and acclimate a bit. Oh, all right. The 4 shook their heads and exited the conference room, the lively chatter from outside filling the air. The acute senses of Class S sentinels rendered most sounds indistinguishable from noise. Xie Tu, having long endured such an auditory environment, had become accustomed to resisting the burdens and mental strain it imposed. He remained seated, lifting his gaze to observe Yun Zhao as she approached him with measured steps. Memories of the fleeting peace brought by the last external guidance filled his mind. Xie Tu maintained an impassive expression as he averted his gaze, striving to suppress the frantic beating of his heart. Not wishing to reveal his inner turmoil, Yun Zhao halted before him, gently raising her right hand to press against his forehead, her slender fingers curling slightly, compelling him to close his eyes. Familiarity bred comfort. A glow enveloped the two, attempting to penetrate his mental core. Xie Tu furrowed his brow, clearly struggling with the sensation of intrusion. Soon, the greenish-blue luminescence of her mental energy began to radiate outward from Xie Tu, gradually forming a transparent barrier around his mental core. This barrier was as delicate as mist yet remarkably resilient. It gently enveloped Xie Tu, isolating him from the surrounding world. The once chaotic stream of information that had disoriented him was now systematically blocked outside the barrier. Once the barrier was established, Xie Tu opened his eyes and attempted to rise, nearly losing his balance and needing to brace himself against the conference table. This action, of course, immediately drew the mockery of the little bluebird. Xie Tu's emotion surged, leaving no room for him to engage with it. He slightly closed his eyes, acclimating to this blurred world. For the first time, he had severed the intrusive mental noise, feeling as if he were reverting to a semblance of normalcy, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. The guide is the Sentinel's true home, all right, Yun Zhao said nonchalantly, retracting her hand and paying no mind to the emotions captured by the mental threads. Captain, let us go. We off to shop. The 4 outside remained engrossed in animated conversation. Has the celebration begun yet? It should have, asked Yun Zhao and the captain. They came from outside. Point 1 lived in the outer district, and the other resided outside the base. The other team members all lived in the inner district and were unaware of the situation outside. The inner district appeared much like any other day, save for the additional decorations and banners. The streets remained desolate, devoid of any festive atmosphere. Yun Zhao approached the rabbit, who was busy messaging by Yu, and without lifting her head, replied, "I took the bus in." It was still early then, and the streets were just like yesterday. The East 3rd Street area was primarily residential, with the main street for activities situated closer to the outer circle. She genuinely had no idea how far along the celebratory events were. As for Xia Tu, he had arrived even earlier, probably before dawn. Don't class as sentinels need sleep. They waited a few more minutes until Xia Tu finally emerged from the conference room, his expression restored to its usual state. Let us go, we'll check out the celebration activities. Chapter 71, The Festivities. The Dawn Base has transformed into a vibrant hub of activity today. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the magnificent metallic gates of the base swung open. The throngs of people waiting outside, after undergoing scrutiny by the security detail, proceeded through the entrance corridor, where they were registered and subjected to pollution concentration tests. Between the city gates and the outer district lies a lengthy passageway, flanked by 2 grand gates, collectively referred to as the buffer zone. The majority of those entering the city today hail from the nearby smaller bases, drawn here specifically to partake in the celebratory events. While the larger base is considered safe, it also has a high cost of living. The southwestern region is abundant in resources, and most small bases are situated near water sources and arable land. Unless exceptional circumstances arise, most individuals are reluctant to relocate. Moreover, they reside not far from Dorn Base, which would not remain indifferent in the event of a large-scale aberrant attack or the emergence of a contaminated zone nearby. The people have gathered in groups, motivated by the enticing prizes offered during the festivities. All inspection windows at the entrance were operational, with registrars busily conducting pollution concentration tests and recording identification information for the incoming populace. By 10 o'clock, everything was proceeding as usual, just as in previous years. Within the city, all members of the security and patrol teams were on duty, with no one taking leave. The security personnel patrolled the city walls, while the patrol teams maintained order along the streets where the events were being held. Among them was Cheng Dongshu. Their squad consisted of 10 B-level sentinels, who had just returned from outside last night and would serve another day on duty before enjoying a day off tomorrow. As Yun Zhao descended the stairs, she received a reply from Bai Yu, originally on leave, was called back this morning due to the arrival of a senior sentinel team at the base, comprising 14 senior sentinels in total. To date, there are only 5 A-level guides at Dawn Base. Lower-level guides can assist senior sentinels if their compatibility reaches 60, but only a select few guides possess such capability. The guiding room was understaffed, and Bai Yu was summoned to lend assistance. Reluctantly, she responded, "The workload isn't too demanding. I should be able to guide 2 sentinels before I can take a break. I'll come find you later." Yun Zhao replied, "All right." Following her teammates, Yun Zhao made her way downstairs. The 6 members of Team Zero exited the operations department and walked towards the outer district where the celebrations were taking place. After traversing several streets from the inner city, they could hear the deafening music and uproar from a distance. Ahead, in the park square of the outer district, a grand stage for the festivities had been erected. At that moment, the stage lights flickered incessantly, the music blared loudly, and below, a sea of people gathered, resembling a swarm of ants, filling every corner of the square. Duanxi craned his neck to see, exclaiming, "Thank goodness they've shielded some of our senses, otherwise, this noise might just do me in." "I can't believe there are so many people," Dao Hao remarked, wide-eyed. Song Liang still struggled to adjust. The thumping music quickened his heartbeat. Not just them, but almost all sentinels from the nearby patrol teams were wearing earplugs. On both sides of the streets facing the square, numerous vendors had set up stalls. Every 50 meters, small activity booths offered games such as ring toss, puzzles, shooting contests, as well as various entertainment activities like crafting competitions, painting contests, and memory challenges. In designated areas of the outer street, treasure hunts were organized, where participants searched for clues, with each treasure chest containing prizes. Looking around, Yun Zhao observed the bustling crowds, people jostling between booths and activity stations, with nearly every station overflowing with attendees. Upon arriving at the scene, Yun Zhao finally understood why the sentinels were reluctant to participate in the festivities and why only B-level sentinels were required for patrols within the city. It was simply too loud. The heightened senses of senior sentinels could hardly withstand such commotion. Furthermore, the sheer number of people made it nearly impossible to see the activities taking place at the booths. Her teammates surrounded Yun Zhao, ensuring she was shielded from the crowd's chaos as they walked and surveyed their surroundings. Duanqi stretched his neck to peer through the throng towards the shooting competition next door, reminiscing, "I remember visiting as a child, and there were hardly any people." Back then, the population of Dawn Base was under 100,000, and in just over a decade, it had surged to nearly 300,000. "It's been at least 10 years since my last visit," Dao Haohao muttered. Back then, the prize was merely a small bag of rice, and people would fight tooth and nail over it. "It just shows how much better everyone's lives have become," Yun Zhao remarked. A group of brave warriors had, despite the dangers, charged into the eerie contaminated zones, bringing back technologies and resources that improved the living conditions for the populace. She was now among them. Xie walked ahead of Yun Zhao, furrowing his brow throughout the journey, clearly reluctant to engage in conversation. His tall stature made him susceptible to being jostled by passers-by, and the crowded streets inevitably led to physical contact. This only served to deepen the furrow in his brow. As the clock approached noon, the morning competitions began to announce their winners, while the park square remained abuzz with lively chatter. Meanwhile, the city gate corridor grew increasingly desolate, with only a sparse few individuals still undergoing entry checks. Today, Liu Li's group was on duty. As the group leader, she diligently remained in the inspection room, observing the incoming citizens through the window. With the crowd dwindling, Liu Li remarked, "Xiao Li, you should go eat. I'll take over for a bit." The young woman named Xiao Li, holding a detection device, leaned slightly forward at the window to test the pollution concentration of those entering the city. She replied, "Okay, Captain, just let me finish up here." Liu Li's gaze lingered on the retreating figure that had just entered the corridor, an unusual feeling stirring within her. She turned to inquire, what was the pollution concentration of that person just now? Xiao Li, caught off guard, instinctively picked up the registration form and recited, for the 3 tests, the results were 22, 22, and 24. To prevent any instrument errors, pollution concentration tests are typically conducted 3 times. Dark matter is omnipresent, and ordinary individuals are susceptible to its erosion. Lacking the resistance and physical prowess of sentinels, ordinary people experience a much slower rate of erosion. Without special abilities, mental realms, or the capacity for dark matter to adhere long-term, as long as they avoid contaminated zones and steer clear of aberrant species, very few individuals today face the risk of aberration. A pollution concentration below 30 is considered normal. Observing that the security team had shown no reaction, Liu Li suspected she might be overthinking and nodded, "Then you should go eat." On the streets, the crowd pressed tightly together, all striving to reach the small activity booths lining both sides of the street. After walking for quite some time, Yun Zhao found herself unable to see anything but people. The sweltering weather caused her to break into a sweat. It was utterly unbearable. Had she known it would be like this, she would not have bothered to join the festivities. In front of her, Xietu's expression was even more dismal. His tightly knitted brows seeming capable of crushing a fly, his clothes were wrinkled from being squeezed, intensifying his irritation. Every now and then, Xietu glanced back at Yun Zhao, ensuring she had not been swept away by the crowd, the message in his eyes unmistakable. He wanted to leave. Yun Zhao picked up on the signal and quietly suggested, "Let us head back to the shopping center in the inner city to collect the ingredients we ordered." With her newfound wealth, there was no need for her to compete with ordinary people for prizes. Every booth was crowded, and it was impossible to get in. Her teammates sighed in relief upon hearing her words. None of them had anticipated such a massive turnout at the event after so many years. The group planned to exit the street and take a detour back to the inner city. As Yun Zhao turned, she spotted a patrol team wedged in a corner, with Cheng Dongshu among them. He caught sight of Yun Zhao and waved to greet her. The noise of the crowd was overwhelming, so much so that the first scream that erupted from within was quickly drowned out by the cacophony. Chapter 72, The mutation occurs in the crowded streets. One individual stumbled unsteadily amidst the throng. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, shaking uncontrollably. His skin began to crack, and the bones emitted a chilling creak, as tendrils of black mist seeped forth. In an instant, his arm bent at an unimaginable angle, fingers contorting into claw-like appendages, with nails elongating visibly, darkening and sharpening to a lethal point, accompanied by a spine-chilling, guttural roar. A serrated Moor lunged forward, targeting the nearest crowd. Blood splattered, and screams erupted. The mutation had struck. It's a mutant. Run for your lives. Oh my God, help. The nearby crowd was instantly engulfed in a wave of sheer panic. The once vibrant and joyous atmosphere of the celebration was shattered, replaced by chaos and cries. A small bluebird perched atop its host's head suddenly lifted its gaze, fixated on the distant turmoil. Fear and confusion edged across the faces of the people. Some, bewildered by the situation, were jostled about, yet struggled valiantly to maintain their footing as they were swept along by the tide of bodies. The throng surged like a furious tide, everyone desperately pushing backward, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Sietu, alerted by the commotion, narrowed his eyes with steely resolve, immediately guiding people to retreat against the wall. "I'll go take a look," he declared, as he rudely shoved through the obstructing masses. Just as he was about to proceed, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning around, he saw Yunjiao releasing her grip, arms outstretched in a gesture that suggested she wished to be embraced. "Take me with you," Yunjiao urged, with the crowd so dense, the sentinels firing weapons or engaging in combat with the mutants could inadvertently harm innocent bystanders. Only she could subdue the mutant, minimizing casualties. Sietu pressed his lips together, his dark eyes profound. After a brief pause, he extended his arms, drawing her close, and with a nimble leap onto a nearby vendor's stall, he adept navigated through the chaotic streets, moving against the current toward the epicenter of the disturbance. Their figures swiftly vanished into the crowd. The patrol team, led by Cheng Dongshu, had begun to respond, initiating the evacuation of the streets. Do not run, remain calm, withdraw in an orderly fashion to the rear streets. The patrol's commands were drowned out by the screams of the masses. Other team members remained behind to assist in maintaining order, as panic spread like a contagion through the crowd, driving each individual to a frenzied desire to escape. Upon their arrival at the scene, the two were met with a harrowing sight. Nearby stalls lay in disarray, the ground littered with scattered belongings and splattered blood. Several bodies lay lifeless in pools of crimson, while the mutant feasted ravenously upon one of the corpses, its serrated Moor dripping with flesh and black viscous fluid, hissing as it corroded the ground beneath. A flash of turquoise luminescence surged toward the beast. Strangely, even under the emotional resonance attack, the mutant remained mobile. Yunjiao hesitated, altering her strategy to form a barrier. The glowing energy enveloped the area like an invisible net, slowing the creature's movements, as if ensnared in a quagmire. "Do not kill it yet, something seems amiss." This was the first time Yunjiao encountered a mutant that could not be controlled even after an emotional resonance attack. Moreover, how had it entered the city? The city gate's buffer zone was guarded by several A-class sentinel teams, who conducted checks on all entrants. Furthermore, anyone entering had to pass a pollution concentration test. Sietu held her tightly, instinctively reaching for the firearm at his waist. Upon hearing her words, he paused. The heat was stifling, and both were clad in only thin short sleeves. Through the delicate fabric, the warm, soft sensation of her waist inadvertently made his fingers tighten slightly. A thin layer of sweat began to bead in his palms. He forced himself to remain composed, striving to suppress the unusual emotion stirring within him, focusing solely on the mutant before them. Raising his wrist, he promptly dialed a number. "A special mutant has been discovered at Central Street number 3. We require a transport cage." Understood. The area surrounding the mutant was deserted, while in the distance, the crowd surged desperately, and several motionless bodies lay strewn across the ground, victims of a stampede. The base's guard and patrol teams mobilized, with a multitude of sentinels arriving to restore order. "Everyone, do not move. Form a line. Reassess pollution concentration levels. Residents within the city, please leave your information and evacuate. Isolate yourselves at home. Until results are determined, participants are not permitted to open their doors." The sentinels swiftly regained control of the scene. Yunjiao and Sietu remained in place until personnel from the Research Institute arrived, pushing a massive transport cage. Sietu tore off a metal sign from the roadside to place underfoot, delivering a forceful kick that sent the mutant tumbling into the cage. "Let us return to the inner city and await the investigation results." In the conference hall, the usually mild-mannered minister, when rarely displayed anger, investigate. How did the mutant infiltrate? Are the 2 security checks and buffer zone merely for show? Minister Duan, stern-faced, turned to the A Jin across the table. Is the Minister of Security, Han, absent? Is this how the underlings operate? The Hope base was experimenting with a new type of weapon among the 4 major bases. Despite the loss of S-class Sentinels, Hope base continued to produce a wealth of talent in research and development, consistently surpassing the others in technological advancements. Minister Han had gone to negotiate resource exchanges and had yet to return. The rotund base leader Shun sat at the head of the table, glancing left and right, his expression conflicted, hesitating to speak. Jin, acting as the interim Minister of Security, felt the weight of pressure from the other ministers. We dispatched personnel to investigate. All staff on duty today are detained and interrogated separately. We have concluded that the inspection process was not at fault. Jin presented the entry registration report. Zhang Dehui, male, 33 years old, residing in the small base at Southwest Road 22. Everything appeared normal prior to the incident. The pollution concentration upon entry was 22, and the mutation occurred 20 minutes later. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. A pollution concentration of 22. How could a mutation transpire in a mere 20 minutes? Unheard of. Could there be an issue with the detection equipment? Minister Xiao inquired. Has anyone been dispatched to inspect? Jin replied. Personnel from the Scientific Research Institute have been on site. Everything appears normal. Director Fu of the Biological Research Institute nodded. The problem does not seem to stem from management oversight. When our personnel pushed the cage over, Yun Zhao specifically noted that the mutant was behaving strangely and was beyond control. The ministers exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts stirring with apprehension. A heavy silence fell upon the room. An S-class guide could control mutants, playing a crucial role within the 88th pollution zone. If even she sensed something was off, Minister Duan, his expression grave, stood and addressed base leader Shun. I will return to the operations department and notify the sentry stations along routes 22 to 25 to conduct a thorough investigation of all areas the individual traversed before the mutation. If it was not a matter of management, then it indicated an anomaly within the pollution zone. A mutant that even Yun Zhao could not control must have encountered a specific contaminated area prior to its transformation. Chapter 73, Do What Needs to Be Done. Subsequent arrangements will be carried out through a collaborative effort among several departments. The personnel from the security department sprang into action, establishing more stringent checkpoints at all entry points into the city to conduct thorough re-examinations of all individuals attempting to enter. Those who participated in the event from outside the city will be quarantined for observation for 1 day. Meanwhile, residents of the city are prohibited from stepping outside their doors during the isolation period. Staff from the logistics department will visit each household based on registered information to carry out inspections and inquiries. The operations department has dispatched an investigation team to a small base on Route 22 to probe into the aberrant behaviors exhibited by the mutated creature prior to its demise, including the locations it frequented. A casualty list is currently being compiled. The base is diligently tending to the injured and will shortly provide compensation to the families of the deceased. The celebratory atmosphere of the 20th anniversary has been utterly shattered, leaving the once vibrant streets shrouded in a tense and oppressive ambience. Yun Zhao and Xie Tu returned to the inner city, reconvening with their teammates at the central square. Amidst the throngs of people, the four assisted the patrol team in regaining control of the chaotic situation, returning drenched in sweat. What began as a leisurely morning had turned into a rather disheveled affair. What on earth is happening? Duan Shi remarked, how could a mutated creature infiltrate the city? Song Liang approached Xie Tu, his expression grave. The base has held celebrations for 20 consecutive years without a single incident, and the ramifications of this event are monumental. Who would dare to attend future anniversary celebrations now? Dao Hao was slumped onto a bench beside the square, exclaiming, what is the security department doing? When Minister Han returns, I will confront them at the city gate. Let us wait for the investigation results before jumping to conclusions, Xie Tu replied, his brow slightly furrowed, casting a warning glance at Dao Hao. It may not necessarily be a fault of the security department. Refrain from making rash statements outside. Yun Zhao's emotional resonance attack had failed, indicating that this incident was far from a mere oversight in management. To evade contamination detection and bypass the A-class sentry inspections, there must be deeper issues lurking beneath the surface. Rabbit inquired, "Captain, should we return to the operations department now?" "Not yet," Sia2 replied softly. "We are heading to the shopping center to procure supplies. Let us first return to the training ground for a meal." The Earth would not cease its rotation in their absence. When Zero Team was needed, Minister Dewan would notify them. Until they received an official task assignment, they were free to carry on with their usual activities. "Oh, all right." Rabbit sighed in relief, exchanging glances with Dewan Shi. Dewan Shi understood and, together with Dao Haohua, the trio dashed towards the shopping center, calling out, "I will grab the ingredients first. You all wait here." Yun Zhao, hearing their voices, looked up to see the three of them fading into the distance. She had remained silently by Sia2's side, her lips pressed tightly together throughout. Today was supposed to be her birthday. She had set out in high spirits that morning, buoyed further by the news of a substantial prize. Yet this unexpected incident had disrupted her joyous mood, adding a layer of frustration to her special day. The little bluebird sensed its host's discontent and muttered curses under its breath. That monster should have been killed outright. Sia2 instinctively grasped her hand. "Let us go. I parked at the special access gate. I'll take you home to change clothes." Given the magnitude of the incident, there was a chance that someone from her town had been at the event. It was best to let her check on things at home first. Song Liang lingered behind, observing the two walking side by side ahead of him. His eyes flickered momentarily, a strange expression crossing his face. Prior to their separation in the contaminated area, the teammates had only shared the details of their actions, omitting any other matters. When had the captain grown so close to Yun Zhao? Upon returning to Yun Zhao's home, it was evident that the place had undergone a significant transformation in just one day. The furniture was now complete, the living room adorned with a sky blue carpet, and a tall bird perch stood beside the sofa. The perch was exquisitely crafted, each level cushioned with soft padding, clearly intended as a toy for the little bluebird. Sia2 stood at the doorway, glancing inside but refraining from entering. "We'll wait for you here." After breaking a sweat amidst the crowd, Yun Zhao needed to shower and change her wrinkled clothes. Even with two men seated in the living room, it felt somewhat awkward. Yun Zhao nodded slightly, her expression remaining neutral, simply responding, "I all right." She then proceeded directly into the house, closing the door behind her. Sia2 and Song Liang remained in the corridor, their voices potentially attracting the attention of the neighbors. Soon, sounds emanated from room 1201. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Yang, who froze at the sight of the two men standing at Yun Zhao's door. She had seen Sia2 once before and vaguely suspected that they were colleagues of Zhao Zhao. The commanding aura of the high-ranking sentry was palpable, especially that of the indifferent man, whose mere presence conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zhao Yang, feeling somewhat anxious, ventured to ask, has Zhao Zhao returned? Is she all right?" She had heard that there were prizes at today's celebration, and many from Qingshan town had attended. After dropping her children off at school that morning, she had observed the throngs of people filling the streets, a sight she had never before encountered in her half a lifetime spent in a border town. Overwhelmed, she had refrained from mingling with the crowd. Zhao Yang had taken a distant glance, remembering it was Zhao Zhao's birthday, and after a moment's hesitation, she had returned home to prepare things early. Little did she know, trouble had erupted at the event. Fortunately, those from the town who attended were unharmed and merely sent home with instructions to remain indoors for the next few days. "She has returned and is tidying up inside." As Song Liang stepped forward to engage in conversation. "Auntie, did you go out today?" Sia2 nodded in acknowledgement, signaling a greeting to Zhao Yang, then turned to the window in the corridor, facing away from the two conversing. The mental barrier remained unlifted, limiting his perceptive abilities. Unlike before, he could not capture the minutest sounds around him. However, his sight remained unobstructed. The neighborhood was perched on a high terrain, situated on a hillside, and from the 12th floor, he could easily view the distant landscape. The streets below were almost devoid of pedestrians. Any figures spotted were merely personnel clad in various uniforms from the base. As for the street where the incident occurred, it lay in the outer city, far from their current viewpoint, completely out of sight. Sia2 gazed intently down the distant street. The thoroughfares of Dorn Base had never been this eerily quiet. Meanwhile, Song Liang quickly learned from Zhao Yang that the townspeople were safe. His steady demeanor and eloquence gradually eased Zhao Yang's wariness, allowing her to engage in casual conversation with him. When Yun Zhao emerged after changing clothes, she found the two happily chatting. The tall figure standing by the window, back turned to them, was gazing out, and upon realizing that the townspeople were unharmed, she called for the two to come downstairs, adding for Zhao Yang's benefit, given the exceptional circumstances today, I'll send the search team to pick up the children from school. You needn't go out, and I'll bring back some ingredients later. Zhao Yang agreed, all right, just make sure you return early. Yun Zhao nodded and stepped into the elevator, asking the two men to wait a moment longer. The elevator halted at the 5th floor, and Yun Zhao knocked on the door of room 503 to notify the old town chief. Until the situation was resolved, those who participated in the event would remain indoors as instructed. Before departing, her communicator vibrated. Yun Zhao raised her wrist to check the message. By you, I've arrived at your building. Yun Zhao pondered the content above, wondering how everyone seemed to know her home address. Chapter 74, Surprises. Bai Yu was aware that the gathering was taking place outside the city, and today she had deliberately donned a sporty outfit, tying her hair up in a high ponytail. She stood behind the unit door like a thief, occasionally stealing glances at the situation outside. Upon seeing the elevator doors open, Bai Yu, with an air of familiarity, called out to the three individuals, hurry up. The logistics department is about to come for registration and inspection. She had slipped out without her father's knowledge. She was already aware of the situation outside. The outer city was under strict lockdown, yet she had not received any notice from Yun Zhao regarding the cancellation of the gathering. After much contemplation, she had decided to sneak out. Is that vehicle outside yours? Let us get in. Bai Yu, well acquainted with the surroundings, hurried over to open the door and climbed into the back seat of the armored vehicle. Song Liang was momentarily taken aback by her actions. It seemed that everyone was not quite familiar with her. The Zero team certainly recognized Bai Yu, the only daughter of the head of the Special Abilities Department. However, when did Yun Zhao become so close to her? Xie Tu inquired with his eyes, questioning Yun Zhao if she was the friend he intended to bring along. Yun Zhao nodded. She gifted me something, and I promised to treat her to a meal. Inviting one person or a group was still an invitation. Why separate them and waste resources? The primary reason, of course, was Bai Yu's extroverted nature. She was acquainted with everyone, making a gathering more comfortable. Over there, Bai Yu noticed the staff entering the community with inspection equipment. Through the observation window of the armored vehicle, she waved at them, urging them on. Song Liang, with a somewhat helpless expression, approached and took the driver's seat. Upon seeing Xie Tu present, the logistics personnel approached, astonished, and asked, Captain Xie, is there something happening here? Xie Tu opened the passenger door, leaving the back seat for the two girls, and replied, nothing to worry about, everything is normal here. Song Liang greeted the logistics personnel and started the vehicle, driving away. The Zero team's vehicle smoothly reached the security checkpoint, and as soon as the staff recognized the Zero team, they promptly let them through. Bai Yu, seated in the back, excitedly chatted with Yun Zhao. I've never been outside the base. When you mentioned going to eat outside the city yesterday, I was so thrilled that I couldn't sleep all night. Yun Zhao, surprised, replied, you've never even been outside. Bai Yu enthusiastically affirmed, yes. The farthest I've been is the outer city. I've always wanted to see more of the world. Born in the Dorn base and raised in the inner city, all her friends and guides warned her that the outside world was rife with aberrations and various mutated beasts, as well as those treacherous, life-threatening polluted areas. In short, it was exceedingly dangerous outside. After awakening her abilities as a guide, Bai Yu had always pondered why sentinels could venture out while guides were confined to the base. Once, while on duty at the Outer City Guidance Center, she attempted to sneak out after work just to catch a glimpse of the outside world, but as soon as she reached the checkpoint, she was discovered and promptly sent back to the inner city by the sentinels. Yun Zhao, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. She slightly turned her head to gaze out the window at the rapidly receding base buildings, saying, actually, they are not entirely wrong. It is indeed quite perilous outside. Yet, it is not entirely a realm to be shunned. She refrained from voicing this thought. The base had its own considerations. From the perspective of the base, guides were exceedingly rare, lacking the robust physique and combat prowess of sentinels. Their sacrifices would only exacerbate the dire situation outside, yet Yun Zhao recalled the statue of the young girl in the central square during the Dark Era. In those sunless days, guides and sentinels fought side by side to eradicate the polluted zones and restart the Southwest Sanctuary. It was precisely for this reason that Director Duan, despite opposition, insisted on inviting her to join the operations division. The two men in front remained silent, with Song Liang occasionally glancing at the stoic captain before turning back to focus on driving. After exiting the base, Bai Yu was too excited to continue her conversation with Yun Zhao. She knelt on the foldable seat, peering curiously out of the observation window. The Zero Team's training ground was situated on a nearby hillside, not far away, and within minutes, the vehicle came to a halt beside a low building. It was also Yun Zhao's first visit. She and Bai Yu disembarked from the vehicle, revealing a spacious and neatly organized training ground on the hillside. The area was vast, divided into numerous sections, some enclosed with barbed wire, while others were separated by high walls. Looking further afield, a simulated obstacle area appeared, replicating combat environments with various barriers such as high walls, barbed wire, and trenches. Surrounding the field were rows of trees planted for shade, and several tidy buildings nearby bore labels such as training room and equipment room. There's a shooting range behind the training room, backed by the mountain, which you can freely explore, Song Liang explained. They had parked in a small lot where team members typically left their vehicles. Xie Tu glanced at the nearby cars, clearly noting that the other 3 members of the Zero Team had already returned with supplies. Bai Yu was brimming with excitement. Upon hearing that they could explore freely, she pulled Yun Zhao into the training ground. The ground beneath their feet was somewhat rough, with shallow marks and pits left by training. Bai Yu, filled with curiosity, looked around, and after a moment, suggested, Yun Zhao, let us check out the back. Yun Zhao followed her, glancing at the motionless training room, sensing something amiss. Were they planning to surprise her? How did they know? A small bluebird perched on her head flapped its wings, seemingly eager to see what the others were doing inside. Yun Zhao quickly reached out to catch it. The little creature's sudden intrusion might embarrass the others. As the two wandered off, Xie Tu withdrew his gaze and approached the training room door, attempting to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked from the inside. Inside, Tuzi, Duan Shi, and Dao Hao were busily preparing for a birthday celebration. Coincidentally, the base was hosting a festive event, with balloons and streamers for sale lining the streets. The trio had seized the opportunity to buy a bounty of decorations while gathering food supplies. As for the birthday gifts, they had purchased them the previous day, wrapped in colorful paper and hidden among the balloons, intending to let Yun Zhao guess who had given her each present. Hearing commotion from outside, Tuzi remarked, "Didn't the captain say he would stall them and come later? He was inflating balloons, slightly disgruntled. We haven't even finished the setup. How would the captain know today is Yun Zhao's birthday?" Dao Hao still seemed oblivious. Tuzi shot him a glance. "Have you forgotten?" The captain checked Yun Zhao's personal information on Director Duan's computer. It was back when he aimed to persuade her to join the Zero Team. Duan Shi, standing on a stool hanging streamers, muttered quietly, "Last year on my birthday, the captain merely used a few hundred points to brush me off." Outside, unable to open the door, Xie Tu simply stood under the eaves waiting. He turned to beckon Song Liang to check the back, just then receiving a message from Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu had returned to the Dawn base and sent a message asking, "Does your guide only care about points? Has she forgotten about the diary?" Chapter 75, The Training Ground of Team Zero. A diary, the one that contains the records of spiritual tethering. Xie Tu responded, "Just hand it over to the transport vehicle." The reinforcements from the 2 bases remained stationed at Route 88, guarding the high-speed rail supplies. When the next transport team from Dawn base arrives, they can hand it over to the personnel from their base to bring it back. Jiang Mu replied succinctly, "All right." There was no further response, clearly indicating that Dawn base had not yet received news of the incident during the celebration on this side. Yun Zhao was being pulled around by Bai Yu, wandering aimlessly in the back mountain. The training ground was located halfway up the mountain, infused with the unique freshness of the forest. In the sweltering summer heat, it felt significantly cooler up here compared to the interior of the base. No wonder it's Team Zero, they possessed such a vast secret base. The training ground was extensive, featuring not only a shooting range but also 2 weapon storage rooms at the back. Bai expressed a hint of envy. You guys have it good. When you grow weary of staying inside the base, you can come out to enjoy the breeze and breathe fresh air. Yun Zhao instinctively replied, if you want to come out next time, I'll bring you along for some fun. Her mind seemed elsewhere, clearly preoccupied. She was contemplating what kind of expression she should wear when she eventually opened the door to the training room. Should she feign surprise or confess that she had already discovered the truth? The former would require acting skills, while the latter might turn the carefully orchestrated surprise prepared by her teammates into nothingness. Yun Zhao felt conflicted. Hey, that house down there must belong to Team Xia, right? Bai Yu tugged Yun Zhao along, unknowingly leading them to the valley near the back mountain, arriving at a winding little path. Yun Zhao, lost in thought, instinctively followed Bai Yu's pointing finger. At the end of the path, beneath a canopy of lush trees, stood a 2-story house, quietly nestled in the valley. The house was surrounded by a low stone wall, on which green vines gracefully climbed. From their vantage point, they could not see the entire structure, only one side featuring walls made of special soundproofing materials. The sounds of the wind and flowing water formed a natural white noise in the valley. The so-called white noise is harmless to the keen senses of a sentinel when no barriers are erected. Natural sounds, such as the rustling of water and wind, qualify as white noise. S-class sentinels appear to live in luxury, yet they are constantly tormented by the external world. Yun Zhao pondered silently. Had Xie Tu never once enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep since becoming an S-class sentinel? That mental barrier was not temporarily lifted. Whenever he was not on a mission, she resolved to help him establish a barrier to block out the noise. The two chose not to venture down to explore their house, but instead completed a tour of the entire training ground before returning to the row of single-story buildings on the periphery. The trio, Rabbit, had already exited the training room and were prepping ingredients under a tree, with 2 pots boiling water beside them. Upon seeing their return, Rabbit waved and said, Sister Yun Zhao, guide by, we'll just have a casual lunch now, and have hot pot for dinner. Due to the earlier incident, it was already nearing 3 in the afternoon. Yun Zhao casually glanced at the tightly shut door of the training room and nodded, I'm fine with that. Bai Yu leaned in closer, casually saying, Rabbit, you don't need to be so formal. You can just call me by my name. Rabbit responded, all right. Bai Yu was pleased and began chatting with Rabbit. Yun Zhao spoke very little, typically responding only once for every 10 sentences Bai Yu spoke, while Rabbit was different. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, covering a range of topics. The 3 men at the adjacent table seemed somewhat uneasy, silently cutting meat with their backs turned to the girls. Xie Tu, holding a pair of tongs, sat leisurely on a small stool, leaning against a towering tree, his gaze seemingly drifting over the flickering flames while meticulously capturing every detail around him. His eyes inadvertently brushed over the group before finally settling on Yun Zhao. She was quietly sitting between the 2 girls, listening to their conversation, appearing somewhat distracted. That subtle glance she had cast toward the training room moments ago, though light and inconspicuous, suggested she might know something. When had she discovered it? The water boiled. Xie Tu turned back, tore open a packet of noodles, and tossed them into the pot, stirring them with a pair of chopsticks. The noodles were cooked swiftly. They all shared a simple meal of noodles. Just as they finished, Bai Yu eagerly asked, what are we doing next? This was her first outing from the base, and her excitement had yet to fade. She was itching to rush back to the training ground, whether to play ball, engage in games, or simply watch them train. Anything would suffice. We shall rest, Xie Tu replied in a leisurely tone, except for Du and Shi. He has been slacking in training lately and needs to spend an additional 3 hours at the shooting range. He loved to point guns at people, slowly targeting the bullseye. Du and Shi could only sigh, knowing that the captain would not forget. Dao Hao instinctively took a few steps back, burying his head in thought, carefully recalling if he had inadvertently offended the captain during their mission. As Xie Tu's gaze swept over the group, everyone, except Yun Zhao, instinctively fell silent. Truly, an S-class sentinel. The weather is sweltering, leaving the meat outside will spoil it. After contemplating for a while and recalling nothing, Dao Hao abruptly picked up the cut meat and ran off, exclaiming, "I'll put the meat in the fridge first." Rabbit quickly reacted, "I'll go grab some snacks." Song Liang, wearing a troubled expression, stood up, "I haven't written my report yet. I need to go inside to work on it." In the blink of an eye, the three had vanished from sight. A bunch of traitors. Du and Shi grumbled, teeth clenched in frustration. Why couldn't they join him in resisting for once? He turned his hopeful gaze toward Yun Zhao, seeking her assistance. Yun Zhao pointed at herself and delivered the final blow. "Have you forgotten that you also pointed a gun at me?" Du and Shi fell silent, hope dashed. When the captain said 3 hours, he meant every minute of it. Otherwise, the coming days would be unbearable. Resigned, Du and Shi trudged off to the shooting range outside. Only Yun Zhao, Xie Tu, and Bai Yu remained. Hearing Dao Hao mention the fridge, Yun Zhao casually inquired, "Is there enough space in the fridge?" Xie Tu, holding the tongs and extinguishing the flames on the outdoor stove, replied without looking up, "There's plenty." The training ground originally had 2 fridges for freezing water and food. This time, the truck had offloaded 7 or 8 additional fridges at the training ground, all piled in the storeroom, taking up space. Knowing she would not ask without reason, Xie Tu raised his gaze to ask her, "Do you need a fridge?" Yun Zhao nodded. A hint of amusement flickered in Xie Tu's eyes. "I'll take you back tonight and conveniently transport it for you." Yun Zhao responded, "Okay, thank you." Xie Tu recalled the message Jiang Mu had sent earlier and informed her about the diary. Yun Zhao blinked. "I had almost forgotten until you mentioned it." At that time, just emerging from the contaminated zone, her mind was preoccupied with the points reward, leaving little room for other thoughts. "When can it be delivered?" Yun Zhao asked. Xie Tu replied, "In about 7 or 8 days, once the transport team from Dorn Base brings the items to Route 88, they will hand it over to our transport team to bring it back." Bai Yu silently picked up her cup of water and stood up. Rather than sitting here, she preferred to go to the shooting range to watch Du and Shi practice shooting. Chapter 76. Happy birthday. The afternoon slipped by swiftly as everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. As dusk descended, Bai Yu returned from the shooting range, following Du and Shi, her face still glowing with the thrill of the experience. While Du and Shi had been subjected to additional training, she had merely participated for enjoyment. "I took a shooting class back in school, but I hadn't touched a training gun in ages. It took me quite a while to hit the target," Yun Zhao said cheerfully, handing Bai Yu a bag of snacks. "I still don't know how to use a gun, but the captain said he would start training me tomorrow." Bai Yu found it strange. She had only been gone for a few hours, yet Yun Zhao appeared to be in high spirits. Did something good happen? Bai Yu inquired. Yun Zhao raised her wrist, pointing to the communicator she wore, her almond-shaped eye sparkling with delight. "The points reward has been distributed." A generous sum of over 59,000 had landed in her account, bringing her balance to over 60,000. Her previously dampened spirits had finally lifted. "Congratulations!" Bai Yu exclaimed, her face beaming as she accepted the snacks, eyeing the colorful packaging with curiosity. "Did you bring these back from the contaminated zone?" Yun Zhao was not surprised that she knew about these. "Yes, you can have some later." Bai Yu graciously accepted, munching on the snacks while glancing around. "Where is everyone?" she asked, noticing only Yun Zhao upon her return. At this, Yun Zhao's expression became somewhat convoluted, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "The captain went home to fetch something, and the others are in the training room, preparing dinner." She began to fret over what expression she should wear when they eventually joined. Bai Yu asked, "Should we go help?" Yun Zhao responded, "Can you cook?" Bai Yu replied with conviction, "Absolutely not." Then it was best to simply sit still and avoid causing any chaos. Not long after, Rabbit indeed emerged, calling out to them, "Dinner's ready." Rabbit specifically pulled Bai Yu aside, ensuring they lagged behind, clearly intending for Yun Zhao to enter first. It was too obvious. Yun Zhao hesitated for a moment, then walked alone to the training room door and pushed it open. In that instant, a cascade of vibrant balloons floated down from above, resembling a jubilant swarm of little fairies. The training room was adorned with balloons of various shapes hanging from the ceiling and floor, while colorful streamers danced along the walls, creating a fantastical atmosphere. "Happy birthday," the entire Zero team shouted in unison, each member holding balloons. Yun Zhao stood at the entrance, momentarily at a loss. Wow. Duan Shi, Dao Hao, Song Liang, Rabbit, Xie Tu turned away, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Observing their expressions, Yun Zhao quickly added, "This is such a surprise." Surprise? Where was the surprise in her expression? Who let the cat out of the bag? Duan Shi shot a suspicious glance at Rabbit. Rabbit immediately retaliated with a fist. What does this have to do with me?" Duan Shi dodged, retorting, "Your gentleman uses words, not fists." After spending the entire afternoon at the shooting range, he had hardly managed to catch his breath before rushing to present Yun Zhao with a surprise. And what was this? "We've been preparing all day," Song Liang questioned his life choices. He hadn't even finished his report for this. A little bluebird flitted about, flapping its wings and producing a sound akin to clang clang clang. They were simply too amusing. Yun Zhao, aware of her lackluster acting skills, racked her brain for a remedy. "I'm actually quite happy. I initially just wanted to treat everyone to a simple meal, but I never expected you all would prepare such a surprise for me." Since her uncles had passed away, she hadn't celebrated her birthday in many years. In truth, she was genuinely delighted. Meanwhile, Bai Yu stood dumbfounded. Why was it that everyone had prepared something, yet no one informed her that today was Yun Zhao's birthday? A simple heads-up would have sufficed, allowing her to prepare a gift. Xie Tu cleared his throat lightly. "As long as you're happy." It was his attempt to ease the awkwardness. Next came the gift-giving segment. Originally, they had planned for Yun Zhao to guess her presents, but it soon became apparent that Bai Yu seemed unaware it was Yun Zhao's birthday. She had no gift prepared. This segment had turned rather awkward, thus, everyone refrained from mentioning it, handing the gifts to Yun Zhao, and soon, the group gathered merrily around a hot pot. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere of the Zero team, the base was enveloped in a tense and serious ambience. After nightfall, the city lay silent under martial law, occasionally punctuated by the solemn expressions of patrolling sentries. The operations department building remained brightly lit. The investigative team had reached a small base on Route 22 and sent back the preliminary findings. Zhang Dehui came to participate in the celebration with the people from their shelter. He set out from Route 22 on September 17th, but en route, he became separated from the escorting sentries, entering the city 2 days later than the others. The intelligence team leader, a rather unassuming man in his 30s, continued. Upon arrival, others reported that everything had been normal prior to the incident. He had even been excitedly planning to win a prize. The initial conclusion suggested something must have happened during his separation. As for the others who had accompanied him, they were currently undergoing quarantine checks at the Dawn base due to the incident. "We have dispatched personnel to interrogate them." Zhang Dehui went missing near Route 24, and the search team has been looking for him for a day without success. Ordinary people stood little chance against aberrant creatures, and everyone believed he was likely in grave danger. The search team members were equally stunned to learn that the aberration in the city involved Zhang Dehui. Minister Duan narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Were there any anomalies in the 24th contaminated area? None. The sentry post at Route 24 thoroughly reviewed all nearby surveillance and found no trace of Zhang Dehui. Each sentry post was equipped with a massive signal monitoring tower that established surveillance cameras outside the contaminated area to monitor its spread and changes. However, all cameras focused solely on the surrounding grey mist, with no individual cameras set along the route. Minister Duan grunted affirmatively and lowered his gaze to the map on the table. Continue to expand the search radius. Include the sections from Route 26 to Route 30 below, and see if we can uncover any additional clues. The southwestern region boasted vast terrain, with numerous forks along Route 24 leading in various directions. Was there a possibility Zhang Dehui had diverted and entered another route? Indeed. The intelligence team leader queried, "Minister, should we notify the Zero team?" Minister Duan pondered for a moment. Not yet, the guide needs to attend training courses. There were 6 contaminated areas from Route 22 to Route 30, 2 of which were 4-star contaminated zones. Only the 0 team could undertake 4-star missions. Until results emerged, it was best to allow Yun Zhao to focus on her training for now. She needed to gain more knowledge about the contaminated zones and learn how to handle firearms. Minister Duan harbored concerns. The guide's mental influence was ineffective against this aberration. They would have to await the findings from the Biological Research Institute to ascertain the cause. If it truly was a matter concerning the contaminated area, it was highly likely that this particular zone countered the guide's abilities. Chapter 77. Training commences after the sumptuous feast. The group intended to return and rest. Bai Yu, having never tasted beef butter hot pot before, found herself blushing from the spice during her inaugural experience, drawing laughter from Dao Haohuer and others. Are you even one of us from the southwest? Indeed, look at Yun Zhao. She isn't fazed by the heat at all. After spending the afternoon together, camaraderie blossomed, and while they initially addressed each other with polite formality, they now teased one another without restraint. Bai Yu, feeling indignant, declared a challenge to Dao Haohuer to a spicy food contest. Let us compete. The atmosphere became lively. By the end of the meal, her lips felt as if they might swell from the heat, yet she still appeared reluctant to leave. Yun Zhao, can I come play with you again next time? She asked wistfully as she settled into the vehicle. At the entrance, Dao Haohuer and Song Liang were busy loading freezers onto the car. Yun Zhao, having just packed the unfinished dishes to take home, responded, Of course, just wait a moment. I'll prepare some snacks for you to take along. The snacks were stored in the warehouse adjacent to the armory. Yun Zhao had already inspected it, finding it brimming with an assortment of treats that had yet to be organized. She took the opportunity to pack several boxes to bring back. It seemed there were still several vehicles worth of snacks, far more than they could ever consume. Bai Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had arrived empty-handed, and her birthday gift would have to be postponed for another day. At this hour, it was quite late, and the base gates had long since shut. The rabbits resided in the inner city, while Team 0 had access to a special task passage, allowing Bai Yu to accompany them home, as it was conveniently along the way. As for Yun Zhao, Xie had switched to a small transport vehicle to help her load a multitude of gifts, along with 4 large freezers. Once seated, Xie handed her a training schedule. I'll drop you off first. Training commences tomorrow morning. Yun Zhao accepted the schedule with a nod, responding obediently, all right. The interior of the vehicle was dimly lit, and she refrained from immediately examining its contents. The vehicle traversed the special passage into the base, stopping beneath the stone steps at 128 Dongsan Street. Yun Zhao dashed into the community and knocked on the door of the first floor, calling for the town sentinels to assist with unloading the freezers. Cheng Dongshu was home that day and came out to help upon hearing the noise. He had already been informed by his younger brother that the freezers were intended for the town's search team. A few sentinels emerged, swiftly unloading the cargo, hauling the 4 large freezers up the stone steps, while others assisted in carrying the snacks and vegetables that Yun Zhao had brought back. Xie remained in the vehicle, seated in the driver's seat, watching her enter the community before driving away. He did not return to the training ground, but instead headed towards the Biological Research Institute in the inner city. Upon entering the community, Yun Zhao distributed the packed dishes among 8 families. Each family graciously offered her a box of snacks, primarily milk, bread, and cookies for the children. With the entire city under lockdown, those who had participated in the events were unable to venture outside for the next 2 days. Classes for the children would also be suspended. In the afternoon, the town mayor went door to door to tally the number of participants and requested assistance from others in procuring groceries. The sentinels from the search team would visit each household based on the registration information to inquire about their status, thereby preventing any unforeseen incidents. By the time the logistics personnel from base arrived, Jingshan Town had already made the necessary preparations. After inquiring about the situation, Yun Zhao took her leave. She had delivered the items and, in turn, brought back a heap of birthday gifts. Most were handcrafted trinkets from the aunts, perfect for decorating her home. Zhao Yang not only stitched her a cerulean pillow but also crafted a miniature swing for the little bluebird. Ordinary people could not perceive spirit entities. Upon learning from the sentinels of the search team that Zhao Zhao's spirit entity was merely the size of a palm, she meticulously fashioned a small swing to fit that dimension. It was the little bluebird's first gift from someone else, and it curiously tilted its head to examine the swing. For me? Yes, for you. My birthday is your birthday too. Yunjiao placed the stack of unopened gifts on the coffee table and picked up her pajamas as she entered the bathroom, leaving the little bluebird to play outside. At 10:30 in the evening, Yunjiao climbed onto her soft and comfortable princess bed. She perched on the edge, slightly raising her hand, her fingertips twitching as countless emerald green glimmers surged forth, infiltrating the homes below, purifying the pollution levels throughout the building. The strands of her spirit could capture and regulate emotions. It was the absence of emotions that rendered one uncontrollable, leading to ineffective emotional resonance attacks. That aberrant creature resembled the ceramic puppet from Pollution Zone 88, devoid of a soul. Was it yet another bizarre contaminated area? A new mission was indeed welcome. Yunjiao feigned indifference. She needed to start saving money to replace the wardrobe that the little bluebird despised after slaying a gatekeeper. For now, however, she needed to sleep. As training was set to begin the following day, she withdrew her spiritual energy, neatly spread out her cooling blanket, switched on the fan, and closed her eyes to slumber. The next day, bright and early, Yunjiao went next door for breakfast before descending with a boiled egg and a bottle of milk. Her teammates awaited her by the platform. When she spotted her descending the stone steps, a pained expression on his face as he waved. The captain said he would accompany you in exercising, and you're not allowed to drive for the time being. Yunjiao inhaled deeply. Are we walking there? The training ground was situated on the mountain outside the city, necessitating a hike up the mountain path. Given her current stamina, would she even have the energy to train after walking there? Song Liang shrugged. No choice, it's the captain's orders. The mental barriers had dulled their senses. After a day, everyone had gradually acclimated, blocking out the bothersome noise, and each had enjoyed a restful night. At this moment, they all appeared invigorated. Song Liang had stayed up late working on a report, managing only 2 or 3 hours of sleep, yet he seemed much more alert than before. Dao Haohuer, indifferent, boisterously declared, let us go. Climbing the mountain is easy. We'll accompany you. Of course, as sentinels, they found it simple. Yunjiao sighed in resignation, accepting her fate as she took her first steps. Let us go. There was no other option. The 5 of them ambled along the outbound road at a leisurely pace, the initial stretch being relatively flat. To accommodate her, they deliberately slowed their pace. The base remained under lockdown. The streets were sparsely populated, with most of the few souls seen being those who had not participated in the festivities, out to buy groceries or attend to errands. Yunjiao had not been at the base long enough to witness such a quiet atmosphere. Don't mention it. It has been years since we've seen each other too, she remarked with a shrug. He and Song Liang were both locals, while Dao Haohuer and the rabbit had arrived at the base with their families after the end of the Dark Era. The 2 years following the conclusion of the Dark Era had also been marked by such tranquility, yet during the day, families would sit outside on their stools, basking in the sun, fearful it might vanish once more. Yunjiao nodded, conserving her energy and refraining from engaging in idle chatter. Once they exited the base, the group began their ascent up the mountain, taking the shortest trail. As they neared the mountain, the slope gradually steepened. At this juncture, Yunjiao found her steps growing heavier, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and even the boiled egg and milk seemed burdensome. In contrast, the others moved effortlessly, bounding ahead of her, their breathing undisturbed. They paused atop the slope to wait for her. The rabbit contemplated offering her a helping hand but hesitated, fearing the captain would notice, his expression a mix of conflict. Exhausted, Yunjiao could barely lift her head. Her legs felt as though they were encased in lead, and climbing the mountain became an arduous task. Although the journey had seemed close when viewed from the vehicle yesterday, traversing it on foot revealed its true length. The little bluebird emerged, its beak flapping indignantly. Why are you listening to that annoying brat? Who does he think he is to put you through this? So what if you're lacking in stamina? A bunch of useless fools. That filthy place doesn't he rely on physical strength? They could easily take down a gatekeeper. The little bluebird incessantly chattered in her mind. At that moment, Yunjiao lacked the energy to respond. By the time they reached the training ground, she felt as though half her life had been drained away. Chapter 78. The Crimson Rose. A tall figure stood resolutely ahead. The little bluebird, upon catching sight of Xie, flapped its wings and darted forward, eager to engage him in a fierce battle to avenge its true form. Trash, worthless, fool, imbecile. It unleashed the entirety of its lifetime's worth of insults. The fiery phoenix in her mind echoed the outcry. Why are you bullying Qingluan? Two phoenixes, one outside hurling insults, the other causing a ruckus within the realm of the mind. Xie deftly evaded the oncoming little bluebird, raised a hand to rub his brow, and, though his expression remained unfazed, his tone inexplicably softened. Let us take a half-hour break. We have 2 knowledge classes in the morning, and in the afternoon, we'll head to the shooting range to learn about firearms. Yun Zhao felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Once inside the cool training room, she slumped over the table, reluctant to move. She lacked the energy to speak, responding with a dismissive, "Oh." Her demeanor was notably cold, and she didn't even glance at him. Xie paused for a moment before following her inside, turning to look outside the door point for teammates had gathered at the entrance, peering curiously inside. The moment their gazes met with the captain's, they appeared greatly startled, their bodies jolting. Captain, we're heading to Training Ground 3 to warm up first." The group dispersed in a hurry. Song Liang, with an odd expression, was pulled away by Duanxi. Once they had run a distance away, Song Liang glanced back, discovering the door shut tight, obscuring all sight. He hesitated before speaking. "Don't you think the captain seems to be overly kind to Yun Zhao?" Perhaps even the captain himself was unaware that each time he spoke to Yun Zhao, his tone unconsciously softened. There was an inexplicable tenderness about it, just like earlier. He was conducting training yet felt compelled to explain the training process explicitly. He never treated them in such a manner. Rabbit, without a second thought, replied, "Isn't he that quite normal? Sister Yun Zhao is unlike our brutish lot." "Exactly, a sentinel and a guide cannot be compared," Dao Hao chimed in, light-heartedly. "Old Song, you're not thinking of vying for affection, are you?" Duanxi recalled the previous day's punishment of 3 hours of practice, irately stating, "What is there to compete for with a captain who holds grudges? If there is to be any striving, it should be to please the guide. At least that way, one can sleep soundly every night." The 3 felt no qualms about their conversation. Rabbit added, "Have you noticed? The captain seems in good spirits today. After establishing his barrier, he must have slept soundly last night." Song Liang gazed at them in exasperation. "Our intellects are on entirely different levels. Don't you dare claim we're on the same team outside. What a disgrace." Inside the training room, Xie waited until his teammates had walked far away before speaking again. "First, let us stand up and walk around. Don't sit immediately after climbing the mountain." Yun Zhao, exhausted and unwilling to move, still followed his advice, struggling to rise and lean against the wall. The little bluebird, infuriated, retreated back into the mental realm. She felt weary, her mind devoid of any other thoughts. On the day of her return, Xie had already informed her about the training. He was doing it for her own good, not out of malice. This was something Yun Zhao could discern. Xie turned around, opened a nearby file cabinet, and retrieved a stack of documents he had brought back from the inner city the previous night. He calmly explained, "Good physical fitness is a crucial foundation for ensuring one's safety. In the event of danger, should one need to evacuate or engage for an extended period, lacking sufficient stamina is absolutely untenable." Yun Zhao looked up at him in confusion. Why the extensive explanation? She was well aware of this. After all, how could she have agreed to the training otherwise? Xie did not meet her gaze, placing the materials on the table and drawing down the white screen. "You'll follow along with the video for the knowledge class. All the materials are here. I'll step out to arrange training for the others." Last night, Xie had visited the Biological Research Institute. Yun Zhao's mental threads had been uncontrollable, indicating that the aberrant creature had lost both emotion and obsession. This was quite rare. Once a creature transforms into a monster, be it human or animal, it invariably loses its rationality, overtaken by savagery and an insatiable desire to consume. Those two could be considered emotions. Thus, the S-rank guide's emotional resonance ability could influence aberrant species. The final results of the investigation were still pending. However, That damned sharp intuition of a sentinel had already subconsciously linked it to the pollution zone, and the level of this pollution zone was notably high. The ability to survive and then undergo aberration would clearly surpass the orange level, likely indicating the next mission for Team 0. CO2 activated the video, organized the items on the table, and prepared a new notebook and pen for her before shutting the door behind him and heading to Training Ground 3. The room was left with her alone. Yun Zhao gazed at the closed door, waited until her breathing steadied, then approached the table to take a seat. The table was laden with various documents, including past mission reports from Team 0. The white screen flickered to life, narrating some worldviews from the old era, aiding combat team members in understanding the rules of the timeline within the pollution zone before the Dark Age. As she listened, she rummaged through the task reports in her leather bag, eager to uncover how Team 0 had previously eradicated the 4-star pollution zone. At that time, Sia2 had promised to explain it to her, but after finding Rabbit, the matter had been set aside, as in that mission, Rabbit's brother had never returned. Yun Zhao found herself puzzled. They had not separated during that mission, and judging by Sia2's demeanor, it was unlikely to have been a mental attack. An S-rank sentinel had been present. What, then, had caused the fatalities? It wasn't until she stumbled upon that task report that clarity began to form. The document bore a prominent title: Danger Level, 4-star Mission, Pollution Zone 113, Eliminated. Yun Zhao opened the first page. Crimson Rose. Rules: Parasitism. Gatekeeper, a spinning doll holding a rose within a music box. In the morning, while the guides attended knowledge classes indoors, all members of Team 0 engaged in simulated combat training in pairs at Training Ground 3. Due to accompanying Yun Zhao on the mountain, they arrived at the training ground over an hour later than usual. Time seemed to fly by, and before they knew it, it was noon. The four, drenched in sweat, entered the changing room to shower and change clothes. There were 2 changing rooms adjacent to the training ground, each equipped with its own shower facilities. Once they had changed and emerged, Sia2 was already busy preparing lunch, holding a large bowl and skillfully pouring oil into the pan to fry eggs. "We're having instant noodles for lunch." The storage room was stocked with an abundance of food, ranging from snacks to instant noodles, rice noodles, spicy sour noodles, and self-heating hot pot. As for the supermarket's bags of rice and cooking oil, they were still on the high-speed train along Route 88, expected to arrive in a few days. Once Sia2 finished preparing the meal, he knocked on the door, calling for Yun Zhao to come out and eat. When she emerged, her expression remained composed as she glanced at Rabbit. The sentinel had a hearty appetite. Rabbit was holding a bowl nearly the size of her face, competing with Duanxi for the fried eggs on the plate. The group was lively and boisterous. Yun Zhao's gaze softened considerably as she picked up a bowl from the table and sat among them, the noodles topped with 2 golden fried eggs. Chapter 79, Assembly of All Personnel. Afternoon. It was time for Yun Zhao's shooting class. The disparity between the abilities of the guide and the sentinel was stark, with differing focuses of training. Over there, 4 individuals had already summoned their spiritual forms and commenced a spar, while Yun Zhao stood here, gazing vacantly at a collection of unfamiliar firearms in the arsenal. Inside the armory, an array of weapons was meticulously arranged on the shelves, an abundance of military hardware, ammunition, and supply boxes piled in the corners, each labeled with detailed parameters and intended uses. Sia2 strode in, sifting through the array of equipment, stating, "You must possess the ability for self-defense. Even in our absence, you should be able to safeguard yourself." It was not necessary for her to become a sharpshooter, but she should at least be proficient in utilizing various firearms. Yun Zhao's gaze wandered among the dazzling array of weapons. "I understand, you have reiterated this several times." The atmosphere was pervaded by the cold, heavy gleam of metal. Sia2, still facing away from her, continued selecting weapons from the rack, replying casually, "Is that so?" "Yes." Yun Zhao approached and stood by his side, observing him as he chose his armaments. She was not particularly adept at reading people's intentions or managing interpersonal relationships. Sia2, with unwavering patience, explained repeatedly, and although it may have sounded somewhat tedious, it perhaps stemmed from the responsibilities and burdens of a leader. The death of Brother Rabbit had left him with shadows of sorrow. After selecting for a considerable time, Sia2 finally picked a petite diamond bird and handed it to her. "This one suits you." It is compact, convenient, and possesses considerable power. Yun Zhao's serious profile appeared tranquil as she examined the weapon in her hands. Indeed, it was small, and its weight was manageable, making it easy to carry and conceal. First, familiarize yourself with its structure and operational methods. Xie Tu took the gun back from her and began explaining each component. Look here, this is the safety. Before preparing to fire, you must ensure the safety is disengaged. With practiced ease, he disassembled the weapon, showcasing each part to her. This is the barrel, which determines the trajectory and accuracy of the bullet. The trigger, which is the key mechanism for firing, and this, the magazine, used for loading ammunition. Yun Zhao listened intently, scrutinizing his explanations. Concerned she might not comprehend, Xie Tu reiterated his instructions and had her identify each part again before reassembling the firearm. Watch me demonstrate the action. He grasped the gun firmly, his body slightly angled, presenting a standard shooting posture. Xie Tu then handed the gun back to her, his voice steady and authoritative. Now, you give it a try. Yun Zhao mimicked his movements, achieving a standard stance. It seemed not too difficult. Once the safety was disengaged, all that was required was to aim and shoot. Xie Tu nodded. Let us proceed to the shooting range. Practical application was the only true measure of capability. The two walked side by side as Yun Zhao embarked on a fulfilling routine of ascending mountains for knowledge in the morning and target practice in the afternoon. However, it was not until the 5th day of training that she could barely manage to hit the target, not the bullseye. Xie Tu's expression was grave as he stood erect beside the shooting range, furrowing his brow as he observed her. It seemed he was contemplating where the issue lay. That expression seemed to almost convey the words. You are the worst member I have ever trained. Despite her evident capacity for learning and comprehension, she simply could not hit the mark. The other team members stealthily gathered to observe, collectively astonished. Once, I missed the bullseye during training and was severely punished by the captain, Dao Haohua lamented, questioning life itself. How can the captain be so hypocritical? Bunny shot him a disapproving glare. Can you compare to Sister Yun Zhao? Guides do not rely on brute force, she has practiced admirably. The next moment, Yun Zhao, maintaining a standard stance, fired the gun, and with a resounding bang, the bullet sailed far beyond the target, landing in the hills behind. Bunny Yun Zhao remained unfazed, sustaining her position as she fired again, attempting to utilize her mental energy to track the bullet's trajectory. The little blue bird, unwilling to acknowledge its own ineptitude, chose to retreat into the realm of spirit, refusing to emerge. After several more shots, she finally managed to hit the target once again, scoring a mere 3-ring hit. Xie Tu had likely expended all his patience on her, his face stern as he remarked, not bad. Bunny Dao Haohua. Duan Shi. Song Liang averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. A 3-ring hit, if only it had veered a little more, it would have missed entirely. In the past, anyone who failed to hit the bullseye faced punishment. The captain's expression was one of forced praise, as if compelled to do so. Xie Tu, sensing the atmosphere, cast a flat look back at them. The team members hastily retreated. By the 8th day, all residents within the base city had undergone safety testing and were granted clearance. The 2 city gates had reinforced security checks, and a new isolation protocol was established. Individuals entering the city were first subjected to an hour of isolation, after which they were tested again for contamination levels. The investigative team and the Biological Research Institute submitted their results concurrently. Contamination Zone 28. Minister Duan's expression darkened as he set the report down. The leader of the intelligence team nodded. Indeed, after scrutinizing each checkpoint along the route, the investigation team discovered a fleeting silhouette in the surveillance footage from the foggy area of Contamination Zone 28. We suspect it to be Zhongdehui. The fog obscured the view, rendering the image exceedingly vague, capturing only a side profile, yet this indistinct figure was sufficient evidence that someone had entered Contamination Zone 28. Whether it was Zhongdehui remained uncertain. A thorough examination of all surveillance footage yielded no signs of him exiting. The footage primarily focused on the area of spread and could not provide a complete overview. Perhaps he had emerged from elsewhere, unnoticed by the cameras. Minister Duan lightly tapped the table, lost in thought. Suddenly, she stood and turned towards the bookshelf behind her, pulling out the documentation concerning Contamination Zone 28. If memory serves, that area is located in the southwestern plains, in what was once known as Chengdu during the Old Era. Minister Duan opened the file, reviewing it as she spoke. The formation date of Contamination Zone 28 remains unknown. We only discovered after the end of the Dark Era that Shelter 28 had already fallen. The date of its downfall was unclear. In a world devoid of light and electricity, communications had entirely ceased. All shelters established by the state had become isolated islands, cut off from assistance point. 200 years of darkness were rife with monsters and shadows, along with those indistinguishable fog zones. A moment of carelessness could lead one into a bizarre domain. At that time, the Dawn Base was preoccupied with its own survival. Though numerous air raid shelters existed within the city, the inhabitants felt no sense of security. They were all engaged in constructing stronger walls and gates to fend off mutated creatures and aberrant species. After the Dark Era ended, they spent 3 years re-establishing communication, gradually contacting the other 3 surviving bases. It was revealed that only 4 shelters still existed. At that moment, the weight of despair pressed heavily upon everyone, akin to a hammer striking their hearts, leaving them in a state of turmoil. Minister Duan recalled those past events, her expression a blend of complexity. Contamination Zone 28 has been assessed by the calculation team as a 4-star zone. Another 4-star contamination zone. Aside from the documents preserved from the Old Era, the Dawn Base knew nothing else about this particular zone. The monitored Contamination Zone 28 remained relatively stable, and its priority level was not high, which was why a combat team had not yet been dispatched. A deeper reason was the sheer lack of personnel. Aside from Team Zero, all other combat teams operated in pairs, totaling only 7 teams exploring contamination zones across the vast base. Only Team Zero was assigned to execute 4-star missions. Minister Duan picked up the documents sent by the Research Institute, remarking that aberrant creature was completely enveloped by dark matter on the very night it was sent to the Research Institute, an unprecedented rate of mutation. The detection instruments proved ineffective against it, and the S-Class guide's mental strands were unable to exert control, indicating a level of danger far beyond our imagination. The leader of the intelligence team stood before the desk in silence, awaiting the minister's orders. Adjust the mission priority to red. The intelligence team is to submit the relevant documents immediately. Minister Duan commanded, notify Team Zero to assemble. Chapter 80, Pollution Zone Number 28. Upon receiving the assembly order, Yun Zhao had just emerged from the changing room and noticed her teammates had all donned their combat uniforms. Realizing the situation without needing further explanation, she silently returned to the changing room to put on her own battle attire. As it happened, Aunt Zhao had washed her uniform on the very day it was changed. Due to frequent training and the resulting perspiration over the past couple of days, her 2 sets of clothing were insufficient, prompting her to purchase several new sports outfits from the shopping center, conveniently bringing along her combat uniform as well. Just in time for the occasion, once she had changed into her combat attire and stepped outside, the armored off-road vehicle of Team Zero was already stationed at the training ground entrance. Yun Zhao approached and effortlessly climbed into the passenger seat. The other occupants of the vehicle were already present. As soon as the door closed behind her, she inquired, has there been any result from the investigation into that aberrant specimen? Yes, Xie replied, starting the vehicle and turning it towards the base. Pollution Zone Number 28, Danger Level 4 stars. Yun Zhao had been attending classes daily and had acquired substantial knowledge regarding pollution zones and their regulations. She discerned a particular issue and remarked, isn't the assessment of danger levels in pollution zones somewhat lacking in rigor? Most pollution zones were formed during the Dark Ages, and the base could not ascertain their exact duration of existence. For unexplored pollution zones, determining danger level solely based on area and detection data carried a significant risk of error. Take pollution zone number 88, for instance, its initial estimated danger level was merely 3 stars, but it was only after the Jiangmu team had not returned for a month that the rating was adjusted to 4 stars. From the back seat, Dao Haihai poked his head forward and chimed in, it's an unavoidable circumstance, there aren't enough teams to carry out missions, and for some pollution zones, even we dare not venture in recklessly. Only by entering could one truly understand the conditions within. Otherwise, judgments based on existing data and detection results were bound to lead to inaccuracies, a fact that was inescapable. Sietu nodded in agreement, as survivor testimonies are also crucial and will serve as important reference standards. Pollution zones where survivors have not been found are essentially all high-risk areas. He hoped that the S-Class Sentinel team sacrificed in Pollution Zone number 75 was indeed a 5-star danger area. I hope that researcher from the base, surnamed Chi, has not only proposed the theory that pollution zones are mental realms but has also published the viewpoint that 5-star pollution zones do not contain keys. Sietu's voice dropped to a low murmur. To date, all regions classified as 5-star danger levels have had no survivors. Because of the presence of keys, seasoned sentinels could typically retreat unscathed from most pollution zones. Pollution Zone number 88 was an exception, guarded as it was by a guide who specifically targeted the mental domains of sentinels. Sitting in the back, Song Liang was busily typing away at his keyboard, receiving data from the calculation and intelligence teams. He nodded, stating, given the peculiar nature of the domain, it is quite normal to encounter estimation errors based on historical monitoring data. The members of Team Zero were all mentally prepared. Perhaps one day, they too would fall victim within a pollution zone. Yun Zhao remained silent, her mood inexplicably heavy. The armored off-road vehicle smoothly entered the inner city, halting outside the operations department's main entrance. The group disembarked and entered the building, taking the elevator directly to the conference room. This time, it was the large conference room, where Base Commander Shin, Minister Duan, as well as personnel from the intelligence and calculation teams, along with representatives from the Biological Research Institute, were all present. Apart from the two leaders, everyone else seated were administrative staff dedicated to mission support, including logistics and reinforcements. This was Yun Zhao's second participation in a pre-mission briefing. The plump Commander Shin began with a round of encouraging official remarks. With a kindly demeanor and a naturally smiling face, he appeared cheerful, creating a somewhat incongruous atmosphere in such a serious setting compared to the others. Following this, the Biological Research Institute presented their research report on the aberrant specimen. Yun Zhao found the professional terminology incomprehensible. To her, the most immediate realization was that the aberrant specimen lacked emotions and could not be controlled through emotional resonance. Knowing this was sufficient. According to the calculation chart, the monitoring of pollution zone number 28 has shown no abnormal expansion over the past 2 years. As with previous missions, a topographical map was displayed on the screen, marked with various notations. The large red dot flickering on the map indicated the location of pollution zone number 28, with a pollution area of approximately 225 square kilometers. Once all the materials were explained, Minister Duan finally spoke. The reinforcement team will accompany you. Team Zero's mission objective is to investigate the abnormality of Zhang Dehui's aberration. If necessary, eliminate pollution zone number 28. Understood. After the meeting concluded, Sietu remained behind in the conference room to speak with Minister Duan privately. Yun Zhao followed her teammates downstairs to inspect the supplies and munitions prepared by logistics. Naturally, this task primarily fell to Song Liang, while the others settled into the armored vehicle. Can we skip the compressed biscuits this time? I am tired of eating that stuff, Duan, she suggested with a playful wink. Yun Zhao, your military backpack is light, could you pack a few more bags of instant noodles for us? It wasn't he always that they were fortunate enough to encounter cities from the pre-apocalyptic timeline. If the living conditions inside were harsh, they would have to rely entirely on the food they brought with them. The warehouse was stocked with a plethora of provisions, but Duan Shi was not keen on consuming more compressed biscuits. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment. What if there's no hot water inside? Let us each bring some chocolate. It can provide a quick energy boost. That's all right. We have the armored vehicle, and there are self-heating hot pots. We'll help you fetch water, you just need to pack 2 boxes for us, Dao Haohai said nonchalantly. Rabbit chimed in, are we going on a mission or on vacation? The 2 men pretended not to hear. We'll head back in a bit to grab more food for the vehicle. We should also bring bread, isn't that barbecue grill still in the vehicle? Don't forget the pot for boiling water. Dao Haohai and Duan Shi busily made arrangements. Yun Zhao remained silent for a while. All right, instant noodles aren't that heavy anyway. She was concerned about encountering a situation like last time. It was essential to have enough food. She didn't he want to eat compressed biscuits either. As Song Liang loaded ammunition boxes into the vehicle, he overheard their conversation and let out a heavy sigh. By the time Xie Tu emerged, the rear of the vehicle was already piled high with ammunition supplies. The group exchanged greetings with the reinforcement team, agreeing to meet outside the base before returning to the training ground to begin transporting food into the vehicle. Xie Tu glanced at the others but ultimately said nothing. Dao Haohai and Duanqi busily moved food supplies, filling the vehicle to capacity before they finally paused. The interior, already cramped due to the ammunition, now left little room for movement once everyone was seated. Xie Tu approached Yun Zhao and, maintaining a composed expression, stated, "Now, let us release the mental barrier. Everyone needs to adapt in advance." As he spoke, his mind wandered back to the tranquil days of recent times. For the past few days, he had not been interrupted by those incessant noises, allowing him to rest peacefully and enjoy the deep, quiet sleep he had long been deprived of. It had been ages since he had experienced the serenity that the surrounding world was supposed to offer now. However, he had to dismantle the mental barrier and return to the cacophony of reality. Unbeknownst to him, a faint sense of dependency began to stir within him at the thought of his teammates. Xie Tu furrowed his brow slightly at this realization. "All right," Yun Zhao, unaware of his thoughts, nodded, "let us do it together on the vehicle." Xie Tu replied with a simple, "MHM." Once all the supplies were transported and each person had organized their military backpacks, they took their seats in the vehicle in turn. Song Liang took the wheel this time. Yun Zhao and Xie Tu swapped seats, settling in the back next to Rabbit. She glanced at the driver's seat, recalling how the captain had promised to teach her to drive, but time had slipped away, leaving her to wait for another opportunity. With everyone aboard, Xie Tu habitually conducted a final check to ensure everything was in order before taking his place in the passenger seat. "Let us go."